Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, New World. I died. I know that's not usually the way to start a tale, but it is how mine started. Long before my journey in this strange yet fascinating world started, I was a normal guy. A lawyer. But one day, a man I refused to represent in court had me killed. I was young. Talented in my career, but young nonetheless, and with a bullet to the back of my head, I died at the young age of 24. I didn't expect anything after death. I believed in God, sure, but not in the concepts of heaven and hell. For me, they felt convenient, like they were there just to calm those who feared their end, and to scare those who were doing bad things. I believed in nothingness after death. Well, here's the thing. I was wrong, very wrong. I guess in life and death the only thing that is certain is that we don't know a fucking thing. Oh well. Here's how my story begins, and how I dealt with such a strange situation. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I felt was complete and utter confusion, as unforgiving light filled my vision, forcing me to narrow my eyes in discomfort. Once I managed to adjust to the brightness which seemed to be adamant in blinding me for good, I found myself face to face with a young blue-haired woman gazing at me. I stared at her in clear shock. I mean, had I actually survived a shot to the head? I know there have been cases of that happening, but, still. As I pondered over my situation, a man walked inside the room, stopping beside the young woman. The man had brown hair and looked quite muscular. The man had brown hair. He was wearing a white shirt and a brown vest. His pants were black, and he had a blue, short-sleeved shirt that was tied around his waist, one that seemed to be covered in coal, I would know. My old man was a mine worker. He's beautiful, for some reason, the man said, giving me a stiff smile. Flattered I guess. The woman cracked a smile at that. He is. He has your eyes. This is getting weird. I feel like I should say something. He is a handsome little thing, the man replied with a gentle expression. A handsome little thing. Well, that's just demeaning. I know I'm not tall, but there's no need to rub salt in the wound. Fuck this. Time to let them know I'm awake. Even though they should know it, I have my eyes wide fucking open. Excuse me, but would you guys be so kind as to tell me where am I? That's what I wanted to say. But instead, this is what came out. Am. Fuck me. I guess the bullet actually messed me up, and I now talk like someone who has a few too many cousins marrying each other in his family tree. Looks like he's happy to see his daddy. Wanna carry him? The woman asked, giving the man a look. Daddy. You know what, I will ignore that. Carry me. The audacity. Lady, I might talk like I have room temperature IQ and my parents were siblings, but I still have my dignity. Seeing I could not talk, I tried to move to let them know of my displeasure. But no matter how hard I tried, my body couldn't move, or wouldn't the way I wanted it to move. I felt sensations in my fingers and wrists, but I couldn't move more than that. Fuck. I can't talk, and I can't move. If I ever learn who the fuck saved my life, I will ask him, why. As I raged at the fact I couldn't move or talk, which pretty much made me feel like my life was over, the man approached where I was and carried me up, like I was nothing. Holy fuck. Now I'm somewhat glad I can't talk. If this guy punched me, I'm pretty sure it would do more damage than the bullet did. A month passed by. And good news. I'm not paralyzed or mentally fucked up. So what exactly had happened? Well, the thing is, I was somehow reincarnated. I pulled a Jesus pro gamer move. Sacrilegious jokes aside, I had become a baby. And my new name was Adam Cromwell. I confirmed all of this after my initial panic had worn down. I mean, honestly, I should have noticed earlier. For fuck's sake, everything was bigger than me, in proportions that didn't make sense. Sure, I wasn't tall, but I had yet to meet a person whose hand is twice as big as my fucking head. Well, maybe Shaquille O'Neal, that guy is scaringly massive, but other than him. Fuck no. Either way, I guess this proved reincarnation was real. But what didn't add up is why I still had my past memories. I mean, wasn't the point of reincarnating starting anew? Not that I complain. Losing one's memories is like dying. You and what made you the person you are, cease to exist. Leaving room for a new person to be created. But that's neither here nor there. Anywho. The people I had first seen when I opened my eyes were my parents. My father, David, was a miner, and my mom, Opal, was a baker. And we seemed to live in some kind of Amish community or the like. I mean, I couldn't see anything resembling an electronic device. Even in the kitchen, the utensils, bowls, and anything similar were coarsely made from wood. I suppose I can't complain. I mean, I can, and I fucking do. But it could be worse. I mean, I'd rather be a newborn baby than the alternative I previously humored. I mean, not everything is bad. I get my face shoved in a pair of tits every 2 hours. And don't worry, I won't Sweet Home Alabama this chance at life, but I still can admire a good pair of jugs, especially seeing I don't consider them my parents. I mean, what adult in their right mind would? 2 years passed by. And I was proud to say that by this time, I was able to walk and go to the bathroom by myself, earning myself a bit of freedom. Other than that, I was at a loss. What did I mean by that? Well, I had no fucking clue where I was. I was pretty certain I lived in some kind of community that was completely off the grid, technologically speaking. Though if that was the case, I still questioned how Opal, my mother, would get her hair blue without hair dye. Outside the house, which by the way looked like something out of a medieval setting, there was nothing but long empty plains and a bunch of other houses that looked pretty similar to the one I lived in. I had tried looking at maps and such to help me figure things out. But apparently, my parents had no books, and the ones they had, which were about cooking and such, were out of reach for my stubby little body. I had also tried figuring out where I was based on the language and the culture itself. I mean, people were speaking English, meaning I had to be in a country with English communities at the very least. Or so I had thought. You see, the thing is, I could understand others well, but I couldn't read anything. And I don't say this because of my lack of books to read. I wish I said it because of that. I say this because the few things that have things written on them that I can see look like hieroglyphics to me. At first, I had assumed they were symbols or logos. You know, M for McDonald's and stuff. But, when the logos started to get questionably larger and harder to rationalize as to what they could mean, well, I started to humor the possibility of those hieroglyphics being their written language. I mean, it wasn't unheard of. Many languages were the same spoken but had completely different written rules. But still. Adam, don't walk too far away from mommy, remember we are shopping, and you stay with mommy, okay? Opal said, in a motherly tone, snapping me out of my long reverie. I nodded. Okay. I had earned the liberty of walking without a leash, or holding hands. I was not about to lose that. I miss being independent. Opal smiled at me and started walking with me, following her by her side, admiring the sights around me. I had to admit, there was an unmatched beauty in nature, so beautiful, so calming, so real. I would exchange this mind-numbing shit for a fucking McDonald's combo. Don't get me wrong, I like nature as much as the next guy. But when you go to sleep at 5 fucking p.m. every day because the sun is coming down, and wake up at 3 to 4 a.m., and have nothing to do, no books to read, no TV to watch, no games to play. I can't complain. I got what many would kill to get, a second chance in life. Adam. Lady, I'm following you as we agreed. Oh. Here was the precise moment I realized a fucking sheep was running towards me with John Cena's theme on the back, ready to body slam me into the next reincarnation cycle. Well fuck dash, that was all I managed to say before Sheep Cena headbutted me into the ground. After having an encounter with the champ of the WWE himself, I was taken to the village's doctor. It's worth mentioning I didn't know we had one, and I am glad we do. With how disconnected this place was from technology, one half expected the healing to be conducted by priests or shamans. Then again, I reincarnated, so perhaps they were the ones holding the secrets to cure it all. Opal, no time no see. How is David? The doctor asked with a sense of familiarity one would expect from people living in a town with less than 200 people. Working on the mines, same as always. How is Mary? Opal asked the doctor with a smile. Good, good, the triplets sure keep her busy, the doctor laughed, a laugh only a man can recognize, a laugh that said, why didn't I get a vasectomy when I had the chance? Triplets, 2 times in a row, Opal whistled. That sounds like a lot of work. Wait, hold on. Triplets, 2 times in a fucking row. I would have ripped my own dick at that point, no anesthesia required. Yeah, so what has you coming today? The doctor asked. A sheep hit my little baby, and I wanted to see if you could heal him with your magic. Opal replied. Wait, did she say magic? Well fuck, I guess this is a religious town after all. Well, I guess having a life expectancy of 10 to 20 years old is an admirable goal, seeing I already died. Of course, I refuse to acknowledge that man, as a doctor said, grabbing a stick. I swear to God, if this motherfucker Rafiki's my ass Lion King style, I will lose my fucking shit. Healing calm. The man said, and before I could do anything, the man tapped me with his stick, which without explanation began to emit a dim light, and, in an instant, the pain Sheep Cena had delivered disappeared. Did this man really do magic? There, all pain is gone, little guy. No, the doctor said in a boastful manner. 3 more years went by. And well, things have gotten a whole lot more complicated. As I had concluded before, I had reincarnated. But I had failed to account for the unlikely possibility of my reincarnation being part of a low-budget ice guy. Yep, fucking granny. I wasn't in my own reality anymore. Hooray. I won't lie. I had an existential crisis when I realized that I have grown past that. At least the world I had been sent to was one I was familiar with. The world of fairy tale, where friendship is magic. No. Wait, that belongs to another show. Jokes aside. I was pretty certain I was in the world of fairy tale. The country was named Fiori, which was under a monarchy, with the current king being Toma e Fiori, who recently announced that if he ever had a daughter, he would name her Hijui e Fiori. If this wasn't fairy tale, well, shit was similar alright. The point was, magic here was very real. Very, very real. The only magic user in our town was the doctor, so I hadn't seen anything impressive so far. But I had seen enough to want to try it out. I mean, who the fuck wouldn't want to use real magic? Kid, I have told you 1,000 times. I don't teach magic. The doctor said, rubbing his temples. I don't know enough to do that. Teaching magic and using magic are 2 different things that require different skills, and teaching is an area I suck at. Right. Did I forget to mention I have been bothering this doctor on an almost daily basis, also that I can learn some magic? He has been rejecting me so far. But I still have a secret weapon. He has 9 kids, meaning he has one weakness I can exploit. I just wished it hadn't come to this. But if I must, I will. I will babysit your kids for a day, I replied. Deal, the doctor shook my hand without hesitation. Chapter 2, Lies and Risks. Morel POV, Village's Doctor. Long before moving to the small but cozy village of Aramunda, I was once a medic working for the king under the royal guard. I was never a good fighter. But I had a knack for healing. And that earned me a spot in the guard. Nevertheless, I was still a soldier, a guard, meaning that if anything happened, even if I wasn't good at fighting, I would still have to put my life on the line to protect the royal family. For years, I faithfully accomplished this duty, and thankfully I never had to fight. Eventually, I decided to retire. Thus, I moved to this little village, where I met my wife, and in time, had my kids. In the tranquility of this village, I found peace and happiness. Life continued after that, and for the most part, everything remained relatively the same, until a child was born in the village. There weren't any labor issues or anything. This birth went just like any other. It was here that things started to change. The child, Adam they named him, carried in his eyes a sense of self-awareness no baby should or could have that young. Perhaps I was being crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling this child wasn't normal. Adam was a strange child. He never cried, complained, or showed the normal development of a normal baby, at least mentally. Physically he was developing as he should, growing at the rate he was supposed to, but mentally, he wasn't. At first, I assumed he was perhaps mentally challenged, or if luck was on the parents' side, just an odd child doing odd things. But as he grew, those notions burned into the background. First, he learned how to walk and go to the bathroom by himself, as soon as his body allowed him to. I had seen gifted children in the capital, but this went beyond that, by a large margin. Then, he began talking. Going from babbles to fully formed sentences. By the age of 2, Adam had surpassed all possible milestones in the chart of speech and language development for children. By the age of 2, he was talking like an adult. Understanding words not even his parents could understand. The surprises continued, to the point I began to grow numb to them. Reading and writing by the age of 3. Baking by the age of 4. And wanting to learn magic by the age of 5. That last one wasn't that much of a developmental shock. I had yet to meet a kid that didn't want to learn magic as soon as possible. No. What really shocked me wasn't that. It was the abnormal amount of ether nano within him. You see. When he asked me to teach him magic, I followed the traditional procedure still used in the capital to determine the amount of ether nano within someone. The results of said test would help to determine what type of magic a person could use. Be it holder magic, which is a type of magic that requires the mage to use an external source to produce the magic in question. Or caster magic. That is expelled from the body as opposed to magic done through the use of a weapon or outside source. When I did the test on Adam to determine what type of magic would fit him best, I didn't expect much. Kids normally have a small amount of ether nano, almost imperceptible, especially at his age. However, the result wasn't anything normal. The amount of ether nano within him was massive, exerting enough pressure to bring me to my knees without being able to breathe. Adam was no child. He was a monster. His magic was sealed inside of him, waiting for his body to mature, perhaps in order to avoid shattering his fragile frame and everyone around him under the pressure. He was a monster. One that I was afraid of teaching now. One I was afraid, in time, would learn magic. So, I lied. And told him he had no talent for magic. I told him he had no ether nano within him, and to give up before he hurt himself. A part of me felt bad, but I couldn't risk letting what I felt within him out. Adam POV. My endeavors with the doctor proved to be pointless. Even after I had brought out the big guns, offering to babysit his 9 kids, it all culminated in him telling me I had no tangible talent whatsoever. I honest to God, pity his kids if that's how that hoe treats children. I mean, sure I'm not a kid. But fuck you cock-sucking bastard, you could have crushed my balls and dreams with a little bit of tact. It didn't matter though. I had seen people without magic use magic, like Mistogan, the edgier and emoier version of Jalal, so fuck you, Dr. Suckalot. Adam, can you go pick some apples from the forest? Opal asked, snapping me out of my long reverie. I turned to her and nodded. Though I was internally questioning her parental skills and instincts, I mean, what kind of parent sends her kid to the forest, alone? I guess the forest wasn't really a forest, I mean, it was a plantation of apple trees the town had made for everyone, but still. How many? I asked as I walked to the door. Around a dozen, sweetie, Opal replied, and with that information, I ran towards the forest. 12 apples later, I began to make my way out of the forest, when all of a sudden, a strange creature appeared out of nowhere, blocking my path. It looked like a ball with several mini-balls orbiting around the main body. The creature had 3 eyes, being that the only physical feature aside from his spheric body that I could see. Well. It was a good run. How long was it? 5 years. That's more than most anti-vax children. Little girl, the monster muttered, turning slowly to look at me. I froze. Was that ball calling me a girl? Little girl found. He is. Huh. Well, I'll be. For your information, you spheric bitch. I'm a boy. I replied, insulting the thing that would most likely mean my end. I get a bit jumpy when scared, bite me. Little girl, found. Okay, this spherical son of a bitch is turning my fear into anger. Well fuck it, if I will die fighting. Leroy Jenkins motherfuckers. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna kick whatever you have instead of an ass. Chapter 3, Forgotten Slaves. Adam POV. Well, long story short, I got captured almost immediately by the monster that had blocked my path. Before you judge me, I tried to fight, and run when that didn't work out, but the monster moved faster than I could move, by a lot. So, when I had run out of options, the thing captured me. Like I said before, it was a good run. 5 years, not bad at all. Okay, it is bad, very bad. But back on the subject at hand, after the ball had captured me, I was taken to an undisclosed location, and have been there since, unable to move or talk. How many kids did you capture, Drek? I heard someone ask, and by the level of his voice, I could tell whoever it was very close to me right now. Oh God, no. Please don't let this be what I think it is. Please don't let this be the Tower of Heaven. 10. What about the villagers? I took care of them. As always. I see, so that means most likely that everyone I know is dead, including my parents. Good, let's go then. I had taken this new world without a care, remembering what I wanted to remember, instead of acknowledging the many threats this world had to offer. I feel bad, like throwing up, like crying, and even though there was nothing I could have done, I can't help but feel that this is my fault, like I should have done something to prevent it. Perhaps this was the so-called survivor's guilt, because right now, all I could remember were days in the village, the days where I would just walk around, play with the kids, pretending I was one of them, the days I would make some food, and simply have a laugh. One thing I can promise, I will survive this. Adam POV. As I feared, I was taken to the Tower of Heaven. Or the grounds that would make the Tower of Heaven. Following a rather painful introduction to the life of a slave, where I was beaten just to break my spirit, I was placed in a dark, damp cell, with many others. All I could do there when I wasn't working was sit there in the darkness and think about how to escape. I was scared, not gonna lie, or try to sugarcoat it. I was fucking scared. Even in my past life, I never had to face anything like this, not even remotely close. Nevertheless, I was determined to survive, to make it out of here alive. Hello, there kid, I heard a man speak a few meters away from me inside the cell. I slowly turned to see a man, maybe in his 70s, with graying hair, staring at me. My name is Rob, a pleasure to meet you. He said with a glint in his eye. A pleasure to meet me. Really, in this shit of place? Adam, I replied, just here realizing who this man was if his name was anything to go by. He was Rob, the old member of Fairy Tale, the one that had inspired Urza to become who she was in the history. You seem awfully jovial for a slave. What's your secret? Rob actually chuckled at this. Well, is this or despair? Right. I snorted. Who would have thought dark humor would actually tickle my funny bone right now? So, how long have you been here? A few years, Rob replied, keeping his friendly tone. Though I could see beneath said tone, this was the tone an adult would use with a child to avoid letting them know their true feelings. I see, I sighed, clutching my knees against my chest. So, anything interesting about you, Rob? Rob looked at me with a thoughtful gaze. Well, believe it or not, I'm an excellent cook. My eye twitched at that. I had spoon-fed him the opportunity to tell me he was from Fairy Tale, and he was telling me he was a good cook. I can't imagine you have done much cooking as of lately, I replied with a sigh. Rob smiled. No, I haven't. So, what about you, Adam? Anything interesting about you? Not that I know of. The doctor of my town said I had no magic, so there is that, I guess, I replied, giving the old man a look. Rob frowned ever so slightly. That can't be. Ether nano dwells inside all living organisms, the earth, and throughout the atmosphere. And you don't look like you have MDS. MDS? What the fuck is that? MDS? I asked, curious. Magic deficiency disease. It's a rare disease that causes the recipient to fall ill from the rapid loss of their magic power. It's most common in mages, of course, but civilians do get it here and there, Rob replied. So the doctor had lied. Well, I suppose that opens the possibility of me pulling an anime moment out of my ass by activating my magic when I'm totally about to die. I see. Well, maybe the doctor lied, I replied. I could check for you, Rob offered with a gentle smile. I frowned at this. Don't these shackles we have block all forms of magic? At this, I raised my hands to emphasize the point. They do, but nothing can truly block all magic. I mean, sure these old things won't let me cast even the simplest of spells, but I can still sense magic, and do stuff that requires so little ether nano the magic blockers don't deem them dangerous, Rob replied. I blinked in surprise. Really? Honestly, if the old man wasn't lying I wasn't about to complain, but it honestly seemed like a design error in the shackles if they truly allowed such things. Why am I questioning the fucking design flaws in the equipment the slavers use? Very well, I got nothing to lose. So, go ahead and check old man, I said after a moment or two. Rob smiled, approaching me, putting a hand on my shoulder. Then, he closed his eyes, and for a brief moment, I could feel a warm current coming from his hand. Eventually, Rob opened his eyes, and stepped back, looking at me in awe. My goodness. I don't know what I expected to find. But, wow. His words made me feel a bit uncomfortable. What is it? What did you find? Rob cleared his throat quickly, looking away from me. Well, it's a bit hard to explain, this is the first time I have seen this, but you seem to have a large quantity of ether nano within you, and when I mean large, I mean very large. I paused. What? You will be a great mage one day, kid, I can't wait to see it, Rob added with a smile, patting me on the head. Rob POV. Like any other day in the Tower of Heaven, today, more kids arrived, more young souls that this cult sought to ruin. But one, in particular, stood out to me. He was different from the others. He wasn't crying like the rest were, he was shedding tears but not in fear of the unknown. No. His tears and the way he moved showed understanding of his situation. Unlike the rest, he knew at least to an extent what awaited him. I wanted to reach out and talk to him, to every poor kid that had been forced into this terrible life, but I knew that was impossible. My powers were long gone, so all I could do is hope that I would be put in a situation where I could help them. Thankfully, my prayers were answered, for once I was done with my duties, I saw him again, inside the cell I had been assigned to. Now that I could see him up close, I could feel a strange warmth coming from him, like something inside him was speaking. Even in my weakened state, I could feel something special in him. I continued to look at him, as he shed a few tears in silence, staring at the wall. I knew I had to talk to him, I had to get to know him. If only to understand what he was going through, if only to help him as much as I could. So I introduced myself. Our short-lived conversation led to me testing his magic power. The biggest feat of magic I could do nowadays. The moment my hand touched his shoulder, I felt a massive surge of power, raging within him, power like I had never felt before in such a small kid. It was overwhelming and aggressive, to the point I had to withdraw my hand, for if I stayed a single second extra, I would have been brought to my knees. This kid had possibly one of the biggest untapped potentials I had ever seen. I smiled, trying to hide my shock so as to not scare him, patting him on the head. It was then that I said some words that seemed to light up the kid's face. You will be a great mage one day, kid, I can't wait to see it. Chapter 4, Chapter 4, Brain. Adam POV. My life as a slave working for the Tower of Heaven continued, and the days weren't getting any easier. I would be beaten constantly, it didn't matter if I did a good job, or a bad one. It was all about the power they had over us. And how that made them feel. The slaves were abused in every conceivable way, from physical torture to starvation and rape. I was lucky I hadn't tickled the fancy of any guard, male or female, but some prisoners weren't as lucky as I was. Not that they didn't get creative with their physical abuse, but from day to day, it varied from exhaustion to harsh whippings, to being dropped from high places just to see us struggle to stand up. I had no doubt that seeing us suffer was their favorite pastime. At the slightest bit of resistance, that level of torture would get worse, much, much worse. I got my taste of that when I glared at one of the guards in anger. I couldn't walk right for 2 months after that. But no matter how much they tried to break me, no matter how scared I was, I had long decided I would never give in to these pathetic creatures that only abuse those that can't defend themselves. When I wasn't getting beaten for the sake of entertainment, I would spend my day doing manual labor alongside the other prisoners. It was hard, even for the adults. My young body could barely hold the things they wanted me to carry, but I would push through. I would not give them the satisfaction. Most days, I would not be given food, only water to drink and rancid gruel to eat. As anyone can guess, the gruel tasted like shit, but even though I wanted to throw up at every sip of it, my stomach was calling for food, so I had to choke it down. On a good day, I would be sent to my cell, with my body relatively intact. In there, I would spend most of my time talking with Rob. It helped to have someone to talk to. If anything, it silenced some of the thoughts I didn't want to hear. They weren't bad thoughts, not really. But what they meant, it scared me. I wanted to see every single bastard in this place suffer a long and painful death. I was okay with killing them. But the thought of enjoying it frightened me, because it made me feel there was something wrong with me. I wanted to hate them, without enjoying the hate. It was a complicated affair. "You've been doing okay, kiddo?" Rob asked, the old man offering me a comforting smile. "Same as always, what about you?" I asked, staring at the damp ceiling of our cell. "Good," Rob smiled, pulling out an old piece of bread out of his clothes. "I saved this for you." I looked at him and then at the bread. My entire body was screaming at me to take it, to snatch it out of his hands before he could change his mind, but I kept myself from doing so. "Rob, you need it more than me. You barely eat, you give all your rations to others," I replied with a sigh. "I appreciate the gesture, but you have to take care of yourself. Do you have any idea how low morale would go if you died?" Rob sighed before smiling. "You're far too kind for your own good, kiddo, you know that." I shrugged, choosing not to respond. "Don't worry about me, I won't die anytime soon. These old bones are strong, and will keep me on for a few more years." Rob beamed at me. I sighed, shaking my head. "You are far too optimistic for your situation. I envy you. Honestly. Take the bread, please," Rob smiled, extending his hand a bit closer. I fought the instinct to take what he was offering for as long as I could until I could no longer fight it. So, I took the food from him before shoving it in my mouth in one big bite. I had trouble chewing it, the bread was stale and hard, and it tasted horrible. But it was still the best thing I had eaten in so long that it felt like heaven on earth. "Thanks," I muttered, cleaning my tears. One day I would escape this hell. And if I was any lucky, I would bring it down with me. Slave 127. That's me. I looked up to see the cultist guard opening the cell. I said nothing, giving Rob a look before standing up and going to the entrance. "Follow me," the guard spat, his voice dripping with disgust. Keeping my emotions in check, I did as he said, exiting the cell. Behind me, Rob gave me a reassuring smile as he mouthed in silence. "Good luck, kiddo." I nodded, before walking away, my legs shaking, and my body ragged. I followed the guard to the upper levels of the tower, where a man awaited me, a man I had seen before. "Brain." "Leave us," Brain ordered as soon as the guard dropped me in his office. The guard didn't protest and left immediately, shutting the door behind him. I gulped, looking at Brain. This was bad. If Brain had summoned me here, it could only mean one thing, and one thing only: he was interested in me, just as he would be interested in Jalal. "I can still see the fight in your eyes," Brain spat at me. "On your knees, if you want to keep them." I knew better than to defy him as I was now, so I did as I was told, getting on my knees. Brain sat down on a golden chair, looking at me with a sadistic smile. "You are quite the special little slave, you know that." I stayed quiet, my fingers digging into the ground. "But before we discuss that, how do you find your accommodations?" Brain asked, his voice mocking me. "Have you enjoyed your stay so far?" "Yes," I answered, my voice neutral. "Have you?" he asked, this time his voice dripping with pleasure. My fists clenched. I thought so. You must be wondering why I brought you here. I brought you here because I see something interesting in you, something valuable, a diamond in the rough. He leaned forward, looking at me. Do you have any idea how strong you are? Brain whispered, a sick smile forming on his face, showing his yellow teeth. Well, you see. That's what I want to know. Great, he senses my magical potential that so fucking far has been fucking useless. Are you going to kill me? I asked, keeping my head down. Brain chuckled. Kill you? Are you even listening to me? Why would I kill such an interesting project? No, no, no. I tensed. I want to see what makes you tick. I want you to show me what you can do, Brain said with a sickening smile that went well with his deranged tone. Then what? I asked, pretty much not caring. At this point, I had made my peace with whatever happened. All I knew was that if I survived I would kill them all. Brain got up from the chair, walked towards the window, looking down at the slaves working. I have decided to take you out of this filthy place, giving you a new place to serve, Brain answered, still looking out the window. Your latent abilities are wasted as a simple slave. And what would be my purpose then? I asked, looking at him. To serve you. Brain turned towards me, a sadistic smile on his face. Yes, how quick are you to catch on? Good, I prefer smart servants. So, what do you say, scum? And what if I refuse? I asked, my voice turning cold. Brain walked towards me, his hand touching my face. You won't. I did not answer, but I kept my eyes on his. I can see it in your eyes, kiddo, I can see your hate, your anger. You want to stay alive, you want to survive, Brain whispered in my face. So be a good little boy, and do as you are told, and you will live. I would have his head. One day, I vowed that much. Very well, I answered, my voice a bit rougher than usual. Brain's smile grew. Good, I knew you would see reason. I dug my hands further into the ground, to the point I was starting to bleed. I will have your new clothes soon, in the meantime take a bath, you stink, Brain laughed, pulling his hand back. And a word of advice. Don't test me, if you think the pain you have felt is anything, you will soon learn that is not the case. Chapter 5, The Sword in Me. Adam POV. The moment Brain picked me out of the slaves to be his protege, things changed but for the worst. He was more sadistic and cruel than any other cultist in the tower. He enjoyed teaching me through pain, even though most of the time I wasn't learning a thing. The only improvement in my life was that I had better food. If only because it served to keep me healthy enough to take on his sadistic behavior, I honestly could understand better why the members of Oration 6 had turned out the way they had. Nevertheless, I would not let this sick bastard corrupt me. Fuck everything, and fuck him in particular. You still haven't developed your magic, Brain clicked his tongue. Normally by now, your magic would have come to try and defend you. Perhaps it is that you enjoy the pain. He smiled a twisted deranged smile. I didn't respond, bleeding on the ground from his training. Don't fret though. I will unlock that power of yours, it's just a matter of time, Brain declared. I glared at him. Such anger, such hate. TSK, tisk. He clicked his tongue, you should be grateful I even bothered to teach you at all, you could be down there, working like the rest of the slaves, dying like the rest of them. I said nothing. He smirked. Well, at the very least you have learned to control your tongue. Good boy. I shivered in anger and disgust at his words. I was going to destroy him, this monster didn't deserve to breathe. Even if it killed me, I was going to kill him. Now, let's start from the top, shall we? Brain smiled, walking towards me, his hands glowing. Defend yourself, or suffer. I glared at him, as you wish. He chuckled, clapping his hands. Good. Now do try your best, make it interesting. For the next hours, I continued to suffer at the hands of Brain, feeling nothing but pain, endless pain. Every now and then though, I would find myself at peace, feeling nothing, as I heard a whisper in the back of my head, but that never lasted long. Nevertheless, I was grateful for that second of reprieve I was given, even though it was a short moment, and fleeting relief, I was grateful for it, it helped me keep my sanity. We've been at this for 7 hours, and you still haven't lost consciousness, Brain whistled. You might have problems unlocking your magic, but your physical endurance is nothing to laugh at. Every day, from morning to dark, for the last 3 months, and you still haven't shown even a bit of fear, only anger. I glared at him, spitting blood on the ground. Good, keep that hate. It makes wizards stronger, Brain grinned at me, as his hands glowed charging for another attack. Perhaps my mistake so far has been being lenient with you. I will test that theory out, so you better find a way to block this, if you want to live. I could tell even though I couldn't feel his magic, that the attack he was charging now was many times stronger than anything he had thrown at me. My body could feel it, like a cold shiver running down my spine. Die, Brain laughed, before launching his attack towards me. However, before the attack even reached me, something happened, something snapped inside of me. Like a sleeping volcano that was ready to destroy everything, there was a sudden eruption of magic power, engulfing me, and shaking the Tower of Heaven before blasting Brain's attack away, and before I knew it, I was standing, holding a simple katana in my hands. Brain grinned, pulling back his hands, the lights on them fading. You have finally awakened your magic, my young apprentice, exciting. As the eruption died down, I glared at him, before looking in confusion at the weapon in my hands. Most peculiar, I didn't expect you to have this type of magic. Brain started laughing, delighted. Sword magic, common, but on the right hand's powerful. Sword magic. No, this felt different. I wasn't even sure how sword magic felt, but this wasn't it. Now the real training can start, Brain said, a sinister smile on his face. But before that, let's have your wounds treated. Now that you're actually worth keeping alive, I need you in top condition before we resume our little game. I glared at him, before nodding. I will send the medics to treat your wounds, once that's done. Come back here to continue, Brain said, before dismissing me and walking away into a different area in the tower. Once he had left, I sat on the ground, my wounds bleeding into the dirt, as I looked at the katana in my hands. It felt odd. I had no idea how to describe it, but it felt like it wasn't what it looked to be. It also felt mine on a fundamental level. I sighed. This couldn't have been easier, could it? I guess it doesn't matter, this is a step in the right direction. Besides, now I have something to cut Brain's head off. At this, I could feel a small nudge of approval coming from my blade. Huh. A living weapon perhaps. That would be cool. Once again, I felt another tug of approval coming from the blade. I was either going insane from the constant torture, or I was getting somewhere with this. So, should I name you something? I asked my blade, tilting my head. Excalibur perhaps. For some bizarre reason, I could almost feel the katana deadpan at me. Fine, I grumbled. Everyone's a critic. I suppose the name doesn't matter now. Besides, who knows, maybe in time the sword will actually communicate with me, and pick his own name, or help me pick it. Fingers crossed. Lord Brain sent to heal your injuries, I heard someone say, and soon after that, a dozen or so medics entered the training/torture ground. Do it quickly, he sounded rather impatient, I spat, letting the medics do their job while keeping my head cool to avoid trying to cut their heads off. It was testing, not gonna lie. I had to fight with all my strength against that little voice inside my head, telling me to kill them all. I wasn't ready to take them on, I was still weak, but one day that would change. Chapter 6, Nameless Dream. Adam POV. I continued to train under Brain, and while having unlocked my magic had brought a sense of hope I had once deemed lost, my life continued to be difficult. I was nonetheless more determined than ever. I could feel something in my blade, something growing stronger with each passing day. As for my torturer, well, he was disappointed. So far my blade was just that, a blade, a very sharp blade that could cut through rocks and fend off some of his attacks. But other than that, it did nothing. Brain blamed this on me, saying I was a late bloomer, but that my magic power alone compensated for my lack of talent. I couldn't give a fat frog's ass about his opinion. I knew I was getting stronger, and even though I didn't show massive progress, I could feel my power increase now that I was getting in tune with it. I still hadn't figured out what kind of power I had, but I knew it was something special. It would even come to me in dreams, a voice whispering that soon it would all be over, that soon I would have the power to break my chains. I didn't recognize the voice of whoever appeared in my dreams, not even the appearance. It looked like a woman, beautiful, elegant, yet dangerous. Her eyes looked at me with kindness, with a tenderness I hadn't seen in a while, yet I did not know her. But she seemed to know me. It was strange. I could feel I knew her name. But every time I felt close to remembering her name, I would wake up. I was happy about those dreams, they were better than the nightmares. Much, much better. 6 months and all you can do is use your blade like a common blade, Brain said as he looked at me with a condescending smile pasted on his face. I glared at him. Yet somehow your magic power is increasing. You keep surprising me, you're both completely mundane, below average, and a prodigy at the same time, Brain chuckled, sending a few blasts of energy my way, both of which I managed to parry at the nick of time with my katana. I'm happy to be of service, I replied, my hand shaking after having parried the attacks. The fact that I could block or parry some of his attacks now didn't mean they didn't ring anymore. I still felt pain when I blocked them, it was just considerably less pain for me if I blocked them, instead of letting them hit. It also didn't help that I had no actual training with the sword, a few kendo classes I had taken when I was a teenager in my first life, but nothing to actually draw experience from. Right now I was using the blade like I imagined a swordsman would, which I reckoned I was doing a pretty bad job at. But until I had some real training to fix that, I would keep doing it. You know, Brain began, throwing a few blasts at me. I've been thinking. Your magic power is too big for your magic to be that pathetic little blade alone. At this, I could feel my blade getting hotter. It looked like my katana didn't appreciate being insulted. I smiled at my blade's reaction inwardly, dodging the blasts that Brain had sent, letting them collide on the ground with small but powerful explosions. Only weak and pathetic wizards get weak magic, Brain continued, launching several more attacks my way as if swatting a fly with a movement of his hand. It's only natural, you know. The ether nano is wise, very wise. It doesn't give anyone magic they can't handle. I dodged a few of his blasts, being forced to block more than half of them as I couldn't move fast enough to avoid them completely. The multiple collisions of his remaining blasts brought me to my knee, shaking, bleeding, and sweating. Most people get weak magic, Brain smiled, his hands glowing. After all, most people are weak. But you, my little pet, you aren't weak. If anything, you are far from it. I gritted my teeth, glaring at him as I forced my body to stand up. Your magic power is beyond anything I have ever seen in my life in a kid your age, Brain smiled once again, this time his smile turning deranged as if he was losing control of something inside his head. Your magic power, alone, is comparable to that of grown and seasoned wizards. And the best part is, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Having said that, Brain sent a massive blast my way, one that I had no other choice but to meet head-on. It was simply too big to dodge from the distance he was shooting at me. I gritted my teeth and gripped my blade with both of my hands as the attack neared me, promising me a very painful end if I didn't do something about it. I focused, placing one foot forward, as I bent his knees, holding my blade about my head, then, as the attack was about to hit, I swung my blade downwards with all my might, refusing to die, and almost as if answering my call, the air in front of me seemed to burst in a silent explosion, cutting Brain's attack in two. Brain grinned, pleased with the result. Such power. I actually meant to kill you with that last attack, but once again, you managed to surprise me. Good, good. Glaring at him, I dropped to the floor exhausted, gasping for air as I struggled to remain conscious. Whatever I had done just now had drained me of my stamina completely. Oh, don't look so down, Brain told me, waving his hand in the air. We finally began to make some tangible progress, aren't you glad you have my help? In fact, as a good servant, you should thank me. Thank you, for everything. For the pain, for the beatings, for everything, I said through gritted teeth in a tired voice. I knew well what would happen if I didn't indulge him in his little games. Last time I didn't comply with his games, he spent an entire week torturing me just for the sake of it. Wonderful, Brain clapped his hands together. Now all we have to do is focus on recreating what you did today. I honestly have no clue what kind of sword magic you have, but the fact you were able to cut one of my attacks when I wasn't holding back speaks lengths of the caliber of your magic. I said nothing. I just stood there, gasping for air while fantasizing about cutting his head. Something that my blade seemed to like, it always vibrated in approval when I imagined such things. Brain continued, his eyes turning red. I don't know what kind of magic exactly it is, I know it enters the realm of sword magic. But that makes it all the more exciting. I like learning new things, and you, my little slave, are quite the project. Keep it up, bastard. Eventually, you will have given me the tools to destroy, so keep it up, keep my hate strong, and resolve unwavering. I will enjoy tearing you apart when the time comes. Well, in any case, you can't continue training for today, you're on the verge of dropping to the ground, and there's no fun in beating a broken toy, Brain said, waving me off. Go to your quarters, I will send the medics to heal your wounds. We resume training tomorrow. As you wish, Brain, I nodded, bowing a bit, just as he had instructed me to do, or there would be consequences. And as always, remember. Tomorrow's training will be twice as hard as today, so you either swim or sink, Brain said, as I started to walk back to my heavily surveilled room to wait for the medics. As I walked or rather stumbled out of the training grounds, I could feel my blade vibrating ever so slightly in concern and anger. I could tell it wanted to know something, but alas, our connection had yet to grow to the level where I could actually talk to it. I could feel its general emotions now, rather easily if I could say so myself, to the point I could keep a semblance of conversation with my blade, but beyond that, I hadn't progressed much. One day at a time, I muttered, as I finally reached my room, struggling to open the door from how tired I was. Even walking right now felt like a Herculean feat. Unknown POV. Otsunimea is the strongest Shinigami to have ever lived, being the one credited with having created the Zanpakuto, something that even the Soul King recognized as a significant contribution to Soul Society, hence his eventual promotion to the Royal Guard. His life in the Royal Guard wasn't without its bits of randomness, so all in all, Nemea couldn't complain about his life. However, as unpredictable as the life of a Royal Guard was, some things couldn't be rationalized. Nemea, Ichibe called, walking towards his companion with a jolly smile. But don't let this fool you, Ichibe may appear as a loving monk, ready to embrace anyone who needs a warm hug, but in truth, he's known as the cruelest and most evil Shinigami to have ever lived. The monk who calls the real name. Hey, what up, yo? Nemea greeted Ichibe, turning around to strike a cool pose. What brings you to my crib, man? Ichibe chuckled, paying Nemea's antics no heed. Well, you see. I'm most curious about something that happened a few months ago now. You remember that Asachi you created, the one you said was your special little baby? Hell yeah, Nemea nodded. How could I forget? I put a lot of love into that blade. Besides, don't you remember my nickname? The Blade Guy. I always remember my babies, each and every single one of them before they take form. Ha ha ha, how could I forget you say? I gave you that title. Ichibe guffawed, slapping Nemea on his back. The thing I wanted to inquire about is that particular blade is no longer anywhere in the Soul Society. Nemea frowned. That can't be my men, the only ones that use those blades are our friends and lackeys of the Godii 13. Yeah. Ichibe chuckled, rubbing his long beard. Well, that's exactly what happened. As soon as I named the blade, it disappeared out of my reach. Nemea frowned again, this time in a serious tone. You think that bastard has anything to do with this? Ichibe shook his head with a booming laugh. Not at all. If anything, the one that has something to do with it is our king. But still, he hasn't interacted with anything since the creation of the world as we know it. So, yeah, I find it rather odd. Nemea hummed. When I was making that Asachi, I felt compelled to make it extra sharp and extra durable. I felt it was my muse of some kind as I worked on it. Ichibe remained silent for a few moments as he pondered about what Nemea had said. Now that you say it, I did feel like giving this blade really awesome names. At this Ichibe sighed. I suppose it's out of our hands now. I do hope, however, to one day figure out what happened. Nemea shrugged. I will be hella honest, man. I don't care as long as my baby is in good hands. Fuck yeah. Chapter 7, Whispers of a Name. Adam POV. Tired and exhausted, I slept on my bed recovering from my wounds, the ones the medics couldn't heal, like most times they were many. Today, however, I was greeted by a warm surprise, for the woman that would usually come to my dreams appeared once again, as elegant and beautiful as ever. Even without touching her, or having touched her at all, I could feel her warmth from afar, a welcoming kind of warmth. It pains me to see you like this, the mysterious woman said, looking at my wounds that had somehow manifested within my dream. So much pain, so much suffering, and I can't do anything to stop it. I could tell by her tone she was frustrated, feeling impotent, and powerless to aid me in my situation. You shouldn't feel bad. Besides, seeing you in my dreams really soothes my mind, you know. I replied with a smile. It keeps away the nightmares, and it allows me to actually rest, so in a way, you're helping more than you could have possibly imagined. The woman smiled a small tired smile. You don't get it. If you would only hear my name, if you would only say my name, you would have the power to break free of this torment. If I could only hear her name. Well, I heard names have power, but that's on a whole new level. And what is your name, beautiful lady? My name is Zenryu, the woman began, but something made her stop and sigh. So close, yet so far away. I frowned, feeling the hurt in her voice. Even if this wasn't real, I could feel with every fiber of my body that she cared deeply about me, even though I couldn't quite understand why. Perhaps I had gone crazy and this was my coping mechanism. You really care about me, huh? I asked, smiling at her. You're the only thing I care about, the woman replied without hesitation. This world, and everyone in it, are meaningless to me. All I wish is to see you happy and safe. But I can't help you unless you say my name. So a Beetlejuice kind of situation, huh? I asked with a chuckle. The woman sighed, rolling her head. Even now you haven't let that bastard ruin your sense of humor. I'm glad, even though your timing for it is terrible. I chuckled. I tend to make jokes when I'm not sure what to say. There was something in this woman that made me feel I could tell her anything. I know, the woman smiled, tilting her head to the side in a way that her hair now rested on one of her shoulders. You use it to hide your pain because you think it better to laugh it up than to cry it out. I do think that. So what was your name again? I asked, leaning forward. Zenryu, what? The woman smiled at this, with a sad undertone dancing on her face. I can't tell you my name, I have tried, but you still don't hear it. I frowned, reaching for the woman to give her a hug. This was the first time I had actually managed to touch her, and yet it felt like my body remembered her, as if I had already done this. At least this time I managed to hear some of it. So, we are making progress, don't you think? The woman smiled, brushing my hair with one of her hands. You're growing strong every day, and with each passing moment, I feel closer to you. That sounded romantic, I chuckled, which earned me a slap on the back of the head from the woman. Is not. Though I will say I do love you, but in time you will learn how different my love is, the woman said, resuming brushing my hair. It felt nice and calming. I wish I could stay here forever, I muttered, burrowing my face in her dress. You can't. If that was an option, I would have tried, believe me, the woman chuckled for a moment, before her eyes grew sad. He's coming, to make you suffer again. I blinked, catching on as to what she was saying. Time to wake up, huh? The woman nodded. Yes, it is. I smiled, reaching her face to cup one of her cheeks. I will be okay. Just visit me again soon. The woman smiled, though it didn't quite meet her eyes. Say my name, hear my voice, and you won't have to suffer at his hands anymore. I stared at her, and before I could reply I was painfully woken up by a jolt of electricity. You have 1 minute to get ready, Master Brain awaits for you in the training grounds. I gritted my teeth, glaring at the men that had electrocuted me before jumping off the bed. I had a long day ahead of me. At the training grounds in the Tower of Heaven. I walked into the training grounds, where Brain was waiting for me, wearing his usual condescending sadistic smile. I was starting to think you wouldn't show up, Brain said, turning to meet me as I descended through a set of rudimentary stairs leading to the training grounds. I wouldn't miss it for the world, I replied, not even trying to hide how much I hated him in the tone of my voice. It wasn't like he didn't know, because he did, in fact, he enjoyed that I hated him, it made all of this all the more fun for him. That's the right attitude to have, Brain clapped his hands in a mock of approval. Did you know your birthday is coming up? I looked at him, wondering where he was going with this. Well, your birthday as a slave, that is, 2 years just 2 months away, Brain said, a sadistic smile pasted on his face. 2 years of doing what you were born to do, to serve. I glared at him, and as I did I could feel my blade growing hotter, showing it shared my anger. Now let us celebrate such an accomplishment how it should be celebrated, Brain continued, extending his hands both ways. I won't be holding back today. That is my gift to you. I could almost snort at that. He only wanted me to suffer more, and he wasn't sure if he could make me suffer using the same level he had been using before. This was nothing but a feeble excuse to continue with his sadistic game. Good. As long as the idiot didn't kill me, it meant I would grow stronger, and stronger until eventually, he would find his power short in order to stop me. I sighed, finally reaching the last step of the stairs, and entering the playroom of Brain. My mind wasn't even preoccupied with the pain I would soon feel. All I could think of were the last words of the woman in my dreams, and how insistent she had been that I had to say her name. Zenri. I could feel what came after that coming to my mouth, but it was like trying to remember a word you had forgotten. You can remember its meaning, but somehow, you can't find the word. Are you ready? Brain asked, his eyes glowing red and his hands glowing green. I am, I replied, getting into position. Chapter 8, Severing Dragon. Adam POV. I began to dodge Brain's attacks, one after the other as they grew in intensity and power, each one being faster and more lethal than the last. I however managed to avoid the worst of it, not letting my guard down, not even for a moment. This was a game of endurance, and all I had to do was keep playing until Brain was satisfied. If I survived that, I would live to train another day. Is that all you can do, run like a rat? Brain taunted with a maddening cackle, sending blast after blast at me. Yesterday, you cut one of my attacks in two. Where's that kind of strength now? Or is it that you really want to die? I gritted my teeth, barely ducking under one of his attacks as I was forced to block the next one, which sent me flying to one of the many walls around us with a loud boom that rattled my bones. If death is what you seek, I can happily provide. Brain laughed, before sending several more attacks at me. He was really trying to kill me. There was no restraint, no modicum of control, nothing. He was simply expecting me to survive, or die. I refuse to die here. I shouted, before steadying myself to block the upcoming attacks with a series of poorly timed sword attacks. Each attack and each block would send a shiver of pain through my body, pain that years ago would have had me on my knees. But I had grown strong. However, if there was something that enraged me about myself right now, was my lack of finesse with the blade. I knew that each swing I was taking was wrong. I don't know how I knew it, but I did. If only I knew how to use my katana, I had the feeling things would be much different. After all, right now I was using my blade as I was swinging a fucking bat with a sharp side. And the fact I knew that, and it was the only thing I could do, save the few little things I learned from kendo, had me full of disgust with myself. You refuse to die? Brain inquired, piercing one of my legs with a thin beam coming from his right index finger. You breathe as long as I allow it. You don't have the right to refuse anything. I dropped to my knees, my right leg bleeding from the wound of his latest attack. I had seen it, but I hadn't been able to move at all to dodge. Say my name. Call me. I blinked, that voice, the woman. I could hear her. I could hear her voice, echoing inside my head, telling me to say her name. I have grown tired of this, Brain continued, looking at me with complete and utter disinterest. You have such a large amount of ether nano, yet your talent is not existent. You learn but your magic has yet to mature at all. Perhaps not all coals can be turned into diamonds. I was going to die, after all I had endured. Say my name. Her name. You are nothing but a disappointment, and a waste of my time, Brain continued, his eyes glowing red as his fingers started to glow green. Not every horse can be trained to race. Her name. Zenri. Can you please tell me your name, one last time? My name is Zenriuzuki. Severing Dragon Moon. Zenriuzuki. What a beautiful name, you finally hear it, my voice finally reaches you. Now say my name, say the words deep within your soul, and call forth my power, shouting it to the heavens. Following what felt right, I grabbed my sword, clutching the handle tightly as I could. And as Brain shot at me what would have been my end, I shouted. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki. As soon as I said that name, an intense light burst from me, so powerful that it pushed Brain back, creating a ditch where his feet used to be. As this happened, I felt a sudden and overwhelming surge of power, like a tidal wave that could move mountains and tear them apart. Everything came to an abrupt halt after that. I felt my ether nano surging like I hadn't felt it before, filling the air around me. Brain's eyes widened as he felt it, and stepped away in shock, and I could swear, fear. What are you? Brain growled. I looked at Brain for a few moments, before raising my blade and slashing at him from the distance, sending a wave of energy that blasted him away with force even though he had tried to block it. I now understood my dreams. This wasn't a normal blade I was holding, it was a Zanpakuto. I don't know why I had failed to realize that. Perhaps I didn't want to humor the possibility of my powers, that like myself, my powers came from a different world. I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. I had someone I needed to decapitate. I have to admit, brat, from the rubble and debris where I had sent Brain, a darker, and more malignant voice spoke. It's been a while since someone has forced me to come out. Congratulations to you. As the men continued to talk, the debris was blown away, revealing a now changed Brain, with a large gnashing wound across his chest where my attack had struck him. I took a step back, my right leg threatening to give in to what Brain had done a few moments earlier. However, I didn't pay much attention to my leg. The one that had my undivided attention was Brain. No, that wasn't Brain anymore, whoever that thing was, he was vastly more evil and dangerous than Brain. I could feel it in the air. Never before had I regretted so much not seeing an episode of anime like I'm doing right now. Allow me to introduce myself, scum. My name is Zero, and today, I will be your executioner. Brain, no, Zero said with a sadistic smile. Zero. I remembered that name. I guess maybe I did see that episode, but I hadn't had the time to actually think of anything else other than surviving. Are you ready to die? Zero inquired, tilting his head. I gritted my teeth, swinging my blade at hand, generating the same effect it had last time, only that this time, my attack didn't blow him away, it pushed him back, but before it could do a thing, Zero shattered it away. Impressive, your attacks hold enough power to drag the likes of me back, Zero cackled in delight. Such a shame. Oh well. Having said that, Zero vanished out of sight, and the next thing I know, something is colliding with my head, sending me through several walls. Giving no time to rest, I turned around to see Zero smiling at him, his red eyes looking at me like I was nothing. I cursed inwardly at this development. I had managed to overcome Brain, and this was the result. Another battle that I can't win. I refuse to die, not after all I have endured. Taking a step forward, I swung my blade, or tried to, because Zero had stopped my hand mid-swing, gripping my wrist so tight that I could feel my bones cracking. You have power, but you lack everything else, Zero muttered, before kneeing in the gut, bringing me to my knees, throwing up. You will never be able to beat me, brat. Accept your fate. No. I shouted as I managed to get on my feet, swinging my blade at Zero, ignoring the immense pain radiating from my upper body. I wouldn't die like this, I refused, I wouldn't let my body give up on me. I had come too far for things to end here. Zero jumped back, dodging my attack before slowly walking towards me, his eyes wide as he looked at me like he couldn't believe this piece of shit was still standing. You are like a roach, hard to fucking kill, how can you stand to be so resilient? Zero inquired, tilting his head. I expected you to have given up long ago. You have no chance against me, against Brain, you would have won, even with your pathetic lack of skill, that much I will admit, but against me. You have a bigger chance of drying the ocean out with a light bulb. An attack without a name is like a sword without an edge. I know. Swing my blade, and say. Uchiryu no Kiba. Cosmic Dragon Fong. I like that name. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my blade tight, as I placed one foot forward, bending my knees, before bringing my blade down at Zero, saying. Uchiryu no Kiba. A bout of energy flowed through me, from deep within his chest. It traveled down my arms and ended in my blade. What followed next was an ear-piercing sound as translucent/energy flowed from it, shooting forward at Zero at a blinding speed. Zero tried to move, but by the time he had realized what was happening, he hadn't been able to react in time. "You little bastard!" Zero screamed, bleeding heavily from his right side, as I had cut clean his arm. "Enough games, no more playing around. Die." Having said that, Zero blasted at me with all he had. I tried to move my sword to block it, but my body was shutting down, having reached its limit. And before I knew it, the attack Zero had unleashed engulfed me. Zero POV. That little bastard had managed to harm me. Me. At least I can take pleasure in knowing he's nothing but ashes now. Lord Brain. We came as soon as we heard the explosion. Many of the cultists entered what remained of the training room, which was nothing. My last attack had blown the entire floor down for the most part. "Bring the medics, immediately," I roared. That little bastard had cut my right arm. I had no idea how he had done it. I had put more than enough power into blocking his attack. It shouldn't have harmed me as it did, but it went through my body like fucking butter. I hope that brat rots in hell for what he did. I hope his suffering never ends. A few hundred miles away in the middle of the sea to the south of the Tower of Heaven, a body floated adrift with the currents of the sea, his clothes in tatters, his body full of wounds, bleeding into the unforgiving sea, but despite all of that, he held onto life just as tightly as he held to the blade in his hands. He was barely breathing, his body wanting to give up. Any other person would have died under the same circumstances, but he wasn't any other person, was he? "Captain, I see a body." In the distance, the cry of a sailor coming from a fishing boat was heard through the silent sea and the waves that rocked the body it had welcomed. "He's breathing." And as the fishing boat approached the body, there was only one thing certain. Zero would come to lament this day, the day he allowed a monster to leave his castle alive out of ignorance. Chapter 9, Freedom. Adam POV. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was the smell of coal burning somewhere in the back. It took me a few seconds to realize I was lying on a bed. On high alert, I bolted up in surprise, noticing as I did that my body was covered in bandages and healing drafts. I wasn't in the tower anymore, was I? There was no way Zero would have treated my injuries after I had cut his arm, so the only logical explanation was that I somehow managed to survive his last attack, and someone had found me. Apparently, I now found myself in a humble square wooden room, with paper sliding doors that were left wide open, revealing a sunny day as sunlight shone through. Outside, I could see through the door the trees and their green leaves shaking with the winds. Sounds of birds filled the air, like seagulls and other seabirds. I could not help but stare in delight at how lovely it all looked, and how calm I felt. I could probably spend hours just marveling at these seemingly common things. It had been so long since I had been allowed to enjoy such things. I smiled, feeling a tear run down my face. I couldn't help it, after so long, I was finally free. As I continued to marvel at the simplicity of what had been taken from me, a shadow appeared at the door. It was an old woman of about 70 years or so, her long white hair tied into a ponytail, wearing nothing but a simple yellow robe. "Finally awake, brat. I was starting to think you would sleep for a year," the old woman said with a light-hearted chuckle as she sat down beside me on the bed. "You almost died from your multiple injuries. Well, you actually did die a few times at my table. Luckily for you, I'm quite the stubborn medic. So tell me, brat, what is your name?" I remained quiet, processing what she had just said. I had died, but she had resuscitated me, multiple times according to her. I owed this woman my life, it seems. The old woman said again, this time with an impatient tone. "What is your name?" I blinked out of my trance. "Adam." "Well, Adam, can you tell me how you sustained so many injuries?" The old woman asked. 2 years ago, my village was attacked by a cult," I replied, taking a short pause to order my thoughts. "I was captured and turned into a slave. One of the slavers, the leaders, saw magical potential in me and began to train me. And for the record, I use the word training very lightly here. All he did from the moment he took me into his wing was beat me up in an endless cycle." The old woman remained quiet. Taking a deep breath, I continued. "One day, I awoke my magic and fought him. I beat the slaver, but, apparently, that was only part 1 of 2. The slaver that I had known so far was named Brain, but once I defeated him, a second personality came into play, his name being Zero." "I see," the old woman's eye widened a bit in recognition, but made no sign she would say anything about it. "I fought him, and soon found myself being overwhelmed," I sighed, remembering with detail how powerless I had felt after Zero had awakened. To summarize the rest of the story, with a bit of luck I managed to cut his arm, and well, that enraged him. Next thing I know, I'm here. The old woman remained quiet for a moment, looking at me, her eyes a turmoil of emotions. "I can't imagine how hard that must have been for you. Thanks for telling me, I will inform the respective authorities about what you told me. I wasn't exactly keen about the authorities knowing, because if I recall correctly Zero had a few spies within the Magic Bureau. I understand, I replied. Sooner or later Zero would find out I had survived, it was simply out of my hands. The old woman beckoned towards the door, and a young woman walked in, dressed like a nurse. This is my apprentice, Dahlia. If she tells you to do something, do it, am I understood? I nodded. Don't listen to Lady Roma, she's just grumpy most of the time. If you feel uncomfortable with something let me know, Dahlia smiled, pulling a small vial from her clothes before opening it, revealing a fragrant liquid. This right here is a healing brew, it will help you feel better. Drink it. I looked at the vial and thought. What the hell? I mean, if they had wanted to kill me, they would have done so already, I had no reason to mistrust them. I nodded and took the vial, downing the liquid in one gulp. It tasted like crap, better than the food in the tower, but crap nonetheless. Not even in a world of magic, medicine could taste good. After a few seconds, I felt a warmth in my body, a warmth that slowly filled me up, making some of the pain I had subside. You better rest now, the old woman said, rising up from the bed. You should be able to leave in a week, so don't move more than what's extremely necessary. I nodded. I wasn't in a rush to do anything physical right now. I wanted to rest, to recover, to fully recover, something brain hadn't allowed. I'll be here in case you need anything, Dahlia said with a warm smile. I smiled back, suddenly feeling too tired to do anything else. I guess that vial had something to put me to bed. My week in medical confinement passed in a blink of an eye. But it wasn't without its problems. According to the doctor, my experiences in the tower had subjected my body to a harmful amount of stress, leaving me with a bookcase of PTSD. I didn't feel like I had PTSD, but that was pretty much thanks to Zenriuzuki, who would always calm me when needed, or rescue me when it was too much to deal with. In short, my body was on constant alert, ready to fight any threat, even if there wasn't any. That was something I would need to deal with before it actually became a problem. I felt optimistic, after all, I wasn't alone. I had a partner to count on. Other than that, I had recovered from most of my wounds. I still had a few wounds that the doctor said would heal in time. Seeing there was no need for me to occupy a bed in the hospital anymore, I was soon discharged. Not without the old woman giving me a bit of money, telling me that it should be enough to get me to the nearest orphanage, where they would take care of me. I found the action odd. But it wasn't until I read between the lines that I understood what the old woman had truly meant. She was giving me the option to choose. She could have called the respective authorities to take me into the orphanage, but she didn't. Instead, she had given me money and the freedom to pick. I appreciated that little gesture. Not that sending to an orphanage would have lasted, I would have broken out of it the same day. With a bit of money in my hands and the freedom to do whatever I wanted, I decided to take a walk around the town, in order to clear my head. The town, which I had now learned was named Cedar, was different from anything I had seen so far. It was full of life and people, and I felt like a fish out of the water. It wasn't hard to see why first I got reincarnated into a very small town in the countryside of Fiore, then I was taken to the tower, so in contrast Cedar Town felt like something completely extraordinary, and new. What do you intend to do now? Zenriuzuki asked, her voice echoing inside my head. That was a good question. I wanted to destroy the Tower of Heaven, canon be damned, but other than that, I wasn't sure. I guess I never gave this much thought before. I mean, the only thoughts that occupied my mind were killing Brain, and surviving. I now had the luxury to imagine beyond those boundaries. I guess I could join a guild. Blinking, I chuckled at how I had worded that thought, a guild. Really? Like I would pick anything other than fairy tale. They were loud, sure, but they were the strongest, and that alone meant something. I suppose that settles what I have to do. I have to make my way to Magnolia Town. Following some signs in the streets, I reached the public transportation station. The building was large and long, and once inside I saw several mothers pushing strollers with little ones, a few cops walking their beat, and a street musician playing a sad tune on a magical mandolin. I walked past the crowd reaching the ticket station. Excuse me. Oh, hi little bud, what do you need? The attendant asked, looking at me, her eyes soft and gentle. I need to go to Magnolia Town, and quite frankly, I have no idea how to get there, I replied, hoping whatever the old doctor had given me would be enough for the ticket. The woman smiled at me. Of course, it will be my pleasure to help you, cutie. In fact, you're actually in luck, there are only a few extra spots left, and today we are pretty crowded as you can see. Crowded. Frowning, I looked behind me. Sure enough, I could see a large number of people, pushing each other in order to get the best spots inside the train. Where the fuck did all they pop out of? A bit taken back by the sudden crowd, I turned back and nodded, as the woman smiled at me. Once you buy the ticket, be sure to be seated before it leaves, otherwise you'll have to find a place inside the train, and seeing how many people it's going, that might be difficult. That made sense, I was no stranger to crowded transportation. Now, the price for a normal ticket is 5,000 jewels. The woman said, and I could swear I heard a glass break inside my head. 5,000 jewels. How fucking little is Fiori currency worth? The old woman had only given me 2,000 jewels, and I kind of expected that to be something. Hee, I cleared my throat. Is there any chance you could give me a discount? Love, I would love to, but I can't do that, the woman replied with a sad expression. Okay, the way I saw it, I had two options. 1, accept that I can't get a discount, and try to walk my way to Magnolia. 2, make a sad story, not sad enough for her to call child services, but sad enough for her to aid me. Okay. You can do this, Adam, put on your childish charm, and scam this woman. But. I trailed off, tears slowly rising in my eyes. God motherfucking damn. I deserve a fucking Oscar. I don't have any other money, and I have to meet my dad, he's waiting for me in Magnolia, he's a mage. The woman's face softened, and before I knew it, she was pulling out her purse and handing me a ticket. I'll tell you what, she said, after a few seconds of silence. I'll give you a discounted ticket, but you make sure your dad pays me back once you get to Magnolia. Okay. Yes. I beamed at her. Haha, gotcha sucker. Alright, she chuckled, writing something on a piece of paper, and giving it to me. Take this and go to the ticket counter, they will know what to do. And don't forget, your dad has to pay, okay? Yes, ma'am, I said, bowing at her. On that note, what's your father's name? The woman asked, just as I was about to turn. I froze. Great, now I come to realize I didn't think this through enough. My dad. I repeated, buying time. Yes, the woman nodded with a smile. I just want to know what kind of rotten man would leave such an innocent soul here all alone. And I also want to know the name of the person that is going to pay me, seeing he's a mage, is safe to say he belongs to a guild, so that makes my job of getting my money back easier. I also know the names of every mage in the country, at least of those registered to a guild, so don't worry, I won't forget it. Okay, this lady is starting to scare me. It seems I have dug a hole too big to escape from now. Choose carefully, Adam. Fix this shit. I can't pick any name. I said my supposed dad was a mage, so I have to say the name of a mage. One that actually exists, because Miss Scary over here apparently knows the name of every mage, because why the fuck not? And seeing she knows the names of every mage, it has to be someone this absurdly well-informed attendant would believe. Someone that no one would question if said person was a terrible father. Gildarts Clive. I feel I made a terrible mistake that I will come to regret in the future, but seeing he's a well-known womanizer from what I can remember, this is the best choice. Oh, I see, the woman's tone darkened. Honey, give me back that ticket. I guess she saw through my lie. Oh well, time to find a map, and hope I can read that shit correctly. I'm sorry, I smiled at her awkwardly, giving her back the ticket before turning around. Where are you going? The woman stopped me. Is she really gonna prosecute a kid? This woman is a savage. I didn't say you weren't going to travel, hon, the woman smiled, an evil, terrifying smile. I was just upgrading your ticket to the Royal VIP package. What just happened? It's time that womanizing bastard learns his actions have consequences. Oh, I see, Gildarts had fucked her, and never called back. Well, now everything makes sense, she's still crazy as fuck, but it kind of makes sense. I see. I replied, taking the new thing, which had a price of 100,000 jewels. Go on, enjoy the VIP treatment, and don't forget to order as much food as you want, the woman smiled at me, though I could see a hint of darkness meeting her eyes. And remember, have a nice trip, hon. Yep, I will regret this, eventually, but in the meantime, I will enjoy it. This is a problem for future Adam, present Adam, however, is going to enjoy this shit. Chapter 10, Fairy Tale. Adam POV. The Royal VIP train package was as decadent as the name suggested, the cart itself was crowned with gold-plated cherubs, and the seats were upholstered in the finest silk and velvet money could buy. The cart even had a private chandelier hanging above a dining set. I was honestly shocked. But once that initial shock died out, I decided there was no point in not enjoying this. I mean, it would come to bite me in the ass either way, I might as well make the most of it. Sebastian, would you be so kind as to bring me the menu? I asked the personal butler inside my cart. As you wish, sir, Sebastian replied, bowing as he left to get a menu from the kitchen. Gildarts Clive POV. Something was wrong, I couldn't say what exactly, but something in the air didn't fit right, something was messing with me. I could almost feel my wallet getting thinner for some reason, as if my money was vanishing into the air as I sat here, drinking a beer with the guild. Are you okay, Gildarts? Master Makarov asked. Yeah, just a strange feeling, I replied, scratching the back of my head as I pushed that strange feeling down. Maybe it was nothing, maybe I was just tense for the lack of fun quests. If you say so. Adam POV. After 14 hours on the train, most of which I spent eating delicious food, I arrived at Magnolia Town. As I disembarked the train, I marveled at the sight I found myself face to face. The town was as beautiful as I imagined it would be, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Something strange was in the air, something that made my skin crawl. Sir, here's your copy of the bill, Sebastian said, handing me a ball receipt that seemed to be weaved around the edges with a gold thread. I grabbed the receipt and my eyes widened. Well, I'm dead. Gildarts is going to kill me. I survived slavery to die here. Is there any problem, sir? Sebastian asked. I shook my head. Not at all, just surprised the burgers were 20,000 jewels each. But of course, sir. The meat is sourced from the most luxurious camps in the Lefagnon, the cows there are nurtured and treated like royalty, and only when they reach the most delicious age, they are harvested, Sebastian explained. It was just a fucking burger. A good one, but not that good. I see, that makes sense, I replied, wanting this conversation to end. It was my pleasure to serve you, sir, Sebastian bowed. I wish you the best of luck in your journey ahead. With the conversation over, I walked out of the train station, and started to wonder what were my odds of bullshitting my way out of this. I knew I shouldn't have eaten 5 burgers and so many drinks. I was tempted by the menu, and the fact I hadn't eaten anything good in more than 2 years. Taking a deep breath I pushed on forward, walking out of the train station. Now all that was left was finding the guild, and that should be easy enough, I just had to ask someone and follow their directions. Gildarts Clive POV. I was having a nice day, drinking, breaking shit up, and eating all I could eat when all of a sudden, disaster struck. A representative from the Magnolia station entered the guild, handing me a receipt. I looked at the guy, perplexed, saying that this couldn't be mine. To which the representative replied, it was my son who had used their services. That made sense. There was only one, tiny, problem. I had no kids. I think. I mean, there was a chance. But that's besides the point. The bill was for 324,989 jewels. Hold on, you're saying he spent how much on a single meal? I asked, wondering if this guy was joking or not. Everything in your bill is itemized, sir, the guy replied. Why would anyone spend 20,000 jewels for a burger? I could eat 20 in the best burger joint in Magnolia with that. I exclaimed, as one of my eyes twitched. We expect payment by the end of the month, the train guy replied, before turning around leaving me to panic. So, let's see if I understood all of that, Master Makarov said with an amused tone. A kid you don't know claimed to be your son and used your reputation to travel to our town in the most expensive way one could imagine. Ha 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 ha. This is not a laughing matter, I've been robbed. I shot back. Let's agree to disagree, Master Makarov continued laughing to the point he felt out of his chair on his back. I love the kid already, even if it's not your son. My eyes twitched. That's more than I had saved up. I'm going to pulverize that brat. Bah, you won't do anything, you are a softie when it comes to children, Master Makarov waved me off, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Besides, it's not the child's fault you have no money, you make more than enough to have millions in your savings, but you spend it all on beer and women. Maybe, but I will still pulverize the brat once I find him. I might not like hurting children, but there's a first time for everything. Whatever you say, Master Makarov rolled his eyes. You know, if you didn't have such a reputation, this wouldn't have happened. Well, he's right on that one. I sighed. Do you think the kid is really mine? Master Makarov laughed and turned his gaze to the sky. The odds are against you. Or can you honestly tell me you used protection with every woman you've been with? I frowned, I wasn't that irresponsible. In fact, I remembered every time I had fucked, and if I had used condoms, and the last time I used one was a year ago. But I had slept with multiple women since that time. Oh, God. I truly was that irresponsible. Well, if he happens to be mine, I won't give him any allowance for a decade, I muttered to myself. How much do you want to bet the brat will come to the guild? Master Makarov asked with a grin. I doubt anyone is that suicidal, I scoffed, rolling my eyes. He has to know that this would be the worst place to come after the stunt he pulled. I'll bet 400,000 jewels that he comes right through that door, Master Makarov grinned. If you're right you would recover the money you lost. If I was right, I would recover the money the brat had used, and a bit more. You're on, old man. Adam POV. It didn't take me long to find the guild, it was as easy as asking anyone in town. The guild itself was a big building, with a huge sign, on which it said Fairy Tale. It was a big, big building, larger than I had expected it to be, which I guess made sense. I sighed, taking a deep breath before pushing open the guild doors and entering the building. Now all I could hope was that I wouldn't find myself face to face with Guildarts Clive, the man whose name I had used pretending to be his son, all in order to get a free ride here. Actually, now that I really think about it, there's nothing to worry about really. I mean, Guildart spends most of his time out of the guild, and he only comes to pick another quest and leaves. The chances of him being here are nearly zero. Feeling pretty confident I was right, I entered the guild without anything holding me back, only to find Guildart sitting in the bar, glaring at me, as the rest of the guild did what they always did, fight and make noise. Ha 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 ha, I told you. Zenriuzuki, if you can hear me, please tell me you have something to escape this situation. Hello. Great, now you ignore me. How was the train ride, champ? Guildarts asked, a vein popping in his forehead, as everything around him started to crack, breaking into cubes that broke into tinier cubes, and so on. Did you enjoy it? Was everything to your liking? I know you don't actually want an answer for that, but yes, it was the best, I replied, taking a few steps back. Relax, Guildarts, Master Makarov said, with a grin. You can pay that bill in just a few minutes of your day. In fact, you can't forget about 200,000 jewels from our bet. How does that sound? Hearing that somewhat calmed the enraged man. In my defense, you do have a reputation which made all of this very easy, I interjected, cursing with all my heart that every time I was nervous I just couldn't shut my mouth. Ha! I like you, brat. Makarov chuckled, walking towards me as Guildarts mumbled something that I couldn't quite hear under his breath. So, are you truly Guildarts' brat? I shook my head, seeing the tiny man approach me with a smile. I was probably almost twice as tall as him. No, unless my mother cheated on my father. But I doubt that to be the case. Guildarts, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth so hard it sounded like someone was breaking a bone. So, what brings you to our humble home, son? Makarov asked, using a warm grandfatherly tone. A few things, I replied, my tone turning darker, which didn't go unnoticed by Guildarts and the old master. I was told by a friend of yours this guild was like a big family, and I promised him I would be a part of that if I ever escaped. Makarov remained silent for a moment. What friend? Rob, I replied. Makarov's eyes widened in shock. I could tell he couldn't find the right words to reply, his mind still processing what I had told him. He said that if I ever escaped, this guild would take me in, I continued, my voice thick with emotion, remembering my talks with the old men inside the cells. Makarov smiled brightly. Rob always was one to look out for others. How is he? Last time I saw him, he was alive, barely holding, but alive, I replied. From where did you escape from, kid? Guildarts asked, his voice kind but his eyes cold, though I could tell that icy glare he carried right now wasn't directed at me. I guess he's already connecting the dots. From the Tower of Heaven, I replied, letting out a sigh. I don't know where this place is located, other than that it's somewhere around the sea. The one behind this place is a cult, one that raids villages and makes everyone they don't kill a slave. Makarov's eyes widened in shock as he looked at me in a mix of concern and rage from what he was hearing. That's how I met Rob, we were both slaves in the tower, I continued. He made my days in that hell a little brighter. Makarov didn't say a word, he simply wrapped his tiny arms around me and held me in a tight embrace. Welcome to the family. I remained stiff for a moment, before simply accepting the hug. I felt a little guilty though, I hadn't been entirely truthful with them. I had left out one reason for me, wanting to join the guild when answering his questions, and that was that I wanted to grow stronger in order to kill Zero. Chapter 11, Uncertainty. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. I dreamed. In the dream, I have my Zanpakuto in my hands. I'm not even sure what I'm doing or where I am. All I know is that the scenery in front of me is changing at a frightening speed. I feel uncertain. I feel doubt. And then, the dream stops. Adam POV, Inner World. The moment my dream stopped, a strange sense of awareness came over me, the kind of awareness anyone would subconsciously connect to being awake. Though, I wasn't sure being awake was the right term right now. I wasn't in the guild, in the room Makarov had given me until I could get something of my own. No, I find myself in a completely white world. I remembered my inner world being similar to Ichigo's. Perhaps it had changed. But that wasn't normal, was it? I wonder I stopped mid-sentence, realizing something. My voice, it was deeper, and it sounded just like it had before I had reincarnated. Taken back by this revelation, I looked down at my body, revealing that not only my voice had changed, but my body as well. I looked exactly how I used to look before I died. It's one of those dreams, is it? I muttered out loud, suddenly realizing I wasn't alone anymore. My Zanpakuto had appeared in the middle of this world of white nothingness. Depressing, isn't it? Zenriuzuki's lips pulled into a thin line as she gazed out at the white sky. She turned to me and her eyes seemed to ask a question. I didn't know what to answer. I didn't even expect her to see me like this like I used to be. Zenriuzuki turned her head up to look at the sky, her long dark hair falling over her back like a curtain. Her voice was soft but heavy with emotion. I already knew about your past life. I suppose that is to be expected. Zanpakutos are supposed to know their masters better than they know themselves. Zenriuzuki paused and slowly turned her head to look at me. Her eyes were intense, almost piercing. Did you know that a Zanpakuto is actually stronger before it gains its name? That can't be, can it? A blade without a name is just that, a blade. Zenriuzuki's eyes softened, and a faint smile formed on her lips as she noticed my confusion. She gestured slowly with her hands as if to emphasize her point. Asachi are actually the ultimate Zanpakuto, for they have the potential to become anything. Whether that anything is something powerful or not depends on the Shinigami. That is the reason why Shinigami in training must spend their every waking moment with their own Asachi, so they slowly and methodically imprint the essence of their soul into their Asachi. This is how they guide and mold their own unique Zanpakuto. I never had you as an Asachi, I replied, wondering how she had formed if that was the case. Zenriuzuki slowly moved her head and gazed up at the white sky. You did, but not in a traditional way. I was always within you, from the moment your soul entered this world, I was with you. It wasn't until the tower that my name started to form. Why am I here? What happened to my inner world? I asked, trying to figure out what was happening. This is your inner world, was Zenriuzuki's reply. I know that, but what happened to it? There used to be buildings around, but now there's nothing, I replied. Zenriuzuki's dark eyes locked onto mine and she said, you happened, her voice laden with meaning. She gestured with a slender arm around the room. This world looks how it looks because of you. Is it my fault? What had I done then? Like a Zanpakuto, the world within a soul is given form by the Shinigami, Zenriuzuki said calmly. And like a Zanpakuto, each world is drastically different from one another, making them unique. I looked around, and there was nothing. Just a white void as far as the eye could see. Why is my world empty then? I asked, wondering what had I done to erase everything there was before. You're full of doubt, Zenriuzuki turned to me, her gaze was hard yet soft as she stared into my eyes. Not only on me but in everything. That couldn't be right. I don't recall a moment I was drowning in self-doubt or a moment I didn't trust in my Zanpakuto. But I don't doubt myself, I replied, a small frown on my face. Or you. Not even when I was at the tower. Zenriuzuki remained silent for a moment. There's more than one face to the feeling that is doubt, Adam. This world and its instability is a representation of that. I was doubting myself in a different way. This world has had many different shapes, the corners of Zenriuzuki's mouth slowly curved upwards, but her eyes remained sorrowful as her lips twitched in a tender, almost imperceptible smile. The one you saw, a world full of buildings similar to a metropolitan city, and the ones you didn't see. There was one submerged in the sea, one of a forest brimming with life, and there was the one that was on the moon. My inner world had changed that much in so little time. Zenriuzuki's heavy gaze seemed to pierce through me for a moment and her lips curved down into a somber frown. Your soul is in conflict, she murmured, the words barely audible in the stillness of the room. How can I fix it? I asked, hoping she would know how. I didn't know much about the exact workings behind an inner world, but even I could tell that these many changes weren't something good. Zenriuzuki's features softened. You have to accept yourself as you are now. Not as the man you used to be, she said in a gentle, understanding voice. The one you used to be is and will always be a part of you, but that isn't who you are anymore. You cling to that perception of you because you feel it will comfort your pains, because you feel that who you are now is not capable of dealing with the circumstances around you. I wasn't accepting myself. I didn't doubt Zenriuzuki was telling me the truth, but I just couldn't see or remember an occasion that I rejected who I was now. Zenriuzuki stared at me intently, her eyes narrowing. Her voice seemed to echo off the walls of the room as she spoke. Who are you? She asked, her gaze fixed on me. Are you Adam? Or are you the man that died and reincarnated in his body? That's the question you and only you can answer. I looked at her for a moment and before I could give her an answer, I felt a strong pull. Adam POV. I slowly opened my eyes, adjusting to the soft illumination of the sun shining through the window of my room. I took in my surroundings as I lay in my bed, feeling the smooth sheets against my skin as I stared at the ceiling. I guess Zenriuzuki had said what she wanted to say and had kicked me out. Who am I? I muttered. That was quite a philosophical question. I sighed. Was Zenriuzuki right? Was I rejecting myself? And if so, in what manner? It wasn't like I could just stop seeing myself as I have for most of my life. As I pondered over this dilemma, the sounds of shouting and clanging could be heard from down in the guild hall. The voices and noises became increasingly louder as the seconds passed and their friendly squabble intensified. I might as well eat something before I start asking myself the questions that have haunted many philosophers throughout the ages. Pushing the covers of my bed aside, I jumped out of the bed and walked to the door. The moment I opened the door, a wave of noise filled my ears. Downstairs, the guild hall was alive with people clashing, most of them laughing as they did so, while others shouted encouragement to their partners. Amidst the chaos, the only one that wasn't smiling was, who I could see was about to lose his patience. It was only a matter of time before he went full giant on them to scold them for their behavior. Mapping the best path to avoid getting hit by someone in an accident, I descended through the staircase of the guild hall and approached the bar where a woman, the barmaid, was cleaning the glasses. Waving at her, I took a seat and asked her if she had anything available for breakfast, and if she was allowed to give me some. She smiled at me, nodding before opening a small wooden window in the wall, where she pulled out a platter of oatmeal with diced fruit sprinkled on top. A healthy breakfast for a growing mage, the woman said, reaching for my face with her hands with a motherly smile, her eyes twinkling with affection, before going back to work, but not without giving both of my cheeks a pinch before releasing me. I wonder why adults always do that to kids. I never felt the need to do that. A few meters away, I could as Makarov's face turned beet red with fury and his voice boomed through the room. He pounded one of his fists against the wooden table as he shouted, his body growing in size. Enough. The fight came to a complete stop. I guess they know when to stop. Hey, don't be mad, master. It's bad for your age. That voice, Gildarts. I blinked, that didn't compute at all. If Gildarts were to have been in that fight, I would have woken up covered in debris, or dead. The guy is so destructive that Magnolia decided it was best to completely rebuild and make a mechanical system so that when he arrives they can minimize how much he destroys. Confused, I turned around only to find Gildarts setting a table behind me. When in the fuck did he get there? Morning, kiddo, Gildarts waved at me, noticing I was looking at him. You were there all this time? I asked. No, the chair summoned me from the depths abyss, Gildarts replied with a grin. You tell me, brat, was I here or not? Maybe your magic is not seeing things, like the price of things. Oh, I see, so that's how we're going to play this. Okay, two can play that game. Maybe, I smiled, turning on the innocent charm up to 1,000. But that's water under the bridge. So tell me. Did you sleep well, Dad? Gildarts' reaction to this was a full body twitch. You said I wasn't your dad yesterday, brat. I looked down as sad as I could. Because I knew you didn't want me, you left Mom, and you left me. But that's okay. Gildarts twitched once again, and now the entire guild was muttering under their breath how bad of a father he was, that they never expected Gildarts of all people to be so rotten. Who said that? Gildarts barked, looking around the crowd. I dare you to say it in my face. I can't believe. Have I taught you nothing? You never abandon your children, son, Makarov said, his eyes looking down in sadness and disappointment. Though I could see the mischievousness shining through the old wizard. He was playing along with me. Seeing Gildarts panic, I grinned before going back to my oatmeal. Chapter 12, Resolution. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. For the next few days, the word Zenriuzuki had left me with lingered in my mind like an echo that wouldn't die out. Doubt. Was I truly clouded by self-doubt? Was I truly rejecting myself? I sighed, it wasn't easy to answer any of those questions. I didn't feel like I was doubting myself, or rejecting anything about me, but that apparently wasn't the case. My inner world was a mess without a shape, and while I wasn't an expert in the subject, I had reasons to strongly believe an inner world like mine didn't bode well for the workings of the soul as a whole. Makarov, who was entering my room to check on me, seemed to notice my inner turmoil. His brows were furrowed with concern as he extended his arm and asked in a soft, grandfatherly tone. Is everything okay? I looked at him, and for a moment hesitated. I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to waste his time with my questions, that even to me they made no sense. Eventually, however, I caved under his worried expression and asked. How can one fight self-doubt and self-acceptance? Makarov's eyes were unreadable as he stared at me, his gaze lingering on me for what felt like an eternity. His voice was soft and quiet when he spoke. To accept oneself is to wholly admit you are imperfect, permanently and inevitably flawed. And that makes you beautiful. That was surprisingly profound. But not something I didn't know. Perfection was a fool's errand. An impossibility to achieve. And what about doubt? I asked. Makarov looked at me with a warm smile and placed his hand on my shoulder reassuringly. Doubt is inevitable, but it must not be left to linger, he said with a chuckle. If you hear a voice within you saying you cannot do something, then by all means do that and that voice will be silenced. Another surprisingly profound bit of advice, but once again not something I didn't know. Makarov's shoulders slumped, and his eyes glistened with held-back tears. I know you feel like you failed. I know that you feel that in some manner you have done something wrong by surviving what you did when others could not. But you have to accept there was nothing you could have done. Survivor's guilt. Was I truly going through that? I think that's the thing, Master, I sighed, looking at the floor. I don't feel guilty, or in doubt of myself. Yet everyone seems to see that in me, so how can you fix something you can see? Makarov's kind eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled, and he spoke in a soft yet confident tone. Sometimes all you need to do is tell yourself that everything is okay, he said reassuringly. Not all doubt, guilt or similar is apparent to us, sometimes it is our subconscious self that is dealing with it. That, actually makes a lot of sense. I leaned forward and clasped my hands together in a gesture of respect. Thank you for your time, Master, I said, as I stood up, my joints creaking as I straightened my legs and pushed off the bed. I have much to think about now. Makarov's eyes sparkled as he smiled warmly at me. It was my pleasure. A father is always ready to impart some wisdom. I smiled before exiting the room. I had much to think about. By Makarov's words, a part of me, the part we rarely have control over, wasn't accepting my situation, and it was in turn clouding my mind with doubt. I wasn't sure how to deal with that, but I knew that waiting for the situation to fix itself would do me no favors. I had to talk with Zenriuzuki, that much I knew. I don't know if you can hear me, I whispered, my heart pounding. I don't know if whatever is happening to me is damaging us, but if you can hear me, I wish to talk with you, I added, aching for some type of response. For a few moments, I felt nothing. Normally I would feel a faint pulse coming from within me, or a nudge of some kind, but this time, I felt nothing. Eventually, however, I felt a small nudge. That was good, she could still hear me. I won't say I see all the problems I have, I said, taking a small pause. But, I will say I know I have them. I still haven't completely accepted everything, my new life, my new world, it's all so fantastical that I can't help but wonder why me. I chuckled. I remember you asked me who I was. Well, I'm no kid, but that doesn't mean I'm the man I used to be, I replied, my hands closing. I'm just me, I don't know what that entails, but that's all I can say. I sighed. I know these answers aren't all that satisfactory, I chuckled again. But an old man told me that sometimes all one needs is to say everything will be okay, and I choose to believe his words. I believe, no, I know, everything will be okay. Adam POV, Inner World. Without time to process, I was suddenly transported to my inner world, which was now a world full of water that I could somehow walk on without sinking. These crystalline waters lapped against the sturdy structures of glistening buildings around and lush green forests that somehow seemed to be standing above the water. Looking down tentatively as the water undulated under my feet, I could see the dark, calm surface of this world was lit up by the reflection of 1,000 stars. Then, as I was staring at the reflection of the stars, a sparkle of light flashed and rippled as Zenriuzuki materialized in front of me, using some of the surrounding water to fashion her body. Looking at me, she smiled and said, I like this. Was that really all I had to do? I asked with a chuckle. To say everything would be okay. Zenriuzuki's eyes locked with mine, her gaze unwavering. Her face remained serene as she spoke with a steady voice. Such a small gesture can be a powerful thing for the soul, Adam. You finally allowed yourself to acknowledge there was something wrong, even when you couldn't see it. That alone changed how you perceived yourself. Well, that was cheesy. But not untrue. I remember a friend of mine used to say that someone can only change if they admit they need to change. That wasn't exactly my case, but it was similar enough, I reckoned. Zenriuzuki's kind gaze met mine as she smiled and her eyes glimmered like the sun on a lake. Sometimes the solutions we seek are more simple than we think, and it's because of that we often struggle to find them. That was incredibly wise. So, is everything good now? I asked, tilting my head. Zenriuzuki's lips curled up in a soft smile as she said, It is. I won't go out and say that other difficulties won't arise in the future, but if you continue to think the same way you have, then things will be alright. I guess I can understand Ichigo a lot better now. No wonder the Shinigami have to train for hundreds of years to fully overcome these inner problems. So, why is my inner world a massive sea in the middle of the stars that happen to have forests and a massive city above the water? I asked, wondering if Zenriuzuki knew. I mean, the inner world of someone was supposed to be a representation of the person itself. I didn't feel very represented. The buildings made sense, I lived most of my life in a metropolitan city, but the forest, the seas, and the stars. I couldn't figure out how or why they were there. Everything you see here is something that marked you as a person throughout your life, Zenriuzuki replied. The seas represent your spiritual power, which is seemingly endless. The forest represents a time in your life you were innocent and how simple things were, the city represents the part of your past life that remains with you, and the stars, they represent what you expect for your future. My brow furrowed as I looked around me, taking in the sights and sounds of my surroundings with thoughtful consideration. Then I nodded slowly and said, I think I understand. I know most of these things will be confusing for you, Zenriuzuki replied kindly. This world and even me were fiction at some point in your life. It can be hard to fully grasp something that is so out of the norm, but don't worry. I will be here to aid you along the way. In that case, I'm lucky to have you by my side, I beamed at her. I can't imagine how hard it would have been without you. Chapter 13, Little Steps. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. Things got better after my talk with my Zanpakuto. Not only had my inner world finally taken a definitive shape, but I felt all things considered very well. My connection to Zenriuzuki had also grown stronger. I could now hear her voice much easier. All in all, I was happy with how things had worked out. Now I was working on figuring out how to use my Zanpakuto as it was meant to be used. My time under Brain had taught me nothing. I had no battle experience, nothing to back up the powers I had, which in a way made them useless. A weapon is only truly dangerous in the hands of a master. And power is only truly useful in the hands of someone that knows how to use it. At first, I tried to fight a swords master. If anything I would learn how to better wield a blade, but there were none in all of Magnolia, and the guild had no sword users. It wasn't until one night that Zenriuzuki reached out to me, saying it I truly wanted to learn how to wield her. I didn't hesitate with my answer. I had survived once out of luck, I didn't want luck to be a factor ever again if I could help it. It was here that I learned there was more to my Zanpakuto than I originally imagined there would be. Zenriuzuki said that under her I could learn how to use her, how to become a true Shinigami, revealing that she had knowledge no other Zanpakuto would normally have by her own words. She didn't elaborate on what she meant by that, but the matter remained the same, she would teach me how to wield a blade. I wasn't sure how that would work exactly, seeing training would take place within my inner world, and I didn't know how that would translate to the physical world. But I would cross that bridge when I came to it. Training was hard, revealing another side of Zenriuzuki I wasn't familiar with. She was strict, and very harsh with her way of teaching, beating me up when it was time to spar without flinching, or showing any hesitation at all. On that note, I was surprised to find out that pain within the inner world felt pretty real, and lingered for a while even after you left that world. It was a painful cycle, but I was happy to say I was learning. It felt good every time I managed to grasp something new, every time I managed to take a step forward in the right direction, it was exhilarating. During this time I had also noticed something new, but more on my part, and that was that I was learning faster than I would have expected to learn. It wouldn't take me long to learn things after Zenriuzuki showed them to me, and while I was happy that was the case, I knew it wasn't something that I had always had. At first, I assumed it was because I was training within my inner world and that perhaps that little detail was making a difference in how I perceived and learned things. It wasn't until Zenriuzuki said that wasn't the case, that I humored another possibility. Perhaps, I was simply a genius. I didn't say that in an arrogant manner, but in the way that this body was different, meaning it was safe to imagine its capabilities, mentally speaking, were different. I mean, my body had already proven to be incredibly durable, so thinking I had a better brain or something wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Either way, I was more than happy I was grasping things fast because it meant I was closer to learning new things. Which is why I was currently smiling as Zenriuzuki rushed at me to end our spar with a powerful strike, forcing me to drop to the ground, panting and sweating from the rigorous training. Meanwhile, Zenriuzuki stood tall, her eyes sharp and fierce, her hands gripping the katana firmly. Grasping your sword with both hands brings forth more power than you can imagine, Zenriuzuki said, extending her hand to help me up. I took her hand and got up. I will remember that. Zenriuzuki smiled. That should be enough for today. Tomorrow we can continue. I gave my Zanpakuto a fond smile as the world around me melted away, replaced by the familiar wooden walls of my room in the guild. I sighed, stretching my arms and legs as I looked around, wiping some sweat from my head. Even in the real world, I was sweating. It was honestly impressive how everything I did in that world translated to this one. I felt exhausted, just as I had felt in my inner world. Well, that's good. If you feel it, it means it is working. Adam, dinner is served. Makarov called. On my way. I shouted back. I really owed that old man a lot, he was taking care of everything I needed without complaining. I was grateful for that, I truly was, but it wasn't in my nature to be a burden. I started working young my first life, this shouldn't be the exception. I really ought to start taking some missions. In fact, I will take my first mission tomorrow. Time to make some money. The following day, I woke up ready to take a job from the guild. Remembering from what I knew from the anime that anything below S-class jobs was free real estate. Or so I had thought. You see, the first mission I tried to take was one that required me to eliminate a pack of wolves in a town nearby. The reward was 120,000 jewels, however, once I took the mission to the counter to get it approved, it was denied. By no other than the master of the guild himself. It was here when I learned that there was such a thing as different levels of permission within a guild to take missions besides the obvious one that came with the title of an S-class mage. So, on that note, my levels of permission were heavily limited, only allowing me to take quests that fell in the chore category. When I asked why this was, Makarov replied by saying I had yet to show him I could take on everything those jobs had to offer. In short, I had yet to pass a test of some kind in order to prove to him I could indeed take higher-risk missions. Once explained, it became understandable why that was the case. I was new to the guild, and this was my first mission ever, so the master keeping my permissions limited was a pretty sound thing to do from his perspective. How do I prove myself then? I asked the old man. Makarov remained silent for a bit before showing me a big smile. Well, by attacking me, of course. No wonder everyone in fairy tale loves to fight, he encourages it. By attacking you. I repeated, raising an eyebrow. Don't worry about me. As the master of this guild, I'm fully capable of dealing with the power of my children in order to teach them, Makarov replied before his expression drew dark and his body began to expand in size. You want to prove yourself, brat? Then don't hesitate. I wasn't planning on hesitating. He's one of the 10 wizard saints, and at the level I have right now, hurting him is well out my reach. So, do you have the resolve? Makarov asked, his voice a lot deeper than it normally is, his size towering above me, and silencing everyone in the guild. Taking a step forward, I unsheathed my Zanpakuto, and the steel of my blade glinted in the light. Then taking a deep breath, I gritted my teeth and brought the blade up, holding it above my head with both hands. A wave of energy seemed to emanate from the sword as I shouted the releasing command. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki. Oh. Makarov muttered with interest. Then without further ado, I brought my blade down, pointing the tip at the old master, unleashing a wave of translucent energy with a guttural shout of Uchuryu no Kiba. The attack I had unleashed roared through the guild hall, shaking the walls and sending sparks flying as furniture tumbled over, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Unsure, I waited with bated breath for the smoke to settle, revealing that the enormous figure of Makarov remained in place, unharmed, which was pretty much what I had expected. Makarov's giant form shrank to its original size, and his large, bushy eyebrows arched with approval. He gave a hearty laugh and clapped his hands together, sending a few billows of smoke floating away from him. Not bad, he said. You have my approval to take any missions from the mission board below. You earned that. Well, that was easy. Makarov Dreyer POV. I knew before wanting to test Adam's power that the kid was strong. His aura resonated with power, but what I never expected was the full magnitude of his strength. His unique magic was not only very powerful, but it was very dangerous. The attack he had unleashed on me had warped the very space around us, forcing me to use some of my magic to create a shield in front of me to avoid any injuries. It was honestly impressive. I was proud of my brat. I mean, his magic seemed to ignore most forms of conventional defense. He would need to work on some stuff before truly making use of his full potential, but I had no doubt he was on the right path. I shook my head and stifled a laugh as I muttered. If only you were here to see him, Rob. Only time would tell how high the brat would reach. And I couldn't be happier to be part of that. Chapter 14, Thunder and Paper. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. It was 2 months after I had officially joined the guild that I met Laxus Dreyer, and I had to say he was a stark contrast to the version of him I was familiar with. As far as personality goes, he was an outgoing, goofy, and all-around friendly person, who had been more than eager to meet me when he became aware there was someone around his age in the guild. However, there was something conflicting deep within him, causing him to lack self-esteem in a concerning manner. Once I discovered this, alongside other bits of information, like the fact Ivan Dreyer was still part of the guild, it didn't take me long to figure out this contrast of personality was because I was meeting him a point prior to his father putting the lacrima on him, the one that would at one point give him the ability to use dragon-slaying magic. On the subject of Ivan Dreyer. He was a monster, not in the sense that he was particularly powerful, because he wasn't, but in the meaning that even after meeting him just once, I could tell he was a psychopath. During our first encounter, he just stared at me with vacant eyes, his mouth downturned in a twisted smirk. I wasn't sure why he was looking at me, but whatever it wasn't something good. His voice had a manic edge to it as he spoke, and every time he came near me, he lingered uncomfortably close. For a while, I was content with simply avoiding the man. I honestly had nothing to gain or seek from him, so I just kept my distance. In time, he would leave the guild, as it had once happened, so I wasn't going to waste my time with the men at all, in any shape or form. However, much to my annoyance, he decided to approach me one day after I was coming back from a job. Ivan's gaze felt heavy as it settled on me. His pale eyes, framed by dark circles and furrowed brows, seemed to look through me. His raspy voice was low as he said, "You're getting quite a reputation, boy. That's good, the guild needs strong, responsible members. If you ever need some guidance, feel free to reach out. Not interested, I replied, leaving the man alone. That even though he had remained stoic, I could tell he was seething in anger at my reply. I don't know what he was trying to get by talking to me, but the way he had approached me felt like something right out of an ad to showcase how someone that likes kids a bit too much acts. I know my answer to his offer had elicited some rage in the demented man, but I wasn't all too worried about him or his possible reaction to it. I could tell for a fact he was weaker than Brain, who I had managed to deal with without any formal training. As I was now, I was pretty confident I could deal with him, if the situation called for it. Makarov's thick fingers grabbed my shoulder, pulling me back from the stairs as I made my way to the room. His forehead furrowed, and his eyes were full of worry. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, trying to find the right words to say. Kid, about Ivan, he's... I looked at the old man and smiled. Don't worry about it, master. You don't owe me any explanations. Makarov sighed as I left him to go to my room, and at every step I took, I could feel Ivan's glare on my back. Time passed, and the possibility of Ivan doing anything against me seemed less and less likely. However, it wasn't until I took a job to subdue a group of bandits that had apparently set camp nearby a widely known commercial route that I confirmed Ivan's intentions. As I was tying the unconscious group of bandits I had effortlessly dealt with, before calling the local authorities to pick them up, I felt something approaching me from behind, trying to sneak up on me. Instinctively, as I had learned with Zenriuzuki, I whirled around and drew my Zanpakuto in its sealed state, the edge of my blade glinting in the light as I instinctively cut down whatever had tried to approach me, only to reveal that I had cut was a paper doll, better known as a Shinigami. I didn't have to second-guess who it was, I had no doubt in my mind it had been Ivan. The only question in my mind was, where was he? I couldn't see him around, and sensing energy around me to detect him was something I still wasn't particularly good at. Even more, I questioned why he had gone for a stealthy approach of all things. From what I had gathered in my sole interaction with the men so far, he had an ego, a quite big one at that, so this didn't quite add up for me. In fact, I honestly expected him, if he ever attacked me, to do it openly, in an overly confident manner, like he had done with Laxus on the Magic Games. I remained on guard for a few moments, pondering his motives before deciding to ignore his sad attempt at my life, if I can even call it that. For a moment, I even humored the thought of telling the master about this, wondering if that would be the straw to push the old man to excommunicate him from the guild, but what good would that do to me? He barely represented a threat, so my life wasn't in any immediate danger. If anything, giving the old man reasons to excommunicate his clearly evil son would only hurt Laxus in the long run. After all, his shit of a father had yet to give him the lacrima that would set him on the path to becoming the Laxus I knew. So, having that in mind, I just decided to wait and see what Ivan would do next. I might even have fun with his little vendetta against me. Heck, I might even consider this as extra training of some kind, something to keep me alert at all times. Year X. It has been a year since I first joined the guild, give it or take at least. And as far as updates go, well. For one, I have fully mastered Zenjutsu. That doesn't mean there isn't anything for me to learn on that, but that now is all a matter of perfecting what I had learned. Other than that, I had started my training with Zenriuzuki in Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido. I was learning Hakuda easily enough, speeding through training without many difficulties. The problems lay in the other two, Ho-Ho and Kido. More so in Kido than in Ho-Ho. My main problem with Ho-Ho was the level of agility, precision, and concentration it required to be executed. But that was something that I was certain I would eventually master. After all, through practice comes perfection. Kido, on the other hand. Well, I was having a lot of problems regulating my power the way it was needed to use the spells properly. In short, I had the power to fuel them with no problem, just not the control over it to make it a successful endeavor. I didn't let my lack of control dishearten me though. I would learn in time, maybe not as fast as all the other Shinigami arts, but I would. Besides, there was a certain level of enjoyment when dealing with something particularly difficult. Maybe it was knowing the sense of accomplishment that I would get once I managed to overcome said struggle. Outside training. Not much had changed. Guild arts would continue to take long missions, coming back to the guild very sporadically, time which I would happily use to annoy him by pretending to be his abandoned son. Master Makarov would help me on that. It was kind of a thing between us, an unspoken yet strong alliance whose sole purpose was to bother guild arts as much as possible. But that wasn't all I would do in my free time. When I wasn't training, I would hang out with Laxus, who was a genuinely nice kid who desperately craved for any kind of positive company. As for Ivan, he had tried to attack me a few times since the last time, and the result has been the same each time. His attempts at my life were never truly a threat, to begin with, and now that I was able to sense energy, well, it took the surprise out of them. Maybe that's why he had stopped after attempt number 8, I guess he caught up to the fact I was detecting his attacks through the sudden changes in his magic power. I really didn't give a fuck either way. I was just waiting for him to give Laxus his lacrima, before antagonizing the creepy bastard. Other than that, I was happy to announce I had finally gotten my own place, a two-bedroom apartment close to the commercial district of Magnolia. The rooms were big, and the place offered a kitchen and a living space which also overlooked the town below. The building itself was set back from the main road, so I had a private little garden in the back of the apartment surrounded by concrete and iron bars. The rent was 77,500 joules a month, which was easily within the range of things I could afford. "Are you going to take a job today?" Laxus asked the moment I entered the guild, beaming at me in an overly excited manner. "Maybe," I replied, looking at the job board. There wasn't anything good, and I had just come from a mission. Laxus shuffled his feet, not meeting my gaze as he asked, "If you pick something, maybe I can go with you." His voice wavered as if he both wanted to ask me and was scared of the answer at the same time. God fucking damn, that hits me right where it hurts, in my heart. "Sure, sounds like fun," I replied with a smile. I really didn't have in me to tell him no. Besides, I could always pick something where the chances of him getting hurt are non-existent. Not that I was overprotecting him, it was that his magic power right now was almost non-existent, so it was best to avoid unnecessary risks with him, for now. Awesome. I will go and tell Gramps. Lax's face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy as he spoke. Then without another word, he high-fived me, before rushing towards Makarov's office, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. Once Laxus was out of sight, I turned around to greet Ivan, who was just now entering the guild. Though that was because he had been eavesdropping all along. Ivan's eyes widened as he spoke in his usual menacing tone. His lips parted, revealing a sinister grin beneath his greasy beard. "I heard you want to take Laxus with you on a job," he said. "He will only hinder you, but I understand, like me, you pity him. Don't feel bad, those who are weak deserve nothing less from the strong." I slowly spun around to face him, arching an eyebrow. My gaze was unimpressed as I took in Ivan's expression and demeanor. "That's an interesting analogy, Ivan. By that logic, I should pity you then." At this, Ivan's pupils dilated and his nostrils flared as the barely contained fury bubbled up in him. It seems my words had struck a nerve or two. Good. I was all for ignoring him and pretending he didn't exist. But I would not humor him. Ivan's dark eyes narrowed as he raised a quivering hand, threatening to unleash his magic at me. His voice cracked like a whip as he spat his words, "You forget your place, child." I glanced at him, eyebrows raised, and the corner of my mouth twitched with the effort of suppressing a smile. "Look, Ivan," I said in an even voice. "I'd love to stay and argue, but the truth is, I really don't want to listen to you. So see you around, and do remember to have a good day." With that said, I walked off, leaving the fuming mage in the back as I neared the bar to order some food. I had no doubts Ivan would try to do something to me after this. I wonder if this time he will make it a bit more challenging than he has so far. I guess time will tell. Chapter 15, Bad Matchup. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. I had taken a job to subdue an illegal magic school that was located in the north of the country. Originally I had intended to take an easier job, seeing Laxus had wanted to accompany me, but my latest encounter with his father had stopped that from happening. I really couldn't wait for Ivan to be excommunicated, the guy was getting on my nerves. Anyhow, the job I had taken to fill the time paid 459,900 joules. Which left me after completion with a total of 321,930 joules. The guild took a commission between 10 to 30%, depending on how much the job in question paid and such. It was still a lot of money, even after the commission. My time here had given me a rough idea, so to speak, of how much the local currency was worth in comparison to the dollar. The exchange rate was something around 100 joules per dollar. Meaning I was making around $3,219 and some pocket change. Now that I think about it. It was honestly baffling how little the rent truly is. I mean, I'm paying around $700 for a very nice place. I guess comparing the economy of this world to my former one was a pointless endeavor. Before I could continue with that train of thought, a street vendor strutted up to me, brandishing a black velvet cloth draped over his arm. He pulled back the cloth with a flourish, revealing a dazzling array of amulets, wands, and crystals. His eyes practically twinkled as he said, "These are the strongest magic items in the world. What do you say?" I deadpanned. "Sure, the strongest magic item in the world, for 1,000 joules." I kept my eyes focused forward and didn't slow my pace as I passed the vendor. "Not interested," I said without turning my head or even slowing down. Rule number 1 of dealing with unwanted street vendors is to never make eye contact, because if you do, they will follow you to the deepest confines of the earth to sell you their crap. Without more interventions, I continued walking up the steep, pebbled road that led to the Magnolia train station. My mind was spinning with thoughts, wondering what kind of enemies I would have to deal with for the job. However, I pushed those thoughts aside for the moment, and queued up at the booth. The air hummed with the sound of time ticking away and the tick of my shoes on the concrete. Eventually, my turn in the queue came up, and I requested a ticket for the Northern Line, and then stepped back, readying myself for my journey. I had in my person 50,000 jewels for food or any other things I might need. I didn't normally use hotels or such, as sleeping in the wilderness worked just fine for me, and it saved me money, which was a pro for me. I really hate this part, I muttered. I honestly didn't enjoy traveling between locations, because more than not I would travel a few hours for a job that would take me a few minutes. As I waited for my train to arrive, an old woman, wearing a bright-colored hat and carrying a large suitcase, walked slowly towards me. She looked me in the eye and asked, in a soft but clear voice, "Excited to travel, young man?" I smiled at the old lady. "I will be, once I arrive." The old woman shuffled closer, her wrinkled hands grasping a weathered suitcase tighter. Young people nowadays. You are young, you should enjoy the journey, believe me, you will miss it once you get to my age, she croaked in a raspy voice. I suppose that's one way to look at it. I will keep that in mind. So, how about you? Excited to travel? The old woman chuckled, her breath wheezing as she did so. To be honest, no. I'm simply transporting a gift for my granddaughter, I don't want her to forget me, so I have to put in some effort. So she gives me advice but doesn't truly believe in it. What a strange lady. Then again, that's most people for you. Pushing those thoughts aside, I turned to look at the old lady, and I could see a few tears welling up in the old woman's eyes, so I replied. Well, even if you aren't enjoying the trip, I feel it's a nice gesture you are doing for your granddaughter. Keep that attitude in your heart, and have no doubt that she will grow to remember you fondly no matter where you are. The old woman gave a grateful smile. That is very kind of you, young man. You are a good listener. Enjoy your journey, she said with a smile, before hobbling away to get on her train. I watched her walk away and my thoughts weighed heavy on me. The thought of someone you love not being able to remember you. It must be truly horrible, I said to myself. Then as the old lady faded in the background, I heard the whistle blow followed by the train's wheels squealing, and the engine roared with the train pulling up the tracks to my left. Eventually, after everyone had disembarked the train, one of the train attendants came out and gave the green lights to start entering the train, so I walked inside the train taking my seat as fast as I could before pulling out a book from my bag to read. I continued reading for about 10 minutes before the train closed its doors and started its journey. 5 stops before my destination, what a drag. Though I had to admit that with the soothing hum of the train and the colorful scenery flashing before my eyes alongside my book, I couldn't help but drift off into a sense of peace. I arrived at my destination 25 hours later. Even though I truly hated long travels, mostly because what I would get out of them was a few hours at most, I really couldn't complain. The time this unbearable journey had given me had offered me the opportunity to finish the book I had been reading. The Mystery of Voiceless Poet. It had been a good read. Well, time to find the illegal magic school, I said to myself, as I stepped out of the train. A few moments later, after asking a few questions here and there, I found myself standing in front of a large, white, 2-story house, with a large fenced-in yard covered in overgrown plants and tall grass. Taking the view, I let out a sigh and started to walk toward the entrance. The amount of information I had on this job was very slim. The only thing I knew was that this school was supposedly teaching dark arts to whoever had the money to pay them, and that they had killed multiple civilians since they started doing their shit. As for new information, well, some of the people I had asked around said this house had what I was looking for, though I seriously doubt it. It would be far too obvious if they were hiding in the only creepy house in all of the places. Pushing my thoughts aside, I walked towards the front door and knocked. Nothing. I knocked again. Nothing again. I knocked again, this time harder, but yet again, nothing. Deciding to change my approach, I kicked the door, intending to break it down. But once again, nothing. I kicked again, and like before, nothing. Well, that's interesting. The door in the surrounding area hadn't even been damaged by my efforts, and I knew I had used more than enough power to break a wooden door. Ugh, I grumbled as I stepped back to assess the door, and this was indeed a normal wooden door from what I could tell, with a sort of copperish metal inlaid in the middle. An enchantment to make it more durable. It could be, but it doesn't explain why I can't sense anything odd with the door. Maybe it had a concealment spell as well. That way it would explain why I couldn't sense shit inside the house, or within the door. It certainly makes more sense than the door being made from indestructible wood. Though if that was the case, I might need to find where those trees grow at. The guild needs stuff that is hard to break. I'll be happy to answer that. I heard a woman call out with a bright and happy tone. My eyes widened in surprise as I slowly spun around, and there she was, hovering a few meters away from me. She wore a billowing black dress that floated out in every direction, her arms and legs perfectly still, her hair moving in an unseen breeze. But I didn't ask anything. Just like the door, I can't feel her presence. I smiled, this might just be worth the trip. The woman's eyebrows shot up comically and her mouth gaped open in disbelief. She blinked several times before she finally muttered, "You didn't." "You sure?" I shook my head and smiled warmly. "Nope, but if you tell me what I'm supposed to ask, I'd be happy to oblige." The woman's lips twitched and her eyes widened in disbelief for a few seconds before she released a laugh. "It doesn't matter anymore," she said, making a small pause. "Whether you asked or not about how the house is so durable, that is. After all, you will soon find out why that is." In the blink of an eye, her features had contorted into an almost maniacal expression as her eyes scanned around the place, focusing each time they landed on me. Not only that, the tone of her voice had shifted from a light-hearted lilt to a menacing low rumble. I let out a laugh, my fingers drumming against my scalp. "Spooky. Just one thing before we start," I said, looking the person in front of me straight in the eye. "Are you the one responsible for that illegal school running around here?" "Yes," she said, her voice almost a purr. "But that's neither here nor there. Do you want to know why the house is so durable?" "I'll tell you why." I guess she really wants people to ask about the damn house. "Why oh why, mysterious lady, do enlighten me?" I asked, humoring her. The woman's face contorted in an insane grin, her eyes glinting red with the power of her magic. "For years I have been tapping the same well that Zerif did," she cackled, her voice a few pitches higher than before. "The souls of those that have died in great anguish by my hands, they fuel my enchantments and make this house an indestructible dark haven." My eyes grew cold, and my face expressionless as I slowly reached for the hilt of my zanpakuto. "I appreciate the honesty," I said, slowly tilting my blade out of its scabbard. "It makes my job a lot easier." Her sadistic smile widened as her face lit up with sinister glee as she slowly moved closer. Her beady red eyes shone with malicious appreciation and her thin lips curved into an unkind smirk. "You're adorable," she cooed in a low, almost sweet voice as she hugged her own body in delight, while still keeping her gaze fixed on me. "I can't wait to hear you scream," she whispered mostly to herself, her voice escalating in pitch and becoming filled with an unnatural glee. "The screams of the innocent are the best." I could feel Zenriuzuki tremble in my grip, barely containing her desire to cut the one that stood in front of me. I heaved a heavy sigh, my breath fogging in the crisp air of the north, as Zanpakuto slid free of its scabbard with a hiss, with the tip of the blade glinting in the faint moonlight. "You really shouldn't have said that," I murmured without emotion. "Now she won't hold back at all. Not that she ever does." The demented woman's laughter cut off abruptly, and the area fell into a jarring hush. She raised an arm, pointing a skeletal finger at me. Her cracked, sagging mouth spoke with a hollow voice, "House of Souls, devour." I don't recall her being this ugly a few moments ago. As I pondered over her change of appearance, the house standing behind me seemed to grow larger as the woman laughed, blotting out the sky above before the door opened slowly with a sickening creak, like a gaping maw ready to swallow me whole. It kind of reminds me of a movie, but I can't remember the name. Suffer. I stepped forward and out of the shadows, uttering, "Bakuto number 4, Hainawa." I pointed at the woman as a stream of crackling yellow energy billowed from my hands, forming a rope-like structure that I hurled toward the woman. Her eyes widened in shock as the rope constricted around her, immobilizing her. The woman's face was a deep crimson as she thrashed against the Kido spell that bound her in place. "How? How did you dodge?" she screamed, her voice echoing across the place. "Oh, that. Well, I just moved," I replied, before blurring out of her sight and appearing a few steps behind her, calmly sheathing my Zanpakuto back. "Just like that." "What dash?" the woman began, but her words died on her lips as a trickle of blood ran down her neck before her head thudded to the ground with one final gurgle. "Well, that's that. I wonder if I should be worried. I feel nothing after having decapitated someone. Meh, it's not like she was worth any kind of concern. Now what to do with the house? I can't imagine their suffering. I wonder if I can release them by giving them a soul funeral." Deciding to give it a try, I approached the house and tapped the door with the hilt of my Zanpakuto, pushing some of my spiritual energy into it. The tap left an emblem at the point of impact which shortly began to shine brightly. The light emanating from the house began to fade and soon died away completely. I smiled at that, as the house creaked and groaned before crumbling inwards, and a cloud of dust and debris billowed out. It had worked. I had felt their souls shouting in gratitude moments before the house crumbled to nothingness. May they find their peace. Chapter 16, Ambush. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. Having completed my mission, I wrapped the woman's lifeless body in an old blanket and held the severed head tightly against my chest. As I trudged through the crowded streets, terrified eyes followed me and women and men alike crossed themselves, muttering prayers under their breath. I might need to look into learning a spell to move the bodies without people watching. Ignoring the looks I was getting, I reached the mayor's office and heaped the corpse and the head in front of him, and silently waited for his response. The mayor's face was drained of color, his eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, and he stumbled backward with a stutter, "That's." I sighed. It's not like I had wanted to drag the body across the town, alas, I had been forced to do so by the job's parameters. My arms were crossed over my chest defensively as I met his terrified gaze. If you didn't want to see the body, you shouldn't have asked for it. You specified in the job request you wanted to see the body before payout. The mayor gulped, his eyes flicking between the body, the head, and me. That's right, I'm sorry, I see now that was a mistake. Could you leave the body somewhere else, please? The mayor offered me an apologetic smile. Sure, I replied with a shrug, before grabbing the body and head and shoving them both into his closet. I would recommend you order someone to bury or burn the body before it begins to reek. Now back to our business, just pay me, then I'll be on my way. The mayor quickly drew out a couple of stacks of cash from his drawer and offered them to me, his hands shaking. What, if it's not done? I took the cash, before putting it in my bag. In the rare event that happens, just contact the guild, and ask for me, I will back and do a cleanup without charge. I see. With that said, I turned on my heels and left the mayor's office, hastily making my way to the train station, only to find terrible news when I arrived. The next train to Magnolia was delayed. I slumped into a chair, feeling a bit down. This was why I hated traveling so far, more than 20 hours in a train to complete a quest in less than one. I sighed. I should really focus on mastering my ho-ho to the fullest extent, it would save me some trouble. Then again, using such a technique for travel would only be a waste of energy. Though I could probably use it as training, I don't recall Yoruichi ever being tired from using Shuinpa. I grinned at the thought, leaning back in my chair as I looked at my blade. Why don't we give it a try, sweetheart? I suggested, what do you say? Without delay, a warm, pleasant sensation washed over me, showing Zenriuzuki approved of my idea. A deep, throaty laugh erupted from me as I sprang from my chair, the sound echoing off the walls of the station. Taking a deep breath, I rolled my shoulders and neck, feeling the tension in them slowly diminish. I continued scratching, lifting my arms above my head trying to reach for the ceiling, while letting out a satisfied sigh. That should be enough. Time to travel with style. Shuinpa or flash step is a movement technique that allows the user to move faster than the eye can follow. As speed is the main factor of the technique, the skill can be best characterized by how fast one can get from point A to point B in the least amount of steps. Training and skill are what establish how fast the user in question can move. To elaborate further on that, users of little skill in the technique or those who have not used it for an extended period of time are usually considerably slower, which in turn requires them to use of more steps to move the same distance others would accomplish in one step and also become winded in a shorter amount of time with continuous use. I wasn't sure how good I was with this technique, I had nothing to compare myself against, but according to Zenriuzuki my skill with it was more than adequate. That being said, I still had a lot to learn and master with it. Oh God, I gasped, struggling to catch my breath as I stumbled backward, feeling the full force of the heat from the sun that bore down on me. After 1 hour of Shuinpa, my clothes were plastered to my body with sweat that I could feel dripping from my forehead and onto the parched earth below me. In the last hour, I had covered a considerable distance, ending in a forest nearby a small town. Be that as it may, I was tired beyond comprehension. I can't even begin to imagine the stamina Yoruichi must have, I said between labored breaths. After just 1 hour, I had reached a breaking point, with my heart thudding against my ribs threatening to escape its confines. That woman must fuck whoever she fucks for an entire week straight, non-stop, there ain't no way that's not like that. She has to drain the literal soul of the men she chooses. Leave it to me to turn my thoughts into something dirty. Meh, fuck it. Anyone in my position would have thought the same shit, sooner or later. Is it really necessary? Zenriuzuki sighed in the back of my head, her tone that of a mother disappointed in her child. My chest heaved as I took a deep breath and said, absolutely. My voice grew louder and more confident as I declared, and I regret nothing. I would not be shamed for my dirty thoughts. Before I could continue my chat with my Zanpakuto, I sensed a malicious intent approaching. Instinctively, I leaped backward dodging the invisible attack as I unsheathed my blade in a single, smooth motion. I recognized that malicious intent anywhere. Ivan Dreyer. It had taken me more than it was acceptable to detect his presence. Being tired was no excuse to lower my guard this much. I'll admit that it doesn't surprise me at all that you're attacking me while I'm tired, I said, standing up straight and squaring my shoulders. My breath was coming in shallow bursts and the place felt like it was spinning, but I forced my breathing into a steady rhythm. For a moment, the trees of the forest seemed to part as Ivan stepped out of the shadows. His figure accentuated by a thin sliver of sunlight that illuminated his face dimly as he approached me, his gruff voice carrying nothing but anger. Foolish brat, he spat. It was high time I showed you what it means to disrespect me. A smirk tugged at my lips as Ivan halted his march 100 meters away, his eyes narrowed with a lethal combination of hate, anger, and cockiness. High time, huh? We both know you are doing this now because it is your only chance to have a fair fight, I scoffed. You insolent whelp. He hissed, his eyes narrowing. I should have killed you long ago. My smirk widened. That's a lot of what-ifs, old man. Oh ho. He laughed, his eyes showing nothing but sadistic glee. Do you really think that you have the power to stop me? Or that those that insult me can go with their lives unpunished? I raised an eyebrow, before taking a single step forward. Really? Because I remember a certain someone, aka, Gildart's calling you a creepy bitch the last time he was at the guild, I said with a smirk. And yet it seems like he got away without any consequences. I wonder why. Ivan's eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched as his body trembled with rage. I humored your existence at the guild, long enough. You could have been a great asset, but you chose to oppose me, to challenge me. Well, you're no longer needed. I wonder what this creepy bitch is talking about. Ivan's lips curled into a manic smile. Thanks to me, and the lacrima I put inside my pathetic son, you are no longer needed at the guild. The bastard will grow strong thanks to me, and thanks to that. You are past history. Oh, so Lax has finally got his dragon lacrima. That's good. That means I no longer have a reason to tolerate this insufferable man that has the ego of a fucking god. Ivan's dark eyes glinted maniacally and his thin lips pulled back into a mirthless smile as he asked, Tell me, what does despair feels like? Suddenly, from out of nowhere, small scraps of colorful paper appear before twisting themselves into the paper dolls that began to float around him, their tiny limbs flailing in the air. I was tired as fuck thanks to my little Shuanpa adventure. I was also a bit dehydrated. And quite honestly, fucking hungry as well. Taking all of that into consideration, and the fact he looks completely rested, he might make this an interesting fight. Though for my sake, I shouldn't really get cocky. I took a deep breath and popped my neck from side to side, before getting into a ready stance. Not really, I replied. But feel free to keep trying, don't let me crush your dreams, as impossible as they might be. Ivan gritted his teeth and his eyes glinted with anger. And with a burst of magic that said he was done talking, an avalanche of paper dolls came to life, hurtling towards me like a violent torrent. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. I muttered as the torrent of paper dolls approached me without any signs of slowing down. Heido number 31. Shakkeho. Having finished the incantation, I thrust my left arm forward, my hand clenched into a fist, as I felt a surge of energy course through me. Then as the attack approached me, I opened my hand and unleashed a torrent of crimson fire that engulfed the paper dolls, reducing Ivan's attack to nothing but blackening ashes. My attack, however, didn't stop after having burnt the paper dolls. Instead, it screeched forward with a loud roar, consuming everything in its path and heading straight for Ivan. Seeing this, Ivan twisted his body to the side, barely dodging as his long cloak caught fire from the heat of the flame. Seeing this, I raised an eyebrow at Ivan, as a sly smile played on my lips. Who would have guessed paper was so flammable? And please don't answer, it's a rhetorical question. Ivan's jaw clenched, and his teeth ground together so hard it sounded like one of them had cracked. His eyes narrowed, determined rage gleaming from them. You will regret that, he spat through gritted teeth. Ivan's magical aura thickened, causing the small hairs on my arms to stand on end, but not out of fear, but anticipation. Taking a deep breath, I felt my Zanpakuto, asking to be unleashed in response to Ivan's challenge. I sighed. I honestly didn't want to kill the man, sure, I wanted to beat him, but not kill him. Not because I cared for his life, because I didn't, but because it would just bring me problems in the future down the line. Makarov has yet to excommunicate him, so he might react very badly to his son being killed all of a sudden, and Laxus, well, he had yet to come to terms with how much of a shit his father was. If I released Zenriuzuki, refraining from killing him would become rather difficult. Zenriuzuki was quite a stubborn lady when it came to fighting or training, one that refused to hold back regardless of who or what stood in our way. I suppose I better aim for non-vital parts if I wish to preserve his life. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki. I shouted the release command, holding my Zanpakuto in a firm grip in front of me. A mix of lights coursed down the length of the blade, crackling before my Zanpakuto entered its Shurkai state. Shurkai released, a powerful wave of energy surged outward from me, washing across the forest and illuminating everything in its path. Ready when you are, Ivan, I said, smiling at the men who seemed shocked at the display of power I had shown by releasing my Shurkai. Chapter 17, Ambush P. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. Ivan's cheeks flushed red and his eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists and forced out a deafening yell, before sending another torrent of paper dolls fluttering toward me, this one several times bigger than the first one. I will show you true power, he shouted, steaming with anger. Taking a deep breath, I blurred out of sight, reappearing in front of him with a single flash step. Then, lifting my blade, I swung at him with a powerful arc toward his right hand. However, much to my surprise, Ivan had managed to react to my advance, blocking my blade by creating a paper shield around his arm. Nevertheless, the force of my attack proved to be a bit too much for his ground, pushing him down, while breaking and overturning the earth beneath him. Ivan clenched his fists and threw his shoulders back as I took some distance, his chin tilting the air as he declared with certainty, "Your blade won't cut me." I sighed. Not only did my Shuinpa there had been slower than it had any right to be, but because I seriously didn't want to kill him I hadn't used Zenriuzuki's power, making that first attack a big whoop of nothing. What's worse, is that now I knew without a doubt that if I used Zenriuzuki's power, I would cut through him like butter. Unlike the master or guild arts, the power behind Ivan's defenses was laughable. I honestly didn't know what to do. As I pondered over what approach to take, a maniacal grin split Ivan's face, his black eyes darting around the forest with wicked pleasure before he roared a single word, despair, and thrust his hands forward, releasing a torrent of paper dolls which raced towards me at incredible speed. Does he even listen to what he says? It's like he's a villain, someone got from a cereal box, a bad one at that, a generic one, no, a generic brand based on a generic brand. Not killing him will be the hardest thing I have ever put myself through. Uchiryu no Kiba, I said under my breath, while firmly gripping the hilt of my blade with both hands, as I took a single step back raising my blade high above my head, before bringing it down to intercept his attack. The wave of translucent energy that surged from my Zanpakuto easily shattered his attack into nothingness before pushing past the shocked Ivan without touching him, cutting everything in its path in two. Ivan's expression changed from stunned to enraged in the blink of an eye. His eyes flashed with fury, and his teeth ground together audibly as he turned to me. "Let's see if you can handle this." He growled through gritted teeth, before releasing a massive amount of paper dolls that immediately began swirling around me like a cloud of snowflakes before coagulating into multiple spherical clusters, cutting off all escape routes. I could feel the sheer amount of power he was putting into those spheres. He really wanted to kill me. If I had to take a wild guess, I would say those things are meant to explode sooner or later. Die. The paper spheres around me began to ripple with dark energy, as sparks of color shot from them. For a brief moment, I felt something radiating from them, before suddenly with the appearance of a symbol in each one of them, they all erupted in a thunderous explosion that lit up the forest in a purple light. Acting fast, I focused my energy, before erecting a shimmering cube of light that enveloped me, blocking the blasts and dispersing them across the forest. I had stopped most of the force behind the attack. But I still had a long way to go before mastering Kido barriers. I smiled, as the smoke from Ivan's attack cleared around me, revealing that my clothes, for the most part, were ripped and that my body had, despite the barrier, sustained some damage, being that the reason why blood trickled down my naked torso and pooled at my feet. Ivan's eyes narrowed as the smoke cleared completely, his lips parting in an angry sneer. "Impressive. You survived that," he said, his voice thick with rage before giving me a cruel, taunting smile. "But it was for nothing, now you know the depth of my power. True power." He bellowed, confident my demise was within arm's length. He really thought damage of this level would keep me down. If that were the case I would have died a long time ago, either at the tower or during one of my training sessions with Zenriuzuki. Credit where it is due, though. He had managed to hurt me, so kudos to him. Now welcome total and absolute despair. Paying his evil monologue no heed, and taking advantage of the little smoke that remained, I moved forward, closing the distance between me with a single step. Then before he could process what had happened, I placed one foot forward firmly, bending my knees, while holding my left fist at my waist. "You don't learn." Ivan spat, creating more paper dolls as he finally realized I was in front of him. Then, giving the men no time to counterattack, my left hand shot forward, striking Ivan in the gut with such force that air seemed to burst forward from his back in a silent explosion. Ivan's eyes widened in pain as the force of the attack knocked him to the ground, forcing the air from his lungs. In shock, and looking at me like I had done something that should have been impossible, he coughed multiple times, as a trickle of bright red blood ran from the corner of his mouth. I could feel Zenriuzuki's displeasure in the back of my head at the fact that I had used Hakuta instead of her to strike him down. Ivan's body shook with rage as he struggled to push himself off the ground. Clenching his fists, he shouted, I won't allow this to happen." The effort of his words caused more blood to escape his lips. He was one persistent guy. I sighed and looked down at Ivan, who was struggling on the ground to stand with gritted teeth. His breaths were staggered and shallow, and his knuckles were white as he desperately tried to stand up, showing my attack had done some serious damage. The funny thing is, he could have prevented some of the damage if he hadn't poured so much of his power into his paper bombs. "Look, you're really not making your case easier." I took a deep breath. "Ivan, honestly, as much as I dislike you, I'm trying to be understanding here. But you're just giving my blade arguments I won't be able to refuse. Maybe a kick would do the trick." Deciding to give that idea a try, I drew my leg back and delivered a powerful kick to Ivan's chin. His head snapped back, and he toppled over, flying several meters away with the force of the impact before stopping against a tree. I won't be beaten by a brat. Ivan sneered weakly, his eyes narrowing into slits as veins bulged through his neck. He was barely keeping himself conscious. It honestly baffled me how stubborn he was, I mean. What was he trying to do at that state? Taking a deep breath, I prepared to kick the man again. However, before I could take a single step in Ivan's direction, I felt something change in the air. As a familiar presence made itself known with a deep, brusque laugh interrupting my actions. The thing is, Ivan. You already were. Gildarts. What was he doing here? Wait. Was the bastard watching me fight? And he did nothing. How long were you watching us fight, Gildarts? I asked, turning to face the man, who simply chuckled at my accusatory gaze. Gildart stared at me with a wide grin, his eyes twinkling before he let out a booming laugh, clapping his hands together in appreciation. Since you said, and I quote, I regret nothing, he replied. Since then. Son of a bitch. Not that I needed help, but still. Is this payback for the bill you had to pay all that time ago? I asked with a sigh. If so, that's not very fatherly of you. Hilarious, but no. Gildarts replied with a chuckle, slowly making his way to me. I just didn't see the need to intervene. You had it all under control. I did. But still, fuck you. Gildarts. What are you doing here? Ivan muttered in a shaky tone, as all the color in his face drained, his now wide eyes fixed on Gildarts, showing nothing but pure terror. He was afraid. Utterly afraid. Gildarts slowly turned to face Ivan, his friendly smile vanishing as his gaze hardened. He crossed his arms and fixed the man with an intense stare. Master suspected you were up to something, he began in a low voice, and I volunteered to confirm what everyone already knew. Gildarts, Ivan began, but was cut short by Gildarts releasing a massive amount of magic power, causing the ground around him to shatter, making Ivan tremble. Gildarts was a fucking monster. His magic power was making breathing hard by just being near him. Silence, Gildarts' voice boomed as his magic power continued to spread throughout the forest. For far too long the master, and everyone has tolerated your disgusting behavior. But today you crossed a line no one should ever cross. You tried to hurt someone in the guild, a part of Fairy Tail's family. And I will not stand for this any longer. I think this is the first time I have seen Gildarts actually mad. It's quite shocking to say something. You are weak, Gildarts said in disgust, as he stared at Ivan. A disgrace to the guild, and to the name Dreyer. As per the orders given to me, by the master, you are hereby excommunicated from the guild, so never come back, where you will find that I'm not as merciful as the master and the brat over here. Ivan's body shook violently as he tried to push himself off the ground, only to be forcibly pushed back by the invisible pressure. Am I clear? Gildarts asked, in a firm tone. Ivan nodded vigorously, unable to even speak or argue. Good, Gildarts replied before turning his attention to me, his demeanor once again changing abruptly, this time from cold and angry to happy old Gildarts. Let's go to the guild, brat. You deserve a feast after today's mission. You're paying, of course. Chapter 18, Thunderous Pain. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. If you want Doble release Stone Me Like a Witch in the 1500s. Adam POV. By Makarov's orders, his son, Ivan Dreyer had been excommunicated from the guild in a rather public manner. The reasons behind this decision went beyond Ivan's actions against me, which one could arguably say were some of the strongest points for his excommunication. Ivan had a history of doing terrible things. Not terrible enough to warrant any form of law enforcement to target him, but enough to make everybody know he was an evil person. His attack on me had been nothing but the last straw for the old man. Good riddance. I had tolerated Ivan all this time for the sole reason that I didn't want to deny Laxus of the greatness he was supposed to get. That lacrima was the only good thing his father would ever do for him. I'm sorry for what happened, Makarov said softly, as he leaned his aged frame gently against the wall beside me, his wrinkled hand clenching weakly in regret. I looked into his eyes, seeing in them an ocean of guilt and remorse. His face and demeanor were a stark contrast to what was happening around us. Around, ignoring the master and me, the guild members roared in laughter and clinked their mugs together, as music, loud and raucous, blared in the air. It's all right, I said with a shrug. You didn't attack me. And besides, he was never a real threat, to begin with. Makarov's eyes met mine and then he smiled, an amused quirk of his lips that caused a few of the wrinkles around his eyes to crinkle. Gildarts told me you managed to defeat him without much difficulty while being exhausted. I could have ended the fight with the first strike, but that would have also ended his life, I replied, briefly glancing at my Zanpakuto which was resting on my waist inside its sheath. I didn't want to kill him, so I had to rely on other avenues to take him down. Makarov's eyes drifted down to my Zanpakuto before turning back to me. Those who are strong have the ability to decide the tides of a battle. Thanks to this, my foolish son lives. I want you to know, son, if you ever find yourself against an enemy you can't spare without risking your life, don't hesitate to strike with all you got. My eyes widened in surprise at his response. His words hung heavily in the air, the implications of them sinking in slowly. I know that, I replied. I knew that very well. The only reason Ivan lived was because I had been strong enough to allow myself the luxury of letting him live. I also knew that wouldn't always be the case. At my reaction, Makarov smiled, this time giving me his trademark grandfatherly smile. You're a good kid, Adam. You put others before you, you protect their feelings without expecting anything in return, and for that, I'm proud to have you as one of my children. I studied the old man's gaze for a moment, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between us. He knew that I had spared Ivan not out of the goodness of my heart, but because I hadn't wanted to hurt him or Laxus by doing so. I couldn't tell how he had come to figure this out. But he had. I looked at Makarov with newfound respect, my mouth curved into an amused smile. You are frighteningly perceptive, Gramps, I said, giving his arm a light pat. He smiled in gentle acknowledgement, his eyes twinkling with understanding. You don't get to my age being clueless, brat. Before I could say another word, a loud sound in the kitchen caught my attention. Turning around, I saw Gildart step out of the kitchen, his hulking frame silhouetted by the now broken doorway and his arms laden with 2 overflowing mugs of beer. His face was split into an enormous smile. Gildarts threw his hands in the air, a huge grin spreading across his face. Thanks for the party, brat. His booming voice filled the room, reverberating off the walls and ceiling. I smiled, as the master and I stifled a chuckle. Gildarts had tried to have me pay for this party as a celebration of my excellent work, what he didn't know was I had convinced Makarov to bill him instead. Everything here it's yours, enjoy. I replied, making the old man beside me choke between chuckles. Gildarts, being too drunk and happy to notice what was going on, moved into the guild's hall to continue partying and drinking. Drinking his wallet dry. Smiling, I turned my gaze to the old master, who was still chuckling under his breath and felt a mischievous smirk tug at my lips. I wonder if messing with him will ever get old. I don't think so, Makarov wheezed. I chuckled. The reason why Gildarts was so easy to mess with was because no one before had actually dared to mess with him, which in turn had made him an easy target for whoever was willing to give it a try. It also helped that Makarov loved messing with him, which granted me a powerful ally in this quest of mine. Taking a deep breath, I pushed away from the table I had been sitting on and rose from my chair. The wooden legs squeaked against the floor. Well, as much as I enjoy seeing everyone drink away Gildart's checking account, I said with a wry smirk, I'm tired. I'm off to sleep, see you later, Gramps. The next morning as I was having some breakfast in my apartment, I heard the painful scream of a man in the distance that had just figured out he had to pay for something he hadn't expected to pay. At this, a satisfied grin spread across my face as I finished the last few bites of my breakfast. Ready to take another job at the guild, I got up from the kitchen table and walked to the door. However, before I could open the door, 3 loud knocks echoed through my home. And seeing as their energy was new to me, I couldn't figure out who was behind the door. Feeling no ill intent from whoever had come to visit me, I opened the door, only to find Laxus behind, his eyes sunken and dull, his face pale and drawn. He seemed exhausted as if he hadn't slept in days. What brings you here, Laxus? I asked, already knowing why he was here. Laxus stood in front of me, his arms crossed and jaw clenched tight. His face was expressionless but his eyes drilled into mine, searching for answers. Is it true, he said, his voice dull and hollow. Just a few days ago he was but a happy kid, who was always elated to talk with me because I was the only other kid his age in the guild. Now, in the blink of an eye, I see nothing but the beginning of what led him to the Thunder Palace events. That your father tried to kill me? I replied, deciding the best thing I could offer him was my honesty. Yes. Laxus glared at me, his fists clenched at his sides. I don't believe you. Liar. It's not a matter of whether you believe me or not, I started, letting out a sigh. You heard what I said and then called me a liar. Your mind may not want to accept these revelations. But inside you there's a voice saying, accept it, it's the truth. Eisen's words fit this situation like Cinderella's glass slipper. A single tear fell down Laxus' face, but his expression never changed. That's not true, he repeated, his shoulders shaking. That's not true. I sighed, taking a step forward. Repeating that won't change the reality of things, Laxus. Soon you'll understand, time will help. Laxus's head snapped up, his eyes burning with anger, sadness, and doubt. My dad wouldn't hurt anyone, his voice raised an octave. He's strict, but he's not a bad guy. I feel sorry about how you feel, I replied, looking at him. I know you can't accept what happened, and that's okay. It's only natural for you to refuse what I'm saying. Most people can only accept the truths that are comfortable for them. Laxus turned away from me, refusing to meet my gaze. His face twisted in a grimace. I let out a deep sigh and brushed past Laxus, our shoulders grazing each other's as I said, "Go ask your grandfather or Guildarts. They'll tell you the same." Laxus stood in front of my door as I walked, motionless, his eyes wide. Before suddenly, he lunged forward, his mouth agape and voice booming through the hallway like thunder as he yelled, "Lightning Dragon's breakdown fist." I kept walking, hearing the crackling sound of his tiny fist smacking against my back while doing nothing. I knew he was lashing out, trying to blame anyone for what had happened. Just as I knew he lacked the strength to inflict any real damage, so I decided the best path to take was to ignore his attack. Leaving the shocked Laxus behind as I continued walking confidently, without even looking at him. "If you wish to fight me, Laxus," I said, my voice low and steady, "you must become much more powerful than you are now." With that said, I left my apartment complex with a bitter feeling in my mouth. I could only hope he would take my advice and talk with Makarov or Guildarts about his father. Sometimes honesty was the best policy, even when it didn't feel like it was. On another note, I was surprised he already had a dragon-slaying attack under his belt. He had acquired the Lacrima less than a week ago, and he was already showing dragon-slaying attacks. Perhaps it was something that came naturally to all dragon slayers from the second generation. I sighed, pushing those thoughts aside before making haste to the guild. I wanted a job, preferably a long one. Chapter 19, Trials. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. X. It had been 6 months since Ivan Dreyer had been excommunicated from the guild, and things had improved for the most part. Laxus no longer questioned whether or not his father had deserved his excommunication, however, he still harbored some semblance of resentment toward me. He had accepted his father deserved his punishment, yet, in his eyes, without me, his father would still be here. It was an illogical conclusion for his feelings about the situation, but one I could hardly blame Laxus for having. He had all the right to hate me, to blame me, not because I deserved it, but because he was a kid. Other than that, I had gained a rather interesting moniker. One that was oddly accurate, if you knew about my powers. I had been dubbed by Sorcerer's Magazine as Fairy Tale's Grim Reaper. It was honestly impressive how fitting that title was, not because I killed a lot of people, or anything because I didn't. But because of my powers. It was so fitting in fact, that I had been musing over the possibility of someone in Sorcerer's Magazine having some kind of magic that allowed them to give such accurate titles. On that note, I had also been awarded in that same magazine the title of Fiore Most Wanted Bachelor, winning in the cute category, whatever that was. Something I found rather disturbing considering the fact I was only 10 years old. I suppose that was what the cute category entailed, but still. Now that I had appeared in that wretched magazine, I had been forced to avoid large groups of women, because they would treat me like a fucking teddy bear. Sure, at first it had been fun and all. But after a while, it became fucking annoying. Most of the groups would always have someone who had a daughter, and well you can imagine the rest. They would try to shove the idea of going on playdates with their little princesses down my throat, and or say how cute it would be if I gave them roses. It had to come to the point where more than once I had been forced to use Shuinpa to get inside the train if I ever wanted to travel on time. In hindsight though, if this little curse remained in place until my adulthood I would have a lot of fun. Beyond my newly acquired popularity, not much had changed in my day-to-day life. I kept on training daily, whether I was taking a job or not. In fact, the only thing that was really different now was that now I was trying to find where the Tower of Heaven was by tracking their attacks. It was a difficult task. They shared too many similarities with other criminal groups in their way of attacking others, meaning most of their moves could be mistaken for the moves of other criminal groups like raiders, bandits, or other slavers in general. In short, knowing what truly was a clue for their whereabouts or not, was really hard. But I would find them, maybe not today, maybe not this year, but I would, and when I did, I would bring down their house of cards without mercy. Brat. I was jolted out of my long reverie by Guildart's booming voice, like a clap of thunder, noticing just now that he was behind me, his arms crossed. "What's the matter, Dad?" I replied, making emphasis on the last word. Guildarts fixed his gaze on me, and his right eye twitched before he sighed. "The master is about to make an announcement. He wants everyone present in the hall now." An announcement? I wonder about what. I nodded and quickly stepped into the hall, Guildarts close behind me. As we rounded a corner, Makarov came into view. He stood on the second-story balcony of the guild, as people began to swarm the room. My gaze swept around the room, taking in the thrum of energy in the air. People huddled in small clusters, chattering animatedly and pointing at the master. I could almost palpate the anticipation in the air. "Guildarts, do you have any idea?" I began, but stopped when I saw the empty spot where Guildarts had been standing a few moments ago. Meaning he was gone. Well, that's just rude. For a few moments, I continued watching the people around me gossiping in hushed voices, trying to figure out what was going on. Before I turned my attention above, where Makarov was standing. Taking a deep breath, the old master lifted his hand and brought it to his mouth, letting out a loud cough that silenced the crowd. In accordance with the fairy tale's time-honored tradition, I will now announce this year's participants for the S-Class Wizard Promotion Trial. The moment those words left Makarov's mouth, a deafening roar echoed through the room, as people jumped up and down, hugging each other with tears of joy and anticipation in their eyes. I had forgotten they did these trails once a year. It now made total sense why everyone was so excited, and why everyone had been taking more missions these last few weeks. The test this year will take place on. Makarov continued, smiling briefly as he paused for effect, his hands clasped behind his back as everyone leaned in anticipation. Tenro Island. Our guild's sacred ground. Wait, they don't always take place on Tenro Island. I honestly assumed that was the case. Makarov's voice rose as he continued, the strength you possess inside of you, the quality of your heart and character. These are the criteria I used for the selection, and based on them, I have chosen 3 participants for this year's exam. The crowd roared in anticipation, their faces lit up with excitement. Wakaba mine. Seeing he wasn't an S-Class mage when I saw the anime, I think it's safe to assume he failed the trial. Macau can bolt. I guess seeing as Wakaba qualified, Macau was sure to qualify as well. I might not talk to them at all, but I didn't need to talk to them to feel their magic power, and they were pretty much even in that regard. And Adam. I see, that explains why Guildarts wanted me to hear this announcement. I have to admit though, I didn't expect the old man to pick me for the trials anytime soon, not because I lacked the power to be an S-Class wizard, but because of my age. I could hear the excited crowd now talking about me, and how it was only natural I had qualified seeing I was Guildarts' brat. I had to fight the urge to chuckle at that. Although 3 wizards have been selected, Makarov announced, boomed, his voice reverberating off the stone walls of the hall. Only one will emerge victorious. A palpable energy surged through the crowd. The trial will begin in 1 week. He raised his fist into the air. So you better prepare. S-Class. I like the sound of that. After the announcement for the S-Class trial was done, the details of the same were given, or at least the details we were allowed to know, which wasn't much. Though based on the information I had been given, I had quickly concluded that this test was very much an edited copy of the one I had seen in the anime, with a few alterations here and there, but at its core the same. I was allowed to pick a partner, anyone that wasn't an S-Class wizard already, or that was participating for that matter. Meaning that I could pick anyone but Guildarts, Makarov, Macau, and Wakaba. As long as they agreed, of course. I wasn't sure who to pick, and seeing I didn't really know anybody, well, things were hard. I mean, sure, picking a partner wasn't something you had to do, it was more of an optional thing, one you could opt out of if you wished to. That being said, I didn't want to give the impression I didn't care to invite anyone, or that I was overconfident or something. I sighed and felt the weight of my Zanpakuto on my waist, its hilt vibrating with barely contained energy. Its message was clear, she was declaring together we were more than enough. I smiled and gently patted the sheath of my Zanpakuto, feeling the power within it slowly dissipate. I know, no need to get so worked up. Zenriuzuki wasn't a jealous spirit, what she was proud. And the mere indication I needed something more than her to face any challenges ahead made her quite jumpy. Pushing those thoughts aside, I began focusing on finding a partner, one that I could work with without much difficulty. If only things like this could be easier. As I pondered on this, I felt a tap on my shoulder and heard a quiet but firm voice say, "Excuse me." I turned and saw a teenage girl, around 14 to 15 years old. She quietly nodded her head, her green hair dancing in the wind, as she said, Then if you want, can I be your partner for the S-Class trial? I might be jumping the gun by even considering this girl I had never seen before to be my partner. But, I find the fact she offered interesting and very welcoming. I flashed her a wide smile. I don't see why not. But I think it would be best if we knew each other's names, don't you agree? The girl's cheeks flushed crimson and she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Her hands shook as she nervously extended them in an awkward introduction. I am sorry, she stammered, her voice trembling. My name is Lilia Morel, a pleasure to meet you. After a short and very timid introduction to her part, I got to know my partner for the trials. And the reasons why she wanted to come to the trails with me. Lilia, according to what I had gathered, had joined the guild 3 months ago. Her shy personality and general dislike for attention had allowed her to fly off the radar for the most part, which explained why I hadn't been aware of her till now. Granted, I didn't socialize much with the guild, but I still knew the names of everyone in the guild, as well as their faces. I guess the fact that I had been taking a lot of missions these last few months without so much of a stop was to blame for me not having noticed her. Anyway, the reason why she had offered to be my partner was simple, it was because she wanted to get out of her shell a bit. The thing was, she was afraid of taking any jobs that sounded even remotely dangerous, and she saw this test as an opportunity to take a step out of her comfort zone without risking her life. To be completely honest, I could understand why she wanted to come after hearing her reasoning, seeing as no one would actually hurt her beyond a few bruises. So, seeing no problem in letting her use this trial as an opportunity to better herself, I accepted her proposition. That being said, I wasn't going to allow her to fuck up my chances in the trial. So, instead of training with her, I began training her. Nothing too complicated though, just basic stuff. I mean, I knew there was no chance in hell I would have her combat ready by the end of the week, be that as it may, I had more than enough time to give her a few pointers in the right direction. Good, I nodded, as Lilia hit the training dummy I had set for her, using her telekinesis to hurl a few explosive marbles at it before hitting the dummy with a wooden staff I had procured for her. Lilia wiped the sweat from her brow and dropped the wooden staff to the ground. Then, looking at me, she shuffled her feet across the grass, before mustering up the courage to ask, do you think you will pass the trial? That was a good question. If my passing grade depended on beating Gildarts, then my chances were a hard 0. I was strong, I knew that, but I had yet to reach the heights of power that man had. He was a monster, in a good way. Yet, a monster nonetheless. That being said, I doubted that was the case. I mean, if defeating Gildarts was a requirement to get the title, then Fairy Tail would have never acquired more S-class wizards. There was no way Urza, Laxus, Mirajane, or Mistogan had managed to defeat Gildarts when they took the trials. I think there's a decent chance, yes, I nodded. Chapter 20, An Unexpected Hunger. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. Before I knew it, the week I had been given to prepare flew by and I found myself on a massive ship alongside the other participants and Master Makarov. Gildarts was nowhere to be seen, but I had my reasons to believe he had set off to the island before all of us. On the ship, the heat of the sun beat down on the deck without mercy in the rolling waves that pushed the ship forward slowly. Taking a deep breath, I sat on a bench at the stern, feeling the sweat trickle down my temples. Yet, despite the discomfort, I closed my eyes in meditation, using the rhythm of the lapping sea to focus. Eventually, after a few hours or so, that I mostly spent meditating, I felt a sudden shift in the air. A strong pulse of raw yet somehow tamed magic. I opened my eyes and looked out towards the horizon, which was exactly where I had felt the sudden shift in the air originate. In the distance, I could begin to see the mountainous silhouette of Tenro Island, illuminated by the golden shine of the morning light. Even from afar, I could feel the amount of magic power within the island. It was impressive, and it was even more impressive that no one had tried to use the place for nefarious reasons so far. Tenro Island, Macau muttered. It's massive, Wakaba added, looking at the place in shock. Then before the mutters could continue, Makarov's voice rose above the chatter, and all eyes turned to him. Legend says Tenro Island was once populated by fairies, though we may never know if that story is true or not. He said, his voice softening as he observed the captivated audience in front of him. Now, my children, my fairies, it's time to start this trial. Finally. I inhaled deeply and the thrill of anticipation mixed with the smell of the sea filled my nose. As for my partner, she had her arms wrapped around herself and her eyes were wide with hesitation. Nevertheless, I could see she was determined to push through it. The first round of your trial is simple, Makarov continued, pulling out a white paper fan with a bright red cherry blossom painted on it, before waving it in front of his face. At the shore, you will all find 3 chests. Each one will have inside a map, with a list of objectives and locations you have to go. Needless to say, you can only pick one chest, so don't dawdle. At this, Macau's gaze locked with Wakaba's as he smiled, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Easy, he said confidently, all we have to do is wait to get to the shore and the rest will fall into place. Makarov's face lit up with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. His lips curved into a half smile as he said, what makes you think I'm taking you all to the shore? That's all I was waiting to hear. In a single, smooth motion, I scooped up Lilia in my arms and leaped off the boat. Then before I could even touch the water, I vanished out of sight in a blur, using Shuinpa to soar through the air, reaching the shoreline in mere seconds. That was scary. Lilia's voice was barely audible as she spoke in a trembling whisper, her wide eyes darting around the place in a dazed manner. Realizing I probably gave her the equivalent of 200 roller coaster rides in less than 2 seconds, I offered her an apologetic smile. It's not so bad the second time. Lilia's lips curved into a faint smile, but before she could say something her stomach churned and she felt the bile rise in her throat. I will remember this next time I take someone with me while using Shuinpa. I glanced over at Lilia, who was still recovering from the experience before I slowly made my way to the chests. 3 large chests, each made of solid oak, sat side by side. Upon closer inspection, I noticed there were some kind of intricate carvings on the lids of each chest, as well as the fact that each one was secured by an ancient-looking lock. I looked at the chests for a brief moment, trying to pick one before mentally saying fuck it, deciding to let my decision be random to avoid wasting any more time. Randomly picking the chest in the middle, I moved forward before gripping the lock, yanking it towards me, and quickly snapping the lock off with ease. Inside the chest, there was a yellowed, rolled-up map as Makarov had said, that I snatched up with a triumphant grin. Feeling better? I asked Lilia, who gave a timid nod as her lips curled into a small smile. Nodding at that, I opened the map to see where I had to go. First objective, the library of a lonely fairy. Map at hand, and objective clear, I started my journey. As I walked deeper into the island, I would repeatedly glance at the map a few times to make sure we were headed in the right direction, before glancing over my shoulder to ensure Lilia was still following behind me. Around us, the thick foliage of the island swallowed up the sunlight, leaving room for the cool breeze that rustled the branches around us as we strode further and further into the depths of the forest. According to the map, and what I could make out from my surroundings, the library should be pretty near. Do you think the others have already arrived at the shore? Lilia asked worryingly. Not yet, I replied, feeling both Mikau's and Wakaba's magic power still making their way to the shore. They would arrive shortly though, in 5 minutes or so. Don't worry though, they are pretty close. Having said that, I silently focus on my surroundings in order to detect any abnormalities. If the library belonged to Mavis as I expected, there were bound to be magical items inside the place, and if there were magical items, then there would be abnormalities to detect. Unfortunately, it seemed there weren't any powerful artifacts to detect, and sadly sensing anything that small in terms of magic power within the vast sea of magic the island was constantly emitting was rather hard. It needed a lot of concentration. What were you doing? Lilia asked, a bit curious as she glanced at me. I was trying to locate the library by sensing the magical items I think there are inside, as they represent abnormalities in comparison to the raw nature of the magic the island emanates, I replied, continuing to walk while I explained. Sadly, taking into consideration our location, I lacked the skill necessary to locate such small irregularities from the rest. Oh, I see, Lilia said, before pausing for a moment. That sounds complicated. It is, though to be fair, I'm not particularly good at sensing, at least not as good as I would like to be, I replied, taking a brief pause to look at the map. That being said, if the trial had been in any other place, I would have been able to find the library with ease. The main problem here is that the entire place is filled with magical energy, so it was hard to pinpoint anything if said thing or person doesn't emit a sufficient amount of power to stand out. Without another word, we continued walking forward. As we walked deeper and deeper into the forest, the darkness of the foliage swallowed us up as the path narrowed between trees and vines. When the path finally widened again, we came upon a scene straight out of a storybook. We had finally found the place. The library entrance was crafted from huge stones, each of them carved with intricate designs and creeping with greenery. Climbing down the many steps behind the stone entrance, I came upon a pair of large oak doors, with patterns of leaves and fairies carved into them. This is the place? Lilia asked as she glanced at me. Looks like it, I nodded, before reaching for the door handle. It was cool to the touch as I slowly pushed the door open. On the other side of the door, the sight that greeted me was remarkable. Shelves filled with books of all shapes and sizes seemed to stretch on forever into the far recesses of the room, as well as the smell of aged paper and leather filling my nostrils. I had found the library, now what? Opening the map, I looked over the objective list. Second objective, find the book named The Tale of a Fairy. So my next objective was to find a single book amongst thousands, in a library that from what I could see had nothing even remotely similar to the Dewey Decimal Classification System. Great, fucking great. Finding the book could take me hours, and I was being generous with that time frame. Taking a deep breath, I turned to Lilia, to see her run her thumb across the spine of a book nearby her, muttering the title under her breath. The Tale of a Fairy. Wow. Thank you, Jesus. Surprised by this turn of events, I leaned forward and looked over my companion's shoulder to get a better look at the book they were holding. Let me see that, I said, my fingers stretching out to take hold of it as I checked to make sure it was the right one I needed for the quest. And it was. Holy fucking luck. If I was ever destined to win a hefty casino jackpot, I lost that chance today. I had just used a big chunk of my luck with this shit. Then again, it was Lilia who found it. On that note, that alone had justified the fact I had decided to take a partner. I smiled at her and clasped my hands around the book. You have no idea how much I love you right now. Thanks. Lilia stammered in a timid yet confused demeanor. Now that that's out of the way, what's next? I said, opening the map to check the next objective. Third objective, face Fairy Tales Ace, Gildart's Clive at the mountain's peak. I sighed. Yep, my luck ran out with the book. All jokes aside though, I wasn't angry with this development. Not at all. Even if victory was an impossibility at my table, I was more than excited by the idea of facing Gildarts. I was fucking thrilled. The corners of my mouth twitched up, my riatsa surging and rippling outward, wildly shattering the ground around me under the sheer pressure before I forced it down, to avoid hurting Lilia. Turning to face my companion, I saw her shaking, a single gasp escaping her lips as she clutched to the edge of the table nearby her for balance. I'm sorry, I apologized. For a moment there I got too excited. Why, you're stronger than I dash, Lilia stammered, having trouble finishing her sentence. Then I imagined, I almost fainted. That will be a problem. If she almost fainted with that, then I can't imagine what will happen once I let it all out against Gildarts. It might be best if she stays here to avoid getting hurt. I took a deep, steadying breath and met Lilia's wide, hazel eyes. Lilia, you've been of tremendous help, I said, trying to word what I wanted to say as best as possible, but I think it's best if you stay here at the library. I can't, in good conscience, let you come with me further. If my earlier blunder pressed you so deeply that you almost fainted, then I can't risk that happening again, especially considering I have yet to release the full extent of my power. It's all right, Lilia stammered, her face flushed with a soft pink. You're right, I probably won't be much help to you further in, so it's best I stay here. She took a deep breath and continued. Why, you're going to face Gildarts, right? I nodded. That was impressively perceptive of her, seeing I hadn't told her what was the next objective. In that case, good luck, Lilia added, smiling at me in an awkward manner that showed she was trying to be supportive. Waving goodbye, I hastily exited the library and made my way up to the mountain, blurring across the dense foliage, all while using Gildart's magic power, which was easy to pinpoint, to navigate through the place. Taking a deep breath in as I neared my location, I felt my Ryatsu surge once more, running wild throughout the jungle. I feel the ground beneath me crack more and more with each step I took toward my destination, showing my spiritual pressure was out of control. Be that as it may, I didn't care at this moment. I was going to meet Gildarts Clive. And for some reason, that alone had me feeling nothing but an undeniable thrill. Gildarts Clive POV. The air grew heavy as the brat drew near, his magical energy rippling like a wild beast around. I could feel his excitement, the sheer intensity of his battle lust, and more. The corner of my lips twitched upwards, slowly turning into a feral grin. Before letting out a rush of magical power burst out of me, threatening to overpower him. I had no doubts the brat would surpass me one day, sooner than later. But today my job was to humble him down, to make him understand that no matter how strong you think you are, there will always be a bigger fish waiting out there. Not that the brat needed to learn that lesson, to begin with. I knew he would lose today. This show of power the brat was giving wasn't something that had been born out of pride, or lack of awareness. No, on the contrary, this which I was feeling from the top of this mountain had been born out of the desire for a good fight. You want to fight, brat? I grinned brazenly as I felt him approach my location more and more. I will give one. Why does this happen? That's for you to figure out, or wait until Adam himself figures it out. Anyway, see ya tomorrow. Love ya. Corn. Chapter 21, Duel. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Unknown POV. Gildart's wide toothy grin grew as Adam slowly made his way up the mountain's rocky path, reaching the ruins atop Tenro Island. Took you long enough, kid, the wizard said with a chuckle as he stood up from atop a boulder where he had been sitting, overlooking the island. Adam slowly surveyed the ancient ruins around him, before speaking, his voice reverberating across the sun-drenched slopes of the mountain. I suppose. Gildarts chuckled, and slowly turned his neck to the left and then to the right, releasing a series of cracking sounds. Ready to lose? He asked jovially. Adam closed his eyes, and let out a chuckle. I am. And with that admission, a joyful and ill-omened smile spread on the young wizard's face as he tipped his head toward the sky and the clouds watching over them. But even then, I am fucking thrilled. A burst of energy exploded from Adam's body, radiating in brilliant white light that spread out in an ever-expanding wave, sending shock waves through the air and shaking the very foundations of the heavens above, signaling the start of the battle. Lilia Morel POV. From within the library, my body felt like it was weighed down by a force stronger than gravity. Even the air around me seemed heavy and oppressive. Every inch of my body trembled at the sheer power Adam was emitting from afar. I felt like I was in a vacuum, all sound around me was reduced to a loud rumble. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, and all I could do was try to stay firm against the intensity of it all. I knew he was strong. The reason I had wanted to come with him was because of that, and to see if I could learn how to be strong from someone who was already strong, because then I would maybe learn how to be a true wizard. But this power I was feeling. I never imagined this, not by a long shot. Makarov Dreyer POV. I sat between my children's still bodies, their faces drained of color. Adam's power had knocked everyone below a certain level out. Taking a deep breath, I turned my gaze to the mountain, feeling the earth tremble beneath me as power radiated off the peak like water from a broken dam. I had to admit. It was astonishing to see how much power was emanating from one so young. I had to admit that I couldn't help but swell with pride at this, at his strength. I was truly proud of that brat. A mischievous grin tugged at my lips as I pictured the other masters and their incredulous expressions when they found out I had such a competent child. They will be so jealous. I muttered, laughter bubbling up in my chest. Unknown POV. As Gildarts watched the boy prepare to step into battle, his mouth stretched into a broad smile. Ha! Not bad, kid. Eager to start, Adam blurred out of sight with tremendous speed, before reappearing in front of Gildarts swinging his blade at him with such power that a violent gust of wind came to life alongside the blade. That wasn't magic. That pure physical power. Gildarts grinned, meeting Adam's attack head-on with one hand, stopping his blade inches from reaching his body by making an invisible layer of protection with his magic. Gildarts grinned, moving his right hand forward as Adam drove his sword right at him, the blade clanging against his fist as if it was metal against metal. Taking a step back, Adam raised his blade horizontally in front of him, before muttering. Heido number 32. Okason. Having said that, a yellow orb appeared in front of Adam's blade, quickly widening itself along the length of his katana, before firing a wide, horizontal arc of yellow energy at Gildarts. My eyes widened. This was the first time I had ever seen such a spell. What kind of magic was Adam using? This was so exciting. Gildarts' eyes sparkled with excitement as he extended his arm towards the attack Adam had sent his way. Crush, he bellowed, and a searing wave of power shot from his outstretched palm, meeting Adam's attack with a deafening boom. Gildarts' attack tore Adam's attack into tiny square pieces before dissipating in the air. Is that all? Gildarts taunted. Not even close, Adam replied with a smile. Oh. Gildarts chuckled back. Extending his arm forward, Adam pointed at Gildarts before saying. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams, unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Heido number 33. Sakasui. As I stood there, stunned by Adam's words, a wave of intense and brilliant azure energy surged forth from his hand. The scorching tide surged toward Gildarts, swirling in chaos, seeming to swallow everything in its destructive path. Not bad, but... Crush. Gildarts bellowed once again, shattering Adam's attack into tiny squares once more, nullifying it. Adam's mouth twisted into a silent smirk. His gaze was locked on Gildarts. What a pain, he muttered, shaking his head. Your magic is really annoying. It is. Ha ha ha. You should be thankful that I'm not at full power, Gildarts replied with a chuckle. If I was, you would have been toast by now. Adam's lips curled into a smirk as he reached for his katana, gripping the hilt in both hands. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki. Before I could even begin to imagine what I would see, a vibrant aura erupted from Adam's body, a reverberating wild wave of energy that lit up the sky like a beacon and caused the ground to tremble. Just, how much power can a child possibly have? Not once in my 98 years, I have seen such a display of power coming from a child. It was unimaginable. However, instead of being shocked by this, Gildarts seemed eager. Getting serious, are we? Gildarts' ever-present grin spread wider as he felt the surge of magical energy radiating from Adam. Adam smiled before grabbing his katana tightly. Ready. I looked at his blade for a moment, noticing it had changed. It was longer now, and a faint light illuminated the steel of the blade in an ethereal manner as if space itself was being warped around it. Just how many mysteries does Adam carry with him? Come at me, kid, Gildarts said, giving Adam the first move. Giving Gildarts no time to regret his invitation, Adam vanished from sight in a blur of motion, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. When he reappeared, he stood behind Gildarts, blade raised above his head, his body shimmering with barely contained power as he shouted, Uchuryu no Kiba, and struck the sword down with a deafening sound. Gildarts, knowing where Adam would strike, turned around as he extended his arm towards the translucent attack Adam had sent his way. Crush, he bellowed, and a searing wave of power shot from his outstretched palm, meeting Adam's attack with a deafening boom. This time, however, instead of shattering Adam's attack into square pieces, both attacks clashed violently before creating a massive explosion that sent both mages back. From within the smoke, Gildarts grinned as he stepped back with a whistle of admiration at the ferocity that Adam's attack had carried. His previous spot was now marked with the deep tracks of his boots, and he stood a few feet away, his face lit up with awe. Now that's an attack. Gildarts hollered. You are a monster, old man, Adam said lightheartedly, his previous spot hundreds of meters away from him, having the same deep tracks Gildarts' spot showed. Thanks. Gildarts beamed a grateful smile at him before his eyes grew bright and intense. He clenched his fists and a fierce aura emanated from his body, his magic power increasing in a wild manner. That's enough. Makarov's voice echoed like thunder, reverberating off the walls and through the air. He spoke with an unmistakable air of authority, his face stern and lips pressed together in a tight line. Both Gildarts and Adam turned to look at the master confused. Old man, if you're worried about me hurting the kid, don't worry, Gildarts chuckled. I will only hurt him a bit, just a bit. I'm not worried about that, you destructive buffoon. Makarov replied angrily. The power you two are releasing is hurting the others. Wakaba has lost consciousness twice, while already being unconscious, which I'm still trying to comprehend. And Macau is in no better state. Gildarts widened his eyes and tilted his head slightly as he scratched the back of his neck. I'm sorry. You better be. Makarov growled. Adam snorted. And what are you snorting at, brat? Makarov turned to Adam, bearing the same angry expression. You are just as guilty as the irresponsible moron you were fighting. Your careless display of power as you made your way to face Gildarts evangelized the captain of our ship. He quit and said he was going to give his life to the Lord. Now I have to drive that thing back to Magnolia. Adam blinked, as he muttered slowly. He evangelized. I giggled. It was good to see that no matter how much time passed, the guild would always be the same. Well, time to... Wait. Is the kid looking at me? Yes, I am. Did I say that out loud? You did. Oh no. Wait, but, how can he see me? I'm not making my projection visible to anyone right now. Great. Now look at what you did, Gildarts. Makarov sighed angrily, rubbing his temples. You turned the only member in the guild that doesn't cause property damage crazy. He's talking to the air. Congrats, you moron. Chapter 22, Strange Development. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. 3 months ago, I had passed the S-Class trial, with both the old men and Gildarts saying there was no doubt in their minds that I had what it took to be an S-Class wizard. Be that as it may, I was still mildly annoyed at the fact I hadn't been able to finish my fight with Gildarts, though my annoyance paled in comparison to what Zenriuzuki was feeling. And to be fair, I could hardly blame her. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she had experienced a moment of unbounded freedom. But just as she was starting to enjoy herself, the old man stopped us and that feeling evaporated like a puff of smoke. Thanks to that, I had a grumpy Zanpakuto right now. Fuming inside my inner world at what had been taken from us. The funny thing was, this was the least of my problems. My biggest problems right now were others. Like the 2 girls I currently had staring at me. Lilia Morel. And Mavis Vermilion. Well, Mavis Vermilion's astral form if you want to be a nitpick. Don't ignore me. Mavis pouted with a mild glare before crossing her arms. I know you can see me. I wasn't ignoring her because I was an ass, it was because I didn't want to appear like a crazy person, and Mavis refused to reveal herself to the others for reasons I couldn't understand. Lilia, don't you have to, go to your house or something? I looked up at Lilia, who stood tall and strong, her gaze unwavering. Gone was the timid girl I had known a few months back during the trials, in her place was an unyielding warrior, who refused to back down. For reasons I had yet to understand, Lilia had changed her demeanor drastically, something she attributed to me. At first, I had thought she was infatuated with me, alas, the reality was much, much worse than that. She wasn't infatuated with me, she idolized me like the Thunder Tribe would come to idolize Laxus in time. Lilia's lips were drawn into a tight line and her golden eyes bore into mine. I don't, she exclaimed, her voice shaking with determination. I see. I sighed. Then. Can you give me a few minutes for myself? Lilia bowed low, her long green hair moving forward. Then with bright eyes, she looked up at me, her small hands clasped together in anticipation. Do you have something for me to do, Adam-sama? She asked excitedly. I promise whatever the task is, I shall complete it. I just don't understand, how can my power knocking her out translate to this level of devotion? That's scary, Mavis commented, index finger pressed upon her lip as she looked at Lilia. Fuck it. You know what, I do, I said, taking the shopping list of things I need from the fridge. I need everything on the list, here's some money, I added, handing Lilia the list and some cash. I won't fail you. Lilia exclaimed happily. Thank you, Adam-sama, she bowed deeply before turning around and running out of my apartment. It's kind of cute how much she cares, once you forget how crazy she turned out to be, Mavis said, chuckling gently. Once I forget how crazy she is, I just want to pinch her cheeks and give her a hug. Now, to deal with the ghost in my room. Why are you here? I asked calmly, turning to see Mavis, or her astral projection to be precise. Oh, now you can see me. Mavis huffed, crossing her arms before turning her back to me. Well, maybe now I don't want to talk with you. I could almost feel the twitch coming to my eye. Mavis, you refuse to show yourself to others, and I don't want to appear crazy by talking by myself. Mavis giggled mischievously. Well, you're still rude, I'm your elder, you know. Besides, it's not like Lilia will judge you, oh great Adam-sama. That's because Lilia's a bit strange, I replied with a deep sigh. All jokes aside, I find it most wonderful how much she idolizes you, Mavis replied, her voice filled with glee. You do know that, right? Yeah. I know that, I replied, chuckling to myself. But what I don't get is why. What do you mean? Mavis asked, tilting her head to the side. What I mean is that I knocked her out with my SPI magic power, I sighed, throwing my arms in the air. How does that translate into, let's admire this guy, is beyond me. Admiration, love, and hate are hardly logical feelings, Adam, Mavis pointed out lightly. I sighed, she had a point there. Yeah, I guess. Mavis smirked. See. Elder wisdom. So, why are you here? I asked again, moving the conversation back to the point I wanted. Who knows, Mavis replied, swinging her legs back and forth in the air in what was a childlike manner, her body still facing away from me. I might tell you if you answer some of my questions though. Great, I was getting blackmailed by the first master of the guild. An answer for an answer, I replied, giving her a short nod. Okay, here's my question, how can you see me? Mavis twirled around a beaming smile on her face, her long pink dress fanning out as she hovered inches away from me. As you said, no one but you can see me, because I'm not allowing anyone to see me, yet you can see me just fine, so. Tell me, how do you do it? My magic, I replied. Mavis narrowed her eyes. Okay, I guess that's not good enough. It's hard to explain, but, to summarize, my magic has a lot to do with, well, souls, I added, taking a deep breath. I imagine the reason why I can see you, even though you don't want to be seen, is because I'm spiritually adept. Mavis hummed at that. Soul magic. That dark magic, or at least it should be, your magic doesn't feel tainted. In case you were wondering, I don't actually use souls for anything, I just can see them, and interact with them in a physical manner if needed be, I replied, trying to avoid a misunderstanding. Oh, I see. And what do you call your magic? Mavis asked, her voice filled with curiosity. I am Soul Reaper magic. That name didn't paint a good picture. Mavis deadpanned. And, you don't use souls for anything. I nodded. In that case, that name isn't very intuitive, Mavis smiled, raising her hands to the sky as if trying to touch the ceiling, her fingers interlocking for a brief moment before she clapped her hands together with a sharp, loud report that echoed off the walls. Your turn. Why are you here? I asked. You just seemed interesting, Mavis replied with a childish smile. I guess whatever takes her mind off her real situation, it can't be easy to be trapped, forever frozen under the chains of a cruel god that seeks retribution no matter what. Lumen Histoire. I knew of its existence, and had a general idea of where it was hidden, but not because I could feel it, no, all I knew about Lumen Histoire was thanks to my canon knowledge. The reality was, I couldn't feel Lumen Histoire at all. It was surprising honestly, considering it was supposed to be a source of infinite magic power, meaning sensing it should be pretty easy. I imagine the place hiding Mavis' body had multiple safety measures to ensure no one could locate it by just sensing it. I truly pitied her. Her actions didn't warrant the punishment given to her. Anxarem's curse. I wonder. Could my powers help her? Why are you sad all of a sudden? Mavis floated next to me, tilting her head. I blinked, snapping out of my long reverie. Don't worry, it's nothing. Mavis' mouth opened slightly to form a response, but before she could say anything, there was a gentle knock at the door, causing both of us to look towards it with surprise. It wasn't Lilia. Or anyone that I knew for that matter. Pushing my thoughts aside for the moment, I walked to the door and turned the doorknob, pulling the door open, only to find there was no one around as my eyes moved across the seemingly empty hallway. Hi. My hand froze on the doorknob as the soft sound of someone talking caught my attention, a sound that seemed to come from below my height level, by a lot. Tilting my head down, I was met with the sight of a small girl, around 4 or 5 years old, her brown hair tucked beneath a pink woolen cap, her tiny hands gripping a ragged teddy bear, her dark eyes looking up at me with a mixture of fear and apprehension. Aw, she's adorable. Mavis gasped, looking at the girl from above my shoulder. Are you, Adam? The little girl asked in a whisper, with a quivering lip and an unsteady hand, as she held her tattered stuffed animal close to her chest, its fur patchy and missing an eye. I am. I replied, unsure why she was here, or where her parents were for that matter. My name is Sikana Albarona. And I'm your sister. The girl replied between stammers, her voice was barely more than a whisper, but the words were full of determination and courage. Well fuck me without lube. I guess my prank came to bite me in the ass, in the most unexpected manner if I do say so myself. You have a little sister. And you haven't bought her a new teddy bear. Mavis gasped in shock and disgust. And here I was thinking you were a good person, how wrong I was. How wrong I was indeed. So that's what it feels like. Chapter 23, Knowledge Without Understanding. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. For those wondering about DC and Marvel. Updates restart in mid-April. Adam POV. My name is Sikana A. Alberona. And I'm your sister. The girl said between stammers. Her voice was barely more than a whisper, but the words were full of determination and courage. The little girl that stood at my door couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 years old. I could see her staring up at me with wide, frightened eyes. Her tiny hands clenched her dress and teddy bear as she stood there awkwardly, waiting for any kind of reaction from me. My lips parted as I inhaled deeply. I wanted to tell her the truth, that I had made up the story of me being Gildart's brat to get a rise out of her father. But the words stuck in my throat when I saw the hope in her eyes. Right where it hurts. In my fucking heart. Say something. Mavis screamed in my ear. Hello there. I smiled weakly and slowly opened the door. Would you like to come in? At my words, Kana stood still, her entire body trembling, as she looked around, uncertainty and hope shadowing her face. Her gaze then met mine, and after a moment of hesitation, she gave me a faint nod and stepped into the apartment. She's adorable. Mavis squealed as she leaned over my shoulder. Can we keep her? Maybe. Wait, no we can't. I like your H-house, Kana's voice quivered as she spoke, and her eyes darted around the room nervously, darting from the collection of family books on the living room stand to the mismatched furniture. Timidly offering her compliment, she wore an expression of vulnerability that tugged at my heartstrings. It was simply too adorable for me to handle. Thanks, I smiled at her and glanced toward the kitchen, my thoughts turning to the fridge and the jug of orange juice inside. Would you like some juice? Offer her some cookies as well. Everybody loves cookies. Mavis whispered enthusiastically. And some cookies perhaps. I added. Kana looked at me and nodded. I trudged down to the kitchen and quickly poured a glass of orange juice, drink at hand. I grabbed a plate of chocolate chip cookies, and made haste with both things to the living room to find Kana shrinking quietly in the corner of my sofa. Juice and cookies, as promised, I smiled, handing her the drink and plate of cookies. Thanks, Kana said softly, taking the glass and plate in her hands. Hug her. Mavis whispered out as she floated around the living room. I just might, Mavis, I just might. I honestly didn't know what to do right now. This was new territory for me. I knew very little of Kana's past, other than the fact that Gildarts hadn't been aware she existed for most of her life. Was her mom still alive? Or had she already died and instead of joining the guild first she had decided to come to me first, seeing as most assumed I was Gildart's kid thanks to my elaborate joke? Unsure of what to do, I held my breath as I looked at the girl in front of me, feeling a pit in my stomach as she ate the cookies I had given her. There was no easy way to deal with this. I just need to approach one step at a time. Where's your mom? I asked softly, my voice barely breaking the silence in the room. In the house, Kana replied, her voice barely audible, trembling slightly with emotion as her eyes darted around the room as if searching for something. I see. That's a relief. Her mom was still alive, but that wouldn't be the case for long. That much I had been able to grasp from the tone Kana was using. Something that Mavis seemed to have noticed as well. He lives with you? Kana nervously clasped her hands together and paused briefly, glancing around the room, avoiding eye contact as she timidly whispered her question. No, he doesn't, I replied. Mavis crossed her arms and leaned back, her usually bubbly face now straight and serious. You might want to go with her and meet her mom. I agreed. Perhaps there was something I could do for her. I was no Unohana in the matter, but even, despite my lack of skill in the Shinigami healing arts, there was still a chance, as slim as it was, that I could do something. Kana, would you mind if I meet your mom? I asked softly. Kana's gaze flickered between my eyes and the ground, and I could see the uncertainty in her expression, the fear, and something else that I couldn't quite figure out. She shifted a bit before finally giving me a slight nod. I smiled. I walked with Kana as she led me down to her mom's house. As we walked, she would peek up at me with curiosity every now and then as if wanting to do something, until eventually, she would shyly slip her small hand into mine. This right here was the moment when my heart melted. For the next few minutes, we trailed along the well-worn path of Magnolia Town, until we reached the outskirts of the city, where a small cottage appeared in the distance, isolated from the rest, its petite garden framed by a weathered fence and overgrown flower beds. Kana stepped forward, grabbed the brass doorknob, and with a gentle push opened the door. I followed her inside and my breath caught at the sight before me. Kana's mother, her fragile frame sunken in a wheelchair, her paper-thin skin ashen and her eyes sunken in. She looked so helpless, so vulnerable. Her sunken cheeks were deathly pale, and the oxygen mask on her face only added to the solemn atmosphere. You brought a friend, honey. The sick woman's voice was but a wisp of air, her eyes heavy with fatigue, her paper-thin hand clutching her wheelchair as she slowly turned her head to greet us with an eerily fragile yet welcoming expression. I was without words. This was worse than I imagined. Much worse. I knew she was sick, but not so much, not like this. Without a word, Kana sprinted to her mother's side and flung her arms around her mom, who despite having a frail body that trembled at the slightest effort, returned the embrace with a weak but loving smile. He's my brother, you know, the one people talk about, Kana muttered under her mother's embrace. A pleasure to meet you, Adam. My name is Cordelia Alberona. Cordelia looked at me and forced a weak smile before shifting her gaze to her daughter. Honey, can you get me a few flowers from the garden while I talk with this young man? Kana remained silent for a moment before nodding, leaving the room but not before glancing at us one last time. I know you aren't Gildart's kid, Cordelia said, her lips parting in a hesitant smile as her eyes softened. I guess if someone was bound to know at a first glance it was her. I nodded. It's mostly me messing with him. Cordelia's lips twitched and a weak chuckle escaped her throat. Good, that dumb oaf needs that, she said with a hint of amusement in her voice. I chuckled back. Taking a deep breath, I cautiously approached the wheelchair-bound woman in front of me, and with each step, it became clear that even if I was a master in the healing arts, healing her was almost impossible. All this power and I couldn't do anything for her. We don't need to heal her, Zenriuzuki spoke, her voice echoing within my head. We just need to save her soul. I blinked, taken back by those words. What do you mean? You just need to create a jigai, Zenriuzuki replied. My eyes widened at this, understanding what Zenriuzuki was proposing. Instead of trying to save her body, which was impossible for me to do, she was telling me to save her soul, putting her soul into an artificial body to inhabit. That was easier said than done though. I was no Kasuki Rahara, I wasn't a scientific genius by any means. I hadn't even mastered Kido yet. I wasn't even sure how to even begin with that shit. I mean, how does one create an artificial body made to host a literal soul? I was no doctor, I knew what most people knew about the human body, which was frighteningly little. And it wasn't like I had an expert on the subject. Poor Ryusuke. She could help me, with her, and the help of Zenriuzuki, saving Cordelia's life wasn't that far-fetched. Chapter 24, Good Intentions. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. After having finished my conversation with Cordelia, I moved out of her house to seek poor Ryusuke. I trudged through the east side of Boundary Forest, the air heavy with the scent of nature and soil. Eventually, after a few moments, I arrived at the old doctor's house. By the time I got there, the sun had already sunk below the horizon, leaving nothing but darkness and the house in front of me. The house was nestled among the lush forest, and at first glance, it almost seemed part of the landscape. Its structure was cleverly incorporated into the trunk of a tall, wide tree, and the walls were made of wide tree trunks interwoven with branches and foliage. It was a truly unique sight. You think she can help her? Mavis wondered out loud. Nodding, I stepped onto the small, winding path that led to the front door of the house. Taking a deep breath, I lifted my fist and rapped on the door 3 times. A muffled voice from inside the house grumbled in annoyance. Poor Ryusuke was a withdrawn and reclusive individual that didn't like humans, looking down on them as a race of simpletons who see fighting as the only way to accomplish things, suggesting a misanthropic nature. This hate of hers often leads her to chase after those who remain too long around her with a broom, getting overly upset when they do something without having received her permission. That was all I knew about the old doctor. The door creaked open, and a familiar figure stepped through the entrance. She was a slim and tall elderly woman with pink hair, tied in a bun on the back of her head by 2 large pins with crescent moon-shaped edges, and with 2 bangs of hair left framing her face. She has reddish eyes, and a beauty mark located below her mouth, on the left side of her face. Poor Ryusuke's sharp red eyes bored into me as she let out a long, exasperated sigh. And who are you supposed to be? She said with a hint of annoyance in her voice. My name is Ada I began, but was abruptly interrupted by poor Ryusuke, her pale reddish eyes resting on my guild mark. Poor Ryusuke scowled and shook her head at me with a resigned sigh, her arms folded in a tight, angry manner. She pursed her lips, then finally said, You're nothing more than a pain in my backside, like everybody in that damn guild. So tell me, why are you here? And make it quick. She doesn't seem too friendly, Mavis commented. You think? I pressed my hands together, and with a sigh, I spoke. I need your help, I said urgently, getting right to the point. There's someone I know who's very sick, and I have an idea that could save them, but I don't have the knowledge needed to make it happen. Poor Ryusuke's eyebrows twitched as her expression softened, but her mouth remained set in a firm line. She squinted at me for several moments before her voice, a gruff rasp, broke the silence. Name, gender, disease, and idea. In that order. Cordelia Alberona, female, unknown, new body, I replied, answering her questions. New body. Poorly Yusuka repeated with a scoff. I could understand her reaction. I might have some knowledge that could be used to create an artificial body. I replied with a slow nod. Mavis blinked at this, moving closer to me. You know how to create artificial bodies. I don't, Mavis, that's the point of my visit here. Zenriuzuki might have the knowledge within her to do so, but that didn't mean I had the skill to accomplish said thing. Having a book on how to make nuclear bombs doesn't make you an expert in the subject, just the guy with the book. Poorly Yusuka narrowed her eyes at me. Explain, in 50 words or less. My magic is different, I replied, taking a deep breath. My magic is pretty much sentient, so to speak, and has full knowledge of what I can accomplish with it. That being said, that doesn't translate to me being able to use any of that knowledge. That was the truth, the source of my power was alive, containing a wealth of knowledge beyond what I could imagine. Be that as it may, I couldn't always access that knowledge, sometimes I had to fight for it. Sentient magic, you say? Mavis said as she swung herself up onto a low-hanging branch of the old tree that served as Poorly Yusuka's house. That's quite interesting, Adam. I sighed. Poorly Yusuka scowled as she looked me up and down, her red eyes burning with emotions I quite couldn't understand. She sighed heavily, her shoulders sagging in defeat. With a wave of her hand, she motioned for me to enter her home. Come. I'll hear you out, she said gruffly, her voice laced with a warning. But don't waste my time. You won't like the consequences. I nodded before walking inside her house. That ended pretty well, all things considered. After hours of answering Poorly Yusuka's questions, the old woman's mouth was a tight line of frustration and her fists balled tight around the handle of a worn-down broom that she seemed to have gotten out of nowhere. She waved it in my direction, trying to hit me, and shouted, "You've wasted enough of my time, now get." It was here when Zenriuzuki stepped forward and offered an alternative solution. Stabbing Poorly Yusuka. Inside my inner world, Zenriuzuki's deep-set eyes peered at me intently as she outlined her plan, to stab the old woman, Poorly Yusuka, and transfer her with the knowledge needed to create a jigai through our blade. Based on what I knew about Shinigamis, things like that were within the realm of possibilities. Ichigo regained his powers in a similar way. He also learned Mujetsu in that way, thanks to Zangetsu. So it was possible. But still. I hesitated for a brief moment, thinking of the pros and cons of this decision, eventually deciding to take Zenriuzuki's plan, and before I could regret it, I moved forward with a blur of movement, driving my blade through Poorly Yusuka's body, avoiding any vital points or organs. Poorly Yusuka and Mavis both gasped, their eyes wide with horror. Poorly Yusuka's hand flew to her chest as she staggered backward, while Mavis covered her mouth with both hands. I took a step back, withdrawing my blade with a blue blinding shine, revealing there was no wound where I had stabbed the old woman. What did you do? Mavis questioned, her tone cold, but before I could say anything, Poorly Yusuka stood up, looking at me in shock. This, it can't. Poorly Yusuka's voice quivered with awe as she asked her question, her hand rising to press against her chest in surprise. Her wide eyes shone with wonder and shock as she looked at me, all this new knowledge about the human body. How is this even possible? Just what kind of magic do you really possess? She's not injured. Mavis muttered. Not anymore. I had healed her wound as I took my blade out. I might not be the best at healing, but I could heal simple wounds, like a non-lethal stab wound, for example. Poorly Yusuka shuffled closer, her eyes narrowing as her knotted hands balled into fists. Her mouth opened and closed several times as if she wanted to speak but didn't know how to phrase it. Finally, she furrowed her brow and hissed, "I don't know if I should beat the hell out of you for what you did or thank you. Might do both." Totally understandable. Poorly Yusuka tapped her index finger on her chin in thought for a few moments, then shrugged her bony shoulders. "I will think about that later. In the meantime, we'll need plenty of supplies if we seek to create a jigai," she said, rolling the unfamiliar word around in her mouth as if it tasted like something new. "Thanks," I nodded. "Thanks my ass, do that shit again and Makarov will have to get brooms out of your ass," Poorly Yusuka growled, wrinkling her nose before letting out a tired sigh. "I will make a list of what I need. In the meantime, bring the woman here. I might be able to extend the time we need to make the body." I nodded, before blurring out of sight, using Shuinpa to make my way to Cordelia's house. I don't know what was pushing to help Cordelia so much. Was it pity? Or was it a concern for the little girl she would leave behind? I honestly didn't know, but did it matter? If I could help her, why not? Mavis Vermilion POV. I didn't know what to think anymore. Adam was a walking mystery. Every time I thought I was starting to understand him, something new would come up. I was so confused, so lost about everything that had to do with him. Nevertheless, I knew one thing. He was an interesting kid, one that I would watch grow up close. Perhaps in him lay the answer to the problem that was Zerif. I sighed and leaned against the railing of Adam's balcony, or pretended to while gazing up at the star-studded night sky that cascaded with a brilliant glow over the entire town below. Fairy tale sure has a luck for attracting wonderful things, I smiled. Gildart's Clive POV. The brat was missing, according to his worshipper Lilia, and seeing I had nothing to do, I offered the girl a hand tracking the brat. Let it never be said Gildarts isn't an awesome cool guy. I followed the brat's magic, leading me closer to an address I thought I would never visit again, Cordelia's house. A shocking chill crept up my spine as I saw the brat enter her house. How did he even know her? Were they related? No. It couldn't be, I was still married, there was no way the brat was mine or Cordelia's, the dates didn't match, if he were to be ours, he would have been around 4 to 5 years old at much. As that thought crossed my mind, a small figure emerged from behind the house and stepped into the moonlight. She was a tiny girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old. Her eyes were the same sparkling brown as Cordelia's, just as her chestnut hair. I had a daughter. I made the math in my head, and it all fit into place, that little girl was my daughter. I was a dad. As the reality sunk in, my eyes welled up and tears started to stream down my cheeks. I was a dad. That little girl, she was my tiny baby girl, who probably had no idea who I was. Porliusica POV. The knowledge to create an artificial body. I had no idea how the kid had such knowledge. Knowledge that went far beyond anything medicine could do today, but somehow he had it. Knowledge he couldn't understand. Knowledge he could transfer through his blade. I sighed. Honestly, is like Makarov looks for the weirdest kids to adopt into the guild. I smiled softly at that. Well, it wouldn't be fairy tale if he did otherwise, would it? Chapter 25, Selfish Quest. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. I rushed back to Cordelia's house on the outskirts of Magnolia Town and filled her in on Porliusica's offer to help with her disease, without going into any detail about the creation of an artificial body. Mostly because I honestly didn't even know how to explain that one. After filling her in, her skepticism was more than palpable, and I didn't blame her for that at all. She didn't know me, I mean, this was quite literally our second meeting ever, so it was more than understandable for her to be wary of anything I said. However, before I could begin to convince her, a powerful wave of magic and emotion surged through the area, and I recognized the source immediately. Gildarts. His aura of conflicting emotions, a swirling mix of joy and sorrow. I guess he tracked me down and figured things out. I appreciate your offer, but... A deep sigh escaped Cordelia's lips as her eyes, dulled by illness and pain, met mine with an expression of utter exhaustion. But there's no cure for what I have. How could I help someone that has already given up? Then again. I slowly shifted in the direction of Gildarts, whose energy felt heavy and weighed down with sadness that at the same time clashed with his own joy. Maybe I wasn't the one that could help her. I'll be back, I sighed, before disappearing out of sight with a Shuinpa, zipping out of her house, and making my way towards Gildarts. Gildart's Clive POV. I watched Adam leave Cordelia's house in a blur of motion, before coming to a halt in front of me, his eyes meeting with mine, confirming what I had already suspected. I have a daughter, huh? I chuckled, my voice trembling as tears rolled down my cheeks. You do, Adam nodded. How? How bad is Cordelia? My throat tightened as I asked that question. I don't think she has more than a month left, Adam said, his voice somber. I see, I sighed, before turning my gaze towards the horizon, pondering my next move. Perhaps I could save her. I was no healer, but I was strong enough to find anything Porliusica might need for her. That being said, I think there might be a way to save her, Adam continued as if reading my mind. What? I can't really explain, because I don't really understand the details behind it, but if we take her to Porliusica and find what she needs, we might be able to save her, Adam replied with a tired sigh. The brat had already gone to Porliusica. He barely knew Cordelia. He really was a good kid, wasn't he? Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if everyone believed he was my brat. My eyes lit up and my smile widened as I asked, then what are we waiting for? If there was still a chance to save my dear Cordelia, I was ready to take it without hesitation. Adam's eyes locked with mine, and with a sigh, he replied. That's the thing, Gildarts, before we embark on that, we need to bring her to Porliusica in order to extend her life as much as possible, he paused, glancing at the house behind us. I tried to convince her, but I failed. I looked at the brat and nodded. That sounded like something Cordelia would do, he was describing my stubborn rose down to the letter. I remembered too many times that I had to pull her out of trouble because she would refuse to take any help. That being said, I would save her, even if I had to drag her kicking and screaming to Porliusica's, even if she hated me for it, even if my own daughter hates me for it. I would save her. With or without consent. Adam POV. I watched as Gildarts approached Cordelia's house, and stomped through the front door like the FBI, his big boots thudding on the floorboards. He threw open the kitchen and marched towards Cordelia without a word, before grabbing her wheelchair and making his way out of the house to Poryusuka's house. My eyes followed them until they disappeared around the corner, leaving a bewildered little girl with wide eyes and a quivering lip at my side. She will be all right. I rested a hand on Kana's shoulder and offered her a comforting smile. She looked up at me, a hint of vulnerability in her dark eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, she gave me the tiniest nod, and the corners of her mouth lifted into an unsure half-smile. Kana remained silent for a moment, her brows knitted together, and her small hands clasping against her chest. Eventually, she took a deep breath and timidly asked, Are they getting back together? Maybe. I replied unsurely. I mean, it was a possibility, especially considering how much Gildarts adored Kana in canon the moment she told her she was his. What about your mommy? Kana asked softly, as if she were afraid that if their parents reunited, I would be left all alone in the world. I reached out and gently ran my fingers through her hair, my lips curled up into a slight smile. Don't worry about that, sweetheart. I'm a big boy, I can take care of myself. Kana huffed, her tiny arms wrapping tightly around my legs. I won't leave you alone. I guess she won't, huh? Let's take you to the guild, you need a place to sleep, I said, with a warm smile. Gently scooping up the little girl, nestling her close against my chest, feeling her cling tightly to me for comfort. The guild might not be the best place for her if she's left all alone. I might ask Lilia to take care of her. I watched as Makarov's frail-looking hands slowly rubbed circles on his temples. His time-worn eyes were closed, and his lips moved silently as he muttered under his breath. Can you explain this all to me again? He asked in a tired voice. Gildarts had a kid with his ex, one that he didn't know about, which is the little girl you met a few moments ago, and she needs a place to stay for the time being. Why? Her mom is dying, as in she will die in a month or less, and Gildarts and I will try to find a way to save her with the help of Poryusuka, who I stabbed through the chest to transfer her with the knowledge I have but didn't know how to use, I replied, making a quick summary of everything so far. Makarov's eyes slowly opened, the right one twitching in a nervous tick. Is that all? I nodded. Makarov's hands shook slightly as he brushed a strand of gray hair from his face. He exhaled heavily, a deep sigh of resignation. I'm getting too old for this, he muttered, but he knew he didn't have a choice. You can count on the guild to keep her safe. I left Lilia as her babysitter. That being said, make sure to check on them, I replied, unsure Lilia had what it took to take care of a kid. Lilia suddenly materialized in a blaze of lavender, her golden eyes twinkling with determination as she bowed deeply and exclaimed, I shan't fail you, Adam-sama. I'm not sure I will get used to that anytime soon. Alrighty, I clicked my tongue and spun on my heel. I'm off. I made haste towards my destination, my body flickering in and out of sight as I shunted through the east forest, quickly arriving at Poryusuka's house. As I arrived at the door, I could hear from the outside Gildarts and Cordelia in the middle of a heated argument. You don't have any right to drag me here. Cordelia argued angrily. I don't care. Gildarts shot back, like a kid. That's enough. Poryusuka barked, as the loud of something cracking sound filled the room. A broom over someone's head, if I had to take a guess. Pushing the thought aside, I pushed the door open, the echoing creak of the door announcing my presence. Kid, ready? Gildarts asked. I nodded, turning my gaze to Poryusuka. Do you have the list of things we need? Poryusuka sighed and glanced away, her face drawn with exhaustion, as she wrapped her fingers around the edge of the counter beside her and hung her head. Yes, it was hard to make, she said in a low voice. I feel it but coming. But, some of the things we need aren't easy to get, and involve terrible risks. At this, her voice grew heavy, and her eyes darkened with seriousness. Oh. That was the but. I thought she was going to say that some of the things we needed didn't even exist. But that. I already suspected getting the materials would involve some manner of risk. I mean, that's basically a fucking given when it comes to these things, I had played enough RPGs to know that. Okay, I shrugged. Look, I appreciate the. Cordelia opened her mouth to speak, but Poryusuka stepped forward and pressed a strip of gray tape over her lips. Poryusuka loomed over the young girl, eyes blazing with fury. She slammed her wooden staff onto the ground, sending dirt and pebbles flying. Her voice was deep and rumbling like thunder as she snarled, Listen here, brat, and listen well. In here, you obey my rules. Whether you like it or not, and I will heal you, is that clear? This woman was scary. Ha! Gildarts beamed at that. As for you, Poryusuka turned to Gildarts, who shrunk under her gaze. Next time you bring a terminally sick patient to my house like she's a sack of potatoes, I will give you a colonoscopy with her wheelchair. Have I made myself clear? Fucking scary indeed. Yes, ma'am. Gildarts nodded frantically, using both of his hands to cover his backside. Now leave. Poryusuka growled, using one of her brooms to kick us out of her house in the only way she knew, with violence. Is it me, or is poorly Yusuka downright terrifying? I asked after a moment of silence. No, it's not only you, that woman fucking terrifies me, and the old man, and everyone who has met her, Gildarts replied with a small shudder. Good to know I'm not the only one. So, the list? I asked, gazing at Gildarts. Here, Gildart said as he pulled a crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolding it. Peering at the list, both of our eyes widened at the seemingly endless rows of items, each one carefully written in an immaculate hand, with very detailed instructions. You do half, and I do the other half. I asked, thinking of a way to save time. That would save us a ton of time, Gildarts nodded slowly. Let's make a copy of the list, and tackle this shit together. I hummed at that, breaking the list in half for each would save us some time, however, we could do better than time. What if we subcontract some of the guild members to collect the items marked as easy by poorly Yusuka? That would save us a lot of time, at least 80% of the list is marked as common with little to no level of threat, Gildarts nodded, approving of my idea. I'm pretty sure together we have more than enough money to pay the guild for that, I nodded, looking over the list. And with that out of the way, we could focus on the red items of the list. The ones marked down as downright suicidal to collect, according to poorly Yusuka. Thanks, Gildarts smiled softly, his usually hard expression shifting to reveal a vulnerability that was so uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor that it took me by surprise. He seemed like he'd shatter if I touched him right now. Don't mention it, I replied with a shrug. I wasn't doing this for the thanks, I honestly had no reason behind my actions other than, why not? Chapter 26, First Step. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Also, the first public waifu poll is online, so vote. https://strawpoll.com/polls/mpnbojo9pg. Adam POV. Leaving the white items on the list for the guild to collect under a contract, and the orders of Makarov, Gildarts, and I broke the remaining items between the two of us to collect. 10 dangerous items. 5 for each. The items or ingredients I had to collect were the following. The feathers of a phoenix, at least 5. 2 urns of apathy. 1 rod of flesh. I won't even question what that even is. 5 prosperous jars. And last but not least, 2 gems of a piedmac. I sighed, that was quite the list. It wasn't so much that I had many items or ingredients to collect, cause I didn't, it was more that some of them were pretty far away from one another. On that note, how the hell does poorly Yusuka know where every single item is? I mean, she doesn't know the precise location, but she still knows enough to map every item out. That was impressive as fuck. What are you doing? Mavis asked, materializing out of nowhere, her form slowly taking shape as she phased through the floor. I thought you were gone, I replied, looking at her. Mavis pouted. You are mean. I was. I meant no insult, I just honestly thought you were gone. I mean, it's the first time in months you leave me for more than a few minutes, I replied, hoping she would take the hint and leave me alone for the time being, as I needed to concentrate. Wait a moment. Mavis is a walking talking library. She can help me. My head snapping in her direction, I noticed Mavis' cheeks turn flush, and her eyes were blazing as she crossed her arms over her chest, defiantly declaring, if I'm not welcome here, then I'm leaving. You are. I shot back. Mavis's eyes twinkled as a sly smirk crept onto her lips. You need me, don't you? She purred in pure evil. I could pretend that was not the case. But time was of the essence. I do, I nodded. The corners of Mavis's mouth tugged upwards, even more, her eyes sparkling with even more mischief than normal. I could help you, but I already knew what she wanted. I will answer all of your questions for 24 hours if you help me, I replied, cutting her short. Deal. Mavis exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Good, in that case, ready to go out on an adventure, Mavis? I asked, with a friendly smile. Mavis looked up at me with a wistful smile, her eyes twinkling with memories of past adventures. When have I ever not, she replied, her voice melodious and soft. With the help of Mavis, the first master of fairy tale, as my personal guide, I embarked on my journey following the order Mavis had set for each item on the list. She had ordered the items in order of success. As in my chances of getting them. Prosperous jars. 92% chance of success. Urns of apathy. 87.5% chance of success. The feathers of a phoenix. 82.17% chance of success. Rod of flesh. 70.98% chance of success. Gems of a piedmac. 0.1% chance of success. I didn't know what to think of those percentages, especially the last one, that basically stated I had no chance of getting the gems whatsoever. Seeing this, and trusting her tactical prowess, I asked her if it would be prudent to exchange that last item with guild arts, to which she replied it didn't matter as it would make no difference, seeing we both had the same chances of success, regardless of our difference in strength. I could only imagine whatever that list item was, had something to do with a god. Not only the level of difficulty was leagues above the rest of the items in the list, but the name was pretty telling. A Piedmac. The name of an ancient Nubian god, whose domain was war, if I'm not mistaken. It couldn't be a coincidence that the only item on the list that I had no chance of collecting was the one with the name of a god. And if Mavis and Zerif being cursed to suffer forever was anything to go by, the gods of this world were just like the ones depicted in the mythology back on Earth, cruel sadistic assholes. Great. I wonder if if Ankroram, if Akal, if Anner. I wonder if whatever his name is will take offense to what we are doing. I mean, we are basically doing what Zerif did with Natsu. Then again, Natsu was already dead when Zerif resurrected him. Cordelia is still alive, barely, but still. Let whatever his name is, take all the offense he wants, Zenriuzuki said, her voice echoing within my mind. It is within your right to deal with souls as you please. Even if that's the case, it matters more what the asshole of a god thinks, and not what is my right to do or not. At least for now. Let's go, Mavis. Wasting no time, I started my journey. Making my way to the capital to collect 3 out of the 5 items I needed, seeing that they were sold in the capital, at ridiculously high prices. Those being the following. Prosperous jars. Urns of apathy. The feathers of a phoenix. Right away, I found the first 2 ingredients. But after visiting every shop in the capital market, I still hadn't been able to find a vendor that sold phoenix feathers. I even canvassed the alleys and back streets where some of the underground merchants sold their rare wares, only to come up empty-handed. Hey kid, I heard you were looking for some phoenix feathers. I might be walking into a trap, but meh. I am. I slowly turned around and found myself staring into the beady eyes of the most dubious-looking merchant I had ever seen in my whole life. His skin was sallow, his scruffy beard was unruly and stained with tobacco, and his clothes were rumpled and grease-spattered. You. The slimy man before me slowly smiled, revealing crooked and yellowed teeth, as he replied, well, you're in luck. I have some. He rocked back and forth on his heels, his eyes twinkling with malicious delight. I took a step back and squinted. The man standing in front of me had a greasy, disheveled appearance and reeked of a potent combination of sweat, body odor, and cigarettes. Great. Now, let's make this transaction without any kind of physical contact, I replied, keeping my distance. Good call, I don't have a real nose and I can smell him, Mavis muttered with a shudder. I believe you, Mavis. I do. Well, come. The man motioned me to follow him, and I took a step back to avoid the pungent odor that seemed to ooze from him. Nevertheless, I followed him, several feet behind him needless to say. The man shuffled towards a shabby house with peeling paint on its exterior walls. He opened the door and a wave of musty air rolled out. The room inside was illuminated by a dim light bulb, and the walls were stained with damp patches. Stacks of discarded newspapers and broken furniture cluttered the floor. I'm one to believe the saying that says, don't judge a book by its cover, but shit, this man is making it hard for me to do so. Once inside the house, the sleazy man motioned me closer and took out a chest from within a broken dresser. He clicked open the rusted latch, and the chest creaked open. Revealing inside, several glimmering phoenix feathers shone, like stars trapped in the darkness. I looked at Mavis, who simply nodded, confirming they were the real deal. I'll be damned, the guy wasn't trying to trick me, or attack me. So, what you think? I think I would like to know how much are they? I asked, holding my breath. For obvious reasons, honest merchant or not, he needed a bath, a few hundred of them. The musty smell of cigars filled the air as the man leaned forward and said in a gravelly voice, 1 million each. I felt my stomach drop and a cold chill crept up my spine. 1 million each. That was well out of my budget, and I mean that by a lot. I might as well try to make a deal with him if that's the case. I will be honest with you, I don't have that kind of money with me right now, I replied, taking a deep breath as I saw the men frown in disapproval. But. The men pressed. I feel up but coming, so out with it. I'm part of the guild known as Fairy Tale, and if you agree to let me buy the feathers with credit, I promise to pay an additional 5% per feather over the agreed price, I replied, hoping the sleazy merchant would accept. The men hummed, looking at me up and down. 10%, and we have a deal. 6%, I replied. 8, and I won't go any lower, the men replied, crossing his arms in an ultimatum. Then we have a deal, I smiled at him. The smoky stench of cigars and whiskey wafted off of the greasy-haired man as he snorted at me. Not so fast, kid, let's go talk to the folks at the business bureau and make this deal official. I suppose that makes sense. I guess I will see how long I can hold my breath today. After 2 minutes of dealing with the bureaucratic process of making the deal with the merchant official, I left the capital with a warning from the merchant that explained why poor Reincarnation had marked the items I had bought in the capital as dangerous. A piece of advice, brat. Don't trust anyone. The reason why those things are so expensive in the market is because bandits and dark wizards alike are always after them, willing to do anything to get their hands on them. This pretty much explained why poor Reincarnation had deemed these items dangerous to acquire. I wasn't worried though. Be that as it may, I would keep my guard up at all times to avoid anything. The last 2 items are in Alcatasia, Mavis reminded me. Alcatasia. The western continent, where the Alvarez Empire resides. I chuckled. It's like I'm a magnet to overly dangerous situations. If I wanted to succeed there, I would have to keep a low profile. While I was sure, the Spriggan 12 of right now couldn't possibly have all their members, as I was older than some of the ones that would join in time to their ranks. The ones I was sure were already part of the Spriggan 12 were more than enough to kill me as I was now. Irene Belzarian. August. Jacob Lesio. Larcade. And Bloodman. They were the only ones old enough to be part of the Spriggan 12. If found, I could probably avoid any sort of confrontation with August, seeing that out of all of the names above, he was the most reasonable. As for the rest, I would probably be captured or killed on sight if deemed a threat or an intruder. From this point forward, I can't make any mistakes. The funny thing was, that even though this was crazy dangerous, I found myself enjoying the prospect it offered. I guess I'm crazier than I thought. Chapter 27, Beautiful Danger. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Also, the first public waifu poll is online, so vote. https://strawpoll.com/polls/mpnbojo9pg. Adam POV. I spent roughly more than 3 weeks traveling towards Alcatasia, crossing the border with false documents to avoid any kind of suspicion from security personnel. Luckily, finding someone willing to create the forgeries had been no challenge. Now all that was left was keeping a low profile, and the rest would fall into place. The hardest part of keeping that low profile was keeping my power sealed within me to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. It hadn't been an easy feat to accomplish. I had to meditate a lot on my way, and visualize the complex network of barricades that I wanted to place around my power before putting them on, preventing it from leaking out into the world. But, against all odds, I had managed to succeed. But that's beyond the point now. Right now time was of the essence. Mavis leaned in and her voice dropped to a whisper as she said, "The rod of flesh, if not something you will find in a common market, some if not most people consider the item a taboo item, not enough to be considered black magic, but enough to be sold in the black market." With a name like that, I can see why, honestly. It didn't sound like something you would find in your local grocery shop. Any idea where the market would be? I asked, hoping for the answer not to be the capital. The capital? Fuck. We could find it somewhere else, but our best bet is the capital, Mavis added, reading my expression. I chuckled, cracking my neck from side to side. Let's go then. It took me 2 days to arrive at the capital, via several modes of transportation. And, the first thing I noticed as I approached was the sudden switch in the air. It didn't take me long to realize this change was due to an undeniable force that seemed to be emanating from the castle at the center of the city. Never in my life, I had ever felt such a magnitude of power. It was as vast an endless sea and as unyielding as hellfire itself. All I had to say was that it was overwhelming. Even from afar, I could feel it. The most shocking part was that the power I was feeling wasn't even trying to be suffocating, or aggressive in any manner for those capable of feeling it. It was just there, and that alone was enough to send off a warning. In fact, the amount of magic power I was feeling was so immense that I didn't know if it was the combination of 2 energies in one place or just one. Regardless of that, whatever I was feeling, it far outclassed Gildart's, or the old men for that matter, by a lot. I had to be extra careful now. Pushing those thoughts aside, I shifted my gaze around the bustling cityscape, scanning the crowds and taking note of any suspicious characters. After a few moments of doing so, I spotted a figure in a dark hoodie lurking in an alleyway. Now all I had to do was find a way to make them and guide me to the place I was looking for. Deciding to take a direct approach, I took a step forward. However, before I could take another step, a looming figure emerged from the shadows behind me, emanating an almost suffocating amount of power. To the point I could feel the hairs on my arms standing on end, halting my advance completely. That's all it had taken. Really? 10 minutes? I meditated to seal my power, and all it took for someone to find me was 10 fucking minutes. Please God, let it be August and not anyone else. I closed my eyes and slowly exhaled, sending a silent plea to the universe to please do me a solid and have August behind me. Alas, as I turned on my heel to see who it was that was behind me, I found myself face to face with none other than Irene Belzarian, looking down on me with chilling curiosity. Irene stood tall on the spot, with her head held high and an air of confidence surrounding her. Her long hair had been intricately and tightly braided and was adorned with bows up the sides. Near the top of each braid, there were 2 golden ornaments that glinted in the light. She wore U-shaped earrings in each earlobe, as well as red lipstick on her lips. Her curves were overly accentuated by the fabric of her sinfully tight dress, giving her a more than a simple alluring presence. Well, I guess when it comes to ways to die, this is certainly one I don't dislike that much. Seriously, look at the size of those jugs. Please God, seeing you already fucked me enough already with who found me, let my death be by suffocation via those God-made orbs. This is bad, Adam, you need to run now. Mavis ordered, her eyes widening in shock. Yeah, that's not an option. Even if I happen to be faster than her thanks to Shuinpa, her magic could counter my speed and keep me in this country no matter what I did. Irene raised an eyebrow as she followed my gaze to her ample chest. My, aren't you a bit too young to be interested in such things, she said with a wry smile and an amused tone. I don't think so, I replied, there was no age to appreciate a good pair of tits, enemy or not. Besides, you would need to take like 10 steps back if you want me to look at your face. Have you seen the difference in our heights? It's kind of hard to see anything other than your magnificent attributes when we are this close. Irene chuckled softly, for a moment almost making me forget the delicate nature of my situation right now, being that one false move on my part could mean my end. Meaning I had to tread carefully, very carefully. You are quite straightforward, I like that, Irene said, her gaze turning cold and indifferent, her voice loud and clear despite the noise of traffic and conversation swirling around us. Now for your sake, keep that attitude and tell me, why are you here today, and why are you sealing away your magical powers? This is bad. Mavis muttered, and I could see in her eyes was trying to come up with a plan to help me. But that wouldn't change a thing. Irene was older than me. Stronger than me. And smarter than me. The only way I could turn this around in a favorable manner was by playing around with the truth. Meaning. Half-truths, no lies. I cleared my throat and spoke in a low voice. The reason why I'm here, it's because I need something from the black market, a rod of flesh. I held my breath, watching Irene's expression carefully, but there was no reaction from her, so I continued. As for why I'm sealing my power, it was to avoid problems. More than not, people around me tend to react poorly to my power. I'm not exactly the best at controlling it. There. I hadn't lied. If I let my power roam freely, it would hurt others around me. And the reason I was here was to get the rod of flesh. Irene's gaze moved up and down my body, and I felt like she was staring right into my soul. I see, she said slowly, her lips curling into a strange, menacing grin. She let out a low chuckle that sent shivers down my spine. Such potential, she muttered. If that's the case, then allow me to accompany you to the black market. I can't in good conscience leave a young one like you alone in such a dangerous environment. Bullshit. She had left Urza alone, in a dangerous place as a newborn baby, so this altruistic shit wasn't her reason behind shit. The only reason why she wanted to help me was because she wanted to play with me for a bit before deciding what to do. She was like a cat, playing with its prey before deciding whether to let it go or kill it. She's playing with you, Mavis said, stating the obvious. I didn't need to be a tactical genius to know that the lady with massive boobs was playing a game of cat and mouse with me for her own amusement. I smiled nervously, feeling her gaze fixed on me like a hawk watching its prey. I wouldn't like to impose, I smiled, trying to deter her from following me, but alas her eyes remained on me, not backing down an inch. But, if you insist, I said reluctantly, I would love the company, especially if said company is such a beautiful lady. Charming, you will be breaking hearts in no time it seems, Irene smiled, her eyes twinkling with amusement, as her lips formed a slight smirk. Come, I know the way. Oh, and that reminds me, what's your name, kid? I swallowed hard, hoping my name hadn't reached this continent yet, not even as a rumor. Adam, just Adam, no last name, and yours. Irene Belzarian, a pleasure to meet you, just Adam. Chapter 28, The Whims of a Dragoness. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Also, the first public waifu poll is online, so vote. https://strawpoll.com/polls/mpnbojo9pg. Adam POV. The black market of the Alvarez Empire was located in the heart of the city, hidden away from the watchful eyes of the guards and citizens, which was funny considering Irene, a high-ranking official of the country, knew where it was. The entrance to the market was a rather simple-looking wooden door, guarded by 2 large men of around 8 feet tall each, who ensured that only those who knew the password were allowed in. The password to enter changed every week, and only those who were part of the black market's inner circle were ever privy to that information. Once inside, the market became a bustling hive of activity. The air around was thick with the smell of smoke, alcohol, and other substances, alongside the dimly lit stalls, which were packed with all manner of strange and exotic items. From potions that claimed to cure all manner of ailments, to weapons of all shapes and sizes, including ones that were rumored to be enchanted with dark magic. As I walked deeper and deeper into the market, I noticed in one corner of the market, a group of drunk men huddled together around a table, playing a game of chance with a pile of gold coins in the middle. In another, a shady-looking wizard could be seen selling illegal spells to anyone with enough coin to pay for them. Beyond that, there were also cages containing dangerous magical creatures, which were being sold to wealthy collectors or used for fighting rings. Despite the chaos and danger that could be seen around the place, there was a sense of order in the black market. I didn't have to ask Irene or Mavis to know that traders and customers alike knew their place. According to Irene's commentary, any disputes were quickly settled by the market's enforcers, who were armed with deadly weapons and powerful spells to aid them in their particular job. "We have arrived," Irene said, a silent smile playing on her lips. I looked at the stalls in front of me, and true to her word, she had brought me to where I needed to be. The Rod of Flesh. According to Mavis, it is said to be made from a twisted and gnarled wood that is infused with magic and multiple runic enchantments. The rod itself is approximately 3 feet long, its surface is covered in pulsing veins of flesh that seem to throb and pulse with a sickening life of their own. The item was said to have the power to warp reality to a limited extent, allowing the rod to bend the flesh of the wielder's target in various degrees of manners. Rumors say that whoever holds the rod can command it to change their own flesh and that of others, bending it to their will and causing incredible transformations. Not only that, but some of the darker rumors have also hinted that whoever uses this with enough knowledge and power can transform other living beings into twisted and contorted versions of themselves, warping them into grotesque amalgamations of their former selves. That being said, most of that were just rumors, as according to Mavis, the rod can't do much other than alter and bend flesh without a will of its own, meaning the item itself was useless in combat. "Thanks," I nodded, looking at the item. Mavis stood motionless by my side, her eyes wide and unblinking, as she stared at the strange object before her. Her lips were parted, and she exhaled a shallow breath as she spoke softly, her voice barely a whisper. "You need to find an escape, and quickly." "No shit, Sherlock. How much?" I asked the merchant. Droberlat Pexi, Black Market POV. As soon as I laid my eyes on my latest customer, I knew I was in trouble. For the woman who stood before me was none other than Irene Belzarian. "Didn't you hear my companion ask you a question, merchant?" Irene said, her voice low and menacing. "In case you didn't, allow me to bring some light into the matter. What is the price of this item?" I took a step back, and hesitated, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down my forehead. I knew that if I wanted to live another day I should not anger this woman. I began. However, before I could mutter another word, Irene spoke again, her cold voice sending shivers down my spine, like a knife dancing on my throat. My, aren't you slow? Perhaps you need to hear the question again." I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and my knees starting to give up. This was bad, very bad. I was going to die. I was going to die. I didn't want to die. "It's free." Adam POV. "It's free, Lady Irene." I watched how Irene terrorized the black market merchant into giving me the rod of flesh for free, her cold detached presence being more than enough to subjugate the spirit of the men to ashes. Irene's lips twitched into a mocking smirk as she fixed the merchant with a stony glare, before she flicked her wrist towards the item, indicating that I should take it. "Free you say? My, what a generous merchant you are," she drawled sarcastically. "Generous? Right. More like smart enough to know he's well out of his depth. Talking about that. I need to focus on finding a way out of this place before she gets bored with me, and decides to kill me." "Thanks," I nodded, grabbing the item from the merchant's trembling hands. Irene's dark eyes narrowed on me. Her lips pressed into a thin, hard line, her posture stiffening ever so slightly as if she was a beast ready to pounce. "So, is that all you needed, Adam?" I nodded once again. "Thanks for your help." Irene's lips curved in a sinister arc, as her eyes flashed with delight. "So with that out of your way, I assume you're leaving now." I held my breath, looking at her. She was playing with me. "I am," I replied. Irene offered me a simple smile, as she gave me a gentle pat on the shoulder before turning around and walking away. Her heels clicked against the hardwood floor. "Until next time, little fairy," she called over her shoulder, before disappearing out of sight. She knew. She had helped me just to amuse herself, she was allowing me to leave just because it humored her. That crazy bitch was even more dangerous than I anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, I took the opportunity Irene had given me and blasted out of the capital. I raced through the streets, ignoring everything else, and in 3 steps I was out of the city, standing alone in the middle of the desert. The hot sand whipped up around me as I continued to speed away, soon fading into the horizon. Finally out of Irene's reach, I came to a stop, feeling an electric light current running through my veins. It felt like there was like a wild beast caged within me, straining at the bars, seeking to break free. With each passing moment, I could feel my power rising within. It started as a low hum, a gentle yet noticeable vibration that spread from my fingertips to his toes. But as the seconds passed, it grew, stronger and stronger, until it was a wild, roaring storm that threatened to consume everything around me, even the desert itself. Even though I knew I would have stood no chance against her, I was mad. No. I was fucking livid. Mad I hadn't got to fight her, mad I hadn't been able to see her might, mad I hadn't been allowed to cut loose. As those thoughts invaded my mind, a grin spread across my face as I let out a deep, rumbling laugh. The air around me began to shimmer as my power continued to surge throughout my body. The sand beneath me began to shake in a vortex, as the sky above me darkened as clouds gathered overhead. Next time I would be ready to face her. You need to stop. Mavis whispered urgently. If you don't reign in your power, there is no guarantee she will let you go. I don't care, I replied, for a moment letting my battle lust override all logic. Realizing this, I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. I'm sorry, you're right. We were lucky this time. Irene Belzerian POV. My lips pulled into a playful smirk as I peered over the desert beyond the city walls. Even from afar I could feel his power, and I had to say, the kid was on his way to becoming a force to be reckoned with. His raw, unbridled power radiated off of him in waves, threatening to consume everything on his path. His magic power was heavy and aggressive, like a weight that pressed down on the shoulders of those who dared to challenge him. It felt suffocating in nature. Wild. Good, I allowed a wry smile to curl my lips, my eyes gleaming with anticipation. If he was this powerful now, I could hardly imagine how much more thrilling it would be to kill him later. Second POV. August, the old wizard, also known as the Wizard King, strode through the halls of the Alvarez Empire's castle, his robes slowly billowing behind him. He had just learned that Irene Belzerian had confronted the intruder, and instead of dealing with him, she had allowed him to escape from her clutches, and he wanted to know why. Knowing her, he made his way to the throne room where he found Irene sitting on the throne with a wicked grin on her face. As soon as she saw August, she chuckled and gestured for him to approach. Well, Irene said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. If it isn't my dear fellow Shield, August. What brings you to my throne room today? August scowled at her, pushing aside the fact she had referred to His Majesty's throne as hers. He would address that later, for now on to the matter at hand. You know exactly why I'm here, Irene. Why did you let that boy go? Irene laughed at that, an amused playful high-pitched sound that echoed through the room. Oh, so that's why you came to me, she said, shaking her head. Oh August, you think you know me so well, don't you? But you don't. You never have, and you never will. August narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He didn't have the patience today to play your games. Stop playing games, Irene, and answer the question. Irene leaned back on the throne, her fingers tapping against the armrest, one after the other in a spine-chilling rhythm. Well, let's see, she said, tilting her head to the left, index finger pressed upon her lips. Maybe I just felt sorry for him, or maybe I thought he deserved a chance to live his life, to grow up and become a powerful mage like us. Or maybe, just maybe, I just got bored, and wanted to spice things up. August narrowed his eyes on her. You let him go for that. You. The woman without mercy. I don't believe you. Irene shrugged, rolling her eyes. Believe what you want, August. It doesn't matter to me. I did what I did, and now the boy is gone. End of story. August hesitated for a moment. He would be the first one to advocate for the life of a child, no matter the reason behind his execution sentence, but for Irene to be the one to do it. It didn't quite click, so he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than she was letting on. You really enjoy making things more difficult than they have any right to be, don't you? August said, his eyes fixed on the woman before him. Irene smirked. Maybe I do, she said, her voice low and dangerous. Maybe I don't, who knows? And with that, she stood up from the throne and swept out of the room, leaving August alone to ponder her words. Chapter 29, Temple of War. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Also, the first public waifu poll is online, so vote. https://stropole.com/polls/mpnbojo9pg. Adam POV. I had escaped Irene's clutches, and still, instead of being grateful I had been given the chance to leave without any harm, I felt angry that I hadn't been able to fight her. I knew that was a stupid feeling. My odds of beating her right now were below zero, entering the realm of negative numbers. But even then, even when I knew without a shred of doubt that I would have stood absolutely no chance against her, I was angry. now that I think about it. This is not the first time I have experienced this kind of feeling. It also happened with Gildarts during my S-class trial. I remember being fucking thrilled at the idea of going against him, even though I knew without a doubt that I would lose. Am I turning into a battle-crazed kind of man? Perhaps, Zenriuzuki muttered, and I could feel her presence in the depths of my mind, like a faint breeze that rumbled through my inner world. I sighed. I suppose if that's the case, I better make fucking sure that I'm always stronger than those I face against. To think Alicatasia had such terrifying mages, Mavis muttered floating right beside me, her face a mask of disbelief and horror, but more than anything, concern. So she didn't know. I wonder if she knows who's the king of that continent. I sighed, the scorching heat of the desert sun beating down on me without mercy. With each step I took, particles of sand flew up with each motion, coating parts of my skin with a fine layer of sand mixed with sweat. Good we found out now, and not later. Mavis' green eyes met mine for a moment, her lips pressed together in a tight line as she pondered over my words. Yeah, you're right, at least now we know what to expect. Unlike before. I knew very well what to expect before I made my way to the capital. The thing is, even knowing what to expect had left me staggeringly unprepared. Next time it would be different though. So, Mavis, I said, tilting my head slightly in her direction, how long before we reach the place where the gems are located? Mavis let out a sigh, arching her back as she drifted around in the weightlessness of her condition, her body quickly shifting into a graceful, yet very slow backflip as she hummed out. I'd say an hour or two if we keep this pace. An hour or two. Not bad. Considering we have been moving for more than 12 hours, most of which I have covered using Shuinpa, I say we are advancing fast, all things considered. On that note, I can't help but wonder what exactly makes this last ingredient so difficult to acquire. I guess I will have to wait and find out. 50 minutes later of sand. I had arrived at my destination. I won't lie, the 50-minute trek across the sun-bleached desert was not fun, at all. It was nothing more than a haze of yellow sand and red rocks, seasoned with the punishing midday heat that seemed beyond determined to kill me. Alas, despite the terrible conditions, here I was, at the foot of the ruins of an old temple, its time-worn walls a reminder of a great civilization that had most likely long been forgotten. Taking a deep breath, I approached the old temple, and as I do so, I can see the remnants of a once magnificent structure rising out of the desert sand. From what little I could gather, the temple was built in the shape of a giant fortress or something similar, with high walls made of sandstone blocks that looked like they had been eroded by time, wind, and sand. The walls were covered in ancient hieroglyphics that depicted scenes of great battles, victories, and offerings to some kind of god. As I walk through the massive entrance gate, I find myself in an open courtyard full of skeletons, from animals to humans, surrounded by columns that I supposed once supported the roof that has long since collapsed. In the center of the courtyard, I could see the remains of a massive altar. If I had to take a guess, I would say it was once used for sacrifices to the god this temple was dedicated to. The altar, as everything else so far, was broken and weathered, and for the most part, covered in sand. Walking through the temple and past the altar, I can see the remains of once beautiful statues and carvings that have been worn down by the passage of time. On the walls behind the statues, there were many inscriptions, some of which, according to Mavis, depicted the glory of the god and his role in the battles his followers had, while others depicted the offerings made to the god by his followers in order to appease him or please him. In one corner of the temple, behind two broken pillars I had to cut down, I found a small room that has, in comparison to everything so far, been partially preserved. Here, I can see the remains of various armor sets, weapons, and other battle gear-related items, possibly offerings to the god, or rewards the god in question would give to his followers. The room in question had an eerie feeling, as if someone was present, but not really. At first, I thought it could have been the souls of those that dedicated their lives to the temple, but as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I quickly dismissed it, knowing that if that was the case, I could have heard them by now, or seen them. The nature of my powers made it easier for me to deal with the paranormal aspect of things, and this didn't feel like that at all. Keeping my guard up, I continued to explore the temple, eventually coming across a staircase that led to the lower levels of the structure through several layers of spider web from what I could see. Taking a deep breath, I descended the stone steps, listening to the sound of my boots echoing in the ever-expanding darkness, until I reached the bottom of the stairs and felt a cool, welcoming gust of air brush past me. That's the first cool thing I have felt in this wretched continent, I chuckled, looking at Mavis. Mavis' eyes lit at this, her enthusiasm becoming palpable as she began to explain. Even though I hadn't asked a question of any kind, temples, especially ones like this, were designed with a complex network of air tunnels and chambers that create a natural air flow system. She gestured with her hands as if to demonstrate the various paths the air took throughout the temple, even though I couldn't see more than 2 feet ahead of me with how dark it was. It's quite remarkable how they were able to optimize their ventilation techniques so well. Smiling at her antics that more than not made me forget she was older than me, I turned my attention ahead and continued walking until I found myself face to face with an immense door, of around 20 feet tall, made of marble and carved with intricate symbols, its age visible in its weathered surface. Mavis was the first to move, as she cautiously stepped up to the intricately carved marble door, running her fingers over the symbols that were carved into it. "This must be the room of the god of this temple," she whispered, excitement clear in her voice. Temples such as this one were known to have special rooms made just for the gods. It was a way of honoring their presence and making sure they had a comfortable place to stay if they ever visited. "And let me guess, the gems are within the room, right?" I asked jokingly, already knowing the answer to that question. "If there's any left in this temple, yes," Mavis replied, her eyes still fixed on the old marble door as if it was the best thing in the whole world. "Thought so. Okay, let's light up the place a little bit before moving forward," I said, as I held my left hand up, summoning a small, glowing yellow sphere of concentrated energy, which hovered in midair and illuminated the area around us. This was a nameless Kido, one not intended to be used as an offensive tactic, or defensive, just as a way to train one's control over energy in general. Nevertheless, this nameless Kido could still be used as a makeshift lantern for situations like this. As the room lit up with my spell, I was met with a terrifying picture. Everywhere I looked there were bones, some crushed beneath the fallen stones, others scattered in piles, their hollow eye sockets staring into eternity like silent sentinels of terror. "I will go ahead and say they tried to enter the room as well," I replied, looking at the skeletons, some of which were pointing with their bony arms outstretched towards the door, as though they'd all been trying to reach it before they perished. Mavis nodded in a grim manner, her lips pressed tightly together and her jaw clenched. "That's what I was afraid of." I knit my brows together in a furrow of intrigue, my lips pursed ever so slightly. "Is this why you said it didn't matter who came, that Gildarts or I stood the same chance?" Mavis slowly nodded her head. "Gods, unlike some might want to believe, are pretty real," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And trust me when I say that it's easier than you might think to rile them up and be the object of their wrath. I could understand to some level why there were atheists in my previous world, but here, where people pissing fire is about as common as the common flu, I really didn't understand how people here couldn't believe in them." "It might be best if we leave," Mavis muttered, her shoulders sagging as she exhaled in resignation, before turning on her heel towards the steep, zigzagging flight of stone we had climbed down. "There's always another temple." I could see her point. Angering a god had caused the unforgiving hammer of divine retribution to befall upon Zeref and her, damning them to forever wander and suffer more than their supposed crimes deserved. That being said, I could feel an invisible pull towards the room, that despite the risks that lurked just beyond the threshold, it seemed to whisper an invitation, daring me to cross over. It could be that. Or the relentless heat I had been subjected to, alongside the unavoidable fact that I would be finding grains of sand in my body for months after returning home. I was fucking tired of the desert. Taking my decision, I unsheathed my Zanpakuto and raised it up, feeling the weight of its handle in my hands, before I swung down at the door firmly, cutting through the marble door with a single effortless stroke, sending shards of grey marble flying around the room. "Adam, what have you done?" Mavis gasped as she turned around staring at me, her green eyes widened in shock at what I had done. "What does it look like?" "I just mowed the lawn," I replied in a joking manner, gesturing to the now broken marble door, before sheathing my Zanpakuto back. I gave Mavis a sly glance before stepping over the broken pieces of marble that lay on the ground and entering the tunnel that, if Mavis was right, would lead to the main chamber of the temple. Inside, the air was still, and the room was illuminated by torches that hung from the walls, revealing its pristine condition. Carefully navigating my way through the hall, I rounded the corner and stepped into an immense chamber. The chamber in question was lushly decorated, with towering statues of marble and granite lining the walls. Piles of gold coins were heaped atop chests of jewels, glittering in the light from the gilded chandeliers. "Adam, we have to go," Mavis whispered urgently. I could honestly understand her apprehension, but I had traveled far too long to simply give up. Besides, Cordelia was running out of time, so any detours could be the difference between saving her or not. "After I get the gems," I replied, my eyes darting from corner to corner, looking at every single hidden nook, searching for the gems or their possible location. Maybe that which I was looking for was inside one of the chests. With that in mind, I stepped forward, reaching out to one of the many chests around in order to search inside them. However, as soon as my fingers brushed against the chest, the room erupted in chaos. The statues that decorated the room suddenly sprang to life, their stone limbs cracking as they leaped off from their pedestals and lunged at me. Surprised by this, I looked at the statues coming at me and deftly dodged their first attack with a swift sidestep. As I did this, more statues converged on me, their movements mechanical in nature, but powerful and fast. Calmly, I continued to evade their blows, wondering if this was the actions of the god of this temple or just a defense mechanism set in place. Pushing those thoughts aside, I leaped over the outstretched arm of one of the statues, tucking into a roll as I landed on the other side, before spinning on my heel, kicking another statue square in the chest and shattering it into 1,000 pieces. The remaining statues circled me warily, their eyes fixed on what I could only assume they saw as their prey, a nimble one at that. I smiled, waving at them to see if I could get any kind of reaction. Seeing none, I decided to stop playing around, and shatter the rest. However, just as I was about to make my move, I heard a loud rumbling from deep within the temple. The statues froze, all signs of life leaving them just as soon as it had come to them. Well, that was anticlimactic, I said, my eyebrows furrowed in confusion as I surveyed the now quiet room. I'd been expecting the statues to fight to the end, not to go back to their decorative purpose the moment one crumbled down. Beyond that. Just what was that rumble I heard a moment ago? Whatever it was clearly the reason behind the statues going back to being just that, plain old statues. As I pondered about this, the sound of someone clapping their hands reverberated through the air, coming from right above us. Reacting at the same time, Mavis and I turned our heads up following the sound we were hearing, to see a figure hovering above us midair, clad in a shining set of Spartan armor, his face hidden in the shadows of a polished helmet as he slowly descended to meet us. The man glided down from the air, his feet touching the ground with a loud thud. Once there, he surveyed the area and noted the mild layers of dust and cobwebs around that had probably formed since the last visitor to the temple. It's been a while since anyone visited, he commented aloud, his voice echoing in the chamber. Mavis widened her eyes in shock, and that was enough to tell me what I was dealing with. A god. I shifted uneasily in my spot, my gaze lingering on the men in front of me, who still continued to survey the room without paying much attention to me. Well, to be fair, it appears that most of the people who have come to visit this temple have unfortunately died before being able to do anything. The man slowly turned around to face me, much of his features covered by the helmet he wore. The man kept his gaze on me for a moment, before opening his mouth wide, releasing a loud and hearty laugh. Right you are, he exclaimed. If the man was truly a god, I'll be the first one to admit that this was not how I expected my first encounter with a god to be. So, tell me, kid. What is it that you seek in my temple? Chapter 30, About with a God. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. So, tell me, kid. What is it that you seek in my temple? I stared at the tall, broad-shouldered man in front of me. Mavis' reaction, and his introduction all but confirming that he was a god. Or someone with incredibly good timing. Now the question was, what to do? I didn't feel the same apprehensive presence I had felt from Irene from the men in front of me. The power I could feel from him was without a doubt great, but not on the level of that woman. If I had to compare the strength I was feeling against someone, I would say the man was on Gildart's level. That, however, didn't make this any less hard than it already was. After all, being on Gildart's level was more than enough to deal with me as I was now, meaning the best possible approach was a political one. Well, I'm looking for a specific kind of gem, one known as the Gem of Epidmax, if I'm not mistaken, I replied calmly. The god in the bronze armor shifted his weight, the metal clinking with each step. He tilted his helmeted head to the side, and his grizzled beard shifted between the gaps in the leather straps of his armor as his lips turned upwards, a hint of understanding dawning in his eyes. Ah, he said softly. I see. Well, ain't that ominous? The god's eyes bored into mine, and he spoke with a heavy air of gravity. Human transmutation. I suppose. More often than not most of them are. That's always the case. I don't really know if what we were attempting to do can be classified as human transmutation. It didn't feel like it, but it didn't sound completely wrong to call it that. My friends and I are trying to create an artificial human body to host the soul of a woman who is on her deathbed, I replied, wondering where the conversation would go from this point forward. Would it anger him that what I was trying to do that? Or would he simply not care? The god's eyes under the helmet sparkled and his lips curved into a broad smile as he threw back his head and released a thunderous laugh. Still laughing, he dropped his hand onto his knee and shook his head in amusement. Well, I'll be damned. An honest human. Don't do anything to anger him, Mavis whispered in my ear. Wise advice, tiny one, but you shouldn't worry about that. The kid is very respectful, and I'm not like Angsaram, the god replied, his gaze seeming to pierce right through her, showing the fact he could see her. So not only he could see her, but he could see her connection to the god that cursed her. It might be best if I draw his attention off her, just in case. With that in mind, I sighed and clasped my hands apologetically. I apologize for the interruption and the suddenness of my request, but I must ask, is it permissible for me to take the gems I need from your temple to fulfill my quest? I said, raising my eyes to meet him. At this, the god took a step forward and a trace of a grin crept onto the corners of his partially hidden face. If you manage to strike me, the gems are yours, he said, his voice echoing through the chamber. My lips twitched at his challenge, and my eyes began to dance around the room as I suppressed a smile from spreading across my face. I wouldn't admit it out loud, but I was fucking thrilled. Very well, I replied, getting ready to fight, releasing my Zanpakuto. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki. Mavis Vermilion POV. Adam stood before the god, his blade in hand and his eyes fixed on the divine figure in front of him, ignoring everything else. The idea of attacking a god was both daunting and foolhardy, of that, I had no doubt, especially without God-slaying magic. But Adam seemed thrilled, and before I knew it, he took a deep breath and lunged forward with his blade blurring out of sight. Reappearing in front of the god, Adam's blade sliced through the air with a sharp hiss bending the space around, his strike aimed squarely at the god's chest. But just as Adam's attack was about to strike the god, the former moved out of sight with lightning speed, sidestepping the blow with effortless grace. Adam grinned at this, showing he was clearly pleased by the god's agility, so, without wasting a second, he continued his attack, striking again and again with all the strength and speed he could muster, his strikes cutting through the temple walls as if it were made out of paper. Nevertheless, each time Adam attacked, the god easily dodged the blow, his movements fluid and elegant. And despite this, despite his failure to land a hit, Adam continued attacking completely, showing he was undeterred. His excitement reaching an all-time high, Adam continued to strike at the god with all his might, driven by a determination to achieve his goal and the fun he was having. After a while, Adam's moves became faster, or rather more in tune with the god's movements, and with an incredible display of speed and skill, he managed to reach the god, his sword aimed straight at the god's neck. But as the blade came down being nothing but a blur of motion, something strange happened. The god's body began to shimmer and blink as if it was made of light rather than flesh, and instead of striking him, it passed harmlessly through the god's form, leaving no mark or wound behind. That was fucking awesome. Adam laughed in clear delight, ready to continue his assault on the god. However, before he could do so, before he could even take another step, a smile formed on the deity's lips, a smile that seemed to convey a sense of approval and respect. Already over. Adam muttered in a rather disappointed tone. This kid will actually kill me with his antics. He oscillates from a logical person to a complete idiot without a warning. Then again, if he wasn't that way he wouldn't be fairy tale material, would he? As I pondered on that, the god let out a deep hearty laugh that echoed through the temple. It has been a while since I have faced someone as brave and determined as you, young one. Your attacks may not have harmed me, but they have proved your worthiness. The gems are yours. With a wave of his hand, a few gems began to float toward Adam, each one coming from a different chest. Thanks, Adam replied, sheathing his blade. Best luck in your quest, young one, the god replied, his voice reverberating off of the cold walls around as Adam gave him one last grateful nod before taking his leave. I guess we are finally going home. As for you, little one, the god's voice was slow, gentle, and deep. His eyes were dark and seemed to be filled with a hint of sorrow and understanding before he looked away for a moment and then back at me with a small smile. I hope you find a way to break out of your curse. Anxaram is a cruel bastard, so I wish you the best of luck. Thanks, I replied, unsure how to react to his kind words. His attitude didn't make any sense. The air around was heavy and choking with the smell of old death, with skeletons scattered all around, showing the remnants of those who had fallen to the temple's cruel fate. Yet despite all of that, despite the evidence of his dark deeds all around us, he was sharing kind words with me. Perhaps those we had seen were the skeletons of bandits. Or something similar. Then again, perhaps it was best not to look too much into it. According to the tales of old, gods can be both kind and cruel in the blink of an eye. The god smiled once again, as rays of golden light slowly radiated from his body, making his features appear to shimmer and blur. Farewell, little one. As the last words left his lips, his form suddenly vanished into tiny sparkles of light, leaving no trace of him behind. Adam POV. I finally had all the ingredients I had been sent to collect. Now, all that was left was making haste back to Magnolia, and hope that Guildarts and the guild had both finished their parts. Time to go back, I sighed in relief. However, before I could take a single step, Mavis materialized beside me, her arms crossed and her full lips pursed in a pout. Her eyes narrowed on me in disapproval, and her voice strained with frustration as she spoke. What on earth possessed you to take on a challenge from a god so recklessly? And don't say because of the gems, or so help me I won't let you sleep. That is a good question and a good threat. Efficient combo there, Mavis. I hesitated before replying, letting out a small cough. Well, it seemed fun, while I rubbed the back of my neck and looked away, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise in my cheeks. You truly are fairy tales material through and through, Mavis sighed at my answer, shaking her head as if that was exactly what she expected to hear. Very well then, let's go back home. I smiled. Lead the way, Mavis Navigation System. Chapter 31, Artificial Creations. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. After many days of travel with little to no rest, I arrived at Magnolia Town as the first light of dawn was just beginning to break over the entire place. The town had just begun to come alive around me. Shopkeepers were setting up their stalls for the day, children were running along the rocky streets, laughing and playing alongside the gentle hum of early morning activity filling the air. Wasting no time, I moved through the town, making my way to the edge of the forest, taking a deep breath as I entered, letting the fresh scent of pine and earth fill my lungs as I walked down the winding path, leading to poor Liusika's house. After walking for a while, I finally reached the part of the forest where poor Ryusuke's house was located. The old woman lived deep in the woods, far away from the hustle and bustle of the town, or anyone for that matter. As I made my way through the trees, the sounds of the town began to fade away, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. The path was, as expected, overgrown and narrow, but open enough for most people to navigate it with ease. Finally, after what felt like hours of walking, possibly because I hadn't slept in 2 days to save time, I arrived at the clearing where poor Ryusuke's house stood. A humble abode covered in green, that at first glance, was easy to confuse with one of the trees growing around the forest, seeing as the base for its construction was one of them. The house, as always, exuded an air of mystery that was rather unmistakable. Smiling at the sight of her house, I stepped forward, the sound of my footsteps echoing through the clearing. Reaching the door, I raised my hand to knock on the door, but before I could, the door swung open, revealing the old woman standing before me. "You look like shit," poor Ryusuke said, her voice deep and gravelly. Come in, come in." I'm too tired to think of a comeback." "I got everything," I replied, stepping inside her house, noticing as I entered that the air was thick with the scent of herbs and potions, permeating the area. Poor Ryusuke shuffled ahead of me, beckoning me to follow her. We reached a small wooden table with 2 chairs. She gestured for me to take a seat as she pulled out a clay teapot from the pocket of her robe and filled a porcelain cup with steaming hot tea. Taking a deep breath, I eased into the chair with my arms crossed, letting out a long yawn. "Gildarts arrived 2 weeks ago with his part of the list," poor Ryusuke said as I carefully raised the delicate porcelain cup of tea she had served me to my lips. "Chamomile." She was trying to put me to sleep, it seems. Sighing, I looked up from my cup of steaming tea, the sweet scent of the vanilla lingering in the air as I replied, "I never doubted he would finish his part before anyone else." "How is Cordelia?" "Worse, but still alive," poor Ryusuke replied, her answer short and to the point. Smiling at the fact she was still alive, and this journey hadn't been for naught, I placed my cup of tea on the worn wooden table and adjusted the straps of my bag before handing it over to poor Ryusuke. "Everything is inside." Taking the bag, she peered inside, frowning in concentration as she studied the various ingredients I had collected. At this, poor Ryusuke's face crinkled with a faint smile. "Good, with this I can begin working on trying to make that," she said. Her unbecoming warm regard towards me making it clear that I had somehow managed to surpass her expectations in some manner or way. Taking back my drink from the table, I took a generous sip, before turning my gaze back to her with a questioning tone. "Do you think you can do it?" I asked, my voice tinged with uncertainty. Poor Ryusuke stood in silence, her fingers tapping on the table as she pondered her response. "Needless to say, I've never done something like this before, kid," she finally said with a tired sigh. "The knowledge you gave me is sound but complicated." That wasn't an answer. "And?" I asked again. Poor Ryusuke's gaze was heavy with thought as she slowly turned to face me. "I think there is a good chance," she said, her voice soft yet firm. "That being, like everything in medicine, nothing is for certain until it is. I guess that's the best answer I will get." Taking a deep breath, I finished my tea, before setting the cup down on the table with a gentle clink. "Very well then. I'll be off home now to rest. Should you need anything else, don't hesitate to reach out." Poor Ryusuke's stern expression softened as her wrinkles deepened. "Good, I was about to grab my broom to sweep you out of my house," she scorned, but her voice carried a hint of fondness. I think I finally understand her. For all her grumpy demeanor, she was nothing more than the oldest tsundere in all of fairy tale. Yawning every 10 seconds or so, I groggily made my way through the bustling trading district of Magnolia Town. Despite the time I had taken with my little chat with poor Ryusuke and my walk in the forest, it was still very early morning, and the sun had just set over the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the cobbled streets. If it was any other day, I would have appreciated the sight. Right now, however, I couldn't give 2 flying fucks how beautiful the place looked. As I walked, I was subjected to the enticing aroma of freshly brewed coffee and baked goods. The sweet aroma, creating an inward debate about whether or not I had the time for some food before going to my house. However, as soon as that thought came to mind, I quickly dismissed it, seeing my exhaustion being stronger than my hunger. I had eaten on my way here. Granted, it hadn't been as much as I would have liked, but I had eaten. Sleep, on the other hand, I had a debt to pay on that. With that in mind, I turned around a corner and approached my 2-bedroom apartment building, ready to sleep for at least a week, minimum. Opening the door to the lobby, I trudged up the stairs to my 3rd-floor apartment, my legs heavy and my eyes drooping thanks to the ever-growing exhaustion. The way back home had been long and grueling, especially since I had covered a great deal of the way using Shuinpa to save time. I was honestly surprised my body hadn't shut down, forcing me to rest, seeing how much I had pushed it just to get here quickly. Yawning, I reached my door, and fumbled with my keys for a moment, pondering as I did whether or not to break the door down, before finally managing to unlock the door. Yeeting the keys inside, I stepped into the apartment and immediately kicked off my boots, the sound of them clattering against the hardwood floor echoing through the empty apartment. Eager to rest, I made my way to the bedroom, before jumping on the bed, the soft mattress enveloping me in its comforting embrace. "I told you not to overdo yourself," Mavis scolded me, floating above me with her arms crossed. "You did, I just chose not to listen," I replied, vacantly staring at the ceiling. It wasn't long from that moment before the fatigue I had accumulated caught up with me, crashing on my body like a truck without brakes, making my eyelids grow heavier than I thought it was possible. Knowing there was nothing more I could do for Cordelia or Kana, I rolled to my side, pulling the covers up around me, before finally closing my eyes, allowing myself to drift off into a peaceful, deep sleep. Or into a coma. One of the two, honestly. I'm not entirely sure what's the difference at this level of exhaustion. 3 days later. The sun shone through my bedroom window, its rays casting a warm glow over my sheets and into my face. Groggily, I stirred around the bed a bit, feeling as my consciousness slowly began to return. Yawning, I opened my eyes, blinking a few times to adjust to the light filtering in through the window, before sitting up and swinging my legs over the side of the bed. "God, that felt good," I yawned, stretching my body. "I imagine it did, seeing you didn't move out of the bed for 3 whole days," Mavis commented, as she phased into my room through one of the walls. 3 days. Holy prophet Errol's. Alarmed with the amount of time I had spent sleeping, I jumped off the bed, only to be stopped by Mavis stepping in my way, her arm outstretched to stop me from leaving. "There is no need to rush out, young man," Mavis said, her arms crossed, and her gaze stern. I would beg to fucking argue. I wasted 3 whole days. At this, I ran my fingers through my hair and sighed, my voice carrying the slightest hint of worry. "I need to go check on poor Ryusuke, and see how things are going." Mavis smiled reassuringly. "She has made some great strides on the artificial body, I have been watching her closely." "Don't worry, you already did your part, let the others do theirs." I sighed once again. "Thanks for spying on her." Mavis's eyes twinkled and her lips twitched upwards in a playful smirk as she replied. "The advantages of floating around unseen and unheard, aren't they grand?" I chuckled. "Oh, by the way, Lilia came to visit you multiple times," Mavis said, pointing at my nightstand. Turning to my nightstand, I found a plain white envelope with my name scrawled across it in Lilia's handwriting. "To Adam-sama. As your devoted follower, I am pleased to announce I have fulfilled my duties in the most exemplary manner possible. For my devotee dash." I stopped reading after that. Well, that questionable letter aside, it's time I visit the guild and see how things are, I chuckled, jumping off the bed only to see Mavis frown, her eyebrows knitted in concern and her eyes searching my face for signs of exhaustion. "Don't worry, Mavis, I'm no longer exhausted. If anything, I'm super thirsty and hungry." Second POV. Poor Ryusuke worked feverishly in her lab, surrounded by a dizzying array of equipment and materials. It was easy to see she was focused on her latest project. The creation of a fully functional artificial body, or jigai, one that could be used as a vessel for the soul of someone. Even now the concept seemed laughable or something straight out of a fairy tale. The irony wasn't lost on her. As she worked, day and night, she couldn't help but marvel at the knowledge the brat had given her by simply stabbing her with his blade. It was unlike anything she had ever seen before, a medical marvel that went far beyond what she could have accomplished with the limits of her own knowledge and expertise. She had spent countless hours poring over this unbelievable thing, studying the intricate designs and formulas that had been transferred to her mind, as her hands moved with deft precision, manipulating the materials the guild had collected for her. She was creating something new, something that had never been seen before, nor here, nor in her world of origin, and this was a notion that filled her with a sense of awe and wonder. That being said, she wasn't blind to the implications this brought. If this knowledge fell in the wrong hands, she had no doubt it would make the world a very dark place, for it could potentially give the wrong person the closest thing there was to immortality. "Just what kind of magic do you truly have, brat?" Poor Ryusuke muttered with a tired sigh, before returning to her work. This was why she preferred being alone. Every time she interacted with someone, it complicated her life beyond measure, and for her, that was fucking annoying. Chapter 32, Nidimer Invetitum. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. I had spent the past few days holed up in a desolated area 2 miles away from Magnolia Town, working tirelessly day and night to master the art of moving souls without severing their link to the living world, as well the necessary ketos to seal said souls in their new body. Training both inside and outside my inner world. I had a time limit to master this specific set of skills, and seeing how much Cordelia's condition had worsened these past few days despite poor Ryusuke's care, it was safe to assume I didn't have much time left. I had to master this, otherwise, all of this, the creation of the jigai, the troubles to collect the ingredients, everything would be for naught. "One more time," I muttered, lines of sweat beating down my forehead as I focused my energy, my mind awhirl with the complexities of the task at hand. What I was trying to accomplish was a delicate art, one that required precision and focus. This was something that Shinigami for the most part didn't have to learn or master at all, seeing as it went against most of their rules about interfering with the living, and such. In order to accomplish this, I had to be in almost perfect sync with my spiritual energy, channeling this energy through my blade and into the soul he was trying to move. At first, I struggled to find the right rhythm, the right amount of energy to apply to each movement. But as time went on, I began to get the hang of it. That being said, getting the hang of it wasn't enough, not for this. So I continued to work tirelessly, determined to master every aspect of the process. Until finally, after several days of grueling training, of trial and error, I succeeded. Moving my blade with fluid grace, I had been able to channel my energy through it, allowing me to move the soul of a small bird in and out of its body, and into other bodies. After that first success, I began to test this a few more times before letting poor Reincarnation know I was ready, testing my skills with animals of different sizes to make sure I hadn't succeeded before just because my first target had been a small bird. Fortunately for me and the time I had at hand, no matter the animal I tested this on, the result was always the same. A massive success. There were however a few requirements for this to go without problems, most of which were all on my part, save for one. In order for me to move a soul still linked to the world of the living without outright severing the connection, the soul in question needed to surrender control to me. If the soul in question didn't surrender control to me, it would inevitably end with the soul severing their soul chain, effectively killing themselves. With animals, acquiring control had been relatively easy, seeing they weren't really sentient where it mattered, and that their bodies like their souls acted and reacted out of instinct. All I had needed to do to get the control I needed for the process was to basically make sure their instinct told them without a doubt there was nothing they could do against me, but accept their fate. With humans, this was downright impossible to accomplish, at least not in the way I had with the animals. Sure, you could force someone to submit to your will with enough power, but no matter how much you crushed someone's spirit under your heel, there would always be a small part within them refusing to surrender control, even if they themselves didn't know about it. You can never earn the entirety of someone's being by force, they have to give it to you willingly, for only then is it complete. It was complicated. But in short, the only way I would be able to succeed on this was if Cordelia willingly surrendered the very essence of her being to me. Before I could give this much thought, Mavis emerged from the shadows, hovering in front of me, her long dress billowing around her like a cloud as she said. Poor Reincarnation finished the body. I smiled. I had finished in time. Barely. But I had. Second POV. Adam stood in front of Cordelia's bed inside poor Reincarnation's house, a solemn expression on his face as he gazed down at her pale, sickly form, before giving Gildarts, who was beside her, a brief look. Time to fix you up. Gildart swallowed hard and ran his hand through his hair. It was easy to see the man was trying to appear confident as he glanced at Adam, but as much as he tried, the sweat beading on his forehead betrayed him. Now it's all on you, brat, poor Reincarnation said, her arms crossed as looked at Adam before giving a brief glance at the bedridden Cordelia. Adam turned his gaze to her, before glancing at the Jigai she had successfully managed to recreate. The body in question looked like what he would have imagined Cordelia would have looked if she wasn't sick, down to the smallest detail. It was impressive. Cordelia, Adam said softly, taking one of her frail hands into his. I know this is going to sound strange, but in order to save you, I'm going to need to move your soul into the body you see on your right, but in order for me to do that without you dying, you need you to surrender control to me, completely. Do you understand? Cordelia remained silent for a moment, her eyes barely open, as she looked at Adam. She knew what was at stake, just as she knew she had nothing to lose if this failed, seeing this was her only chance for survival. Cordelia's voice was strained and weak, like the last gasp of a dying person, outwardly showing her illness and her waning strength. I'm not entirely sure how to do that, she replied, but I will try. If you asked Cordelia, she would tell you she trusted Adam. She didn't know the kid beyond what she had heard around the town, but she trusted him, even if she didn't completely understand what he was doing or telling her. Taking her response as the affirmation he needed, Adam took a deep breath, centering himself as he prepared to begin the process. Then, with a deft movement of his Zanpakuto, he tapped Cordelia on the chest. His energy soon reached within the depths of her soul with a soft white light, before gently beginning the process to extract her soul without severing her soul chain to the world of the living. The silence those present were giving Adam, showing this was a very delicate process, one that required the utmost care and precision. At first, he could feel Cordelia's soul, struggling to cling to her failing body. But before this could become a concern, he felt what he was looking for, complete control. Once he had her soul in his grasp and completely unlinked from her body, Adam began to channel some of his energy through his Zanpakuto, slowly directing her soul into the waiting Jigai that poor Reincarnation had created. This part was the hardest part, it was like threading a needle in the dark, meaning the slightest mistake could mean disaster. But Adam was determined to succeed. And without letting the pressure of it all affect him, he worked with a steady hand on the task at hand, his eyes never leaving the Jigai as he carefully guided Cordelia's soul into its waiting form. Then, once her soul was completely connected with the Jigai, through a series of complicated threads that expanded throughout her soul, he finished the process, sealing her soul within the Jigai using Kido to permanently link both together. It's done, Adam muttered, taking a step back. Both Reincarnation and Gildarts turned to him, gazing at him and Cordelia's body, both of them. However, before anyone could say anything else, a soft groan of discomfort was heard coming from the artificial body, gaining everyone's attention. Cordelia's eyes fluttered open, and for the first time in a long time, she looked alive, tired, but alive. Slowly, as if testing things out, she turned her head, gazing down at her new body in wonder. It feels strange, she whispered, her voice weak but filled with wonder and more life than it had in a long time. That's normal, Adam replied, his own voice filled with relief. It will take you some time to get used to it. Is it truly over? She whispered, her eyes filling with tears. Adam nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yes, he said softly. You're going to be okay now. Cordelia smiled weakly at this, trying to show her gratitude before her eyes closed once more as she allowed herself to surrender to her exhaustion. Well, we did, Adam began, turning around to face Gildarts. His eyes fixed on the bed where Cordelia lay, before crumbling to his knees into a heap of emotion. He had seen her at her best, and he had seen her at her worst, on her way to meet death's embrace. Now, all he could see was that she was breathing, her chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm, as tears welled up in his eyes, and he began to sob in choked uncontrollable breaths, his whole body shaking with relief. He stumbled forward, collapsing beside her bed, his hands clasping hers tightly. He wanted to express his gratitude to the one that had made all of this possible, but no matter how hard he tried to do so, all he could do was cry, his sobs echoing through the room. However, by the time he finally managed to stop crying, at least to a point where he was able to talk, he noticed that Adam had long left the place, having taken his leave the moment the man had crumbled against the weight of his bottled-up emotions. Chapter 33, The Peace Before the Storm. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. For the next following weeks, I remained close to Magnolia Town. As each day after training, or coming from a job nearby, I would make my way to Cordelia's house to check on her condition in order to see if there wasn't anything wrong with her. The reason for these visits was to make sure the entire process would settle without any side effects. And so far, I was thankful to say that Cordelia was now perfectly healthy, something Reincarnation herself had observed in her own visits to the woman. Meaning that as far as we could tell for now, the procedure had been a resounding success. The only possible downside to her artificial body was that she had lost the ability to bear any more children, but other than that, she had basically changed a disease-ridden body for a perfectly healthy one that was considerably more resilient than any other body against things like disease and such. That being said, despite of how happy I was for Cordelia, Kana, and Gildarts, I couldn't help but feel that given enough time, we could have given her a body without losing anything. You did more than enough, I heard the gentle lilt of Zenriuzuki's voice in my mind as her words washed over me like warm water. You did what no one else could have, you saved her. Pushing those thoughts aside for the time being, I stepped into the guild hall, the smell of ale and sweat heavy in the air, as well as the sounds of people breaking shit with their fights. Ducking under a chair and a couple of knives someone had thrown at someone else, I noticed Kana looking at me with a beaming smile on her face, her dark hair pulled back in a messy bun before she jumped from her chair and raced towards me. I smiled at her, watching as she giggled with sheer excitement, her hair bouncing up and down as she raced along the polished wooden floor of the guild before she leaped into the air with a delighted squeal and wrapped her arms tightly around my waist. Big bro. Hey there princess, I said, my eyes crinkling in a fond smile. I reached forward and tousled her hair, feeling the silky strands between my fingers. What can I say? I couldn't help myself, she was just too cute. Not letting go of my legs from her almighty hug, Kana tugged on the corner of my shirt and peered up at me with her almond-shaped eyes, her face a mixture of innocence and eagerness. Can we play something today? I chuckled, offering the tiny human a good-natured smile. Maybe. Hey brat, Gildart said, coming up behind me, his arms crossed on his chest, frowning at the sight of Kana holding onto me so tightly. I glanced over my shoulder at him, meeting his glowering expression with a raised brow. Yes. Gildarts cleared his throat and shifted his weight, eyes flicking away from me. I need your help with something, he said, his voice catching slightly on the last word, almost as if struggling to find the courage to continue. I wonder what he wants. I nodded in agreement and shifted my gaze to Kana, who was still hugging my legs tight. Patting her head gently, I pried her away and placed a hand on her shoulder. I will talk with the old man for a moment, all right. At this, Kana crossed her arms and shot Gildarts an angry glare, giving her old man the old stink eye, her lips pursed in a pout, as she reluctantly nodded her head in agreement, before going back to where she had been sitting. So? I asked, turning back to Gildarts. Gildarts, who had been standing with a stern expression on his face, suddenly stumbled forward and landed on his knees with a loud thud. Tears spilled from his eyes and his lip quivered, his face now contorted with comical anguish. How could I make Kana-chan love me, he moaned in desperation. What? Huh. I muttered, taking a step back from the crying men. Gildarts let out a loud, exaggerated sob, his shoulders heaving with each breath. His eyes were red and puffy, and tears streamed down his face in a way that you would only expect from a cartoon character. She loves you. How do you do it? I blinked multiple times in confusion, as Gildarts wept in front of me, rivers of tears streaming down his face. Beyond that, I could also hear some of the guild members whisper amongst themselves in silence about the situation. Gildarts is crying. Are you dumb? Pretend you don't notice. Why? You want Gildarts to kill us? All right, fair enough, I haven't heard nothing. Indeed, not only I haven't heard nothing, I haven't seen nothing. As a matter of fact, I am blind, sir. I don't know who had that conversation, but they win the IQ prize in the guild for doing that. Gildarts, what do you mean? I asked, taking a step back. She loves you, she's your daughter. At this, Gildarts' eyes seemed to shoot daggers at me as he clutched his chest tightly and exclaimed, Did you not see the look she gave me? Tears streamed down his face, making his countenance look comically tragic. Well, he does have a point there, Kana did glare at him. I shifted my weight from foot to foot, scratching the back of my neck. Look, I began taking a deep breath, I don't do anything special with her to make her love me. But if you want my advice, I would suggest you visit her every day. She just needs more real time with you, it'll help her open up. Gildarts wiped away his tears, as he looked at me with a searching, hopeful gaze and asked quietly, You really think that's all I have to do? Yes, what every kid wants is some quality time with their parents, even if they say no, I replied, rolling my eyes. Look, you haven't been in her life until now, so you have to make an effort to connect with her, learn what she likes, do stuff with her, play with her, be her dad, you know. At this, Gildarts' expression brightened up and he leaped up from the ground and slammed a fist on his chest. You're right, he bellowed, causing several guild members to jump in their seats and cover their ears for good measure. Well, that's a 180 from the crying mess he was a few seconds ago. Was that all? Without replying, Gildarts turned around and sprinted away from me, his arm swinging wildly as he made tons of noise by knocking over tables and chairs on his way that still had people sitting on them, his objective, bond with his daughter, Kana. Dad. Time to bond. But I don't wanna. Yes. Big broth air. He took my words quite literally when I said even when they say no. Having nothing better to do, I decided to take an S-class job from the guild board, choosing one that would not only give me a big sum of money but one that would help me in my outgoing investigation about the whereabouts of the Tower of Heaven. Having the job ready and approved by the master, I started to make my way out of Magnolia Town only to be stopped by Lilia, who plunged from the sky toward the ground in a dramatic fashion with a loud boom that echoed throughout the town as she landed in a kneeling position, her fists driving hard into the ground. Adam-sama, here to be of service, Lilia said, still kneeling. Outside her crazy devotion to me, I could tell she had been training hard, that landing alone was not something the old Lilia would have been able to do at all. I raised my eyebrows, my mouth curling up into a half-smile as I tilted my head to the side. I suppose you want to tag along? I asked, with a light chuckle. Lilia nodded enthusiastically, bobbing her head up and down so quickly that her soft green hair began to blur around her face. Very well, but there's one rule you have to follow no matter what, I replied, getting her attention. And that rule is rather simple, do whatever I say without questioning me. Am I clear? Lilia nodded again, this time with a serious look in her eyes that I hadn't seen before. Yes, Adam-sama, she said, her voice steady and unwavering. I smiled and nodded, satisfied with her answer. Very good, I said. Let's get going. Lilia scurried to keep up with my long strides, her gaze trained on the ground. If I may be so bold, what kind of job have you taken on, Adam-sama? I stopped and looked over my shoulder, offering her a smile. This one. At this, I handed her the job request for her to read. // unknown catastrophe / job location, Rubara town, Ishgar / land of Isfan. Job tier, S-class. Job description, recently there have been reports that there has been a large creature roaming around the continent destroying the northern towns. The creature is said to have impenetrable skin and sharp teeth. Beyond that, according to the few survivors, the monster appears and disappears leaving no trace other than the destruction left behind in its wake. This is an extermination job. The guilds of Ishgar are so far refusing to accept this request, so we are extending this to any of the nearby kingdoms. Reward, 8,500,000. Lilia's eyes widened. Holy. That's a lot of jewels. Indeed, it was. I reached out and took the job posting from her hands. That's part of the reason I took the job, I said with a half-hearted smile. The main reason I had taken the job beyond the big pay was that I heard some rumors about some sort of cult kidnapping people in the smallest towns and such, leaving no survivors behind. And I had my reasons to believe that this cult was the same one that had kidnapped me all those years ago. Chapter 34, Winter Town. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. After 2 weeks of traveling and hopping between trains, we finally reached the town of Rubra, a decently sized town located in the land of Ishgar. The town was carefully nestled in the heart of the icy tundra that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, its flat expanse dotted with occasional clusters of frozen trees, and the majestic snow-capped mountains rose against the misty clouds, their jagged peaks illuminated by the pale winter sunlight. As we walked through the narrow cobblestone streets of the town, heads turned in our direction, which I attributed to the fact we were dressed in multiple heavy furs, unlike them. The town itself was pretty quiet despite the amount of people I could see and feel, with the only sounds around being that of the crunch of snow under the boots of those walking around and the occasional bark of a dog here and there. Ignoring the looks we were getting for the time being, we continued walking through town, passing rows of houses and shops of all shapes and sizes. Until a small inn with a friendly cozy front appeared in the distance. Seeing this, and the fact this was the first inn I had seen in miles since we arrived at the town, I decided the place was as good of a spot as any to set up our camp and use as a base of operations. I think it's best we get a room here before moving forward, I said, getting a nod from Lilia before we started making our way to the inn. Upon entering the inn through its wooden doors that announced our presence with a loud creak, the innkeeper, a burly-looking man with a lumberjack beard, greeted us warmly, immediately offering us a place by the fire on his hall, alongside a hot plate of soup to warm us up, while we decided what room to get. As I sat, I left Lilia to negotiate the price with the innkeeper, taking this time to scan the place around, taking in my surroundings carefully, noticing that most of the walls of the inn were adorned with various furs and pelts and that the tables were roughly carved from pine wood. "This place is cold," Mavis muttered, pretending to shiver from the cold, as she appeared in front of me, startling the crap out of me, as she hunched her shoulders and rubbed her arms. I looked at her, my eyes screaming. "What are you doing here?" "I got bored," Mavis shrugged, forgetting the fact she was pretending to be cold a few moments ago. "Fair enough, I suppose. I just wish she stopped coming to my life like a fucking ad, when I least expect it." Pushing Mavis's sudden appearance aside, I continued scanning the room until a tense conversation broke out between two locals 6 tables away. Finding the demeanor of the conversation interesting, my gaze settled on 2 men sitting in the far corner of the room, trying to listen to their conversation. Sadly, from where I was sitting, I could only make out bits and pieces of what they were saying, seeing as they were whispering, but the words monster and chaos kept showing up more than anything else, making it clear, alongside their expressions of fear, that whatever they were talking about was related to my job. Sighing, I glanced back at Lilia for a moment, who was still negotiating with the innkeeper about prices. Before pushing myself off the table, approaching the 2 men, clearing my throat. "I apologize for the intrusion, but would you be so kind as to answer some questions?" The 2 men glanced at me for a moment, their eyebrows raised before exchanging a brief look with one another. Then, before I could do anything else, the older of the 2 stood up and stepped forward, crossing his arms. His steely, gray eyes meeting mine as he asked, "And who the heck are you?" I could feel the tension in the men, looking for a reason to snap. I wasn't off to a good start with the locals, it seems. "There is no need to be aggressive," I replied, raising my arms with a faint smile to show him I meant no harm. "I just want to ask a few questions, and I promise I will make your time worthwhile." The man's thin, graying brows furrowed as he pinned me with a suspicious glare. "You one of them wizards, aren't ya?" he asked, making emphasis on the last word almost like an accusation. "I am a wizard, yes," I nodded, wondering where this was going. The man's eyes hardened with rage as he slowly brought his hand towards me, his fingers wrapping around the collar of my shirt, lifting me up to him until I was at eye level with him. "Thousands are dying all around, and you wizards do nothing. Where were you lot when Rivalry was destroyed?" "Oh, I see." He was blaming the deaths this monster was leaving behind on the wizards. I sighed, moving my right hand to his shoulder. "I understand your anger, sir, and believe me, I do empathize with your grief." At this, I pressed down on his shoulder gently, forcing the man that just a few moments ago had been lifting me with one hand to his knees, making his eyes go wide. "However, I am not to blame for all this." At this, a heavy silence filled the once loud room, and without even turning I could feel everyone's gaze on me. My eyes were fixed on the man and his companion, who shifted in place, staring at me with wide eyes, their faces drained of color. Taking a deep breath, I sized up the room, my eyes sweeping past the shocked looks of the locals, before returning my gaze to the 2 I had originally approached, trying to gather information. "My name is Adam, from Fairy Tale, and I'm here to eliminate the monster destroying the northern cities. Any information you could provide regarding this would be most helpful. You don't have to like me, but in order to make this easier for all of us, we have set aside our differences and focus on the task at hand, at least for the time being. Does that sound reasonable?" The air in the room grew thick with tension before the man who I had brought to his knees slowly nodded, his face a mixture of fear, anger, and relief. "I can work with that," the man said, his voice barely above a whisper. To translate that, I'm now aware you are stronger than me, therefore I will cooperate, Mavis giggled. Wonderful, I said with a nod. Now, what can you tell me about this monster? The men took a deep breath and began to explain. Telling me that the monster had been rampaging in the area on and off for weeks now, destroying every village it came across, leaving more than not no survivors. Those that had survived said the monster was massive in size, taller than most buildings, and incredibly powerful, seeing it had eliminated 2 local guilds completely as if they were nothing. No wonder wizards weren't that eager to help. Beyond that, the locals in the inn didn't have much to share. I sighed. That wasn't much to go. It was basically the same information the job posting had offered me. I continued talking with the locals within the inn, trying to find anything that would help me in this job. Sadly, the innkeeper and his patrons had little to offer in terms of useful insight, other than the fact that the monster would arrive unannounced, its howl reverberating through the night and shaking the earthen walls like a thunderclap. Then, after everything was destroyed, and the city bathed in the blood of their own, it would simply disappear, leaving no trace of its existence beyond the destruction and devastation it had caused. This was rather problematic for me. Something capable of leveling entire towns overnight, and wiping out guilds just as easily should be easy enough to track, yet, there were no clues about the monster's whereabouts. Beyond that, there were a few things that didn't quite make sense to me, like, if the monster was as powerful as everyone stated, then finding his magic power should be easy enough to do. Even if the monster wasn't as powerful as the locals were making it out to be, it still should be easy to track it considering its size. Based on the information I had on hand, which was superficial at best, I was able to come to 2 conclusions about the target of my job. 1. I wasn't dealing with a monster, instead, I was dealing with a mage, one capable of hiding their power and using takeover magic. 2, and what felt like the most likely option so far, I was dealing with a monster as the locals had stated, but one who was naturally capable of hiding his power, and altering his size using both as hunting mechanisms, like lions, and their fur to hide the savannah. Then again, there was always the chance I wasn't dealing with a monster or a mage at all. Lilia, let's go, we are leaving, I said, before making my way out of the inn, with Lilia following close behind without saying a word. While I would have loved to stay at the inn, the situation had changed a bit. If I was to believe the locals and what they had said, then that meant the monster was unnaturally good when it came to leaving no traces of his existence after an attack. Meaning that if I wanted to be able to stop whatever I was dealing with, I would need to establish my camp deeper into the country in a more central location, so to speak. That way, I would be able to easily move around the country whenever the monster attacked without giving it much of a chance to escape. Taking a deep breath, I spread the map out I had bought for the country, trying to find a good spot to set camp. The mountains might be a good place for that, I muttered, tracing my finger along the ridges of the Paper Mountain range. That's not a bad idea, considering your speed you might be able to intercept the monster before it escapes, Mavis nodded, understanding what I was trying to do. With Lilia close behind, I trudged up the mountain through the thick snow with ease, our boots sinking deep into the white powder with each step we took, as the mountains rose up around us, their jagged peaks disappearing into the clouds. As we walked higher, and higher, into the mountain's peak, the snow grew deeper, and the wind grew fiercer. But despite all the attempts nature was throwing at us to deter us, the harsh conditions around us barely did a thing to slow us down. Lilia was using her telekinesis to shield herself from the weather, while I was using my power, vibrating it in intervals to generate heat, turning myself into a makeshift radiator. Eventually, after a few hours of walking, seeing nothing but white and the occasional tree, a small cabin appeared in the horizon, having no neighboring houses, standing alone in the snowy plateau this hellish tundra offered. The cabin's wooden walls had seen better days, sagging and worn from years of exposure to the elements, making me believe at first that it was an abandoned hunting cabin. But I quickly dismissed the thought as the faint tendrils of smoke curled up from the stone chimney, revealing it was still being occupied. Or at the very least, that it had been occupied very recently, seeing I couldn't feel anyone nearby. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and quieted my mind, allowing my spiritual awareness to reach out around the mountain's range. At first, all I could feel was the presence of the animals nearby, but as I pushed my senses further, I started to feel something new. A mile away, to the east, I could feel a faint tremor of energy moving, followed by 2 others. Taking another deep breath, I took a few steps east, almost as if trying to reach them out, and felt the sensation grow stronger. 3 distinct energies, one radiating a considerable amount of magic power, accompanied by 2 weaker sources. They were coming towards the house from what I could tell. "We will be having company," I said, giving Lilia a look. "I see, don't worry Adam-sama, they shall be dealt with," Lilia replied, her eyes growing cold as she reached her hand into the pocket of her coat, pulling out a pair of long-bladed knives. "I still don't get how she went from shy to this," Mavis muttered, her eyes narrowing on Lilia. I sighed, rubbing my temples. "Lilia, I never said they were enemies. Put that knife away." "Oh, my apologies." Lilia bowed. I sighed once again. I will go ahead and greet them, you stay here, and make camp. Lilia beamed at me. Leave it up to me. Using Shuinpa, I closed the distance between me and the energies I had felt, in less than a few seconds, coming to a stop when I started hearing the sounds of footsteps approaching in the nearby distance. Dropping to the ground before they reached my location in order not to scare them, I waited for a bit, watching as 3 figures slowly started to take form in the snowy distance. At first, I could make anything out of them, seeing nothing but shadows, but as they neared me, I began to see more and more. Eventually realizing once they were close enough, who they were. You are, Gray, and Lion. This meant that I wasn't dealing with a simple monster, I was dealing with a demon. Diora. That complicated things. Diora was stronger than anything I was expecting to face, however, I was excited with the idea of fighting the demon, more than I would have expected to be. Who are you? Yuar asked, her voice tinged with suspicion as she neared me, her voice snapping me out of my train of thought. I flashed her a friendly grin and gave a polite wave. Oh, my apologies, my name is Adam, and I'm a wizard from Fairy Tale, here to do a job. Yuar looked me up and down, clearly skeptical. You're a long way from home, kid, she said. That was an understatement. Well, the best-paying jobs are rarely ever close to home. I see, Yuar said, crossing her arms. Most people don't venture this high into the mountains, especially not alone. I shrugged. If the weather was the worst this place had to offer, I could deal with it. It's not a big deal, I've faced worse challenges than the weather of a mountain. Yeah, right, Gray, who had been silent until now, scoffed. Gray, don't antagonize the poor guy, don't you see he's clearly suffering from cold-induced hallucinations? Lion scolded Gray, crossing his arms in disappointment. Yuar's eyes narrowed and one eyebrow rose slightly in disbelief. No big deal, you say? I suppose it's a matter of opinion, I chuckled, giving the trio a small look. I came here to greet you all, seeing we are going to be neighbors for the foreseeable future. What do you may a dash, Yuar began, but before she could finish her sentence, I had already vanished out of sight using Shuinpa, leaving nothing but a trail of swirling snow behind me, and a very confused woman with her just as equally confused students frozen in place. The hell was that? Chapter 35, Cold Weather. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. For the next few days after my meeting with the trio, I found myself observing as Yuar trained the 2 kids she had taken as her pupils in her signature magic, Ice Make. I could sense that Yuar was not happy with me being there. Though she did not voice it, I could see it in her eyes whenever she looked at me, exploring the area with Lilia. I didn't blame her, after all, I was an outsider to her world, and based on where she had set her house, it was easy to see that like poor Reincarnation she was not used to having strangers around. But despite understanding her, I couldn't do much for her, I had a job to do, and I was not going to let her unhappiness affect it. Beyond that, I had to say I was impressed with Yuar's skills as a teacher, her patience and willingness to offer the duo guidance were more than commendable. It was truly a sight to see her use her magic, and all in all, Lion and Gray were proving to be quick learners, picking up the techniques she was teaching them quite fast, despite their rebellious nature working against their training, the rebellious part being especially the case for Gray. As for us, well, Lilia, Mavis, and I were keeping ourselves focused on the job, leaving the ice-making trio alone beyond the smallest interactions. Taking shifts between Lilia and me, to avoid being possibly exhausted when the time came, we had been waiting for Diora to appear, who despite having yet to make an appearance, I was certain was still lurking in the area. It didn't help that most demons had no magic power to sense or a real soul for that matter, making the task of locating them an extremely difficult endeavor. So, trying to counter the stealth mode Zerif had installed on his fucking creations, alongside wanting to avoid more deaths at the hands of that wretched monster, I would spend most of my days tracking and gathering information about the demon's whereabouts. Mavis had been particularly helpful in this aspect, her knowledge of the local terrain and creatures proving to be invaluable to our mission's success. When I wasn't looking for the beast, I would be training in my inner world, trying to prepare myself for Diora. The thing was, I wasn't sure how strong the monster I was dealing with was. And it didn't help I didn't have much to go by when it came to its power, I honestly had nothing at all to go by. Was he as strong as one of the demon gates? Weaker. Stronger perhaps. The truth was, that despite my supposedly useful canon knowledge, I had no fucking idea what I was dealing with, and that alone made it very difficult to plan around. But it also made it all the more fun. I guess you could say I was having conflicting emotions about this. I was both concerned and happy. Both doubtful and thrilled about the prospect Diora represented. I could hardly wait. 2 months later. One evening, the first week of the second month since my arrival, as Lilia, Mavis, and I were sitting around the campfire, Yuar broke her silence. What exactly is your mission here? She asked me, her tone neutral. I looked at her surprised by the sudden question, and interaction, seeing that beyond the occasional nod here and there we hadn't exchanged words since our first meeting. I'm here to kill the demon that has been roaming around, I replied honestly. Yuar's eyes widened for a moment before returning back to normal. In that case, allow me to save you the time. Leave, and don't come back unless you have an army. I let out a short laugh, completely understanding from where she was coming from. Don't worry, I am well aware of my limits. That being said, I have a job to do, and I will do it. Yuar said nothing else, only continuing to observe me in silence until she finally nodded. First Gray, and then you. It's like the newest generation is full of stupid brats. Honestly, I pity our future as a civilization. Thanks for your vote of confidence, I said, with a small humored smile. Don't you dare insult Adam-sama. Lilia hissed, having had enough of Yuar's attitude. At this, Mavis jumped to her feet, her small hands clapping and her eyes wide with glee. Oh, fight, 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 she cheered as she swayed back and forth, and thankfully I was the only one that could hear her. Just remember I warned you. This is a task well beyond the range of someone like you, who does not have the strength and experience required to defeat this demon. You are warned, ignoring Lilia's words or her glare. I understand, I replied. Then if that's true, do yourself a favor and find someone who can take this job. Someone with experience, Yuar said, turning away from me. Someone who can protect you. I remained silent, understanding her words and the hidden meaning behind them. When it came to Yuar, it all came down to the guilt she felt about Altair. Yuar Milkovich POV. I watched as the kid and his companion continued with their mission despite my words. I had tried to warn him, but he had not heeded my words. I didn't know the kid. He seemed like a nice enough boy, but his mission was sure to lead to disaster. I was sure he thought he was prepared for the fight, but he had no idea what he was up against. Diora was no ordinary demon. He was a demon of legend, one of the strongest creatures in all of Earthland. And yet, despite all that, he had still decided to take on the task. No matter what I do, I can never protect anyone, not even from themselves. Not him. And not my Altair. I sighed before turning my attention back to the campfire, my mind whirling with thoughts, going back to the same corner they always would. Altair, my daughter. Maybe if I had been there for Altair, maybe if I had tried hard enough, things might have been different. Maybe if I had been there to protect her, she wouldn't have died. My heart clenched at the thought, the familiar guilt spreading through my chest. Would I fail Lion and Gray too? I didn't want to think about that. I didn't know. But I had to believe that things would be different this time. That I could do something different. That I could help them, and protect them. I had failed Altair, but maybe I could make it right this time with Lion and Gray, maybe, just maybe. Mavis Vermilion POV. I watched in silence as Yuar tried to warn Adam of the dangers of this mission. Despite her warnings, however, Adam seemed determined to continue his mission, even though I could see the slightest hint of hesitation in his eyes. I couldn't help but admire his courage. Then again, it was to be expected from a member of Fairy Tail, even if I knew it was foolish of him. If Yuar's words were to be trusted, Diora was more than a match for what lay ahead. I had many reasons to be worried about Adam's and Lilia's safety. Yuar's power wasn't that far off from Adam's. In terms of power alone, if I had to rate them, Adam was a 10, and Yuar an 8.1, however, what she lacked in raw power in comparison to Adam, she had in experience. That alone told me this demon they were facing was not a threat to be taken lightly. And while I had no doubts that Adam would eventually succeed in his task, a grim question lingered in my mind: would he survive it? I shook my head, a small smile forming on my lips. Fairy Tail had faced worse, and we still stand. Besides, he wasn't alone. He had Lilia. He had me. And against what most would believe based on her harsh words, he had Yuar. I knew her type, and her eyes were of the type of person that had already decided to protect those around her, even if she doesn't know it herself. My smile widened. It would be all right. I had faith. And as long as we had faith, nothing was impossible. Chapter 36, Diora. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. I draped my blanket over my shoulders and huddled around the campfire, feeling grateful for its warmth on the otherwise frosty night. Lilia and I hooked thin sticks through fish fillets and potatoes, cooking our meal over the open flames. The vast tundra was illuminated by a million stars, stretching out in all directions with an expanse of snow and ice that seemed to never end. Want a bit of salt for the food? Lilia asked. I nodded, watching the fish we had bought for today's dinner curl and bubble in the sizzling pan. However, before I could take the salt, a chill ran through my body, like a gust of icy wind, and I felt a strange sensation wash over me. It was like a shiver, but deeper, more intense. The air around me seemed to grow still as I felt a crushing sense of sadness, as if 1,000 lives had suddenly been extinguished all at once. My heart raced in my chest as I looked around, trying to figure out what was happening. Then, in the distance, came a deafening roar. The sound echoed through the trees, a deep bellow that shook the ground and rattled my teeth. It was a mix of rage, sorrow, and desperation, a primal howl of pure anguish and hunger that made the heavens themselves shake in its wake. He finally appeared, Mavis muttered under her breath. Diora. Lilia looked at me, her eyes wide. What was that? She asked, her voice low and filled with concern. Our target, I said, my heart pounding in my chest. Diora. Taking a deep breath, I stood up from the campfire, my heart racing with adrenaline. However, before I could do anything else, Uar suddenly appeared. Has anyone seen Gray? Uar asked urgently. I shook my head. Last time I had seen him was 3 days ago, and it wasn't out of the norm for Uar to leave her students stranded to teach them something, so I didn't give it much thought, but then as I was about to leave, a realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Gray wasn't here because he was going after Diora, not because of training. How the hell did he know about Diora's attack before me? No matter. I can still get to the demon before him. Taking another deep breath, I turned to Uar, my voice urgent. He must be going after Diora, no idea how he figured out where the demon would strike, but he did it, and he's on his way to kill himself. Uar nodded grimly, her expression mirroring my own. Without another word, I turned and started using Shuinpa, moving as quickly as I could across the icy tundra towards Diora's location. With each step I took, the wind whipped past my face, stinging my eyes and freezing my breath, but no matter what, I pressed on, driven by a fierce determination to stop Diora once and for all, hopefully before he could kill Gray. Gray full-buster POV. My hands trembled as I stood before Diora, my body battered and bruised. I had trained for so long to avenge my parents, but no matter what I did, I was no match for this demon. He didn't even acknowledge me. Shouting, I conjured all my strength and unleashed a barrage of ice-make magic attacks, but once it was to no avail. Diora, like everything I had done before, simply brushed them off as if they were nothing. In desperation, I charged towards Diora, grabbing a stick, hoping to do something, anything. But before I could get close enough, Diora opened his mouth with a roar, releasing a massive blast of fire in my direction. This was it. I would die. All this training, for nothing. In the end, I failed everyone. Helplessly, I watched as Diora's attack neared me, but just as the flames were about to consume me, I saw a figure appear in front of me. A silhouette of someone, with a sword in hand. He moved and sliced through the fire blast with ease, his movements too fast for me to see. Do you have a fucking death wish? Adam POV. I had arrived just in fucking time to save Gray. I have always known he had a death wish, but this was ridiculous. Adam. Gray slumped to his knees, his breathing labored and shallow, the edges of his tattered clothes singed by his attempts at trying to hurt Diora. No. Fucking Santa Claus, you prick. I barked at him. I'm all for a good serving of revenge, but before doing stupid shit make sure you can actually see your revenge through. Before I could say anything else. The air was filled with a deafening roar as Diora bellowed to the skies with all its might, making the ground around us quake beneath my feet. Its ancient eyes only reflected its insatiable need for destruction, a hunger that demanded to be filled. I smiled, immediately releasing my Zanpakuto. Kicking the ground, I moved to the other side of the city, taking Gray to a safe place, before moving back to Diora's location. Scared, and excited, I stood at the edge of the ruined city, my Zanpakuto held tightly in my hands as I looked at Diora, who had already forgotten about my existence and was back to destroying the town like there was no tomorrow. I scrutinized the hulking demon, feeling my stomach tighten in trepidation and excitement. Its scales were thick and looked like overlapping plates of iron, creating an almost impenetrable wall of protection that I knew would be difficult to break through with conventional means. No wonder wizards were rejecting this job. From a simple glance, I could tell Diora was powerful. I couldn't feel his power, but somehow I could tell without a doubt his power was vast and unrelenting. It wasn't quite on the same level as Makarov or Gildart's, but it was still enough to warrant caution. But regardless of how powerful the demon was, I was determined to defeat it and end its reign of terror. Ready to start my battle with the demon, I gathered all the Ryatsu I could muster without waiting too much time and focused it into my hands, feeling the energy grow as I shouted the incantation, Heido number 54. Heian. I muttered, thrusting my right hand outwards, releasing a powerful gust of purple flames that cascaded towards Diora like a burning waterfall, consuming the demon whole in a purple inferno. This was a powerful Heido I had just used. One said to have the power to eradicate the very existence of whatever it hits. Let's see if that's true. Almost as if answering my questions, Diora raised his fists to the heavens and roared, this time with such intensity that it seemed the very stars quivered, as a deep rumble emanated from his body, shaking the earth beneath him as the inferno of purple flames my attack had created was snuffed out with a gust of wind. Well fuck, I chuckled in a mix of excitement and concern as I gazed at the giant in front of me. Not a single scratch on the bastard, not even a burn mark marred its fucking exterior as a result of my attack. I have to admit that Zerif sure knows how to build his toys, he makes them sturdy enough to last. As I watched in awe the demon shaking off my attack, Mavis suddenly appeared beside me, her eyes wide with panic as she shouted, "Adam, you must step back." I miscalculated how much power this demon would have. "This creature is far too powerful for you to take on all by yourself. We must devise a strategy, a way to overpower this beast, and you can't do it alone." My face lit up as I turned to Mavis, my eyes wild with excitement. I knew Diora was probably stronger than me, and his might would challenge me, but the thing is, I welcomed that challenge. "Fuck that. Don't ask me something you wouldn't do. Master, you know that if you were me, you would be there fighting him even if that meant your death, or am I wrong?" Mavis' eyes widened. "Diora. Let's fight," I shouted, and before Mavis or I could say anything, Diora roared in response before charging toward me. Taking a deep breath, I moved behind the demon with Shuinpa, and swung my Zanpakuto, warping the space around my attack, slashing the demon's back hole, throwing him off balance. I couldn't cut through him, but I could damage him with my blade, that would do. Now it was all a matter of who tired who first. This battle had turned into a war of attrition situation. Mavis Vermilion POV. I couldn't refute Adam's points, he was right. If it were me, I would have jumped to save the innocent without a care for my life. But, was it so wrong that I wanted him to be more selfish than me? Unable to find the right words to change his mind, I watched as he vanished out of sight, reappearing behind the demon hacking his back with a swift move of his blade. Adam was driven by the challenge Diora represented, his eyes burning, and his hands never letting go of the weapon in his hands. From afar, I could hear the sound of his blade clashing against the demon's hide, as Adam blurred in and out of sight, not letting the beast rest. However, with each successful strike on Adam's part, the faster the demon's reactions became, and it wasn't before long that Diora made his move to counterattack, his massive claws slicing through the air with incredible speed. Seeing this, Adam used his speed magic, or Shuinpa as he called it, to avoid it, but now that Diora had found a tempo, the demon was relentless. The demon roared, slashing at Adam left and right, his speed increasing with each strike, forcing Adam to keep avoiding his strikes, before suddenly the beast changed his approach, opening his mouth, and releasing a massive blast of fire towards Adam at point blank. This time, however, Adam didn't dodge, and his body was thrown back violently, tumbling through the air as he crashed through several buildings and debris. His body landed on the ground creating a scorching crater, his physique now battered and broken, blood pouring from multiple wounds. Why didn't he dodge? I muttered, immediately realizing why. Gray was in the direction Diora had shot that blast. Grinning, Adam struggled to stand, his legs weak and unsteady, as Diora loomed over him. That hurt a lot. Adam cracked a smile as blood oozed from the wounds on his face and arms, but despite all of that, he simply smiled, his body language showing a defiant demeanor, a silent testament that he wouldn't be defeated without a fight. Chapter 37, Unseen Doubt. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Mavis Vermilion POV. Adam staggered forward, blood streaming down his body, as he flashed a fierce grin and slashed at Diora with his sword. However, unlike before, this time his attack didn't do anything and was instead deflected off the beast's skin with a loud grinding sound. "Huh," Adam muttered, moving his shoulder a bit. This didn't make sense. Diora had been affected by Adam's blade so far, so why the sudden change? Could it be that his chest has a higher defense? Or, could it be something else? "Adam, there's something strange going on," I shouted as I stared at Diora with a cold calculative demeanor. "Proceed with caution until I analyze what's going on. If he wasn't going to escape, I might as well help him to the best of my ability." Nodding, Adam turned to Diora who, seeing Adam was still alive, roared, releasing another blast of fire at him, making Adam grin widely moments before the attack collided with him in a massive explosion of fire. Why didn't you dodge?" I muttered in shock and pain. One blast had damaged him to the point of needing medical attention, two would kill him. The beast, assuming Adam was dead, turned around to continue with his destruction, only to experience a monstrous and intense level of aura enveloping the entire place. The demon tried to turn around, however before the latter could fully react, he was met with a slash of his body. The demon stumbled backward with a painful roar, its chest cut open, leaving behind him a trail of acidic blood. That means Adam is still alive. Almost as if confirming what I wanted to hear, Adam stepped out of the crater Diora's attack had left, smoke still swirling around him as he smirked. "Still can't cut through you, huh?" At this, Diora bellowed, the sound of his roar shaking the ground around, as his colossal fists pounded the ground like an enraged beast. His face was twisted with fury, eyes flashing dangerously as he pounded his fists into the ground again and again. The demon continued to stomp and roar, baring its teeth and shaking its fists in the air with such ferocity that I found myself stepping back in surprise. It seemed almost impossible to believe that such an abomination, one that had no capacity for thought or feeling as they had been lost in his creation, was raging like a bloodthirsty maniac. It didn't make sense, he should feel nothing, yet his rage was fully present and undeniable. Adam POV. I clenched my Zanpakuto, pupils dilating as I slowly stepped forward into the center of the town toward my most formidable opponent yet. Diora. The demon towered over me, his hulking presence casting a massive shadow around me, as he roared in rage, in pain. A monster without thought, a being of pure malice. Taking a deep breath, I readied my Zanpakuto, tightening my grip on the hilt as I took a step forward. Immediately the air around me was filled with the sound of Diora's imposing roar, as his enormous claws swiped through the air toward me, their sharpness glinting in the moonlight as they descended mercilessly on me. Taking a step forward, I thrust my Zanpakuto forward to block his attack, pushing as much spiritual energy as I could into my swing, our attacks clashing in a clash of sparks and thunderous sound, as everywhere around us, the earth trembled with the force of our struggle. I couldn't help but think that if there were any spectators seeing this, I bet they would have thought this was a comical sight, seeing the massive beast and me clashing, both of us unmoving. Moving above Diora's head, I swung my Zanpakuto downwards with all my might, sending a powerful slash down at the beast. However, like a few moments ago, instead of getting any damage, the demon's thick hide of his skin absorbed the blow. That didn't make sense. I had used more power than I had used to slash his chest open, and instead of hurting him, it had done nothing. Maybe there's more to him than what I remembered from the anime. However, before I could finish the thought or analyze Diora any further, I felt a chill run down my spine as the demon lurched towards me, moving faster than ever before. His fist suddenly appearing a few inches away from my body, before hitting me like a sledgehammer, sending shockwaves of force throughout the town as my body was thrown back, flying through several buildings. Moving my body around, I landed hard on the ground, rolling to my feet as I struggled to catch my breath, my entire body shaking from the hit. He was faster than before. His skin was growing more durable as well. The bastard was evolving as we fought. Was that his curse? Now that I think about it, his curse was never stated in the show. It's not like he ever got the chance to display his full power. Diora defeated him in a single strike with her ice shell, sealing him before he could fully show what he was capable of. If the power of his curse was indeed the power of evolution, then I could understand why the demon had no mind of its own. The evolutionary process was one without logic when dissected to its most basic state. It was driven by an instinct that was primal and indefinable. In short, not always the evolutionary process leaned on the path to higher thinking, more than not it leaned on other evolutionary paths, deeming the ability to have higher intelligence not necessary for survival. After all, there is a reason why only a few species have the ability to think on the same level as humans, at least in this universe. Focusing my energy, I leaped away just as Diora lunged forward, narrowly dodging his advance, his sharp claws outstretched and bared fangs glinting in the moonlight. The momentum behind his attack carried him forward, and I used it to my advantage, spinning above him and slashing downwards with my Zanpakuto, hitting him in the same place I had at the beginning of the fight. He recoiled from the unexpected impact, and stumbled forward, blood dripping from his wound, his eyes blazing at me with rage. Carriage of thunder, bridge of a spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakuto number 61. Rikujikoro, I said, pointing my index finger forward at Diora, as a bright spark of yellow energy erupted from my hand, quickly taking shape of 6 thin beams that shot toward the demon's midsection at lightning speed, slamming into him, locking him firmly in place. That will only hold him down for a few seconds. I might as well make the most of it. Wasting no time, I leaped forward, my feet barely brushing the ground as I used Shuinpa to move around the beast while channeling all of my power into my Zanpakuto. I wielded my Zanpakuto around with all the strength I had, each strike cutting more deeply into Diora's skin, each swing carefully aimed towards the wounds I had previously made on the demon before his hide began to thicken. Its howls of agony echoed through the town, shaking the earth beneath us until the beams of light surrounding Diora's form began to flicker and dim. Seeing this, I jumped back, taking my distance, seeing how with one final roar, the light keeping him in place fractured into a million shards and vanished from sight. With his mindless yet rageful gaze on me, Diora let out a deafening roar, shaking the ground with its intensity as the fissures bloomed around him and spread out like cracks in a windshield, widening the crater beneath his feet to massive proportions. Adam, as you might have already deduced, Diora has the power to evolve, at least partially, Mavis said, floating beside me. His speed and durability have increased exponentially since the fight began, but his attack power has remained for the most part the same. Now that I think about it, yeah. Not that he needed his attack power to increase. With what he already has me on the fucking ropes. Any plans? I asked, my eyes fixed on Diora. Yes, I have noticed his durability and speed seem to come in short intervals. When he lowered his guard, you slashed his chest, only for your second attack to do nothing, Mavis explained, staring at Diora. I have a plan, but for it to work we are going to need more than just us, so wait for my signal and keep him occupied for as long as possible. Lovely. I grinned. Who am I kidding? Despite how fucked up I am having the time of my life. Grinning, I turned forward, watching as Diora charged at me once again, his eyes fixed on his prey. I could see the mindless rage in his eyes, a feral beast hellbent on destruction without reason. Not waiting for the demon to reach me, I sidestepped his advance, using Shuinpa to get around his hulking body, moving close enough to slash my Zanpakuto across the wound of his chest. The demon howled in pain and anguish, the sound echoing off the surrounding cliffs, and I could tell his fury had grown, intensifying his attacks to the point I didn't even see his next strike. Unable to perceive Diora's move, I felt the full force of his blow as he slammed me into the ground, my Zanpakuto clattering out of my hand, as I gasped for air, struggling to catch my breath as Diora loomed over me, his teeth bared in a vicious snarl. Adam, Inner World, POV. Adam, the voice of my Zanpakuto echoed in my mind, as all of a sudden I found myself within my inner world. Why am I here? I asked as I surveyed the area, the acrid taste of blood coating my tongue. I wiped at my lip, and my hand came away smeared with crimson. If you keep this up, you will die. You have yet to truly unleash my power. You seek the thrill of battle, but are blind to your own hesitation behind your strikes. That hesitation is your greatest enemy, not the beast before you. Zenriuzuki appeared in a burst of bright light, her long, raven hair cascading over her shoulders as she looked at me. What are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? I muttered to myself, looking at Zenriuzuki. Zenriuzuki answered before I could speak again, you doubt yourself. You doubt my power. Abandon those doubts, Adam. Abandon your hesitation. Only by facing forward, unwavering and unyielding, can you hope to succeed. Retreat and you will fail. Keep hesitating and you will die. I wasn't hesitating, was I? If I were, I wouldn't have tried to fight the demon. If I truly doubted my power, I would have run when Mavis told me to run. I'm not hesitating, I replied firmly. You aren't. Zenriuzuki said, her eyes fixed on me. When you used me to strike the demon, not once the thought of cutting him down occurred to you, instead you were aiming to hurt him, and hurt him we did. She was right. Not once did I picture my blade cutting through Diora's body completely, in my mind only hurting was possible, the thought of killing him with one strike seemed just impossible. Zenriuzuki's eyes bore into mine, her voice low and almost hypnotic. Our blade only exhibits doubt with each strike you take, she said. Can a blade sharpened by doubt truly cut anything? Can it conquer the enemy? No, it can't. Send me back, I have a demon to kill, I said, and this time, I would erase all traces of hesitation from within me. This time, I would attack Diora, and kill him. Adam POV. My eyes fluttered open, and I looked up to see Lilia's determined face as she hurriedly carried me away from the deep crater in the ground, created by the force of Diora's last blow on my person. Glancing over Lilia's shoulder, I saw UR, standing between us and Diora with an icy aura around herself, as she stared at the demon, tears running down her face. Fuck cannon. And fuck that. Without hesitation, I leaped off Lilia's shoulder and vaulted through the air, my feet pointed directly towards UR's back. The force of my kick combined with the fact she hadn't expected that, sent her crashing through an open window in the nearby building, effectively stopping her suicide spell. Adam-sama. Lilia shouted in shock and relief. The hell was that brat? UR's voice was a sharp crack as she threw her fists to her hips and glared at me from within the building I had kicked her into. I can ask you the same. You almost killed yourself with that spell. I replied, kicking a rock her way, only for a gust of cold wind to freeze the rock into dust before it reached her. Right, because almost dying without doing shit would have been better. UR barked back, walking towards me with an angry glare. My breath fogged by the cold air around UR, I took a step forward and summoned my Zanpakuto. I didn't die, so suck on an icicle. UR clenched her fists and spat out the words, her cheeks flushing and one of her eyes twitching. You didn't die because I saved you. I spun around to meet her gaze as Diora began to howl, his roar reverberating through the town in a chilling display. Look, I said, trying to convince her, out of her suicidal plan. I'm pretty sure we can kill this demon without any of us dying. So, are you willing to not die? UR narrowed her eyes and scanned my disheveled figure. Worry creased her forehead as she took in the deep gashes, the multiple bruises, and the dried blood that still clung to my skin. You look like shit. Hurtful, but fair. I know. UR looked up at me with her deep black eyes, her brow furrowed in confusion and something else. Why do you even care if I live or not? She asked, her voice tense. I offered my hand to her, stained with dirt and sweat, and smeared with fresh blood, as a tender smile crept onto my face. Let's make a deal, if we survive this, I'll tell you, deal. UR sighed in defeat, turning her attention to Diora. Fine, I can't believe I'm humoring a kid, but fuck it, let's fight the demon. Just remember you fucked up the easiest way out of this. You'll thank me later. I shouted, blurring out of sight, executing Shuinpa to almost instantly close the distance between me and Diora. This time, carrying more determination in my blade, and an ally on my side. Chapter 38, Ice and Sword. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. I'm starting to feel sexy. I might post another chapter, depends of how many stones you throw at me, the more stones, the more fear I might feel, therefore more chapters. Hee hee. Adam POV. I wove my way through the broken down buildings and cracked stone walls, the shadows of the night sky cloaking me as I used Shuanpa to jump quickly from one place to the next. My sights were set on the looming figure of Diora in the distance. I had it much a minute before I couldn't go on any longer. The wounds I had sustained were already starting to tax my body, it was simply a matter of time before my body shut down. I had to end this now. Limit his area. I bellowed as I stepped behind Diora, my form hazily coming into focus before quickly disappearing again as I moved to the demon's right side. Heido number 33. Sakasui. At this, blue flames begin to discharge from the palm of my hand in the shape of a powerful torrent of blue energy surging towards my Diora, blasting the demon off balance. That better not be all your plan. Shouted, her tone showing her doubt, as she set to work. Her fingers dipped into the air and a cold fog filled the entire town, as glittering, translucent formations of ice began to form around the demon's area, slowly shrinking his space. I smiled and leaped backward as Diora's fist came crashing down on me, disappearing in a blur of movement. It's not. I shouted, watching as continued to limit more and more Diora's area, making it harder for the demon to move freely. My plan wasn't anything extraordinary. I would simply put everything I had on a single attack, and in order to make sure the demon didn't just dodge or something, I needed to limit his movements, and was making sure of that. Waiting for to finish her part, I continued moving around, my feet barely touching the ground as I shifted back and forth, always one step ahead of Diora's strikes, as the latter swung his fists wildly hitting nothing but air, as my body faded in and out of view with each move I took. Suddenly, I felt the temperature drop, chilling my bones, and reacted by moving out of the way. Yuar's voice echoed as she yelled, "Ice make, Rose Garden." She clapped her hands together and a flurry of ice began forming in the air around Diora, creating a massive rose garden of ice, one that was connected to all the ice she had created around. That will hold him down a few seconds. I smiled. Now or never. I closed my eyes, inhaled deeply, and focused on the thrum of my heartbeat. I visualized it gathering my Ryatsu from the air, drawing it in with every beat, and sending it through my body until my cells were vibrating with energy. I felt as if I was a tightly wound spring, which could be released at a moment's notice and send shockwaves of power in every direction. I aligned my body with the mental image of my Zanpakuto, summoning all of my spiritual energy into the blade. And little by little, I felt the power behind my spiritual being course through my veins and into my Zanpakuto, and the blade trembled, as the icy prison which had held Diora in its grip began to crack. No doubt. No hesitation. In one swift, silent burst of power, I swung my Zanpakuto down at the demon below me with all my might. The blade slices through the air, leaving behind a trail of energy that crackles with power before sending a translucent wave of power toward the demon. The force behind the strike is so great that it seems to bend the very fabric of space around us, warping the buildings and everything else around, before in an instant, without a single sound, Diora the demon of destruction is cut cleanly in two, shattering his icy prison before both parts of his body fell to the ground with a sickening thud as the force of the strike continued past him, sending shockwaves that rippled outwards, shattering buildings and tearing up the earth. I did it. I smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction at what I had accomplished. But as I was basking in my victory, I suddenly felt every pain in my body erupt to its maximum expression as my vision began to blur. I had finally reached my limit. And now, I was free falling from the sky. But even as I plummeted toward the ground, I couldn't help but feel a sense of peace. Milkovich POV. The brat had done it. He had killed Diora, cutting the demon in two alongside the entire town with a single swing of his blade. He did it, I muttered watching Diora's corpse when all of a sudden I saw the brat's body falling from the sky like a stone. Shit. I cursed, and without hesitation I rushed forward, using everything at my disposal in order to reach him in time. However, as I was about to reach him, I noticed his fast descent had begun to falter. The momentum behind his fall had halted, as he now hung in the air like a balloon, suspended and still. Grab him. The brat's companion, Lilia, shouted, her arms outstretched as a shimmering blue light emanated from her palms and surrounded the boy, suspending him in the air. I nodded, creating a staircase out of ice magic to reach the brat before gently scooping him up in my arms. Got him. Walking down the staircase, I hold the injured brat in my arms, his body bleeding heavily from multiple wounds. As I looked down at him, I can't help but wonder how he was still alive. The injuries he had sustained were severe, and it was honestly a miracle that he had managed to hold on this long, fighting at the level he had displayed. I gritted my teeth. I will not let him die. He saved my life, and now I will do everything in my power to keep him alive, to make sure that he can be reunited with his family. I owe him that much. First, I had to find help, medical assistance, anything that can help him with his situation. We need to move fast to the nearest town. I shouted to his companion, who nodded in response. He needs medical attention. I'm fine, I just need an orange juice, and a few band-aids, the brat muttered in a light-hearted tone, despite the wounds on his body. He was lucky he was so injured because otherwise, I would kick his stupid ass for making jokes like that. I gritted my teeth and said, shut it, but the words came too late. His eyes were already glassy, and he slumped over my arms, the last wisps of breath escaping his lips before he slipped away into unconsciousness. Mavis Vermilion POV. I had watched in horror as Adam's body was battered and bruised by the powerful demon Diora. I had seen his blood seep through his torn clothes and onto the ground, and his eyes grow dim with fatigue. Yet despite all of that, he trudged forward, determined to face the demon head-on. I had watched him win against all odds. I had watched him show strength beyond what I thought possible of him. I simply had no words to express my shock at everything. Did he really kill the demon? Gray muttered, his voice quavering with disbelief and urgency as he asked the question. Yua remained still, her face etched with concern as she looked down at Adam's still form, the white bandages standing in stark contrast to his pale skin. Gray watched his teacher, his eyes begging for an answer. Lion narrowed his gaze and snorted, crossing his arms defiantly. Don't be a fool, Gray. It's obvious our master was the one to defeat the beast, he said, disbelief lacing his tone. He simply couldn't believe that a kid just a few years older than himself could have taken down the mighty demon Diora. I didn't blame him for not believing such claims, even I was struggling to wrap my head around the fact Adam had managed to pull that victory. I knew Adam was strong, but I never imagined to what extent. Yua slowly stepped back, her gaze moving between Lion and Gray, the former's eyes wide and the latter's narrowed. It was him, she said, her voice low and calm. I didn't kill the demon. He did. Lion's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked from his teacher, Yua, to the injured Adam in total shock. He bit his lower lip and shook his head, his voice a whisper. Impossible. Yua let out a low chuckle, her head shaking almost imperceptibly, as her eyes glinted with amusement. I know it's hard to believe, kid, but that's the truth. All I did was play the role of the support in that fight, the brat was the one who killed Diora, not me. Gray stood frozen, the only sound in his mind the high-pitched beeping of the monitors around. His gaze was completely fixated on Adam's body in a mix of shock and disbelief, his mind unable to grasp what his teacher was saying as his legs trembled beneath him. Lion's eyes widened and he stumbled back a step, his mouth agape. He looked at Yua, unable to believe what had just been said. Does that mean he's stronger than you? He asked in a faint whisper. Yua let out a small laugh, the sound reverberating off the walls of the hospital room as she ran her hand along her hair. Yes and no, she began thoughtfully, giving Adam a look. His magic power is most certainly bigger than mine, but there is so much more to a wizard's power than just that. I watched the ice-make wizard sigh, taking a step back. Lion's brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of Yua's words. What does that mean? It means the brat packs a bigger punch than I do, Yua chuckled in amusement. Granted I am quite rusty, seeing my fight with Diora was my first fight in years, but still, the kid managed to do what I wouldn't have been able to do unless I was in top condition. Lion remained silent. Even at her top condition, I estimated she would have had some trouble dealing with Diora. Maybe not as many as Adam thanks to her experience, which adds a lot to the overall fight, but still enough problems to push her back, and perhaps even more. Before I could continue that train of thought, the door opened and Lilia stepped into the hospital room, her gaze quickly focusing on Yua before she moved to Adam, scanning his body lying on the hospital bed before finally breaking the quiet with her soft, urgent query. How is he? Doctors say, and I quote, we have no fucking idea how the kid is so durable. Yua crossed her arms, her gaze shifting between Lilia and Adam. Lilia chuckled softly. As for his condition, they said he will make a full recovery, and that other than a few scars here and there, he will be okay, Yua continued, letting out a soft chuckle. I smiled. Fairy Tale's future was becoming more and more interesting. Gildart's Clive POV. When I got notice the brat had taken a mission to kill a monster rampaging the northern towns of Ishgar, I didn't give it much thought. I was confident he had the strength to face any monster. However, that confidence was soon shaken to pieces when I heard what the monster had done to the northern guilds. Several guilds obliterated. Dozens of wizards slayed by a single being. At this, my concerns for the brat's safety grew. And, it didn't help that Kana began to cry when she heard the news, begging to go and save her big brother. Seeing my cute little princess was asking me so fervently to save the brat, I did what any father that loves his daughter more than life itself would have done, and went out on a personal quest to rescue the brat. Wasting no time, I raced to Ishgar, heart pounding, making my way to the last place the demon was seen. However, when I arrived, what I found shocked me more than I would have expected. Engulfed in an eerie silence, the town where the demon had last been seen lay in ruins, most buildings crumbled all around, and the demon's corpse lay lifeless and bisected in the center of the destruction. My eyes followed the destruction left in Adam's wake, the way the deep grooves cut through the ground, creating a near-perfect line in the dusty earth between two parts of the town. A deep gash on the demon's burial that stretched from one side of the town to the other, a visible reminder of what Adam had accomplished with his magical attack. He's fairy tale material all right, I laughed, my laughter echoing through the destroyed buildings, bouncing off the crumbling walls and broken glass. For a few more moments I surveyed the carnage left behind by Adam's battle, confirming the brat was nowhere to be seen, so seeing that I set off to look for him. If he had managed to kill the monster and yet still hadn't come back to the guild or even reached out to us, then I knew this battle had taken its toll on him. Having this in mind, I navigated to the nearest town, a bustling winter town with cobbled pathways, full of eager faces of all ages, and distant clanging of wagons and horses. As I arrived, the magic in the air was palpable and I could feel the brat's power emanating nearby, weakened but still present. That wasn't all, I could feel others scattered around him, their power like glowing fireflies flying around him. One of the presences I was feeling was strong. The others not so much. Having his location already pinpointed I moved, soon reaching the town's hospital. My footsteps echoed down the sun-dappled corridor as I marched toward the brat's room. I had to knock out a doctor blocking my way, shouting something about only family members. I can't remember, all I know is that I plowed through 2 more doctors before I finally found one willing to lead me to the room. I burst into the hospital room, the wood door splintering off its hinges with my kick. My gaze was immediately fixated on the bed in the corner, where I found Adam's still form covered in white bandages. At his side, there was a woman with short, and 2 small children that clung to her side. The woman seeing me planted her feet firmly on the ground, her arms folded tightly in front of her. Her gaze bored into me as she aggressively questioned, "Who the heck are you?" She took an intimidating step forward, cutting off my path to Adam. Her stance was unyielding. I could feel her magic power readying for battle if need be. I could also tell she knew I was stronger than her by the way she looked at me, yet she was determined to protect the brat from me despite knowing full well her odds against me were 0. I raised my hands in surrender and smiled, trying to defuse the situation from escalating. "No need to fight, I just came here to make sure my brat is okay." The woman's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized me from head to toe before letting out a snort. "He's your son?" "Huh. That explains a fucking lot." "He's not." "Meh, I might as well own the joke, it's not like I can't say no now, Kana loves the kid, and my sweet Cordelia does too, so fuck it." I flashed a wide smile and stuck out a calloused hand. "Gildarts Clive, nice to meet you." "You are Milkovich, you are," replied, taking my hand and shaking it. Chapter 39, Changes. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. I stirred from my slumber, my eyelids feeling heavy. Yawning, I squinted in the golden morning light that beamed through the window of the room I had been tucked into during my unconscious time. Taking a deep breath, I moved, and every muscle screamed in pain as I did, the warmth of the blankets around me still clinging to me. Pushing through the pain, I sat up, taking notice of the familiar scent of herbs and salves that drifted in the air, realizing immediately I was in Polyusica's house. The loud creak of the door interrupted my thoughts, and I quickly moved my head to see Polyusica, her figure filling the doorway, and her hands holding a strange-looking vial. Her lips were pulled tight and her eyes narrowed as she stared at me. "Finally awake, brat," she said and made her way into the room. I blinked and looked down at my body, seeing most of my body covered in thick gauze, taking most of my arms, legs, and torso. Holy shit. I had taken a beating. Polyusica's voice was heavy with disappointment as she hobbled across the room to my bedside. She looked me up and down, her mouth pulled into a tight line of disapproval. "I thought you had more common sense than the average fairy tale member," she said, shaking her head with a snort. "But I guess I was wrong. You're just as dumb as the rest, maybe even more." "Well, that's just hurtful. But now that I think about it, not entirely out of reason. I had fought Diora like Kenpachi would've, but not completely. I was both excited and scared, thrilled and concerned. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, this was just the first time I had gotten badly hurt because of it. First, with Gildarts during the trials, then with Irene feeling angry I hadn't been able to fight her, or my fight with the god, and now Diora. I had no problems being logical outside a fight, or when my enemy was weaker than me, but when I was facing someone stronger than me or on my level, I had trouble keeping a straight head. Here, Polyusica's voice cut through the static of my thoughts as she thrust a small glass vial into my hands. The pale amber liquid bubbled and gurgled under a thin layer of fog as she motioned for me to drink it. Thanks to the terrible smell the vial was emitting, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension as I uncorked the bottle, but I followed her instructions and wrinkled my nose before reluctantly swallowing the foul-smelling and now tasting liquid. I made a face, shuddering as the medicine traveled down my throat, suppressing the urge to vomit, and muttered a gruff prayer that the taste would pass soon. Polyusica's withered hands took the empty vial from mine. "That's what being sick tastes like," she said, the faintest trace of amusement in her voice. "That's not what being sick tastes like." That tasted like death but worse somehow. Now leave, Reincarnation said gruffly, pointing towards the exit with a broom she had pulled out of nowhere. I finished your treatment and I want you gone before I break your bones again. Now shoo. Her eyes flashed angrily. I nodded, carefully slipping off the bed to avoid any pain only to find there was almost none to the point I almost thought I must have imagined the searing pain that had ripped through me a few moments earlier. Just what in the hell was in that vial? Hee, maybe the taste scared the pain away. I barely feel any pain, I muttered, looking at her. At this, Reincarnation's wrinkled face twisted into a scowl and her eyes blazed with anger, as she shook a crooked finger at me and waved her weapon of choice, her broom, in my direction. Leave. I chuckled at the old Sundara's behavior, as I stumbled out of the small wooden cabin comically dodging the old woman's attacks that she wasn't really trying to connect. Outside her house, the forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant cawing of crows. The sun was setting, casting a warm orange glow over the trees. I took a deep breath of the cool evening air and felt a sense of peace settle over me. Time to go back home. I might take a week or two just to relax. The sun beat down on my head as I stepped out of the forest, and I shielded my eyes from the bright rays hitting my face as I made my way through the bustling streets of Magnolia Town, weaving through the carriages and carts as I navigated my way through the masses of people, making haste to the guild. I wanted to let everyone know I was okay before going home. Especially little Kana. Not only I was fond of the little girl but I didn't want to picture what guildarts would do if I let her worry. Shuddering at that thought, I pushed the heavy doors of the guild open, and I was met with the smell of ale and the savory aroma of cooked food as my gaze swept the dingy wood-paneled room, spotting a bunch of familiar faces sitting around the tavern. Waving around, my gaze quickly locked onto the guildmaster's office door, and I hurried through the thickly crowded room, sidestepping and weaving through the occasional bottle flying through the air, or broken chair, as the guild continued their daily brawl, throwing fists and taunts at each other. Finally out of the brawl's range, I made my way to Makarov's office, and upon reaching it, I could hear the muffled sound of voices coming from the other side of the door. Unfamiliar with the magic power of whoever the master was talking with, I reached for the handle and slowly pushed the door open. As the voices grew louder. As soon as I stepped inside, I spotted Makarov at his desk, with a broad smile as he chatted with the woman I didn't quite recognize at first, but soon enough realized it was UR. UR is here. Huh, I didn't expect that. As I pondered why UR was here, Makarov glanced up from his chair, looking at me with a wide smile spreading across his face. Ah, Adam, he roared, springing to his desk. I was just waiting for you. At this, UR whipped her head around and a faint smirk danced across her lips. She crossed her arms over her chest and arched one eyebrow as she said, finally decided to wake up, huh? I nodded slowly. I have to admit I didn't expect to see you here, I said, my voice coming with an obvious tone of surprise. Makarov grinned, spreading his arms wide and puffing out his tiny chest. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he pointed his finger at UR. Welcome the newest member of our family, UR Milkovich. Just how much had I fucking missed while I was unconscious? UR's eyes twinkled at my expression as she smirked. I was getting rusty, and the old man offered me a spot in the guild, so I said why not. I chuckled awkwardly and shifted my weight from one foot to the other, as I scratched the back of my neck. Well, welcome to the family in that case. I wonder if UR joining meant Lion and Grey were joining as well. UR's lips curled into a small, tender smile as she replied. I wasn't the only one, Grey joined as well. Her gaze drifted away to the horizon, her eyes twinkling with the thought of him. What about Lion? And what of Lion? I asked, and UR sighed, crossing her arms. The brat said he'll decide later, something about having to be sure before making a decision, UR said, shaking her head while chuckling between crossed arms. That somehow feels like something well within Lion's character, even though I don't quite remember anything about him specifically, yet it just feels right. Well, good luck to him on that, I replied, wondering how the guild would look in the future thanks to my intervention seeing as already new faces were being added to the roster. Makarov's voice broke through my thoughts, bringing me back to the present. Oh, just in case you were wondering, he said, interrupting my daydreaming. You were paid in full for the job, and they even added a bonus for completing the job so quickly and efficiently. After fees and commissions, you have a total of 8,900,987 jewels. He paused, his eyes twinkling as he watched my expression change from inquisitiveness to delight. That's a lot of money. Even after giving Lilia her part, I would still have a lot left. Oh, talking about Lilia's part. Taking a deep breath, my gaze shifted to UR, and I cleared my throat as I remembered her part in Diora's demise. That reminds me, UR, you helped me in my fight against Diora. So if you want, I can give you part of the reward, it's only fair. At this, UR closed her eyes and her lips pressed together into a thin line, as her head moved from side to side in a show of vehement refusal. Absolutely not, she said, her voice soft yet firm. Brat, if it wasn't for you I would have died. You stopped me from using my strongest spell that alongside stopping Diora would have ended my own life. So thanks but no, the reward is all yours. I sighed, looking at her. I would have tried to argue but I could tell Diora was the type of person that once she made up her mind it was easier just to go with the flow instead of arguing. Very well, I replied. After forcing Lilia to accept a percentage of the reward. Which by the way hadn't been easy whatsoever to accomplish seeing she didn't believe she had helped me at all in this job, saying that if anything Diora was the one that deserved the money not her. In the end, I managed to convince her into taking the money by telling her that if she hadn't caught me as I was falling with her power I would have been in a worse state, but even then it was a struggle to convince her. With that out of the way, I made my way to my apartment building, quickly reaching my floor, where I fumbled with the keys before finally opening the door. Once inside, instead of silence, I was greeted by the sight of Cordelia and Kana moving through my kitchen with their backs on me, the smell of garlic and olive oil wafting through the air, as Cordelia chopped something with Kana watching her in awe. How did they get in? Kana was the first one to notice me as she spun around, her eyes brightening with excitement, before she scampered towards me, throwing her tiny arms around my waist. Big brother. She squealed between giggles, her high-pitched voice ringing with absolute joy. I smiled, hugging her back. At this, I saw Cordelia turn around and smile fondly as she watched her little girl hug me. I hope you don't mind but during your absence, we have been coming in to clean and tidy up a bit on a regular basis. And when I got notice you would wake up today, I decided to cook you something. That explains why they are here, but not how they had gotten here. But seeing Gildarts was probably involved in both cases, I can totally see how. Also, it didn't actually bother me they were here, I was mostly curious, but not curious enough to investigate the matter. Don't worry, I don't mind at all, I replied, as I reached down with one hand, affectionately running my fingers through Kana's hair, which was still hugging me tightly. I didn't know what you liked, so I'm making one of Gildart's favorites, a simple plate of carbonara pasta, Cordelia replied, and pulled her apron strings taut around her waist, her hands deftly adjusting the knot at the back of her neck, before turning her attention back on the stove. If you don't like it, you can tell me, and I can whip out something else, no problem. It wasn't my favorite dish, but I sure as hell liked a good old plate of carbonara. Don't you worry, I love carbonara as well, I replied, trying to keep my balance as Kana clung to my legs, her little arms entwined around my legs, as her face contorted in a mischievous playful grin. Forcing me to shuffle towards the living room, my steps being more of a waddle than a walk as she giggled into my shirt. I could really get used to this. As I smiled at this, Gildarts kicked the door of my apartment open, his voice booming across the place as he bellowed, "Honey. I bought the drinks." Grinning, he staggered inside the apartment and into the kitchen carrying 2 full bags of drinks, which had multiple drinks from simple sodas to a variety of alcoholic beverages. Door repairs aside, I could really get used to this. Chapter 40, Thunder and Sword. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. 3 months after Diora's demise. The following months after the events in Ishgar were quiet for the most part. As I had promised myself, I had taken a month off to recharge, seeing my mind and body were still heavy with the aftermath of everything. Then again, I suppose calling it a month off was a stretch seeing the only thing I was taking time off from was taking any jobs. I was still training. And helping Lilia whenever I had the chance. But mostly I would be training. But not everything during this time was rigorous training, there were some bits of festivity here and there that I quite enjoyed. Like for example, Kana's birthday. Gildarts had spared no expense for this joyous occasion. He filled the entire town with a colorful array of carnival rides and games. I still remember the smell of cotton candy and popcorn filling the air in every corner. Sadly, much to his bad luck, instead of loving it, Kana's face had been a mask of horror as she looked upon the scene, realizing in her childish mind what it meant, 3 whole days of revelry before her, 3 whole days of being under everyone's gaze. Though granted, her general dislike for the party had been mostly because she was embarrassed Gildarts had made her the center of attention for the entire town, not the theme of her party or the gifts themselves. I took it upon myself to explain this to Gildarts, who vowed to do better on her next birthday. Talking about Gildarts, there was also his wedding with Cordelia, which I attended as the groom's bestman alongside Makarov. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little taken aback when Gildarts asked me to stand as his bestman alongside the old men at his wedding, but I just couldn't say no. Beyond that, there was also the day Kana officially joined the guild, which like during her birthday her old men had gone all out in celebration. Ecstatic his little princess had joined the guild, Gildarts had strung hundreds of paper lanterns between the buildings of Magnolia and had the town's musicians playing cheerful tunes to celebrate the momentous occasion. Thankfully this time the celebration only lasted a day. These little events made the time go faster than I expected, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Diora's demise. All I can say is, life was good all in all. I stretched out on the sofa, the worn cushions of my sofa warm under my skin. Mavis floated up beside me, her eyes glued to the pages of the book in my hands, a thick tome of ancient literature that caught her interest, and therefore I had bought. The only sound in the room was the occasional rustle of paper as we moved through its pages, and the soft ticking of the clock on the wall signaling the passage of time. It was a lazy Saturday afternoon, and I had no plans to step outside. Suddenly, as I was about to start a new chapter, I heard a knock at the door, which caught me off guard, making Mavis groan in annoyance. I frowned tiredly, wondering who it could be, seeing I wasn't expecting anyone today. Nevertheless, much to my general annoyance, I got up calmly and made my way toward the door. Leaving an angry Mavis behind, I slowly walked up the door, the creaking steps echoing around, before I came to a stop in front of the door, feeling a powerful magical signature emanating from the other side. One that came from someone I knew. Laxus. Now that I was focusing on sensing it, I could feel his energy radiating like a beacon. And I couldn't help but smile, knowing he had grown so much. I guess he must have come to fight me. Smiling at this, I swung the door open and saw the 13-year-old Laxus standing on the other side, his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on me. It's been a while, I waved at him. Laxus' eyes narrowed as he spoke, his voice steady and unwavering as his gaze held mine with a steely resolve. The last time we crossed paths, you said I would have to become a lot stronger if I wanted to stand a chance against you. I was right, he did come to fight me. I did, I nodded. At this, Laxus stood up straight, uncrossing his arms, his magic billowing around him as cracks of electricity escaped his clenched fists. Let's fight. Very well, I replied, closing the door of my apartment behind me, before leaving with Laxus to find a better location to have our fight. I followed Laxus as he led the way out of my apartment and onto the streets of Magnolia. We walked in silence, slowly making our way to an empty plain on the outskirts of the town. As we approached the clearing, I began to wonder how this would end. Would the fight be the closing point Laxus needed? Would it make it worse? I didn't know. Pushing those thoughts aside, I focused on what was happening right now. I continued walking, until we both stopped at opposite ends of the plain, facing each other, our eyes locked in a wordless stare down as the breeze danced around us, tousling our hair and clothes. Laxus slowly stepped forward, his boots crunching softly against the gravel beneath them as the air around him cracked with electricity. He broke the silence, puncturing it with one simple question. Are you ready? I took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I replied, my voice firm and steady. As soon as those words came from my mouth, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the area with a loud crackling rumble that echoed through the air as Laxus transformed his body into a bolt of lightning and shot toward me. I grinned widely, eyes focused as I twisted my body around, just in time to meet his punch with an open palm, the friction behind his strike sending a shock of vibrations up my arm as his fist came to a dead stop, strong and steady in my grip. I felt a strength radiating from his clenched fist and gave a gentle squeeze, stopping him from moving it. Not bad, but I know you are holding back, I said, our eyes locking for a brief moment, before breaking our stalemate. Laxus's mouth tightened into a line as he clenched his jaw before a wild and sinister smile broke across his face. As you wish, he said, his voice low and menacing. At this, a bright light engulfed Laxus and his figure once again elongated into a jagged streak of lightning that shot through the air, bouncing off around the area as it moved around me, until he finally stopped in midair, high above me. Then, squaring his shoulders and widening his stance, he opened his mouth wide, releasing a crackling, destructive blast of concentrated lightning aimed directly at me. Lightning Dragon's Roar. As his attack swooped down on me with terrifying speed and power, I grinned, before blurring out of sight with a single step, appearing behind him in an instant with my left hand raised. What? Laxus muttered in shock, probably not expecting my sudden display of speed. Bakudo number 62. Hi Apparankin, at this a bright blue light emerged from my left hand, darting towards Laxus before quickly taking the shape of a rod, immediately splitting into 100 copies as it traveled towards him, showering him with a barrage of attacks that illuminated the clearing. Laxus' eyes flicked up in surprise, his pupils widening for a brief instant before he narrowed his gaze intently, regaining his focus as he weaved and ducked under the storm of attacks, evading each rod with a well-timed move, before landing on the ground. Not bad. I didn't expect him to dodge that, at least not entirely. Impressive, I complimented. Laxus' brows drew together in anger, glaring at me as he crossed his arms tightly across his chest. Don't you dare think you can talk down to me. I know you're holding back. He growled through clenched teeth. How odd. Now that I think about it, I don't feel any ill intent coming from him. Same as you, I replied with a shrug. I mean, I was holding back, sure, but he was holding back as well. Laxus bared his teeth and roared, and before I could say or do anything else, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards me with a level of speed beyond anything he had shown so far, closing the distance between us in an instant, delivering a lightning-coated punch to my gut, propelling to the ground with a deafening crack as pure lightning streaked around my body, Lightning Dragon's Iron Fist. Impressed by that sudden show of strength, I felt the impact of the ground reverberate through my body as I collided with a loud thud, forming a crater in the earth, with the dirt around me seeming to come alive as it crackled and sparked with the residues of Lax's lightning. That had fucking hurt. More than I expected. A lot more. At this my lips curled up into a faint smile as I slowly pushed myself off the ground, brushing the dust from my clothes, seeing as I did so, the jagged yellow sparks of lightning that still lingered in my body from the attack. Seeing me stand, Laxus took a step forward, his face contorted in a turmoil of emotions. His fists were clenched and he stared at me, demanding in more than one way that I meet his challenge. Are you going to take me seriously now? He bellowed, his voice echoing in the air. He wasn't holding back anymore. I might as well honor his request before the spectators intervene. I held the hilt of my Zanpakuto tightly in my right hand, slowly drawing the blade from its sheath. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki. With the release of my shuriken, came a blinding explosion of power that erupted from my body, rippling outwards like a wave, shaking the very foundations of everything around me. Ready when you are, I said, taking a step forward, seeing as the very earth trembled beneath my feet, breaking apart, slowly crumbling away like hardened clay, unable to withstand the force of my pressure. Laxus stood still, his gaze burning into mine for a moment. His knuckles turning white as he clenched his fists, his entire body crackling with electricity. Good. With no more words needed, Laxus took a step forward, gathering a large volume of lightning into his right arm as the air around him crackled, before thrusting his arm forward in a punch-like motion, prompting a magical symbol to appear before him, giving form to an oversized fist made of lightning that raced towards me with frightening speed. Taking a step forward, I slowly lifted my Zanpakuto, slicing his lightning strike in two with a single stroke, shocking Laxus, before disappearing from his sight in a single step, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye, as I reappeared in front of him. Then before he could react properly, in a single fluid motion, I shifted my grip on my Zanpakuto, before plunging the hilt of the blade into his chest, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the ground, forming cracks in the earth all around us. Laxus stumbled back a few steps, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. His hands floated up to touch his chest in disbelief as his vision started to dance, showing his struggle to stay conscious. However, this fight of his didn't last long, and soon enough his eyes rolled back in his head and he slumped forward onto the ground with a thud, completely unconscious. The battle over, I lowered my sword and slid it back into its sheath, sealing my shuriken as my eyes lingered on Lax's still form. Taking a deep breath, I turned around to face the old man, Makarov, who was standing in the shadows a few feet away, his eyes meeting mine, unblinkingly. I didn't hurt him, in case you're worried, I said, looking at the old man, as he stepped forward, the light glinting off his bald head, revealing deep crevasses carved into his leathery face that showed his exhaustion. Makarov closed his eyes for a moment, letting out a weary breath. His mouth curved into a faint smile as he opened his eyes once again. I know, he said, nodding. I can't thank you enough for being a friend to him despite everything. I wasn't doing anything special. I had no reason to hurt Laxus, even if he was mad at me. Don't mention it, I replied, smiling at the old man. Makarov chuckled softly. He will wake up soon, in a few minutes or so I would appreciate it if you let me talk with him in private, I said, looking at Makarov. It was high time I talked with Laxus about what had happened. Makarov silently acknowledged the request with a slight nod of his head, before slowly turning away and setting off with steady strides, his white cloak billowing behind him as he made his way back to Magnolia Town. Third-person POV. In Adam's point of view, Laxus lay still on the ground for what felt like an eternity before finally his eyelids flickered and he groaned in pain. Carelessly, the Dragon Slayer tried to sit up, but as he did a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to wince in pain, forcing him back to the ground. Hey there, Adam said, crouching down next to him. How are you feeling? Do we need poor Lyusica? Laxus glared at him, refusing to show any sign of weakness, even in pain. What do you want? I just wanted to talk, Adam said, holding up his hands in a gesture of peace. Look, I know things are heated between us, and that last time we saw each other, I wasn't particularly helpful with your situation, but I want you to know that despite my lack of tact, every word I said that day was true. Laxus' eyebrows knitted together into a frown as he stared at Adam without saying a word. Adam sighed heavily, his eyes darting around as he ran a hand through his hair and began speaking again. I know the excommunication of your dad was tough for you, and I know you blame me for it, but it wasn't my fault. I had nothing to do with it. He paused, his voice wavering, and he glanced away before continuing. However, before Adam could continue, the Dragon Slayer silenced him with an upraised shaky hand. I know, Laxus said, his words slicing through the tense air. I know it wasn't your fault. And honestly, he deserved it. He was a liability to the guild, and his behavior put everyone in danger. Adam's brow furrowed and he slowly cocked his head to one side in confusion. Then. Why did you want to fight me so badly? Laxus's lips twitched, a slight crease forming between his eyebrows as he sighed, his gaze dropping to the floor, silently expressing how uncertain he felt about the entire situation. "I don't know," he finally said. Adam sighed, offering Laxus a small, sympathetic smile. "Maybe this was your way to find some closure." Laxus let out a long, slow sigh, his lips curling ever so slightly, almost as if they were on the brink of a smile, before he forced them back into a thin line, as if he wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do. "I guess," he muttered. Chapter 41, Shadows of the Past. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. A few days after my talk/fight with Laxus, things got better, at least in terms of our relationship, so to speak. His eyes no longer bore into me with anger or hate. He still had more than a few things to work through, sure, but it seemed that his problems with me had ended for the most part, hopefully. With that out of the way, I decided to go out on a job right away. Mostly because if I didn't do one now, I wouldn't be able to do one later, seeing my birthday was coming up, and Kana had made me promise I would be here to celebrate it with her. With that in mind, I made my way to the guild early in the morning, and studied the last few entries on the S-rank guild job posting board, reading through the details of each quest until I found the one I liked the best. Which normally was either one that sounded interesting enough, or paid the most. Sometimes I found one that fit both boxes in that criteria. Having picked my job, I gathered a small bag and left the guild alongside Lilia, quickly crossing through the bustling town of Magnolia, dodging carts and weaving around people as we made our way to the train station. As we approached the station, my eyes caught a glimpse of a familiar figure standing outside the door. You are clad in her usual black leather jacket and boots, staring at the schedule board outside the station in deep thought with her arms crossed. It had been a while since I had last seen her. More than not, she would either be out of a job or training her kids. The point was, she rarely ever was in the guild. "Long time no see, going on a quest?" I asked, getting the woman's attention, who simply turned in my direction with a small smile tugging at her lips as she nodded in affirmation. Yuar uncrossed her arms and smiled, her face alight with mild enthusiasm. "To be precise, I'm going with you," she said, the corners of her eyes crinkling. "Excuse me." I furrowed my brows and turned my head slightly, raising one eyebrow in clear confusion. "Not to be rude or anything," I began in a slow, careful tone, "but I don't recall giving you an invitation to come." Lilia nodded, crossing her arms. Yuar's lips twitched into a smirk and her eyes fluttered shut in amusement for a brief moment, as she shook her head. "True, you didn't invite me, brat, the master was the one that invited me." The old man had sent her. "Why? Did he tell you why?" I asked, seeing my mind was coming up with nothing but blanks trying to find the reason behind why the old man had sent her to accompany me. Yuar's face was thoughtful for a moment as she rubbed the back of her head, revealing that like me she had no idea why the old man had really sent her. "He didn't say, but if I have to guess it has something to do with the S-class trials coming up. I'd wager he'll want to know how I handle the job to see if I can take the trials." "Right. The trials are coming up, I almost forgot. It's been a while since the last one, seeing as no one had qualified for them since the time where I participated. This year, however, the old man had no reason to skip the trials, seeing he had a few candidates to put through them, like Laxus and Yuar. I doubted Laxus would pass though. Yuar was stronger than him, and way more experienced. Meaning it was almost certain Yuar would pass. "I suppose that makes sense," I replied with a nod. At this, Yuar strolled towards me with a confident stride, her head tilted slightly and her hands resting lightly on her hips as she flashed me a grin. "So, what's the job, boss?" Rolling my eyes, I reached into my pants and pulled out the crumpled job request, carefully smoothing it out before handing it to her with a smile. Dark Guild Extermination Request. Job level equals S tier. As the mayor of Onibus Town, I am writing this job request to ask the guild located in Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale, to deal with the extermination of a new dark guild that has been wreaking havoc on the innocent townspeople. This dark guild, based on the rumors, is known as the Shadow Reapers. For a few weeks now, they have been terrorizing towns along the border of Fiori and sadly, they have proven to be a formidable opponent to anyone that has attempted to stop them. The reports show the Shadow Reapers are a highly organized and skilled group of dark mages, being responsible for numerous kidnappings, robberies, and even murders all around the country, all in the pursuit of power. Location equals their last known location was an abandoned castle, located on the outskirts of the country, near Margaret Town. Objective equals extermination. Reward equals 5,250,000. Jewels, dash. Yuar stared at the paper in her hands for a few moments, intently studying each line before handing it back to me. Sounds simple enough. She was right. More than not, extermination jobs were easy when it came to fighting the targets themselves, seeing the really dangerous dark guilds were more secretive, and as a result would never get noticed, meaning no quests for them. I shot Yuar a final smile before leading the group inside the train station, gravel crunching beneath my feet as I walked and my eyes scanned the bustling ticketing hall filled with travelers. Even to this day, I was struck by the spaciousness of the place. The station was divided into 2 levels, with a mezzanine floor overlooking the main hall and lower levels. The station was adorned with beautiful artwork and murals that depicted scenes from the town's history. One mural, in particular, would always catch my eye. It showed the original members of the guild helping the citizens build the train tracks that connected Magnolia Town to the rest of the country, showing the guild had been with the town since the very beginning. As I walked towards the ticket counter, I noticed that the station was bustling with activity. Like always, there were waves of people hurrying to catch their trains, families saying goodbye to their loved ones, and vendors selling snacks and souvenirs. All in all, the air was filled with the sound of laughter and chatter, creating a rather warm and welcoming atmosphere to it. Smiling, I approached the line at the ticket counter and took my place. Thankfully, unlike most days, today, the line was moving quickly, and before I knew it, it was my turn. "Good morning, how may I assist you?" The ticket clerk asked with a bright smile, one of those you know they are forced to give or they get fired. "Good morning, I would like to buy 3 tickets to Margaret Town, please," I replied. The ticket clerk adjusted his striped bow tie and blinked through his thick, black-rimmed glasses. "Sure, that would be 15,000 jewels," he said, tapping his fingers against the countertop. "But today we have a special offer so the total would be 9,999. He flashed a warm smile. "Would you like me to print them out for you?" I nodded, took out my wallet and placed a few crumpled bills on the counter, and said, "That would be appreciated." The ticket clerk smiled and handed me the 3 crisp freshly printed train tickets with the destination printed at the top. "Here you go," he said. "And don't forget. Have a wonderful trip." Tickets ready, I moved with my group to the platform to wait for our train. The station was bustling with people, jostling and squeezing their way between the ticket counter and the platform, making it hard to find somewhere to wait. Thankfully, after walking for a bit, I spotted a pocket of open space big enough for my group near the far edge of the place and headed in that direction, weaving through the frenzied sea of commuters. Seated, we waited for about half an hour chatting about random stuff until the whistle of our train pierced through the air, reverberating through the station. As the train rolled in, we jumped onto the train, giving our tickets to the train clerk at the door, before squeezing into our seats where we waited for about 10 minutes before the train started moving. The train slowly rolled out of the station and I leaned my head against the glass, watching Magnolia Town slowly disappear from view, with the view of lush green fields and rolling hills taking its place. After an uneventful journey on the train, we finally arrived at Margaret Town. The station in Margaret Town was smaller than the one in Magnolia, considerably smaller, and it was located in the heart of the town, surrounded by quaint shops and cafes. The buildings were made of stone and brick, giving the town a medieval feel. The streets were cobbled, and the town was lined with trees that were in full bloom, filling the air with a fresh sense. Taking a deep breath, I straightened my back and adjusted the bag on my shoulders, before approaching an old man leaning against the wall of one of the stores nearby. "Sorry to bother you, good sir, but if you could direct me to the nearest inn, I would appreciate it." The old man looked us up and down, his eyes lingering a bit longer than necessary on Uar's and Lilia's chest. Well, he said with a lewd grin. "You're a fine-looking group. What brings you to Margaret Town?" He had no magic power. "How odd. We're just passing through. We need a place to stay for the night. Will you help us out or not?" I asked once again. The man chuckled as he pointed down the street. "There's a decent inn just a few blocks down that way. Can't miss it. It's big and has a sign that says, The Royal Rumble Inn. They even have decent prices." I nodded, turning with my group to head in the direction of the inn. As we walked, I couldn't help but feel the old man's eyes still on us, even on me for some reason. Something about that guy didn't feel right, and it wasn't his lewd behavior. There was something strange about that old man, Uar commented in a low tone, her normally bright eyes dim, as a deep crease furrowed her brows. I nodded. Lilia's eyes narrowed and her lips curled into a scowl. She made a face as if she'd smelled something foul and muttered, "He was a pervert, that's what's wrong with him." Not wrong. But not exactly what I meant or Uar meant when we said there was something wrong with him. Pushing those thoughts aside for the moment, we continued walking in silence, reaching the inn within short moments. The inn in question was a big, 3-story building with a large wooden sign hanging over the entrance. The sign was painted in a gold tone and featured a muscular man flexing his biceps with the words, "The Royal Rumble Inn," written in bold letters below. "Uar, get us a room, I'll be right back," I said, turning around to check if my feelings about the old man were right. Bernard Frodicus, the old man POV. My job was simple. Waiting outside the train station to see the wizards come by, and today, they had sent 3. 2 hotties and a teen. Hell, they had even asked me where the inn was located. It's not often I get approached, so it only made my job easier for me. I grinned under my breath, thinking about the things I would do to the hotties, the things I could make with them. I had been working for Shadow Reapers for years now, and my role was to gather information and take care of any threats that came my way. They always reward me with sweet things, sweet young things. That being said, I had to proceed with caution. These wizards were a threat, no doubt about it, at least the kid and the woman were. I could tell with ease that they were powerful, and if given the opportunity could ruin everything we had worked so hard for. Already imagining what I would do to the two hotties, I fiddled with the miniature crystal ball that was clipped under my shirt, and its opalescent surface glowed to life as I spoke into it. Breaker to headquarters. Any updates, old man? The miniature crystal ball glowed in reply, its crystalline shape now filled with a vision of my supervisor, his lips curled into a slight smirk. They sent 3 wizards this time, I replied as a wicked smile stretched itself across my face, my mind still lingering on the 2 beauties, a petite green-haired girl and a tall, dark-haired woman, imagining the things I would do them, already picturing how I would take away their innocence and hope, turning them into empty husks of themselves whose only purpose is to be used. 2 females and 1 male. Haha, I know that look, don't worry, you can keep the females, we'll sell the teen to the tower, my supervisor chuckled before continuing. In the meantime, we need to keep an eye on them and plan an ambush. I nodded eagerly. Yes sir, I grinned, my lips curling into a devious smirk as I pictured their terror and pain before their defeat. My supervisor chuckled once again. Very well then, I'll contact you in a few hours to get an update on things. With his last words, the crystal ball blinked out one last time, before disconnecting us and leaving me in the darkness of the alley, grinning from side to side. I can't wait to get my hands on them, I muttered to myself, the thought of the suffering and humiliation I was about to put the 2 through enough to make my heart skip a beat. However, as I was about to exit the alley, I felt something strike my chest, blasting me back into the wall with earth-shattering strength, and breaking some of my ribs. My vision blurred and my head spun as I felt my mind slipping away, finding myself unable to move. Through my pain, I managed to focus a bit, seeing one figure standing a few feet away from me, his eyes burning with hate beyond anything I had ever seen. It was the teen accompanying the other 2. The teen's eyes were dark and menacing as he paced steadily across the dark alley towards me, his voice low and threatening as he spoke. Don't bother struggling, you won't survive. That being said, I can make your death slow and painful or quick and merciful, it all depends on how willing you are to cooperate. So choose wisely. As he stepped closer, I felt the thunderous force that he carried in his presence. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and I had to clench my jaw to stop it from trembling in fear. My mind raced as adrenaline coursed through my veins. I needed to think fast, and find a way to escape, but my body wouldn't cooperate, I was trapped and at his mercy. Please, let me go. I won't touch your women, I promise. I managed to gasp out, my voice barely above a whisper. The teen didn't answer. Instead, he continued to walk towards me, his eyes never leaving mine. I promise I won't touch them. I repeated, forcing myself to speak despite the pain shooting through my ribs. The teen stopped in front of me and leaned in, his breath hot against my cheek. You think this is because of them? You never would have managed to touch them anyway, you are alone is strong enough to wipe your pitiful organization. No, this isn't because of that. Please, have mercy, I begged in tears. The teen stepped back ever so slightly, his face burning with hate as he eyed me like I was something below trash. Mercy. I'm sorry, I truly am, but it was stolen from me a long time ago. Now, choose, do you want to suffer or not? The clock is ticking. I looked up at the teen, his eyes burning into my soul, and I knew there was no escaping him. At this, the fear I was feeling turned to anger, and I lashed out at him with all the strength I had left. But it was useless. He caught my strike effortlessly and landed a powerful punch in my stomach, causing me to double over in pain, vomiting blood. Suffering it is then, the teen, no, the monster muttered, dragging me by the leg deeper and deeper into the alley to a dark corner where no one could see us. No, please, I'll tell you everything. I whispered weakly, knowing that it was useless to resist. At this, he reached down and grabbed my hair, pulling my head up so that I was forced to look at him. I gave you an option, you made your choice, either way, it doesn't matter, pain or not, the darkest pit of hell has already opened to welcome you. So, let's not keep the devil waiting for you, shall we? Chapter 42, Hate and Purpose. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. After a few hours of torturing the men, I had everything I needed about the organization I had been sent to hunt down, and so much more. Finally, after years of looking and searching in vain, I had found a definitive clue that could lead me to the tower's whereabouts. Finally, after so long, I would destroy them. Making sure I didn't have any blood in me, I made my way back to the inn to regroup with UR and Lilia, my mouth dry with cold anticipation as I thought about the tower, about my time there. My feet were heavy, my breath shallow, my vision empty. My heart felt like a block of ice. The only thing on my mind was the thought of getting retribution. Everything around me was just a meaningless blur, fading into the background as I dragged myself along the dirt road. I was starting to wonder if I needed to head out and search for you. UR's voice got my attention. Looking up, I saw her standing outside the inn, her arms crossed, leaning against a wall, her face set in a worried expression as the midday sun cast a warm, orange glow on her skin. Our gazes connected and her eyes widened in understanding as if she could see the storm raging in my mind. Yuar's normally steely confident expression softened as she placed a hand on my shoulder. What happened out there, kid? I kept my gaze straight ahead, my voice even and hollow as I walked past her and down into the inn, barely flicking a glance at her. Let's get ready, we have a guild to exterminate. Yuar stood at the entrance of the inn, her face etched with concern as she chewed on her bottom lip, watching me trudge toward the room where I felt Lilia was in. Reaching the room, I slowly pushed the door open, taking in the sight of Lilia sitting up in one of the beds with a book perched on her lap, her legs crossed and her eyes fixed on the page, completely unaware of my presence. Lilia, get ready, we are leaving in 2 minutes. Grab your gear and let's go, I said, my voice low and steady as I walked to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, before dabbing the cloth towel inside the bathroom on my cheeks, trying to clear my mind and focus on what was ahead. I was finally taking a step towards ending the monument that stood above my suffering. As I pondered about that, a surge of rage pulsed through me and I heard the voice of Zenriuzuki reverberate through my mind. We'll make them pay for what they did. We would. But first, we would find where they were. Everyone ready, I left the town behind me with Yuar and Lilia at my side, my heart beating with icy determination. I knew what I had to do, what I would do once I reached the Dark Guild, and nothing was going to stop me. Silently I made haste, driven by a single-minded purpose, reaching the Dark Guild's base of operations, in order to deal with all their members and get what I wanted. According to the men I had tortured, their base of operations was 10 miles to the north of Margaret Town, hidden 200 meters underneath an abandoned castle. Lilia's pale face was marred with worry, her golden eyes searching mine as she bit her lip. Are you okay, Adam-sama? She whispered, her voice laced with concern as we continued walking. I stared straight ahead, not bothering to look at her, as I answered the question with a voice that left no room for questions. I am. Yuar scoffed, crossing her arms and blocking my path. Her eyes were cold and her voice was biting. You're not yourself, I can tell. Even a blind man would notice it. So why don't you tell us? If I wasn't feeling like I was, I would have chuckled at how Yuar was confronting me, seeing it seemed like something Mavis would have said and done. In fact, now that I think about it, I was glad Mavis hadn't come with me today. We have a job to do, leave your personal chatter for after we complete our task, I replied, meeting her gaze for a moment before blurring out of sight with a single step, reappearing behind her, before resuming my walk, with the only sound that remained between us now being the whisper of my disappearing footsteps. After an hour of walking, we finally reached the abandoned castle. Based on its looks, the structure was old and worn, with moss and ivy creeping up its walls from every angle. Its once magnificent towers and spires now broken and crumbling, with the only sound around being the creaking of the old wooden drawbridge that connected to the castle as we made our way across it. Inside the castle was dark and damp. The stone walls were lined with cobwebs, and most of the floor was slick with mold and moss, which explained why the air felt musty, carrying a tone of decay. Following the magic powers I felt around, I made my way through the castle, ignoring the walls lined with tapestries and torn paintings, depicting the battles and triumphs of long-dead kings and queens. With my mind focused on the task at hand, it didn't take me to discover the hidden entrance to the underground base the Dark Guild had made. Almost as if following a cliché, the entrance I had been looking for had been concealed behind a tapestry that, once pulled, led to a narrow tunnel leading deep into the earth. Lilia stepped beside me, looking into the entrance of the black tunnel, her breath misting in the cold air around. Her eyes fixed on the damp tunnel, scanning its relentless darkness that seemed to expand out beyond the limits of her sight. What's the plan? I felt the distinctive vibrating hum of the magic energies beneath me, moving around, showing that those below were conscious of our presence in their territory. I'll go first, you behind me, and Yuar above you. Having said that, I stepped into the tunnel without a word, with Lilia and Yuar behind. The tunnel in question was long and winding, and the air inside it was thick with the smell of earth, dampness, and death, with the only sound around being that of water dripping somewhere in the distance, and the steps behind our walk. I continued walking in silence, my footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls of the tunnel until I was met with a massive door, heavily reinforced with magical enhancements. Without a word, I raised my sword and brought it down, slicing through the magical wards that protected the entrance, as the door itself crumbled to pieces, revealing a large chamber beyond. I focused my power, pushing my senses, trying to make out the number of targets beyond the broken door. Little by little I began registering their movements. I could feel the energy of 200 souls within the base, and out of all of them, with 5 of them standing out amongst the rest like burning stars in the night sky. It was obvious these 5 were leaders, their energy was woven through the others like an invisible web. Use your magic to seal the entrance behind us, I uttered coldly, striding into the chamber with Lilia and Yuar trailing behind. Glancing at me, Yur sighed before moving her hands in a circular motion, making the air around us grow cold in an instant, as a thick layer of ice spread over the entrance with a resounding crack, followed by another, and then another until the entrance was sealed off by multiple layers of glimmering ice. Remain with Yur, I ordered Lilia, in a flat tone, before turning my gaze to Yur. There are 2 paths ahead of us, you guys take the one on the left, I'll take the other one. The path I was taking led to the 3 out of 5 strongest in the entire base. Yur kept her gaze fixed on me, her eyes showing a mixture of emotions. I could see her lips part as if she was about to speak, as if she was about to tell me I needed to talk about whatever was happening. Yet after a few moments of inner conflict, Yur gave a slow nod, taking off with Lilia to the other path without saying a word. I advanced down the path that led me to the 3 strongest energies, taking deliberate strides as I absent-mindedly cut through the base's forces. My blade moving so quickly that for those attacking me, it was nothing more than a blur, sending soldier after soldier down, making sure no one remained behind. My feet carried me steadily forward with a sense of purpose that left my heart cold and devoid of emotion as the number of corpses lying in my wake increased, their vacant eyes staring up at me with fear. With each passing second, I could feel the tension building in my body, a coiled spring waiting to be released as I approached the threshold of the room where the 3 energies I was looking for were. Finally, at the last stop, I entered the room, my eyes immediately scanned the area, finding myself facing not only the 3 I wanted but also a small group of cultists gathered around them. The area was dimly lit by the flicker of candles, and the air was thick with the scent of incense, as the enemies stood before me, with most of their faces being hidden in shadows their clothes offered. I studied the 3 leaders standing behind their soldiers. One was a bald man that wore nothing but a pair of shorts, exposing bulging muscles and skin crisscrossed with scars of varying sizes, more than I cared to count. Next to him, there was a woman with long, flowing white hair that cascaded down her back. Her striking blue eyes were framed by dark lashes that brushed against her high cheekbones. Her hourglass body was toned and muscular, and she wore clothes that accentuated just that, cinched tight by a black corset, her short skirt revealing her toned thighs, and thigh-high boots that added an extra bit of height to her already statuesque figure. And last but not least, the strongest of them all. An old man with a sinister aura that emanated in waves from his gnarled frame. His face was creased with deep wrinkles, and his skin was the color of aged parchment. The old man was missing an eye, his remaining eye glinting with a malevolent psychopathic glint that reminded me of Brain. His attire was dark and foreboding, consisting of a long black robe adorned with strange symbols that seemed to writhe and move on their own. His bony fingers clutched a twisted staff, which was topped with a glowing crystal that pulsed with ominous energy. Despite his frail appearance, he was the strongest of them all. The bald burly man was the first one to step forward, a sinister grin playing on his lips, as he said, "I don't know who you are, kid. But I will enjoy tearing you apart." Without wasting another moment, I moved forward, my movements precise and calculated, closing the distance between the cannon fodder and me, taking them down one by one in a matter of seconds, their bodies falling to the ground, lifeless, as I moved closer to the 3. The woman's eyes swept over me, and her lips twisted into a half-smile as she tapped a long, red nail against her chin. Such heartlessness," she murmured, running her tongue over her lower lip before continuing, her voice soft and seductive. "Would you be open to joining us instead? I assure you that whatever you want we can provide. In fact, I dare say you would be a perfect fit for our organization." I turned towards her, blurring out of sight, reappearing in front of her, the cold edge of my blade slicing through the air to nip against her skin, cutting one of her arms off. My expression showing nothing but contempt for her. "All I want from you is one thing, and that is the location of the Tower of Heaven," I hissed out, kicking the woman who still had failed to notice her injury into the corner of the room with enough force to create a deep dent as she crashed into it. "The quicker and quieter you cooperate, the less you will suffer. Your suffering depends entirely on how willing you all choose to be." The old man looked at me, and then at the arm I had severed from his ally laying on the ground, his lips curling into a sinister smirk, his eye a deep pool of darkness. "I'm afraid to say your wish is a fool's errand. You won't have it now, not ever. But you are free to try and get that information from us. You could have died without pain, but you choose this, your hubris blinded you all. Just know, none of you will be spared, none of you will be saved. I am your karma made of flesh, and I am here to claim what is rightfully owed to me, so until I get what I want, I will make you all live the horror I lived," I replied coldly, my words being nothing but a death sentence as I moved towards them, my gaze electric with fury. I would get what I wanted, even if I had to become their walking nightmare. My every step, word, and attack would be a reminder of all the wrongs I had suffered under his kind, a reminder of what they had done to others. Chapter 43, Hate and Reason. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. We'll post an extra chap tomorrow. Maybe one more if we reach the top 3. Adam POV. My lips curled into a snarl as I bellowed my words at them, my heart filled with nothing abhor and rage, promising them a world of pain for what they had done. "We won't be spared, you say?" In an instant, the bald man before me blurred from sight and reappeared mere inches away from me, grinning as his fist flew towards my face, appearing bigger than normal as it zoomed forward. Unblinking, I carefully stepped to the side, easily avoiding the fist as it came down. Seeing this, the man bellowed with sick joy as his fist cracked against the hard ground, sending a massive shockwave of force in all directions that sent stones and dirt into a cloud of dust around him as I took a single step back. Clapping, the old man's bony, trembling finger pointed in my direction as he spoke. His eye showing nothing but a deep pit of darkness, as he wrinkled his brows. There's nothing better than killing those who come looking for revenge, he smiled in a twisted, sickening tone. At this the bald man inched forward, his face twisted in a sadistic grin, saliva dripping from his yellowed teeth as he raised his fist back and prepared to send another powerful blow my way. Let me hear you scream. I remained still as his attack barreled towards me, slowly raising my blade in a calculated manner at the very last moment, slicing his arm right down the middle in a swift movement, splitting his arm open like an overripe fruit down to the shoulder, turning his right arm into 2 strands of useless flesh dangling from his shoulder as warm blood dripped to the floor in large quantities. Ah! The bald screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, writhing in pure agony, his face now a twisted mask of fear and rage. Pathetic, it was truly pathetic how easy it was to shatter their bravado. The old man grinned at his companion with a look of sinister pleasure, his lips twitching in utter delight at the sight before him. You underestimated him, Diamond. Ignoring the other one, I stared at the bald man with a piercing gaze, my voice cold, as I stepped forward and jammed my boot into his open wound, eliciting a loud ear-piercing scream from him. Tell me everything you know about the tower, I said in a low growl. The old man then turned to me, his eye burning with intrigue. He doesn't know, no one does, but me. Alas, you will find the hard way, that I'm not as easy to deal with as my friends. At this, the old man raised his arm towards me, and from the shadows a horde of dark creatures emerged, ready to do his bidding. I glanced at the old bastard, and his swarm of dark, shadowy creatures, finding myself profoundly unimpressed at his display of power. Staring at him, I began to sense something new, a cold yet familiar feeling that clung to the walls like an unseen fog begging to be noticed, as I realized the reason behind this. The old man had used human souls to create his horde of shadow demons. Mistaking my silence for fear, the old man cackled with glee, his eye glinting with malice, as he raised his gnarled staff, and the horde of demons behind him roared in unison, moving closer to me. Your little vengeance trip gave me more than enough power to see you suffer. Then as the horde advanced toward me steadily, their thunderous steps shaking the ground. I looked at them, undeterred, raising my right hand in their direction. Heido number 33. Sakasui. With that, a torrent of blue flames comes forth in a burst, surging towards the horde like a wave, growing larger and stronger with each passing second, building up to a lethal crescendo of destruction, before swallowing the swarm of enemies whole, erupting in a massive explosion of blue light and energy, as their bodies were consumed by the flames. What? The old man muttered in shock, taking a step back as I walked towards him, the flames of my attack still raging around me, burning everything but him, and his companions. You burned all the souls, that can't be. Tell me everything you know about the tower, I demanded in a low and steady tone, my eyes blazing with cold fury, as I stepped closer to him one step at a time, the inferno of blue flames still dancing all around me. You little dash, the old man's face twisted with rage as he stepped forward, but before he could finish that sentence, I blurred out of sight, closing the distance between us. Answer the question, I spat, the tip of my blade poised above his foot, its glimmering form reflecting the inferno of blue that consumed the room, before I plunged into his flesh without a warning, eliciting a scream of agony from him. The old man gritted his teeth, his face contorting with rage, and pointed his crooked staff at me. The dark staff glowed a pale yellow as he shouted, You think that dash, but once again, before he could finish the sentence, I swiftly drew my blade from its foot and sliced through his fingers with one smooth motion. The staff clattered to the ground as the old man gasped in surprise and pain. Tell me everything you know about the tower, I asked again, my voice coming out like ice, as I drove my blade towards his right knee, piercing his skin with a sickening crunch. The old man screamed out in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks as he crumpled to the floor, shivering in a mix of shock and fear. As I glared at the old man waiting for him to reply, I sensed a presence move behind me, the bald man. His figure looming in the shadows, lurching forward, his remaining arm raised high in an attempt to strike me from behind, while the other arm hung by a thread in 2 pieces, oozing blood in his wake. Keeping my gaze fixed on the old man, I moved my blade back, slicing through the air with a hiss before connecting with the one behind me, cutting his remaining arm off with a sickening crunch, accompanied by a wet squelching noise, as blood spattered like droplets of rainwater on a hot tin roof, filling the air with a metallic smell. Moments later, the room was filled with the high-pitched howl of agony and torment of the man behind me, his suffering piercing the air like a fire alarm, reverberating off the walls and echoing through the room, as his body dropped to the ground on his knees with a loud squelching thud. Taking a step forward, I neared the old man, my blade hovering near his shoulder, pressing hard against his skin. A thin layer of sweat glistened on his forehead, and I repeated my question, speaking slowly and clearly. Tell me everything you know about the tower. He winced as my blade bit into his skin, and I saw a flicker of terror taking room in his eye. "You think you will get away with this?" The old man hissed, but like before, his words were cut short by my blade driving into his shoulder slowly, hitting his ulnar nerve. At this, his face twisted in agony and his eye squeezed shut as he desperately tried to bear the pain, his mouth opening wide in a desperate howl of pain. His cries of agony, a high-pitched shriek that echoed through the room, reverberating off of the walls with a deafening sound of anguish and fear, as he tried to lean his body away, trying to distance himself from the pain. "Answer the question," I repeated, pressing the tip of my blade into his other kneecap, before pushing it in slowly, twisting my sword slightly into his wrinkled skin to ensure he felt the entire motion. The old man's eye widened with terror, his knees bleeding profusely, as his body shivered in agony. "Stop. Please stop." Removing my blade from his knee, I brandished at his face and repeated in a voice that was as sharp and icy as the steel I was holding. "Tell me everything you know about the tower." His eye widened at the sight of the weapon before his gaze, seeing as it slowly shifted from his face to his other hand. "Don't. Please. I'll tell you everything." The old begged, his voice trembling with fear and pain. Without a flicker of remorse over my face, I pressed my blade against the back of his other hand, and he grimaced as the sharp edges drew blood. "You will," I replied through clenched teeth. "I will make sure of that." "No, please don't, I'll tell you everything, I give up." The old man whimpered, as blood dripped from his hand staining the floor beneath him. "We give up, you can take us to the authorities, we'll cooperate." "The authorities? Have you forgotten what I said? None of you will be saved, none of you will be spared." I muttered loud enough for him to hear, cutting off his index finger, before driving my boot hard against his chest, fracturing a couple of ribs as I twisted my foot around. "Please. You don't have to do this, I'll cooperate." The old man's voice trembled with desperation and fear, his eye wide and teary as all semblance of hope began to disappear from his being. "I gave you an option, which was more than any of you deserved, but against my better judgment, I decided to offer you all an easy way out. You chose this nightmare, and now that you can't wake up from it, you beg for mercy." I spat, my voice cold and emotionless as I leaned toward the old man, jabbing a finger inside the wound on his shoulder, making him scream in pain. "No, you had your chance. Now, let's see how many times I can cut you before there's nothing but an empty husk of your former self. This is just the beginning of your nightmare, and don't worry, by the time I'm done with you, there won't be any secrets between us. You are Milkovich POV." My shoes clacked against the hard concrete of the underground base, echoing against the bare walls as I ran alongside Lilia, my heart racing with consternation. Reaching the path Adam had taken, we rounded the corner and pressed forward, and as we did our eyes were met with an awful sight. Dozens of bodies lay strewn about the hall, dismembered limbs and organs scattered across the floor, the air thick with the smell of death as blood pooled in large crimson puddles around each body, painting the entire hall in red. I clenched my teeth. Our mission was to exterminate the guild, but this horrific scene revealed a deep feeling of hate behind it all. Each had suffered carefully calculated cuts, deep enough to cause severe pain and horror, but shallow enough so as not to immediately end their lives, leaving them to writhe and suffer for more than it was necessary. Some still struggled to breathe, their labored panting filling the still air around them as they slowly succumbed to their agonizing injuries. "Ice burial," I uttered, bringing my hands together, as a wave of ice spread outward from me, giving those still struggling a painless end. "Let's move, girl." Lilia's breath came out in short, frightened bursts as she stumbled along behind me. "I've never seen Adam-sama do this before, he's not a cruel person," she muttered, her voice shaking with concern, as we sprinted down the hallway, dread and confusion gripping our hearts. Perhaps normally that was the case. But this was personal. And it was my fault, I could have stopped him, I should have just gone with him, even if that meant fighting him. Instead, I allowed him to go alone, letting whatever is pushing him to turn him into a monster. It wasn't a matter of whether or not the members of this dark guild deserved their death, it was a matter of how that end came to them. Gritting my teeth, I continued sprinting down the corridor, reaching a door that led to Adam's location. Wasting no time, I wound up and kicked the door open. And what I saw stole my breath. At the other side of the room, I saw Adam stand motionless, his blade slicing through the air and into the three helpless bodies beneath him, with each calculated swing, blood splattered across, painting a vivid and sickening landscape of death. The bodies were unrecognizable, being nothing more than a misshapen sack of flesh without limbs, their injuries having left them unable to scream, and yet, despite their terrible state, they all still twitched, frantic and desperate for their suffering to end. At this, Lilia's hands began to tremble and her heart raced as she took an unsteady step back. "Hey Adam-sama. That's enough," I shouted, my voice booming across the room as I rushed towards Adam, launching myself forward with an ice pillar. Adam's body stiffened, his eyes slowly shifting in my direction, his expression emotionless as he stared at me in silence before returning to what he was doing. Finally, within range, I lunged forward, my hands wrapping around him, yanking his body into a tight embrace. Brat, stop it, please, I begged, my voice soft but firm. No matter what they did, you can't stoop down to their level. They're not worth it. Adam stood rigidly between my embrace, his breathing shallow and quick. I could feel the tension coiling in his body, taut like a bowstring. Until he finally spoke, his voice low and measured. Release me, now. It didn't take a genius to realize that was a threat. I won't, I replied, embracing him tighter, as the icy tendrils of my magic crept forward, encasing the 3 targets of his hate in a layer of frost, ending their suffering. At this, Adam's body went limp in my arms, and for a moment, I thought I had succeeded in calming him down. But then, with lightning speed, he spun around, breaking out of my embrace, before digging his boot into my chest, kicking me away. A sharp gasp escaped my lips, as my feet flew from beneath me, leaving my arms flailing as I flew towards the wall, colliding with the wall with a loud thud, as the wall caved in, giving form to a crater. Who the hell do you think you are? You didn't have the right to kill them. Adam spat, his voice filled with venom. As I pushed myself off the wall and stepped toward him, my heart felt heavy. His eyes were hollow, filled with years of repressed anger and hate, now coming out alive. At this sight, my stomach twisted painfully, knowing that his descent into this could have been prevented if I'd only said something to the master, if only I'd taken action, anything but letting him continue, since I realized something was wrong with him. I could see the rage in his eyes, and I knew he was a breath away from becoming something none of us wanted him to be. Brat, I don't know what those people did to you, but nothing is worth this. You don't have to become a monster in order to get justice. Don't let them turn you into one of them, I said softly. Adam clenched his jaw and tightened the grip on the hilt of his sword. His knuckles whitened as he forced out the words, would you say the same if it was the other way around? What if instead of me, they had hurt your gray, or lion? Or your daughter, Altair, was it? My mouth gaped open and my heart began to race. How did he know Altair's name? I had never mentioned her to him or anyone else, as far as I knew. My fingernails dug into my palms as I tried to restrain the emotions boiling inside me. Calming myself down a bit, I clenched my teeth and locked eyes with him. I don't care how you know about Altair, at least not now, or what is pushing you. I don't need to know, because I can see that you're in pain and looking for someone to target, to blame. So, as you once saved me, I will save you from yourself, even if I have to beat you to an inch of your life. I knew better than anyone what years of pain, suffering, and hate could do to someone. I would not let the brat be consumed by this. I would get him to see reason, no matter the cost. Chapter 44, Hatred and Love. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. We'll post an extra chapter in 4 hours. Also, before I see some misinterpreting shit, Adam won't give up his vengeance, just wait for the next episode if you all any questions. Adam POV. My face hardened with anger as I glared at UR, my right hand tightening around the grip of my blade until my knuckles ached in pain and the muscles in my arm quivered from the effort to keep it steady. I don't want to fight, kid, but if that's what it takes to make you see reason, I will, UR repeated, taking a step forward. I clenched my jaw, and before UR could say another word, I brought my sword down to the ground. The blade whistled through the air as it hit the ground, bellowing out a loud warning, as the area around shook and cracked from the force, sending shockwaves of energy that ran across the surface, rippling like waves, shattering the ground outwards. I was angry. Infuriated she had intervened, that she had dared to kill them before I was through with them. But even then, even when I wanted to lash out at her, I knew it wasn't her fault how I felt. No, my anger, my hate came from a much deeper place, a place that had been festering inside me for years now. The Tower of Heaven, and everything it represented, were the reason my heart was filled with hate. The years I suffered as a slave. The countless nights I spent alone in the dark, wondering if I would ever be free. The endless days of labor, the pain, the torture, the fear. All of it had left a mark on me, one that no amount of time or distance could erase. And now, that I was finally close to finding them, everything I thought I had left behind, had come crashing down on me like a wave, threatening to drown me in a sea of bitterness and despair. Part of me wanted to let go, to unleash all my pent-up rage and frustration on her, to make her pay for all the years of suffering that I had endured, but even if there was a part of me angry enough to see her as a valid target, I wouldn't do that. It wasn't her fault. All she had done was kill 3 pieces of scum I no longer had a use for. It was stupid, really. I was angry at her, but not at her. I wanted to attack her, but I didn't. I didn't understand how I felt. But one thing was for sure, I needed to get away from her, from them, before I did something I regretted. Goodbye, I muttered with tired eyes, before moving forward, blurring past them, quickly heading towards the exit. Ice make, blooming roses. UR shouted, her hands cupped together, as a thick wall of translucent ice roses sprouted up in front of me, stopping my advance. You're not going anywhere. I made the mistake of leaving you alone once, I won't make it away. I slowly pivoted and glanced at UR, my facial expression void of any emotion. Meeting her determined gaze, I clenched my fists behind my back to keep the rage from consuming me as I spoke in a low monotone. Why do you care, Uar? Uar's gaze softened as she spoke, her words barely more than a whisper. I might not know your past, kid, but I can relate to what you're going through. Besides, as the old man said, in fairy tale, we are family, and as your family, I will help you. Family. Or hate. I gritted my teeth, and glared at Uar, my voice coming out as a low rumble. Let me go or else you'll regret it. If you truly wanted to leave, you would have done so already, Uar replied calmly. I know how fast you are, and because of that I know my magic wouldn't have been able to stop you if you decided to run, yet here we are. I didn't want to leave. Was that really the reason I hadn't been able to go past her? Uar's lips tightened into a thin line as she stepped forward, her eyes blazing in determination as she marched closer, with each step she took seeming to cause the air around to chill, creating an invisible wall of frost between us. You promised your little sister you would go back home, are you really that much of a bastard you would make her cry? Hearing that, a searing heat surged through my veins as I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth, hissing at her. Don't you fucking dare bring Kana into this. Realizing what I had said, an empty laugh rises from my throat, mocking the shallow pretense of righteousness I had cloaked myself in. The bitter irony of it all is too much to bear, leaving nothing but contempt for myself. I had brought her daughter into this, knowing very well how much it could have hurt her, and after that, I had the fucking audacity to tell her that. I'm not the one bringing her into this, Uar replied as she continued to walk towards me. I stumbled backward, the sheer force of my power causing the air around me to ripple like a lake disturbed by a single pebble, showing the inner turmoil of my emotions. And before I could process a single thought, Uar was upon me, her arms outstretched and ready to strike, snapping me out of my trance. Bracing myself, I moved my blade forward as I prepared to fight back. However, instead of attacking me, Uar stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me in a tight embrace. You don't have to face this alone, Uar said soothingly, her soft voice barely above a whisper. I know what it feels to be alone, I know what it feels to hate more than anything, you're not alone anymore, brat. You have people who will walk beside you, and face your demons head-on with a smile. They deserve it, I said, my voice muffled against her chest. They deserve to suffer. Uar continued hugging me, her warmth seeping into my cold body. I won't argue with that, she said calmly. But do you really want to let it consume you? Do you want to be stuck in this cycle of hate for the rest of your life? Do you really want to feel like this every time you deal with people like them? At this, I felt my fingers curling into fists, however, before I could do anything to break out of Uar's embrace, Lilia moved, her arms wrapping tightly around my blood-tainted body, as she sobbed into my shoulder. I won't let you go, she said between sobs, her voice thick with emotion. I could break out of their embrace easily if I wanted to. I had the power to leave, to defeat them, to destroy any semblance of hope in them. But, if that was true, then why did I feel so weak at this moment? If I could escape, and leave, why did I remain trapped in their hold? As Lilia cried on my shoulder, I felt a single tear slide down my cheek. It was the first time I had cried in front of anyone for as long as I can remember. I was crying. I honestly couldn't remember the last time I cried. Not even when Brain tortured me. I had almost forgotten how that felt. It felt wrong. Uar and Lilia held me tightly as I let out a hissing angry sob, my emotions finally breaking through the walls I had built around myself for years. It felt like a release, a weight lifted off my shoulders as the tears continued to flow down my face, but this was momentary, I knew that. I would not have peace until I closed the chapter of my life by my sword. I hate them, I whispered, my voice shaking with emotion, breaking down with every word. I hate them so much. Uar shushed me gently, her fingers running through my hair as I cried. That's fine, she said softly. But don't let that hate control you, change you. You're stronger than that, brat. You're stronger than they'll ever be. I laughed through my tears, my shoulders shaking as I tried to take a breath. Well damn, that's one for the record books. Most corny shit I ever heard in my life. I knew she was right to worry. Just as I was right to do what I had done. It was all a matter of perspective. Uar's eyes sparkled, her lips twitching in an effort to contain a playful grin. I will ignore that comment, but only for today, she said with a light-hearted chuckle. I didn't regret my actions. Even after this talk I would have done the same thing. But I did regret attacking Uar. I did regret thinking even for a moment about hurting them just because they were worried. At this, Lilia pulled away from me slightly, her hands cupping my face as she wiped away my tears with her thumbs. I know I'm not as strong as you, but I'm here for you, she said, her voice unwavering, filled with determination. I'll always be here for you, no matter what. I smiled weakly. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know what to feel. I finally had a path leading me to the tower, and in a way that fucked with all my thoughts. It didn't feel as good as I imagined it would feel. I just felt angrier than ever before. I just felt more hate than I felt in all my life, even at the tower. We completed the quest, let's get our paycheck, I said eventually, trying to figure out what to do, and how to do it. One thing was certain though, despite all my doubts and current inner conflicts, I knew without a doubt that I would destroy the tower. I knew where to go now. I would do what I had to do. I would simply avoid hurting my comrades, physically at least. And in order to do that, I had to walk what was left of this path of mine, of the tower, alone. Chapter 45, Lonely Path, Sweet Revenge. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam now embarks on his long-awaited revenge. Adam POV. Holding on to anger, onto hate, is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. I could understand that much. I knew you are and Lilia meant well. I knew they were right about many things, but that didn't make it any easier for me. Some say that revenge and retaliation only perpetuate the cycle of anger, fear, and violence. But, I find that lacking, not everything can be forgiven. Sometimes the only thing left to do is taking matters into your own hands. I knew you are meant well, I did. I truly did. And I was sorry I had tried to hurt her, just because I was hurt. That being said, I couldn't let those who had taken so much from me, from everyone, get away with what they had done. No matter whether or not I was right. The pain and suffering they had caused were simply unforgivable. I knew what I had to do, but I also knew that it wouldn't come without a cost, even if it was the right thing to do. The darkness that chapter of my life, my past had left inside me was growing, and I could feel it slowly taking over. I had to end this before I became something I wasn't. We got the money, Ur said, drawing me out of my thoughts with a sharp intake of breath. I looked up to see her holding the check for our reward. Good, I replied, my voice flat and emotionless. I can't do this. I can't pretend I'm strong enough to wait any longer. I'm not. I can't wait any longer to end this. Now that I know I can reach them, now that I know where to look, I can't let this be any longer. Even if I try to win this inner conflict, my anger, my hate would simply overrule my mind. Ur's gaze softened as she looked down at me, and a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Come on, brat, she said. Let's go home. Thanks for everything, but I can't do this, Ur. I tried, I really did, but I can't, I muttered, my power bursting out of control as the ground beneath me trembled, sending out invisible shockwaves of energy in every direction. Pebbles and dust scattered in all directions as the force of my power pushed everyone around me back, knocking most out of commission. You don't have to do this alone, Ur stepped forward and grabbed my arm, forcing me to meet her gaze. Her eyes pleading me to stay with her, to turn back towards the guild with them. I could see her body was tense, ready to spring into action if I made any move indicating I intended to proceed. Despite the urgency in her voice, despite the worry clouding her eyes, I could see that she wasn't willing to actually fight me. Tell the old man I will be gone for a while, I replied, pulling my arm away from her grasp, and with a heavy sigh, I turned around. Ur stepped forward, a fierce light in her eyes as she thrust out her hands and the air around them coalesced into shimmering crystals of ice. However, before she could do a thing, I moved behind her, blurring in and out of sight. Bakudo number 61. Rikujikoro, I muttered inches away from her, pointing my index finger at Ur, as a spark of yellow energy ignited at its tip, summoning 6 thin, white beams of light that rushed towards her midsection, leaving her unable to move. Adam, don't. Ur said, her voice coming out as a choked whisper as she struggled against the spell, but I had already turned and began to walk away, leaving her alone. Lilia would find her. Or Ur would find Lilia the moment the spell wore off, which would happen in a minute or so. I moved through the vast terrain between towns, blurring in and out of sight with each step I took, as I made my way to the meetup location I had gotten out of the ones I had tortured, knowing that in there, I would find what I was looking for. Hopefully. Pushing those thoughts aside, I continued moving, the miles adding up beneath my feet with each passing second. The further I went, the longer the shadows stretched in front of me until eventually, a small town came into view on the horizon. The place I had been looking for. Entering the town, I made my way to the place the old bastard had said his contact would be. A small bar that was apparently popular amongst criminals. The bar in question sat snugly near the port of the small town, its rough-hewn stone walls and thatched roof giving it an ancient, rustic charm. The scent of salt water and fish wafting through the air, mingling with the aromas of roasting meat and freshly baked bread that emanate from the bar's open windows. If it weren't for how I felt right now, I would have appreciated the scene. How ironic. Taking a deep breath, I approached the bar, and as I did, I noticed a group of sailors sitting outside, their rough hands clasping flagons of frothy ale as they regale each other with tales of the sea. Walking past the group, that for the most part seemed to ignore me, I entered the bar, walking into the dimly lit tavern, seeing the warm fire crackling in the hearth and wooden tables and benches filled with people all around. The walls were adorned with tattered banners and weapons, and the air was thick with the sounds of jovial chatter and lively music played on a lute and drum. Watching me enter, the barkeep greeted me with a friendly nod, gesturing to an empty table in the corner, before bringing out a steaming mug of ale and a hearty stew filled with chunks of tender beef and root vegetables before I even took a seat, or ordered for that matter. On that note, the guy didn't even ask for my age before giving me a mug of ale. How much? I asked the barkeep, taking a sip of the ale and feeling its warmth spread through my body. He gave me a toothy grin, waving me off. Miners eat on the house, lad. Enjoy it. I raised an eyebrow. Are you sure about that? The barkeep chuckled. I'm sure. You look like you could use a bit of warmth in your belly. Besides, I already serve enough bad folk around, so this is my one good deed. I see, I replied, looking at the food with an empty gaze as the guy walked back to his post. Now, all I had to do was wait for the men wearing a purple hood. I would tear them down, without mercy. I just had to wait a little bit longer. As the hours went by, I waited patiently, taking small sips of ale and picking at my stew as I kept my eyes peeled for the men in the purple hood. The tavern was starting to fill up with more people, and the noise level had risen considerably. Suddenly, I felt a light tap on my shoulder. I turned to see a tall, broad-shouldered man with a thick beard and piercing blue eyes, wearing a leather tunic and had a sword strapped to his waist. "Excuse me, lad," he said in a deep voice. "But I couldn't help but notice you sitting here all alone. Mind if I join you?" I could feel magic within him, not a lot, but enough to make it obvious he was a mage. Maybe he was the guy I was looking for or just a random person. I guess I was about to find out. I nodded slowly, gesturing for him to take a seat. He pulled up a chair next to mine and signaled for the barkeep to bring him a mug of ale. "My name is Brandon," he introduced himself. "Adam," I replied. Durin took a swig of ale before leaning in closer to me. "You look like you're waiting for someone," he said in a low voice. "And that's your business, how exactly?" I asked, my tone sharp and to the point. Durin held up his hands in a gesture of peace. "Easy there, lad. I was just making conversation. No need to get all aggressive." I remained silent, taking a sip of my ale before turning my gaze back to the crowd of people. "So, if I might ask, who are you waiting for?" Durin asked, his eyes scanning the room as if searching for someone himself. This guy is either someone too noisy for his own good, or just a terrible criminal with no sense of self-preservation. Then again, I was sealing most of my power. "Just someone I have business with," I replied vaguely. I understand," Durin said, nodding knowingly. "I'm here on business myself, truth be told." "Oh. What kind?" I asked, wondering where this would go. Durin leaned in even closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Let's just say I'm looking for someone who owes me a debt. And when I find them, they'll regret ever crossing me." How strange, even though the level of power I was feeling from him was below even Lilia's. There was something dangerous about him, something that made me keep my guard up. "Well, I hope you find whoever you're looking for," I replied with a nod. Durin chuckled, finishing off the rest of his ale. "Oh, I will. That I can promise, lad." As Durin signaled for another round of ale, the door of the bar creaked open, and a figure draped in a dark purple hood stepped inside, freezing my heart as the air around me grew still. The man I was looking for. He was here. He was finally here. Silently, and still processing what was happening, I watched as the man sauntered over to the bar, his movements smooth and measured, before taking a seat on a stool. I rose to my feet, my muscles tensing as I felt an icy pulse of anger course through me. However, before I could take a single step, I felt something. Durin bared his teeth in a snarl, his face contorted with rage. With a yell, he brought the mug of ale up above his head and crushed it into pieces on the wooden floor. "There you are, bastard." The man in the hood merely chuckled, his voice smooth and oily. "Ah, it's you. So good to see you again. I was wondering when you would come by. I will kill you." Durin roared, drawing his blade as he rushed at the man. "I'll cut off your head and send it to your mother as a message that there are no second chances, you bastard." "That sounds lovely, but I'm afraid we are out of time," the man in the hood said, his voice chilling to the bone. At this, I began to sense something in the air, something faint, yet noticeable, like the glowing embers of a fire that was never there. Realizing something was wrong, I reacted quickly and grabbed Durin and the barkeep by their shoulders, yanking them out of the tavern as the air shook with a deafening boom, with the building exploding into 1,000 pieces. At my side, the barkeep and Durin lay out unconscious thanks to some sort of spell that had affected them before I had taken them out. I did not see that coming," the man in purple muttered, walking out of the now demolished building, completely unscathed. "You saved 2 people, how honorable of you. I have but one question, do you work for the Tower of Heaven?" I asked, my voice low and icy. The man in purple smirked, his eyes flashing. "Why is that important to you?" It is because if you do, I will make sure your death is as painful as possible, I replied without hesitation. Oh, in that case, yes, I do work for the tower, the purple man chuckled mockingly. So by all means, do try to kill me, I wholeheartedly welcome the challenge. As you wish, I replied, taking a step forward. Chapter 46, Nihilism. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. The man in front of me smiled mockingly, waiting for me to make the first move, his body language showing complete and absolute confidence. Go ahead, try and kill me. It won't be as easy as you think. Without a word, I lunged forward, unsheathing my sword as I flew towards him, blurring in and out of sight. My sword raised up from the ground in a widening crescent, the steel glinting and shining in the light. The man dodged, taking a step back, surprising me, but I was quick to follow up with a powerful thrust toward his chest. However, once again he reacted in time, parrying my attack, before jumping back a few times. You could poke someone's eye out with that, you know that. The man's face lit up with amusement, his lips stretching into a wide grin, as he cocked his head to one side and chuckled heartily. Gripping my sword tightly, I moved forward once again, this time faster than before, pressing my shuinpa to the next level of speed, slicing through the air with deadly precision, aiming at his legs. Seeing this, the man's lips curled into an eerie grin as he deftly sidestepped my downward thrust, the blade slicing through his shirt but not his skin, before he took another step forward, never taking his eyes off me. Something here wasn't right. I was faster than him. Stronger than him, and yet none of my attacks were reaching him. And it wasn't because he was stronger than me. My turn, the man muttered calmly, as he unsheathed a long, serrated knife from one of his pockets and moved toward me. I tightened my grip on the hilt of my zanpakuto, blurring out of sight, aiming my blade at his hand. However, before my attack could reach him, I felt a searing pain spread in my abdomen, like 1,000 needles stabbing me all at once, forcing me to stumble back in surprise. The man smiled at this, showing his knife now stained with my blood, dripping into the ground. You might be wondering, what is happening? My eyes flickered downward briefly and examined the wound in my abdomen. Finding an oozing gash, with blood seeping through my shirt and dripping onto the ground. Taking a deep breath, I turned my gaze back to the man. Once again he managed to dodge. And this time, not only he had done that, but he had managed to hurt me. Something here was clearly wrong. I just couldn't quite figure out what exactly. Allow me to clear out your confusion. My magic is called perceptive alteration, which allows me to alter the perception my opponents have of things, small things, like for example your perception of time, speed, or depth. Making it so that you are always a few moments too slow in attacking me, or always a few inches away from your target. The man laughed softly, his eyes twinkling with twisted delight. So that's why. That explains why I felt off after every attack. So, you see, no matter how fast or powerful you are, I will always be one step ahead of you. The ability to affect perception itself. Given the right circumstances or someone not willing to share the details he had shared, his magic could be unimaginably dangerous. Thankfully he had shared more than enough information for me to adapt to the situation. As I hated the bastard, solely for the simple fact he was associated with the tower, I was more than grateful he had explained how his powers worked, because now I could kill him. You are Milkovich POV. After Adam had left, and his binding spell of light had dissipated, I did what I should have done a long time ago, and contacted the guild to tell them about the situation. I didn't know much about what was happening, but I knew more than enough to know the brat had left on a personal quest for revenge, and it seemed that nothing would stop him from doing just that, at least nothing I could do would. Thankfully the guild had responded quickly, sending guildarts to track Adam down and bring him back. Do you think Adam-sama will be okay? Lilia's voice quavered, her eyes still wet with tears, her hands shaking and her cheeks stained with the tracks of recent sobs. I'm sure he will be, I replied, trying to comfort the young girl. Though I had my doubts about Adam's situation, I knew he was strong, more than enough to deal with most situations alone. That being said, the brat had left without a plan, without support, and with only a vague idea of what he would deal with. While powerful, the kid still was far too young and inexperienced to face this kind of shit alone. Then again, perhaps I was wrong. I would like to be wrong. After all, I didn't think he would defeat Diora, and he did. Still, strong or not, I didn't think it was good for him to do this alone. Without someone to balance his emotions out. I hope you're right, Lilia said, her voice barely a whisper as she hugged herself tightly. Guildarts Clive POV. I rode towards the location that UR had given me, on the hunt for the little shit that thought he could break his promise to my little princess. I would castrate him if he thought he could make my little baby girl cry. I sighed. I knew the kid had his demons, things about his past he didn't talk about with anyone, but even when I knew that, I wanted to believe he would rely on us when the time came. I wanted to believe that even with that burden, he knew he had a family to count on. But I guess I was wrong. I shook my head in exasperation as I continued my ride, the tension between my shoulders growing with every second that passed. It didn't matter. I would show the brat his family, fairy tale, would be there for him no matter what, even if I had to beat him to an inch of his life to make him understand that point. The tower wasn't his enemy alone. The enemy of one of us was the enemy of all of us. Cordelia A. Clive POV. I felt my heart sink as I watched Gildarts ride away, off to find Adam. If half of what Gildarts had told me was even remotely true, the poor kid was far too young to be shouldering this weight alone. Revenge or not, no one should face this kind of thing. I knew how hard it was for him to open up to others, to fully trust other people, and it truly made me sad that he didn't think he could rely on us. I knew he was strong, and that he would probably manage to take care of whatever he was determined to face. It was just. I hated the fact I couldn't do anything to help him. Do you think Gildarts will reach Adam in time? I asked Makarov, who was sitting beside me, watching as Kana played in the park of Magnolia Town. Makarov's brows were knitted in frustration and his mouth was set in a grim line, his eyes drooping, heavy with exhaustion. As a sigh of sadness escaped his lips, that kid is way too troublesome. I smiled weakly. I guess it's just something that happens in the guild, I offered, hoping to ease the situation. Adam POV. Bracing in a defensive stance, I exhaled. As the men moved forward, delivering a horizontal kick that I tried to parry with my elbow, but missed by a few inches. Smiling, the men advanced forward, continuing with his assault, with a barrage of attacks, each set even stronger than the last, cutting into my body, little by little. His magic was problematic. It truly was. But as useful as his power was, he lacked the firepower to end me. While all I needed was a single strike to finish this. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki, I muttered, releasing my shuriken in a silent explosion of power that erupted from me, rippling in waves that cracked the earth. My, that's scary. Haha, I must say though, you are quite impressive. Most people usually give up by now, but here you are, still swinging away. The man chuckled lightly, as he took a step back, his knife coated in my blood that slowly dripped into the ground. Your magic power increased a lot, is that your full power? Don't answer, let me find out. At this the man inched forward, his face twisted in a sadistic grin, as he raised his knife back and prepared to stab me once again. I remained still, gathering as much power as I could in my blade, as his attack barreled towards me, before swinging my blade in a circular motion, cutting everything around me in a 500-meter radius. I guess that's one way to solve a problem, the man muttered calmly as he fell to the ground, his body now separated from his legs from the knee up. If his magic was messing with my perception of things, the solution was simple, releasing an attack where things like timing or depth don't matter. Tell me where the tower is, I spat, walking towards the man that now lay on his back on the ground, smiling at me. Well, it seems I underestimated you. Oh well, it was bound to happen eventually, the man sighed, shrugging his shoulders as he tossed his knife away. Do you want the exact coordinates or just a general direction to follow? He's just accepting this. No struggle, no fear, no anger, no hate, no pain, just empty acceptance. Exact coordinates, I replied, stopping right in front of him. 24.4879 S, 46.6742 W, the man replied calmly, index finger pressed upon his lips. The entire place is clouded from the eyes of others thanks to a magical enchantment, but get close enough if you will be able to see the place. Why? I asked, finding his behavior, and his acceptance strange. Why not? You see, as a whole, I think we are just insects, we live a bit and then die. There's no point in anything. You won, I will die, end of the story, so why not give you what you want? The man replied, tilting his head. I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter whether or not I give you this information, it all remains the same. So, you give me what I want, because you don't care? I asked, gripping the hilt of my zanpakuto tightly. I don't care because there is no point in caring, it just doesn't matter. I don't believe there is any real value in my or anyone else's life, and I think that all life in existence is fundamentally unimportant, the man replied, pushing himself off the ground into a sitting position. Every decision we make is meaningless. At the end of the day, every life ends, the only thing that changes is how they end. The point is there ain't no point, life it's meaningless. Nihilism. So instead of dying in a pit, you decided to fuck with the life of others. I hissed, pressing the tip of my blade into his arm, before pushing it in slowly. You can believe whatever you want. It doesn't matter, the man replied, showing no signs of pain whatsoever. Good luck in your quest for vengeance. I gritted my teeth, before cutting his head off with a single swing of my blade. I don't know why it infuriated me so much the fact that he didn't care, but it did. But he was right about one thing. His life, and therefore this feeling of frustration he had gotten out of me didn't matter. I had what I wanted, now, all that was left was bringing the Tower of Heaven down, once and for all. Chapter 47, Partial Revenge. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Adam POV. The world around me blurred and stretched as I moved through the air, racing towards the coordinates that the nihilistic bastard had given to me moments before I ended his life. Gripping my Zanpakuto tightly, I moved as fast as I could, the air roaring around me as the ever-expanding sea stretched before me, painting the horizon of a deep blue. As the seconds passed and silence took place, my thoughts started to drift toward what I'll do once I reach my destination. I knew what my goal was, at least on a fundamental level. The complete and utter obliteration of the tower and any person involved in its heinous operations. I knew that very well, but what about the innocent lives that had been enslaved within the tower? Saving them had always been a part of my plans. But I never really thought much about the how behind it. All I can think about when it comes to the tower is about bringing forth its destruction. All other thoughts are just muted in the back. A heavy feeling hung in the air as I continued moving forward. It seemed I would cross that bridge when I came to it. Don't worry, Zenriuzuki's delicate hands caressed the sides of my face. Her presence filling my mind like a warm breeze as her voice hummed within my ears like the rumbling of distant thunder. This time, no one will be able to stop us. That's right. This time, no one would be able to stop me. I was strong now. Strong enough to bring everything down. After 2 hours of moving through the vast sea following the coordinates, without stopping, caged in a seeming eternity of silence with no reprieve. The place I had sworn to destroy, the place that had taken a part of me, leaving nothing but hate and anger behind, loomed ahead. The Tower of Heaven towered over the horizon, a gargantuan structure, created by the hands of those who had been enslaved, forced to suffer and work to their graves. A building made out of blood and pain. A sick reminder of the unyielding desire of monsters in human skin. At this, my rage simmered, leaving nothing but cold seeping through my veins as I descended toward the tower. My gaze fixed on the slave pits below, once my prison and now a tomb for others condemned to an unchosen fate. Innocent souls kept in cages of cramped filth, with a stench so overwhelming that coated the walls, being more than enough to make anyone without a strong stomach retch. As I landed on the tower, without anyone noticing me, the bitter smell of blood, distress, and filth filled my nostrils, and I could hear the soft sobbing and wailing of anguish, coming from within the hallways, in a haunting echo. The sound of Brain's laughter echoed in my head as I remembered the hunger that gnawed at me mercilessly for days on end, the sharp and searing pain of his blows, and the torture he inflicted on me with ruthless pleasure, under the mask of training. These memories, alongside the cries of suffering I was hearing all around, fueled my rage, making me shiver with cold fury as I clenched my fists, my fingernails digging deep into my palms with a shred of pain, carving deep into my skin, until a feeling of warm wetness ran down my fingers as blood seeped through the cracks of my hands, dripping into the ground. My emotions reaching new heights of unbridled rage and hate that I had never thought possible, not even on my darkest nights. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before, a maddening feeling that threatened to consume my entire being, leaving nothing behind. My entire body was shaking with rage, with hate, and the worst part was, it wasn't because of the pain of my past or the injustice those within the tower had suffered. It was about the fact that I couldn't find Brain's presence within the tower. No matter how hard I looked for him, it seemed the one person I wanted to kill the most simply wasn't here. I wanted to finish what I hadn't been able to last time. I wanted to drive my sword through his heart. I wanted to see him suffer, and avenge all the pain he inflicted upon me and others. But the bastard wasn't here. He used to be in this accursed place every fucking day, and today, he wasn't here. We will find him eventually. This planet is finite. Our desire to end his life, it's not. Zenriuzuki's voice reverberated in my mind, the low timbre of her speech carrying both the wrath of a raging river and the coolness of snow-covered mountains. Yes, we would. Taking a deep breath, I shut my eyelids tight, gritting my teeth against the overwhelming surge of rage within me. I forced myself into a state of focus, in order to pinpoint the location of every slaver inside the tower. A feat that came very easy to accomplish, thanks to the fact they were the only ones on site not wearing the magical shackles, or collars that dampened the natural flow of magic power. 389 targets. Time to slaughter them all. My hand reaching out to my Zanpakuto, I grabbed my blade, and slid it out from its scabbard with a metallic hissing whisper, before taking a step forward, my movements looking like those of a predator stalking its prey. Time to end this. I raced through tower, my blade glinting in the faint light that illuminated this wretched place, cutting every bastard in my way, with vicious strokes, leaving every single one of them in a pool of crimson that spread around them, gasping for air and clawed at their throats in desperation, leaving behind nothing but a swath of carnage as I moved on and left them to suffer, to die in agony. With each swing I took. With each gasp of pain that I drained out of them. With each drop of blood that my blade took. Doing nothing but filling the rage that fueled my actions. Eventually, as I continued with my slaughter descending deeper and deeper into the tower's layout, leaving a trail of blood, corpses, and agonizing bastards behind me, I reached the slave pits, where I heard a quiet whimpering coming from the cell I used to live in. I froze in my steps, stopping my Shuinpa midway, as I turned around and peered inside the cell, to see an old man hunched on his knees gently talking with a small girl with vibrant scarlet hair who was sitting in front of him, her tattered filthy rags barely covering her tiny malnourished frame. Rob. Silently, I cut open the cell door, in one clean stroke, before stepping into the dark and filthy room, my boots echoing off the walls with each step, until I stood face to face with the old man who had been the only beacon of light I had during my darkest days in this accursed place. Adam. Rob muttered, his tired, gentle eyes widening in shock as he looked up at me, his face slowly turning into a gentle smile as a single tear rolled down his wrinkled cheek. I reached down, my fingers trembling as I grabbed his shackles and gave them a forceful tug, snapping them off, before stepping closer, bringing my arms around his thin frame, feeling the ridge of every bone on his old body as I did. Unable to hold back my tears, I hugged Rob tight, as tears cascaded down my cheeks into his wrinkled old skin. "I'm sorry I took so long to get here." "There's nothing to apologize for," Rob replied in a whisper, his soft voice carrying the same tone of reassurance and understanding as it had in the past. "Grandpa Rob." "Urza, this is Adam," Rob said, turning his head to look at the small girl, who had been quietly watching us. Did he say Urza? In my turmoil of emotions, had I really ignored such a distinguishable character? "Adam." Urza muttered, her one visible eye widening in surprise as she looked up at me with a curious expression. The one that escaped. Her other was obscured by a dirty eye patch. Meaning I hadn't found the tower before she lost it. Urza inched forward, her skin was caked in dirt, and her little frame was draped in a set of filthy rags that barely concealed the vast collection of bruises and scars that stretched across her body. Most of her body was marred by bruises and scars of all colors, most of which were hidden by the filth of her body. Taking a deep breath, I slowly extended my arm towards Urza. Her little body froze in place as if expecting something terrible to happen, as if wanting to squirm away from me. Swallowing the knot that had just formed in my throat, I pushed through it, quickly yanking shackles around her wrists, tearing them apart like they were made of paper. "Is Makarov here?" Rob's voice echoed off the damp stone walls as I stood and scanned the crowd of victims within the cell that warily regarded me, in a mix of hope and fear. I shook my head. I'm the only one that came. I had to do this alone. Rob remained silent, and I could tell there was a lot going on in his head right now, things I didn't want to know or hear, at least not until I finished what I had started. "I'm sorry," Urza muttered, her voice barely a whisper as she tugged my pants. I glanced down at Urza and saw her brown eye glistening with unshed tears. "For what?" I asked softly, my brow furrowing in confusion as she bowed her head and nervously twisted her fingers together. At this, Urza took a step forward, closing the distance between us, standing up straighter and jutting out her chin. "I'm sorry for making you think I'm afraid of you," she said, her eyes blazing with a newfound sense of confidence and determination as the words tumbled out of her mouth, each one more certain than the last. Inching forward, I placed a hand on her right shoulder, giving her a gentle, reassuring smile. "There's nothing for you to apologize for," I said in a soft voice. Rob smiled warmly and patted her on the head. "Adam is right. You didn't do anything wrong." Urza smiled at Rob and turned to me, her expression now filled with a mixture of admiration and respect I didn't quite expect from her, especially since this was our first meeting ever. "Grandpa Rob talked a lot about you. Thank you for coming back to save everyone." If only she knew that my desire for revenge was the driving force behind this so-called rescue. I can't help but wonder. Would her eyes still gaze at me the same if she knew? Not that it mattered. Whatever comes from this, let it come. I don't care if others see my actions as right or wrong, I won't back down. Some say, revenge and retaliation only serve to perpetuate the cycle of anger, fear, and violence. After all, this so-called cycle can't continue if there's no one seeking retribution. Chapter 48, Blood and Carnage. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. If we reach top 3, I'll do double release, maybe triple. I'm feeling sexy. Second POV. A lone figure stood in the midst of the chaos and carnage, their face hidden beneath the shadows, their breath rising in the air like a mist. The light of countless torches and fires flickered around them, illuminating a scene of death and destruction within the tower. Amidst the screams of the dying and the hiss of steel against flesh, the figure moved with a grace and ferocity that was both beautiful and terrifying. They moved with a surety and confidence that belied their relatively small frame, taking out their targets with an efficiency and ease that was both remarkable and very frightening. In the corner of their eye, the figure noticed a group of slavers coming their way. Their weapons were drawn and their faces were twisted in malice. The figure stopped for a moment, taking a quick look around. The walls of the tower were lined with weapons and armor of all shapes and sizes. The floor had been covered in a thick layer of dust, and the air was full of smoke and the smell of death. The figure calmly turned and readied themselves for the approaching slavers. With one hand, they held their blade with its sharp tip pointed directly at the enemy's heart. The slavers charged towards the figure, but they were no match for this unknown, finding themselves lacking against his speed and skill. The figure moved in a graceful, flowing motion, parrying and thrusting his weapon in a calculated and timely manner, eliminating his opponents with a grace and precision that for those around seemed simply unmatched. As the last slaver fell to the ground, the figure looked around at the carnage they had caused. The once grand Tower of Heaven, a sickening monument to Zerif's might, now reduced to a cemetery, with bodies strewn about like discarded dolls. Adam POV. I moved through the tower, releasing the slaves who were once held captive within the tower. Some of them stared at me with fear, others with admiration. I didn't care though. I wasn't here for their admiration or fear. They were free to feel however they wanted. "Are you okay, kid?" Rob asked as he shuffled closer, his naked feet scraping against the dirt. "I am," I replied, avoiding his gaze, trying to sound sure of myself, but even as the words left my mouth I knew I didn't believe them. I didn't regret what I had done. Not by a long shot. But whatever satisfaction it had brought me, had been short-lived, and now all that remained was a feeling of emptiness and unsatisfied rage. I guess Brain was the one I truly wanted to destroy. Though, despite my dissatisfaction, I didn't feel all that bad. The bodies that now lay scattered across the tower, their lifeless eyes staring up at the ceiling, as though they were searching for something that they never could find, something forever out of their reach, brought me a small but welcomed sense of satisfaction. Taking a deep breath, Rob sank to the ground beside me, wincing in pain as he shifted one of his legs. "How much trouble do you think you will be in with Makarov?" I glanced up at him, smiling faintly as I tilted my head to the side, furrowing my brows. "What makes you think I'll be in any trouble?" Rob's thin lips curled into a small smile as he looked upon me kindly, before letting out a short laugh. "Young man," he chuckled softly, "I've known Makarov for years, and I know that he would never let you come into this situation without backup, no matter how talented you are." That much was true. "I don't know, maybe I'll get excommunicated. Or perhaps he will demote me, taking my S rank," I replied with a weak chuckle. Rob's eyes widened in shock. His eyebrows scrunched together as he said, "S rank? But, you're, what, 15? He looked incredulous, unable to believe what his ears were hearing. 13, I will be 14 in a few weeks though, I replied. Rob's old, weathered eyes focused on the horizon, watching the gentle tides of the sea lapping against the shore of the island. His voice was kind but certain, carrying a tinge of awe and admiration as he replied, "I knew you were destined for greatness the moment we met. But even I am surprised." As I watched the old man, I couldn't help but feel a sense of respect and admiration for him. He had been suffering at the hands of the tower for years, far longer than most, and despite this, despite having reasons to hate those who had hurt him, there were no signs of resentment in him. "Rob, how do you do it?" I asked, breaking the silence that had fallen between us. "How do you not hate them?" He turned to look at me, his eyes filled with the same warmth and affection that made my days in the tower slightly more bearable. "Because letting hate take room in my heart would have been selfish of me. When others rely on you, you owe it to them not to. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, but loving others deeply gives you courage." I felt a lump form in my throat, realizing what he meant. He didn't hate, or allowed hate to remain because of those that relied on him like I once did. So that's the reason. It is easy to hate and it is difficult to love. That is why all good things are difficult to achieve, and bad things are very easy to get, Rob replied, his tone soft and reflective. Despite everything he had endured in the tower, despite having all the right reasons not to be how he was, his spirit remained unbroken. It was admirable. "Where's Urza?" I asked, changing the subject. Rob's shoulders sagged and his face creased with worry as he peered at the ocean before him. "She went out looking for her friends." I glanced at him and saw his lips were set in a thin line, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening with worry. "You sound like you think she won't find them." Rob's eyes were glassy and sorrowful as he spoke, his voice thin and strained. "After your escape, things changed drastically in the tower. The cult developed a much harsher approach to discipline, suspicious individuals were handpicked, then taken away. Urza was one of those fortunate enough to come back after selection, though sadly, she still lost her right eye." "I see. So that bastard was still doing it. Handpicking those with the highest potential to break and mold into his sickening image. Let me guess, most of the ones that never came back were considered high magical potentials," I replied, my voice heavy with anger. Rob's lips twisted in a grimace and he furrowed his brows. "I wouldn't know, I wasn't able to feel their magic potential like I did with yours, you were a special case, your power was massive and was easy to feel despite the dampening shackles." I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. Be that as it may, I doubt they were killed off. I know better than most how Brain thinks, and there is a high chance that the ones that disappeared were the ones he deemed strong enough to become his tools. Rob sighed, his eyes dark with worry. "I fear you may be right." I let out a deep breath, trying to push down the anger that was now boiling inside me at the mere thought of Brain. "She won't find her friends here, no matter how hard she looks for them." Rob nodded, his expression grim. "I know, as much as it pains me to say it, I know. That being said, Urza is a stubborn little lady, one that refuses to give up on anyone she cares about no matter what. I could understand that. I had my own share of stubbornness, and I knew that feeling of wanting to save someone, no matter the cost. Taking a deep breath, I pulled myself off the ground and brushed off my pants. You better go and find her, I said, not taking my eyes off the tower's dock where a few boats bobbed in the distance. In the meantime, I will go and prepare the ships to get us out of here. Rob nodded, as he slowly pushed himself off the ground, his old joints protesting to the movement. However, before he could fully stand, a wave of energy rippled through the area, lifting the small hairs on my arms as the air itself seemed to vibrate in the wake of a powerful magical signature. This power. I knew it. This power I was feeling undoubtedly belonged to Gildarts. This wasn't good. Gildarts not only had somehow found where I was, but he was coming toward me fucking fast, and he was pissed. Rob's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, Adam. We have to evacuate the tower. Now. We have no time left. There's a monstrous beast heading this way. He jabbed one of his bony fingers at the open sea, pointing in the direction Gildarts' power was approaching. That was an accurate description of Gildarts. That's not a monster, I replied slowly. That power you feel belongs to Fairy Tale's strongest wizard, Gildarts Clive. Rob's eyes widened even further, if possible, as he stumbled back a few steps. Gildarts Clive. The brat Makarov used to write me about. Why does he feel pissed? I slowly turned, and gave Rob an incredulous stare, that silently communicated the following, what do you think? Rob's gaze dropped to the floor and he cleared his throat, hesitating for a moment as he coughed into his hand, clearing his throat. Right, that. Well. I should go find Urza. Best of luck with all this. He gestured vaguely in the direction from where Gildarts was approaching, then quickly left, leaving me alone. Taking a deep breath, I watched as Gildarts slowly came into view in the distant horizon, being nothing more than an ever-approaching speck moving toward me at unimaginable speeds on a boat that flew over the choppy ocean surface, leaving a wake of water behind, seeming to part the sea in two. Well, fuck. I was ready to face the consequences of my actions, but I will admit I never imagined I would have to face them so soon. In a week or two, sure, but not immediately after. I sighed. This was problematic, not so much because of what I would have to deal with, but because at the speed he was approaching he would crash into the island, bringing the entire place down into the ocean. I might as well go and deal with this before he shows everyone on the island why he has such a terrible reputation when it comes to damage control. Chapter 49, The Love of a Parent. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. If we reach top 3 I'll do double release, maybe triple. I'm feeling sexy. Tomorrow I'll see if you guys won the release, or not. Let the sexy games continue. Adam POV. The sun floated on the horizon, like a golden coin in a wishing well, as I moved to intercept Gildarts before he crashed into the island. The gilded sails of his boat glinted in the setting sun, and I knew the moment of my reckoning had come. Reaching him, I waved at him, and he stopped his boat. His face was hidden in the shadows cast by his billowing sails, and I thought for the briefest of moments that I saw a smile on his face. But before I could come closer or say another word, Gildarts leaped out of his boat in a blur of motion and rushed towards me, and with a mighty swing of his fist, he punched me in the face, sending me flying back to the island with a sonic boom that rippled out in waves, creating massive tides all around his boat. Unable to do anything, I barreled headfirst into the tower with a thunderous crash that echoed throughout the entire island, like the mighty roar of an earthquake. Blood trickling down my nose, I lay there, stunned and disoriented, a single strike having kicked my marbles off the game. Eventually, when my head stopped spinning, I clambered to my feet, pushing off the debris around my landing spot, as I heard the sound of Gildarts' heavy footsteps approaching me. Taking a deep breath, I moved a pair of fingers to my nose and felt the warm wetness of blood spreading over them. Well, that hurt, I said under my breath as I rummaged in my pocket for a tissue. Did you forget the words of our guild? Gildarts' voice bellowed across the place, his face filled with concern and anger, his words cutting into me like a dull blade. I could feel the anger radiating from him, I could see how worried he had been about me, a myriad of emotions dancing on his face, on his power, tempered by his character. I took a deep breath and began to speak. I need to do this. You know why? Gildarts stared at me, his anger vanishing for the slightest of moments, showing he understood what I was saying, as his face softened slightly. Brat, I understand that I do. But why did you come here without telling me? Without your family? I myself didn't know exactly why. Just that I felt that if I didn't come here alone, I would be denied what I thought I wanted. I didn't think any of you would understand, I replied, deciding to go with the best answer possible. I was afraid that if I asked you or the old men, you would stop me. I didn't want to risk that happening. Gildarts sighed heavily, his eyes fixed on me. You know you are fucking stupid, right? We would have never tried to stop you, we would have come with you, ready to wage war with everyone here. We are your family. And as such we will always be here for you. Perhaps I had been foolish to think that they wouldn't understand. Who knows? I still feel, however, that this was something I needed to do by myself, even if I didn't find the one I was looking for, the one I truly wanted to kill. I had gained a semblance of closure when it came to this chapter of my life. At least partially. How did you find me anyways? I asked him, ruffling through my hair as I stared at him. Gildart's long boots crunched in the sand as he approached me, stopping right in front of me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. A guy you saved gave me the coordinates to this place. Oh, right. I never checked if they were awake or not when I left the place. I see, I began, however. Before I could complete my sentence, Gildart shifted his weight, moving his right leg back before unleashing a powerful kick that sent me hurtling into the air as if I were no more than a rag doll. Gasping for air, the world twisted around me in a dizzying dance, before I managed to regain enough control to somersault midair and land on all fours, sand digging into my palms as I fought to catch my breath. What was that for? I don't know, tough love. Gildart shrugged, tossing his head back with a small playful smirk. That fucking hurt, I replied. Pop a Tylenol, Gildarts replied, before hurling a bottle of Tylenol with a flick of his wrist through the air like a deadly missile, flying directly at my head at what I imagined was Mach 2. The bottle flew through the air and smacked me right in the middle of my forehead, with a thunderous clap that echoed through the island, as my legs buckled beneath me, and I fell to the ground on my ass, knowing very well that the bottle had left an imprint on my head. And what was that? I asked, grabbing the bottle of Tylenol as I narrowed my eyes at him. Tough medicine. Gildart shrugged. Fair enough. Having nothing more to talk about, at least for the time being, I moved with Gildarts to ready a ship for everyone's escape. As soon as it was ready, everyone scrambled aboard, and soon enough the ship began to move, bucking and lurching with every wave until it finally broke away from the docks at Tower of Heaven, heading out to sea. As this happened, I flew off the ship and moved above the island using Shuinpa, watching from above at the place that had taken so much from me. The sun was slowly setting over the horizon, casting a golden hue on everything beneath it. Its rays seemed to caress every single grain of sand on the shoreline with a gentle hand, and even the structure of the tower itself. The trees bent and swayed in unison as if they were dancing with each other, and their leaves shimmered like diamonds in the light, as the waves of the sea lapped against the shore, sending ripples gracefully across its surface. A warm breeze kissed my cheeks, and for a moment, everything seemed almost peaceful. But then I remembered why I was here in this place, why I had ventured so far away from home only to find myself standing at this very spot today. I might have not found the peace I had sought in here, I began, my eyes burning with loathing as they rested on the tower. But this ends now. I might not be closing this chapter of my life for good, or in the way I would have wanted to close it. But I refused to let this place haunt my thoughts any longer. I would kill Brain when the time came. But until then, I was done with this fucking place. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki, I muttered, grabbing the hilt of my Zanpakuto, before unsheathing my blade from its scabbard with a resounding hiss, feeling the edge slice through the air. Silently and almost as if in slow motion, I raised my blade to the sky and pointed it straight toward the tower. Then, taking a deep breath, I bent my knees and hefted my Zanpakuto above my head, as my power crackled through the blade with anticipation, pausing for a brief second before bringing my blade down, unleashing a searing wave of ethereal energy that cut through the island like a hot knife through butter, before erupting in deafening explosion consuming everything. For the next few seconds, the air and the sea vibrated as the island and tower shuddered apart in a massive cloud of dust and smoke, with everything that once stood in there, crumbling to its knees, descending beneath the waves, into the dark unforgiving depths of the ocean below, leaving no clues there used to be something there. A weighty longing settled in my chest as I uttered a quiet finally and allowed my eyes to drift shut, letting my body drop into the sea, shifting my feet for momentum, as I turned my body towards the distant ship, before blurring out of sight in its direction in a single step, with the wind whipping through my entire being like a gentle embrace. Brain POV. After word that slave number 127 or Adam had survived, and had joined one of Fiore's strongest guilds, I knew it was only a matter of time before someone found the tower. Completing the tower in that location was simply no longer an option. Sadly, doing damage control by killing the little shit that had taken my arm was also out of the question. Especially when individuals like Makarov and Gildarts were there to back him up. One was a wizard saint. The other had the power to be one but didn't want the title. It didn't matter though. This was but a minor setback. In time, everything would fall into place. After all, I had prepared for this very situation, knowing very well that it would come to happen eventually. I had picked the slaves with the highest magical potential, one by one, breaking them into 2 cells, into 2 small but efficient groups. Sadly, I hadn't been able to finish my selection, but I had managed to get what I wanted. One that would work tirelessly in order to resurrect the tower from the ashes, under the supervision of one of my business partners. Jalal, slave number 212. Miliana, slave number 357. Simon, slave number 251. Show, slave number 312. Wally, slave number 268. And the other would work under me, in order to create something even better than the tower, something so powerful that it would have the power to reshape the world to my liking. A sinister smile spread across my face as I uttered the name of my new organization, of this new chapter of my life, Oration Cease. My body trembled with excitement as I imagined the possibilities that lay ahead. Macbeth, slave number 317. Eric, slave number 288. Serrano, slave number 342. Sawyer, slave number 292. And Richard, slave number 267. I would turn them into the obedient tools I needed to shatter the will of this world, before making it mine once and for all. And if Adam or slave number 127 got in our way, his death would serve as a reminder to everyone of what happens to those who oppose me. After all, the future was mine to shape as I saw fit, and I had every intention of making it my own. Chapter 50, Back to Town. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. If we reach top 3, I'll do double release, maybe triple. I'm feeling sexy. Today I'll see if you guys won the release, or not. Let the sexy games continue. Adam POV. I sat atop the ship's sail pole, which had carried us for the past 3 weeks, alone with my thoughts as I gazed out at the ever-approaching port, watching as the capital slowly came into view, which seemed so close yet so far away. I was tired. I hadn't slept in a few days. It wasn't anyone's fault though. Gildarts and I were the only ones capable of defending the ship in the unlikely case anyone tried to attack it, so we barely had any time to rest. Not only that, we were also the only ones capable of powering the ship with our magic, for more than obvious reasons. Thankfully, our long trip was finally coming to an end. With each passing second, the wind grew stronger around me, rippling through my clothes, until I could hardly feel my own presence, as the first rays of gentle dawn pierced the darkness, announcing the start of a new day. As we grew ever closer to our destination, I could feel the palpable excitement from those above, their faces filled with hope and anticipation, at the thrill of freedom that was in the air. It was almost as if they hadn't allowed themselves to believe they were actually free until the port had come into view. I didn't blame them though. If anything, I might be one of the few people in the world that was able to understand them. I sympathized with them. "Kid, get ready, we are arriving." Gildarts shouted, his frame filling the doorway as he peered outside the captain's room, gazing at me. Nodding without a word, I jumped down from above, and waited, until we finally arrived at the port, where I began to lower the ship's gangplank carefully, in preparation for our landing, watching as the locals began to gather around the docks, their gazes filled with concern, hearing their murmurs of caution at the sight of our ship approaching. Which was totally understandable, seeing the telltale markings around the ship painted a clear picture, that its prior owners did not have altruistic goals in mind, instead, signified with shocking clarity that its original owners trafficked in human cargo. So it was no surprise they stared at us with such trepidation. Nevertheless, after a brief talk with the port's authorities, we were welcomed with open arms, getting help from the Magic Council to unload the victims of the slave trade, some of which were too injured to even move, before taking them to the authorities for processing. As we began to unload the survivors of the tower from the ship, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction at the sight of their faces, filled with hope. They had been through so much. I made sure to personally greet each one of them, offering them words of encouragement and reassurance that they were finally safe from harm, and that this was their chance for a new beginning. It was a small gesture, but I knew that for them, it made all the difference in the world. I knew that for me at least, it had. As the last of the survivors were being escorted away, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I turned around to see Gildarts, his normally stern expression softening as he looked at me. "All things considered, you did good, kid," Gildarts said, his voice gruff but filled with a hint of pride. I quipped playfully, "Really? Where was that attitude when you punched me? Or kicked me? That's child's abuse, Dad." Gildart's brows twitched at this, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "I can do it again, if you want, brat." "What now?" I muttered in a hollow tone, letting out a sigh as I turned to gaze at Gildarts. Gildart's gaze lingered on the horizon for a moment before he turned back to me. "Now we go back home," he said in a soft but determined tone. With nothing more to do in the capital, we moved to the train station and bought 4 tickets to Magnolia. No one spoke as we waited for our train. It was a rare moment of quiet for us, especially with all that had happened over the past few days. All and all were exhausted, and while our reasons to be exhausted differed, we all wanted a moment of tranquility. As we waited, Gildarts sat next to me, his broad shoulders slumped over and his gaze fixed on his lap, as Urza and Rob shared a bench in front of us. Urza's eyes rested on me brightly, as a hint of a smile danced on her lips. The way she fixed her gaze on me left me feeling like I was the only one in the entire place. Her admiration for me was palpable, but in a different manner to Lilia's. I don't know why, but it felt different somehow. Seeing Urza gaze at me, Rob grinned, the corners of his lips reaching up to his eyes as he gestured towards the little girl, who shifted her weight, avoiding his gaze. "Don't be shy," he said in a teasing voice. "Ask him." "Ask me what?" Urza's cheeks flushed pink, and she took a deep breath before finally meeting Rob's eyes. "Is it true you fought the entire tower in order to escape the first time?" She slowly raised her gaze, staring at me intently. I shook my head ruefully, a wry smile tugging at my lips. "Not exactly, I fought one person only, the leader of the cult, and... well, long story short, he got the better of me. His last attack sent me flying into the sea, heavily injured, so I assume he thought I was done for. Fortunately for me, a fishing ship found me drifting in the sea before it was too late." Urza shifted her feet nervously and twirled a strand crimson of hair between her fingers, her eyes glinting in awe as she leaned in, almost whispering, "I heard rumors say you cut one of his arms off." I chuckled. I did. After arriving at Magnolia Town, we made our way to the guild, where I was quickly ushered upstairs to Makarov's office on the second floor of the guild. The old man was seated behind a large mahogany desk, his face a mask of gravity, that made me feel the full weight of his displeasure as he rose to meet me. "What were you thinking?" Makarov sighed, his voice grave, filled with anger, sadness, and disappointment. "Do you have any idea how dangerous your actions were? I know you're strong, but what if you found someone stronger than you? What if you were captured again? You left without telling anyone where to find you. You left to fight a war that was ours as much as it was yours." His words struck me like a physical blow, because he was right, and I knew it. I couldn't refute his words, or try to worm my way out of this. He was simply right. I had gone alone because I didn't want anyone to intervene, because I didn't want to deal with what others would think, because I didn't want anyone to judge my methods like you had done. That being said, I didn't regret it. I guess you could say there were two sides to me when it came to this matter. One was glad I had gone alone, and the other knew the old man had every right to be mad. Makarov stood above his desk, hands clasped behind him. His voice was solemn, but his brows were furrowed with a hint of sadness. "Until further notice, you are demoted from your rank and will enter a probation period. All missions must be personally approved by me." "I understand," I nodded, already expecting something like this to happen. "I accept the consequences for my actions." Makarov sighed, putting a hand on my shoulder. "This is not a punishment," he said. "This is a lesson. You can't ignore your family and your friends for the sake of revenge. You must rely on those who rely on you. You must trust them." He paused, and his voice softened. "Son, you have a lot of potential, so much that I can't even begin to imagine how far you'll go, but might does not make right." At this, I put on a comforting smile and tilted my head. "Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake again," I offered gently. He paused, letting out a long tired sigh. "Your probation period will last for 6 months. That should give you enough time to reflect on your actions and what you've done wrong. It should also be enough time to interact with others, maybe make a few friends." "I understand," I nodded. As I walked out of Makarov's office, I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret dancing in the back of my mind, not for my actions but for how they had hurt others when there was no need for it. I had let my anger and thirst for revenge cloud my judgment, allowing them to justify my actions. At the very least, I owed UR and Lilia an apology. That being said, I wouldn't dwell on the past more than absolutely necessary. After all, if there was something I had learned from this was that, dwelling in the past was a very bad idea. Instead, from now on, I would try focusing on the future and how I could use this experience to become a better version of myself. Needless to say, this didn't mean I wouldn't get my dues with Brain, because I would. He was living on borrowed time. This just meant that I wouldn't let revenge be the first priority in my life. "I need to sleep," I sighed. Chapter 51, Normality. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. You guys won the extra release. I will post it in a few days. On Saturday/Sunday. Adam POV. The wind howled past me like a banshee as I moved, blurring in and out of sight through the vast plains of empty terrain behind Magnolia Town, a place that held a kind of peace, and a wonderful calmness, that allowed me to forget about my cares and worries, and focus on my own personal journey. Gripping the hilt of my Zanpakuto tightly, the air crunched and shifted beneath my feet as I continued to train, as the sun shone brightly in the sky, its light glinting off the blade in my hands. For the last few days since my return to Magnolia, I had focused on my training, day in and day out, all in order to hone my skills even further, pushing myself to my very limits. This wasn't the only thing I was doing though. Sure, it was what covered most of my time, but it wasn't the only thing. As per Makarov's orders, I was keeping it easy. Socializing with the guild, instead of going out on missions. Besides, it wasn't like I really needed the money from the missions, seeing I had saved more than enough to not have to work for quite a while. Big brother. Hearing Kana, I lowered my blade, and slowly turned on my heel, feeling the warm droplets of sweat trickling down my face and neck, the result of hours of hard work, only to see the mischievous little girl racing across the sweat-blood-covered ground towards me, holding a picnic basket with bright eyes and an elated smile that lit up her entire face, her pigtails bouncing with each stride she took. "What are you doing here?" I dropped to one knee, smiling at her as she tackled me into a tiny but unbreakable hug. "I wanted to have lunch with you," Kana replied excitedly, with a cute, little nod, as she held her picnic basket aloft, her eyes twinkling with joy as she added, "Mom made lots of yummy food. Sandwiches, cookies, and more sandwiches. Won't you join me?" I chuckled. Sure, I was getting hungry anyways. Kana beamed at my response with excitement, grabbing my hand and dragging me towards the picnic blanket she had laid out before calling out my name. As we ate, played, and chatted, the sun began to set, casting a warm orange glow across the fields, as I watched Kana playing with her cookies, making little cookie towers and giggling at her own creations. Soon enough, without even realizing it, the sun fell toward the horizon, and the wind picked up with a cold chill, making it obvious I had lost track of time. "Kana, it's getting late. We should get you back home." Kana pouted, crossing her arms. "But I don't want to leave yet." My hands lightly ruffled her chestnut-colored hair, and I smiled down at her. Her small face was full of disappointment, but I could tell she knew I was right. "We can always have another picnic another day," I said with a wink. "But for now, we need to get going." "Fine, but you better make right on your promise," Kana said, sticking her tongue out playfully as we packed up the picnic basket and started walking back toward town. As we walked, I couldn't help but think about how happy Kana seemed nowadays. It was moments like these that made all the hard work worth it. Hell, I would even dare to say that taking a break from missions and focusing on training, and spending time with the guild was exactly what I needed. As we reached Kana's home, I gave her a hug and waved goodbye, not before letting her mom know that she had been with me all day, in case she was worrying about her, which I doubted seeing the amount of food she had cooked for Kana's picnic, but still, it felt like the responsible thing to do. With that out of the way, I started making my way toward my apartment, walking down the mostly empty streets of Magnolia, until an old friend materialized in front of me, holding a beaming smile. "You look better. Mavis, you still here?" I was starting to think you finally moved on," I replied with a light chuckle. At this, Mavis pouted, wrapping her arms around herself and sticking out her bottom lip. "That's not very nice." "I'm just joking," I chuckled. Mavis broke into a grin. I know. "So, how's life treating you?" "It's been good," I said with a shrug. "Just been focusing on training and spending time with the guild. Got to admit, it's been a nice change of pace." Mavis nodded. "That's great to hear. You deserve a break every now and then." I smiled. "Thanks. I appreciate it." There was a brief moment of silence between us, as Mavis fidgeted with the ends of her hair. It was always nice to see her, I had grown fond of her. Eventually, as we continued walking, Mavis' gaze dropped to the floor, and her voice took on a different tone, as she softly apologized, "I'm sorry I wasn't there when you needed me." Her eyes lifted to meet mine, a hint of sadness and guilt still lingering in them. "Don't be," I waved her off. "It wasn't even that bad, I went all dark for like a day or two. Besides, you probably had your own things to deal with, so don't worry. In any case, I never held it against you. Hell, I was glad you weren't there." Mavis narrowed her eyes at the part, before letting out a sigh. "But I feel like I should have been there for you. It is Fairy Tales Law number 82. "Wait, you mean to tell me there's actually a set of rules in the guild?" I replied in an incredulous tone. Mavis grinned. "Of course there are. And Law 82 clearly states that Fairy Tale members shall always stand by and protect, help, or beat their comrades, no matter the cost. So, I should have been there for you." I don't know why I feel she made that up right now, yet, at the same time, somehow, it felt like it could actually exist. I rolled my eyes playfully. "Oh, I see, in that, I think I'll forgive you this time." Mavis giggled. "Don't worry, it won't happen again. This time I'm not going anywhere. I promise." "What?" I tried to keep my voice even and light, but the sarcasm leaked through like cold water through a punctured hose. "Hey, that's not fair," I said, smothering a groan, trying to make it sound like her company would be the worst punishment imaginable. "I already have punishment in place, there's no need for another." Mavis laughed, her eyes bright with amusement as she dried fake tears from her totally real, not faked, heartbroken expression. "Oh, I see how it is. You don't want me around, huh? Well, in that case, I will make sure to be with you 24/7. "Oh no, the agony." I chuckled. Mavis giggled again. "Say what you want, but I know you like having me around." I rolled my eyes but couldn't help the smile that tugged at my lips. Fine, you win. But only because I can't resist your ghostly charm, that. And because there isn't any ad blocker that works against you. Mavis flashed me a mischievous grin. Indeed, you can't get rid of me. As the months rolled by in the tranquility of my unpaid leave, the waves of change reached the guild in small portions. For one, Rob officially retired, or rather re-retired, buying a home on the outskirts of Magnolia with a large sum of money Makarov had given him. Besides that, there was also the fact that Urza had officially joined the guild after finally having unlocked her magic thanks to Rob's and Makarov's guidance. As I remembered from the anime, one of Urza's most prominent personality traits was her unwavering sense of discipline and dedication to the guild, a trait that was already showing in a strong manner despite her young age. If I had to describe her, based on my interactions with her so far, I would say without a doubt that she was a socially awkward, but strict and uncompromising girl, who strived to always follow the rules, while expecting others to do the same. At the same time, however, despite her social awkwardness and strict behavior, it was easy to see that she was also a deeply empathetic person, one who was in tune with the emotions and feelings of those around her, giving her the ability to pick up on the subtle cues behind someone's behavior, allowing her to sense if said person was struggling or in need of help. My relationship with her was odd, and this didn't mean it was necessarily bad. Just strange. For one, she admired me, or at least the image she had of me, the one that had managed to escape the living hell no one before me had, the hero that had saved everyone. Not only that, but seeing our past was similar, at least to an extent, she saw me as a kindred spirit of sorts, someone who had also faced the same struggles she had and managed to come out on the other side. In a way, I was her only outlet when it came to our past. Even though she had Rob, it seemed that it was easier for her to open up about the tower with me. Perhaps it was the fact I was closer to her in terms of age that made it easier for her to talk about that with me, or the fact that I had escaped, or the fact I had freed her from the tower, I really didn't know. Or perhaps, just perhaps, she knew that on some level, like her, she thought I needed someone to talk to about that chapter of my life, and in her own way, she wanted to be there for me. Either way, the point was that our friendship was strange, but also comforting in a way. Though I really needed to talk with her about not breaking my door open every time she comes to visit. I can't have the landlord increase my rent anymore. Oh well, time to take a nap, I yawned, pushing my thoughts aside for the moment. However, before I could reach my room in order to get some well-deserved sleep, Urza burst into my apartment, breaking my door open, clad in a full suit of armor, her vibrant red hair cascading past her shoulders and a wooden practice sword in hand. Adam. There's no time to rest. Let us train in the way of the sword, together. Could you stop doing that? I sighed in exasperation, pointing at the door she had broken. Almost as if on cue, Lilia crashed through my window, landing in my living room, in a kneeling position, as shattered glass rained down onto the carpet. Adam-sama. I heard yelling, are you okay? Could everyone stop breaking my stuff? I groaned, exasperated. It might be best if you start looking for another place to rent. Mavis muttered, watching everything unfold with a mischievous smile. If this continues, I will get evicted. Part of my leasing contract stated I couldn't be friends, or be related to Guildarts in any shape or form. The famously known, Guildarts clause. I managed to avoid getting evicted thanks to a lot of legal technicalities, but... well, I doubt I will avoid a fucking eviction if this shit continues. Urza looked at me, her eyes wide with excitement as she walked over the pieces of my door, entering my apartment. But Adam. How can we stop? We simply can't. We must train. We have to prepare for any upcoming battles. I sighed, rubbing my temple. Urza, for the love of, it's Sunday. My day off. Can't we train another day? Urza shook her head. No, we can't. As a member of Fairy Tail and a master of the sword, you can never truly have a day off. For we must always be ready to protect our comrades and fight for what we believe in. So come on. Let's train. Is every shy person I meet turned crazy? Is it me? Am I the fucking problem? Before I could ponder on that thought any much longer, the walls of my apartment shook violently for a moment, almost as if an earthquake had struck the area, until one of the walls leading into the hallway began to crack and split apart into dozens of tiny cubes. Of course. Why the fuck not? Hey brat, Guildart said, entering through the now broken wall, a smile on his face. What are you doing here? I asked, rubbing my temples. Just wanted to see if you had any sugar, Guildarts replied nonchalantly, his smile turning into a cheeky grin as he walked toward my kitchen to check for the damn sugar. However, before I could reply, almost as if on cue, the landlord appeared at my door, watching the place in shock, before taking a few tentative steps into the apartment, his eyes drawn to the gaping hole in the wall and shattered window. What in God's name happened here? He exclaimed, his voice filled with total disbelief until he noticed Guildarts was there. Never mind, I take back my question. I'll be out by the end of the week, I sighed. I will mail you the cost of the repairs, the landlord nodded, his eyes flicking over to Guildarts, who was now enjoying a cup of coffee as if nothing had happened. Please do, I sighed. I guess it's time I get my own place. I mean, I can't really rent a place when I'm surrounded by people that literally embody the concept of destruction as comic relief. Chapter 52, Change. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. You guys won the extra release. I will post it in a few days. On Monday/Sunday. Adam POV. Year X776. It was a brisk autumn day in Magnolia Town and the leaves were just starting to change color. The sky was a deep, vibrant blue and the sun shone brightly in the sky. The air was still and crisp and carried the sweet smell of wood smoke and the hint of spices from the nearby bakery. These past few months, which almost stretched into a year, I had been around the town on a mandatory leave of absence, doing nothing but train and hang out with the others. Playing with Kana, more than not, she would practice her makeup skills with me. Reading with Mavis. Sparring with Laxus. And training with Urza, who, well, was more than relentless in her pursuit of perfection. Today, I had been summoned to the old man's office, in order to discuss about something that hadn't been made out clear to me, but if I had to guess it had something to do with my temporary demotion a few months ago. Needless to say, I arrived at his office promptly, knocking at the door, until I heard his voice coming from inside. Come in. I opened the door and stepped inside, where the old man motioned for me to come closer. It's been a while since your punishment, Makarov began, his voice deep and full of wisdom, and, seeing I believe time heals it all, I feel that it's about time for you to take back your rightful place among the ranks of fairy tale. The corners of my mouth tugged upwards as I glanced at him. And just when I was starting to think about switching guilds, so close, I said with a chuckle, clicking my tongue. I can demote you again, brat, Makarov said with a playful glint in his eye, causing me to laugh. I'm just kidding, old man, I said, shaking my head. I would never leave fairy tale, I mean, nobody would accept me, you know, property damage and all. Makarov chuckled, nodding in agreement. Ah, yes, our infamous reputation for causing property damage. But they wouldn't reject you for that, they would for the lies I would tell about you. Fair enough, I chuckled for a moment, before taking a deep breath. So now what? Go back to taking quests, and make this old man proud. Makarov replied with a grin, patting me on the shoulder before shooing me out of his office. Time to train with Urza. Mavis Vermilion POV. Oh. It's starting. I giggled, as I slowly rocked my feet back and forth over the edge of my seat. The sun had just risen over the eastern horizon, casting a golden light across the courtyard of the training grounds. Adam had tricked Guildarts into commission. Adam stood in the center, his training sword glinting in the light as he waited for Urza to approach. Urza entered the courtyard, her own sword at the ready, as she bowed respectfully to Adam, before taking her position opposite him. It had been months since Adam began training with Urza, on an almost daily basis, and today was no different, but despite the days of training, she still struggled to land a blow on him. I always enjoyed watching them spar. As they began to spar, their bodies blurring in and out of sight, Adam effortlessly blocked and dodged Urza's attacks, his movements fluid and graceful, as he struck back with precision, but always stopped just short of making contact. Urza, you're not keeping your weight centered, Adam said, deflecting another of her strikes. You're leaving yourself open, after each strike. Urza adjusted her stance, trying to stay more grounded, as she lunged forward with a quick thrust, hoping to catch Adam off guard, but once again, he effortlessly sidestepped her attack. That's better, but you're still not using your hips, Adam said, as he parried her sword. You need to put more power behind your strikes, otherwise you won't get any results. Urza nodded, determined to improve. And without losing any ounce of her unwavering determination, she tried again, this time putting more force into her attack. Smiling at this, Adam deftly blocked her strike and spun around, bringing his sword down in a swift arc. Urza barely had time to react, but she managed to raise her sword just in time to block the blow, and by her reaction it was clear that the impact had jolted her arm, forcing her to stumble back a step. Good block, but when fighting an enemy bigger than you, it's best to avoid, Adam said, and soon enough, they resumed their sparring. For the next few hours, they continued to spar, Adam guiding Urza through each move and correcting her mistakes. And little by little, as the spar continued, she began to improve, her strikes becoming more precise, her moves more fluid, and her stance more solid. It was really admirable seeing how far she was picking up what Adam was teaching her. She still had a long way to go, but with Adam's guidance, I was confident she would become a terrifyingly skilled swordswoman. It really brought a smile to my face seeing Adam so happy. It was almost as if he was born for this. Finally, after hours of training, Adam stepped back, lowering his sword. Good work, Urza, he said, a hint of pride in his voice. You're getting better every day, it won't be long before we can have a friendly competition between us. Urza smiled brightly, feeling a sense of accomplishment. I won't disappoint you. Adam chuckled, pleased with her enthusiasm. I have no doubt about that. Urza nodded, before taking a step forward, her face taking on an inquisitive form. If I might ask, how is it that you move so effortlessly? It's like you know what I'm going to do before I even do it. Adam chuckled softly. Well, that comes with practice, Urza. You need to be able to read your opponent and anticipate their moves. You also need to have a strong foundation in your technique, so your movements become more of a second nature. Urza nodded thoughtfully, taking in his words. Adam smiled, patting her head. Remember, Urza, to master the sword, you not only need to possess physical strength and skill but also discipline and control. You must never let your emotions guide your sword. Behind each strike, there must be a calm-tempered soul. Urza listened to Adam's words with a look of enraptured attention, nodding in agreement. Discipline and control were not foreign concepts to her. After all, she knew that a true warrior needed to know the value of patience, strategy, and composure in battle, and she wanted to be a true warrior. Now, off you go, Adam said, gesturing towards the exit of the training grounds. I have things to do tomorrow, and you as well, so rest up and when you find the time, focus on perfecting the techniques we went over today. We'll continue our training another day. Urza nodded with a beaming smile, sheathing her sword, before heading towards the exit. So, what do you think, Mavis? Adam asked after a moment, turning to look at me. I hummed, a mischievous smile playing on my lips. About the weather. What can I say? I like messing with him. He never ceases to amuse me. Adam chuckled softly, shaking his head. Funny, but no. You know I'm talking about Urza's progress. She's come a long way since we started, don't you think? I nodded, a smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Despite my many, and I mean many concerns, it seems you're an excellent teacher, Adam. Adam rolled his eyes sparkling with amusement. Well, what can I say, my magic revolves around using a sword, so yeah. He paused, a hint of mischief taking place on his expression. Perhaps I could teach you a thing or two, Mavis. I laughed, shaking my head. Thank you for the offer, but I think I'll stick to being an awesome ghost, thank you very much. Adam chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. Suit yourself. I did my part in offering. So what will you do now that you have your S rank back? I asked, changing the subject, seeing I was genuinely curious about what he would do now. Adam shrugged nonchalantly. I'll probably take on some more jobs, travel a bit, who knows. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest, so I guess I will go with the flow, and see what happens. That sounds wonderful, I smiled at him. Adam chuckled, his eyes gazing at the sky as if lost in thought. Though now that I think about it, there is one thing I want to do, but that won't happen anytime soon. Oh, do tell. I prompted, intrigued. Adam sighed and ran his fingertips along the length of his blade. Maybe another time, he murmured, his voice barely audible in the stillness of the room. Let's just say my sword is one stubborn lady, so what I want to accomplish will most likely take more than a few years, but it doesn't matter, I have more than enough time ahead of me. Fine, but make sure I'm the first one to know about whatever it is you are trying to accomplish. I replied, leaving no room for argument. I was okay with him being mysterious, but I would not let him share his mysteries with others before me. I had called dibs on that. After all, it is not every day you get to study a new type of magic. Adam chuckled, his eyes meeting mine. Don't worry, Mavis. I promise that you'll be the first to know. I smiled. I was truly happy with how things were going. But there was something that still bothered me. Something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was a feeling, a sense of unease that I couldn't shake off. As if sensing my thoughts, Adam turned to me and raised an eyebrow. Is everything all right? I hesitated for a moment, before simply nodding. Of course. Whatever this feeling was, I would not spoil this for him, for just a feeling. Adam didn't look convinced, but he didn't press the matter further. Instead, he stood up and stretched his arms out, before walking out of the training yard. Perhaps it was nothing. Time would tell. Chapter 53, moving on. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. I was kind of sick, that's why I didn't update. Tomorrow I will post 2 chaps and Thursday as well. That will make up and give you guys the double release I promised if we won. Same deal guys, if we reach top 3 by the end of the week, double release. Adam POV. I sprinted through the eerie forest of Telemura Mountain, the moonlight barely illuminating my way as I swung my blade, cutting through my enemy in a single swing. I had been sent here to exterminate a few monsters that had been bothering the locals. Apparently, the monsters were strong enough to warrant an S-class request. The monsters themselves weren't much. All it took to deal with them was a single strike, whether that strike was with my blade, or my fists, the result was the same. I honestly didn't think the monsters warranted an S-class request, but I wasn't going to complain about the easy money. Not really. I was getting 2 million jewels for doing pest control, so all in all, I didn't mind the monsters weren't representing that much of a challenge, though to be honest, I wouldn't have minded if they had been a bit stronger than this. It's been a while since I've been able to actually enjoy a battle. How many before we can go home? Mavis yawned, slowly stretching her arms, as she slowly floated in a circle around me, her eyes heavy with boredom. I glanced over my shoulder at her, my sword glinting in the light as it swung through the air, severing the head of one of the monsters moving towards me in a single swing. Around 8, I think. I might have to scan the area to see if I can find more. Mavis groaned. 8. That's going to take forever. I rolled my eyes at her. I have killed 200 of them in the span of an hour, don't be dramatic. Mavis pouted. Easy for you to say, you get to fight them. I wouldn't call this a fight, I replied, as I continued cutting through the monsters with ease. At best, this is pest control. Any plans after this job? Mavis asked, zipping around me as I continued moving through the forest, her voice filled with curiosity. I paused and lowered my sword, taking a moment to think as one of the monsters moved forward, slamming his meaty fist on my face creating a shockwave, only to see his attack hadn't even gotten a reaction out of me. Probably train a bit, or finish the papers I need to buy the plot of land I wanted. Mavis smiled. That's right. I had almost forgotten. Tell me. Are you excited about building your own house? You've been talking about it for months now. I nodded, a grin spreading across my face. Yeah, I am. Renting is nice and all, but it's going to be nice to have a place to call my own, where I can live without anyone bothering me, or evicting me. Mavis chuckled, I bet. And if you need any help with the construction plans, you know I'm always willing to lend a hand, a ghostly hand, whoa. Thanks, Mavis, I said, grateful for her offer, as the monster continued punching me without dealing any damage. Heck, I might take you up on that. The monster's face twisted in primal rage, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth, before leaning forward, letting out a deafening roar, so close to me that I could feel the heat from its breath on my skin. The stench coming from his roar was overpowering, like a mixture of rotten eggs and moldy cheese, and a few decomposing corpses, to the point that it made my eyes water. I gagged a little, but quickly regained my composure, slashing at the monster's midsection with my sword. The creature let out a guttural scream, before falling to the ground, twitching and convulsing. That was the closest thing to damage those things did, I shuddered, still fighting the urge to vomit. That was fucking disgusting. In fact, I take back my earlier assessment, they were right to request an S-rank mage, that shit almost knocked me out. Well, time to drive an entire species into extinction. A few moments later. The streets were bustling with activity as I made my way down the busy street toward the mayor's office. Carefully, I weaved in and out of the crowd, dodging carts of apples and vendors selling their wares, until finally, I arrived at my destination. I had completed the mission assigned to me with ease, and now it was time to collect my reward so that I could go home, easy and simple. As I trudged closer to the stately building, its tall columns rising into the sky, the hustle and bustle of the city ebbed away. People moved sparsely around me, murmured conversations from far away fading into a distant whisper. Cracking my neck, I stepped through the grand double doors that marked the entrance to the building. As I entered the place, I was struck by its grandeur, considering the town didn't look all that fancy. The marble floors shone beneath the warm light of the chandeliers overhead, and the walls were adorned with exquisite paintings and tapestries, giving a clear image of opulence. Deciding I didn't give a fuck about that at the moment, I made my way to the front desk and announced my purpose to the clerk. He nodded and directed me down a long hallway, where the mayor's office awaited. As I walked, I started to ponder about the future. I didn't remember much about the show in terms of dates, but I knew canon was approaching. I chuckled. Not sure if I can even call it canon anymore, I'm pretty sure I have fucked that up. The point was, time was running short. Relatively speaking, that is. It wouldn't be long before the dragon slayers arrived in this world. I might not remember many dates, but that was one I did. I mean, it was hard not to remember it. July 7th of 777. I sighed. Pushing those thoughts aside, I continued walking down the hall, until the door to the mayor's office loomed ahead. I could hear the sound of voices from within as I knocked on the door, waiting for a response. Come in, a deep voice called from inside. As I entered the room, I was greeted by a tall, imposing figure seated behind a grand desk. I completed the job, I said simply. The man's gray hair, tied into a short ponytail, bobbed as he nodded sharply, his face obscured by the shadows of his cowl. Wonderful, he said, his voice low and gravelly. Mary. Bring the payment. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a young girl emerged from the shadows, bringing with her a large bag of coins, which she placed on the desk. The mayor ignored it for the most part, clearly used to the girl delivering the bag. Your payment, he said, gesturing to the bag of coins. I picked it up, hefting its weight in my hand. Satisfied enough, I nodded to the mayor. Thank you. Of course, the mayor replied, his tone dismissive. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to. Without another word, I turned and left the room, the sound of the door closing behind me. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me as I made my way out of the building, the weight of the coins in my bag a comforting reminder of my success. I really wanted to go home. Ready to go home? Mavis asked, smiling. I nodded with a smile, walking down the street towards the train station. However, as I turned on a corner to cut some time, I saw a figure standing in front of me, blocking my path. It was a woman, with long, flowing hair and piercing green eyes. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, and a sly smile played at the corners of her lips. "Hello there, handsome," she purred, taking a step closer to me. "I couldn't help but notice you. You look like you could use some company." I raised an eyebrow. "Not interested, thanks." As beautiful as she was, I had shit to do, like getting on the train and not catching an STD. The woman, however, didn't seem deterred. Instead, she leaned in closer, her hand resting on my chest. "Come on, don't be shy. I promise I'll make it worth your while." I sighed. "Look, I really just want to go home." The woman's smile widened. "Oh, I see. You're one of those guys. The kind that likes to be in control, likes to be the one doing the chasing. Well, I can respect that. But just remember, sometimes it's nice to let someone else take the reins." "Okay. I will admit that sounds hot as fuck, but again, I have shit to do, shit I'm beginning to question, thanks to my hormones-filled teenage body." "What is wrong with her?" "You're 15. Mavis said, her eyes narrowing on the woman. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head, feeling something strange, something messing with my head. "Sorry, not interested." The woman smiled, her eyes glimmering with amusement. "Oh, I think you will be," she said softly, before leaning in and pressing her lips against mine. At first, I resisted, but then something changed, something shifted in my mind, and suddenly, I was kissing her back, my hands moving to pull her closer to me. It felt wrong, but at the same time, it felt so damn good. Eventually, she pulled away, a satisfied smirk on her face. "See? I knew you'd come around. Now how about you give mommy all of your money, and in exchange, I can teach you a thing or two. I guess I can stay for a bit. I can always make more money." No. What the fuck am I saying? I'm not paying for a whore. Especially not 2 million jewels. I felt my mind clear, the fog of whatever she had done to me lifting. "You have 40 seconds to explain what just happened, or I will break your knees, am I clear?" The woman took a step back, clearly surprised. "What? This can't be, you were under my," but I thought dash. "The clock is ticking," I said, my voice cold. "Explain." The woman took another involuntary step back as her voice trembled with fear under the pressure of my magic power. "You wouldn't hit a woman, would you?" 20 seconds, I replied, taking a step forward. The woman swallowed, looking uncomfortable. "Charm magic," she said slowly, "I'm quite good with it. As long as the target in question finds me attractive, I am capable of manipulating their desires, like with the kiss earlier. I can make them think they want something and enjoy it." "Break her legs," Mavis muttered. I stared at the woman, my expression growing colder. "You wanted to rob me, and to do that, you messed with my mind." I dash. "Say another word, I fucking dare you," I said coldly. "This is what is going to happen. I will take you to the authorities, you will tell them what happened, and you will serve your time, am I clear?" The woman nodded slowly. "Adam, are you okay?" Mavis asked. I nodded. If anything, I had learned something today, and gained a new objective in life, making charm magic illegal. That shit deserves to burn in the deepest pits of hell, right under the devil's balls. Chapter 54, Vengeance. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Double release pushed for Tuesday. Thursday double release stays the same. If you ask why, it's 'cause I have shit to do today, so tomorrow. And remember, if we are top 3 by the end of the week, double release again. Love ya. Adam POV. I opened my eyes to the pale light that was beginning to seep through the slats of my window. The rising sun sent a warm, golden glow over the room, casting its gentle rays onto my face. I yawned and stretched, feeling the soft, cotton sheets beneath me, as I sat up. "I'm hungry," I muttered to myself, as I stood up and made my way to the kitchen. The hardwood floors creaked beneath my bare feet as I walked. As I arrived in the kitchen, I noticed a note on the counter alongside a packed meal. It was from Cordelia. The note said she had let herself enter the apartment to leave me a homemade breakfast. I smiled to myself as I read the note and opened the container. Inside was a stack of fluffy pancakes, a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice, butter, and some maple syrup. Happy with my meal, I sat down at the small, wooden table in my kitchen, and began to eat, savoring each bite of the warm pancakes. I had to admit, Cordelia was a great cook, like the best in all of Magnolia. As I continued eating, Mavis materialized into my kitchen, her ethereal form emerging from the wall like a fog rolling in. "Morning," she said cheerfully, her voice echoing off the walls. "Morning," I mumbled around a mouthful of pancake, as Mavis floated over to the table and hovered beside me. "Is that breakfast from Cordelia?" Mavis asked, eyeing the pancakes hungrily. I nodded. "Didn't you see her enter?" Mavis shook her head. "Nope, I must have been busy haunting someone else." "So, what's on today's schedule?" I asked, taking a sip of my orange juice. Mavis floated over to the counter and looked at the note, scanning it quickly. "Nothing for me, but for you, it looks like Cordelia wants to meet up later today. Apparently, she has something important to tell you," she said, pointing at the note. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Really? I wonder what it could be." I had read the note, but apparently, I hadn't read it all. I guess my stomach was stronger than my brain there. Mavis shrugged. "I have no idea, but unless you want an angry Gildarts behind you, you better go and see what she wants." Not that I was ever going to ignore an invitation from her, but yeah, it is not in my best interest to have an angry Gildarts hunting me down, not by a long shot. I chuckled at the thought of Gildarts hunting me down for something like that. I mean, more than not, he was a laid-back guy. Pushing those thoughts aside, I finished the last of my pancakes and took a deep breath. "All right then, I better go and see her. Thanks for letting me know, Mavis." "That's what I do, help people," Mavis said with a big grin, before disappearing into thin air. Rolling my eyes, I finished my juice, got dressed, and headed out to meet Cordelia. As I walked through the quiet streets of Magnolia, I couldn't help but feel a tangible sense of anticipation. What could Cordelia want to tell me that was so important? She wasn't one to leave invitations and notes. Perhaps it was a surprise. I sighed, realizing that I was building up my expectations too high. Perhaps all she needed was a babysitter for Kana to have some alone time with Gildarts and didn't want to wake up. Either way, I would find out soon enough. I finally arrived at the cafe where Cordelia had asked me to meet her. I walked in and spotted her and Gildarts sitting at a small table in the corner. Cordelia, being the first one to notice me, waved at me, beckoning me over. "Hey," I said, taking a seat across from the pair. "Hey," Cordelia replied, a serious look on her face. "I have something to tell you." I leaned in, curious. "What is it?" Cordelia took a deep breath. "We're adopting." I felt my jaw drop open in shock. I did not see this coming, at all. Way to drop a notice on a guy. "You guys are?" I asked, my mind trying to process the sudden news. Cordelia nodded, a hint of excitement and nervousness in her eyes. "Yes, we've been talking about it for a while now, and we decided that we're ready to take the next step and grow our family." Well, I couldn't say I saw this coming. But if this was what they wanted, I couldn't be happier for her and Gildarts. I mean, for as long as I have known them, they have always been like family to me, and because of that, I knew without a shred of doubt that they would make great parents. "That's amazing news, Cordelia," I said, a smile spreading across my face. "Congratulations." Gildarts grinned, but it wasn't a normal grin, it was a shit-eating grin, one that made me feel a little bit uneasy, something that didn't go away, as he leaned in, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "So, when is this happening?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at Gildarts. Cordelia's serious expression turned into a more playful one as she elbowed Gildarts in the side. "It already happened, wanna meet our new son?" I nodded slowly, wondering what Gildarts was planning. "Wow, that was fast." Gildarts nodded, still wearing that mischievous shit-eating grin. "Yeah, we just signed the papers this morning." Cordelia leaned across the table, excitement radiating off of her. "So, wanna meet him?" I nodded, and Gildarts handed me a mirror. Maybe it was one of those mirrors that worked as a communication device, a weird way to introduce me to their new kid, but okay. Confused, I held up the mirror, but instead of a call, I saw my own reflection staring back at me. Gildarts, I think your magic mirror is not working." Gildarts chuckled, his grin growing even wider. No, look closer." "Oh no." He couldn't. "Right. I'm old enough to own a property and drink, it can't be." "What did you do?" I muttered, crushing the mirror under my hands. "We fucking adopted your ass." Gildarts laughed, his laughter filling the air, as his eyes crinkled with amusement, tears streaming down his face. "I will fucking kill him." "You really thought I wouldn't get payback for everything?" Gildarts roared with laughter, his abrasive guffaws echoing throughout the room as he pounded his thighs. I glared at Gildarts, my hands crushing the table that was under my grasp, as much as it pained me to admit it, he had really played this well. As for Cordelia, she looked apologetic, but her giggles betrayed her amusement. "How can this be?" "I mean, as a licensed wizard, I'm a legal adult, right?" I asked, still trying to wrap my head around the situation. At this, Gildart's eyes twinkled mischievously as he let out a low evil chuckle. His broad grin revealed a set of pearly white teeth that shone like the stars in the night sky of someone planning something truly evil. True, but that wouldn't be the case if someone were to revoke your license and kick you out of the guild for a day, he said with a sly smirk. I will kill you, I replied with a big smile, unsheathing my blade. Ah, they grow so fast, one moment you adopt them, and the next they want to fight you, Gildarts replied, standing up from his seat, ready to face me head on. Sirs. Not in the cafe. Sirs. One of the clerks shouted, trying to stop us. Before we begin, there's something else I must tell you, son, Gildarts grinned, the corners of his eyes wrinkling and his teeth flashing in a broad smile as he spoke, making emphasis on the last word. We heard about your last mission, and how you almost fell into the charms of an older lady, so, son, it's time to talk about the birds and the bees. Wait. How does he know about that? I didn't tell anyone, except Laxus. That bastard. I muttered, one of my eyes twitching. Chapter 55, Vengeance. Again. The other chapter is coming later today. In around 5 to 6 hours. Adam POV. I had been adopted, and somehow, someway, Gildarts had found a way to get back at me for the long-running prank I had on it. Apparently, the bastard had started this plan of his a year ago. And to make matters more complicated, the master had effing helped them. Now it was time for my revenge. Initially, I thought about annulling the procedure, but that wouldn't give me the satisfaction I desired. So, instead, I infiltrated into the archives and changed the adoption date to a different one, a much earlier date. Not only that, but I added a few papers here and there, nothing much, just enough legal information to say Gildarts had agreed to pay child support, a large amount. Alas, he never did. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Mwah ha ha ha. Now his little payback meant he owed me a few million in child support. I have one. Mwah ha 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 ha. Adam, are you okay? Mavis asked, her voice soft and gentle. I looked up at her, my eyes dark with mischief. I'm fine, Mavis. Just enjoying my revenge, I said with a sly smirk. Mavis hummed. Oh, well that's grand. Nothing like a good plate of revenge to start the morning. Indeed, my little companion. Indeed. Well, that out of the way, it's time to go and train, I declared, standing up from my chair. Mavis nodded, a smile on her face. Yes, training is important. Especially after getting revenge, it is, after all, fairy tale rule number 22. Exact. Wait, there's a freaking rule about what to do after getting revenge in the guild. You know. At first, I wasn't sure if she was making these rules on the spot, but now I'm kind of sure she is. Before I could ponder on that, the door of my room burst open, and a petite girl with flaming red hair, and a full set of armor bounded into the apartment, sword at hand. God damn it. This is the 8th door I have to change this week, doesn't anybody know how to knock on a damn door? Maybe it is not too late to change guilds, I heard Blue Pegasus has an incredible healthcare package, then again, in there I would have to deal with. Ichiya. Urza, why don't you knock? I asked, rubbing my temples. Urza ignored me completely and marched up to me, her eyes blazing. You promised we would go on a job together today. I had. I don't remember. No. Wait, I do, I was getting home late that day, and she approached me, and I said yes without even checking to what I said yes. You only have yourself to blame, Zenriuzuki's words reverberated in my mind as if she were right behind me. It's not that bad. Oh well, a promise is a promise. I sighed. All right, let's go. I grabbed my coat and followed the eager Urza out of the apartment. As we walked down the cobbled streets of Magnolia, Urza chattered on about the job we were going to take. Apparently, she had already picked something, according to her. It was a simple retrieval mission. We were to find and bring back a lost artifact from a village on the outskirts of the country. Amused by her excitement, I nodded along, only half listening as I thought about what would happen once dear old Dad found out about my revenge on his revenge. Gildarts would surely be furious when he found out about the child support payments he now owed me. Or at the very least annoyed, anyhow, it would all be worth it, for the satisfaction of seeing him get his comeuppance. Adam. Urza's voice cut through my thoughts. Are you listening? I shook my head. Sorry, what did you say? Urza beamed at me. I said, we'll be passing through a dangerous forest on our way to the village. We should be on high alert. No enemy shall escape our sight. I nodded, finally paying attention. My sweet revenge could wait, for now. Got it. Urza smirked. Do you think we will find a challenge out there? I hummed. It was hard to say, she was quite strong for her age, and unless we dealt with someone unexpected, the possibilities of a challenge were close to zero. Maybe, though I highly doubt it. Urza nodded thoughtfully as we neared the train station. Well, I guess we'll just have to make our own challenge then, she said with a serious glint in her eyes. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her suggestion. Oh really? And how do you propose we do that? Urza grinned. We'll have a little competition, just for fun. The first one to reach the village gets to pick the first meal of the day. I chuckled. All right then, little knight, you're on. We stepped into the station, our steps echoing against the marble floor and walls, as we shuffled up to one ticket line. The clerk at the ticket booth greeted us with a smile. Where are you two headed? I nudged at Urza to answer that, after all, this was her mission, I was just tagging along for the ride. Smiling, Urza took a step forward, and spoke up, we need 2 tickets to the port south to the capital. The clerk nodded and typed away on the computer. All right, that will be 5,000 jewels each. Smiling, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the required amount, handing it over to the clerk. You didn't have to pay, Urza protested, but I just waved her off. You pay on the way back, I said, taking my ticket and heading towards the train. As we settled into our seats, Urza continued to chatter on, excitedly planning out our little competition to make this quest more exciting for her. I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm, it was contagious. All right, here are the rules, Urza said, pointing a finger at me for emphasis. No magic allowed, we will race to the village using nothing but our physical might. I smirked at her. My, it almost sounds like you're afraid I'll win. Urza huffed playfully. I am not afraid. I just want to make sure it's fair. I chuckled. All right. Got it. As soon as we stepped off the train, Urza took off at breakneck speed. And smile, I chased after her, the wind whipping through my hair as we raced towards the town that was 2 miles away. Urza was fast, but I was faster, and for a moment I contemplated about letting her win, but that wouldn't do her any good, would it? So with a smile, I pressed on, catching up to her quickly, easily dodging the trees and roots that threatened to trip us up. We were neck and neck, neither of us giving an inch. But unlike her, I wasn't even close to running, this was more like a walk, but a bit faster for me. I'm thinking steak for my meal, what do you think, Urza? I grinned, as we burst through the forest clearing, nearing the village in the distance, before I winked at her, pressing on, leaving her behind. Urza's eyes widened as I pulled ahead of her and rushed through the forest, moving faster than she could follow. Chuckling, I bounded over fallen logs, splashed along shallow streams, and leaped over tumbled boulders on the way to the village. The trees flew past me in a blur of green, their branches reached out and clawed at my clothing and hair, but I ignored them and kept going, and before I realized it, I was at the village waiting for Urza to arrive. I was starting to think you didn't want to pay for my meal, I teased, grinning as Urza finally reached the village, her face red and sweat-drenched. You won, Urza panted, her hands on her knees as she gasped for air with a small smile on her face. You are faster than I thought. Indeed, Zenriuzuki agreed. I chuckled. Don't worry, I won't pick anything expensive. Urza chuckled. Thanks. Smiling, we both walked into the village, the smell of fresh bread and coffee filling our nostrils, our mouths watering in anticipation as we found a cozy little bakery and sat down at one of the tables, ordering our food and drinks. As we waited for our order to be prepared, we chatted about the mission and what we could expect once we started. Urza was confident in her abilities to carry this out, and I didn't doubt she was right. Thanks for the meal, I said, taking a sip of my coffee. You're welcome, Urza replied with a kind smile, sipping her tea. I'm glad you came, and that we could have some fun along the way. Normally you are too busy, or doing something else, so thanks for coming. I nodded, feeling a sense of contentment settle over me. The warmth of the cafe, the smell of the food around, and the company of my young pupil, all combined to create a sense of comfort that I hadn't felt in a long time. As we chatted, our food arrived, and we dug in with gusto, savoring the delicious flavors after the long journey. As we ate, we made plans to locate the lost artifact and figure out a way to retrieve it without attracting any unwanted attention. I mean, sure, a fight was always welcomed, but not necessary. After we finished our meal, Urza paid the bill and soon enough we made our way out of the cafe, ready to continue with her quest, setting out to collect any information we could about the artifact's location. According to the information we had, it was said to be in a hidden temple deep in the jungle, which was guarded by powerful creatures and traps. Remember, I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary, I reminded her, giving her a nod of encouragement. You're capable of handling this on your own, but if you ever find yourself in a situation where you need help, don't hesitate to ask for help. Urza nodded, determination shining in her eyes. Don't worry. I won't let you down. To my dying breath. I'll do whatever it takes to retrieve that artifact and complete this mission. I chuckled, taken aback by her feisty spirit. She really was just like the Urza from the show, an indomitable warrior ready to face everything with a smile, and a sword at hand. That's the spirit, Urza. Chapter 56, Failed Experiments. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. Double release as promised. Adam POV. Guildarts, wait, let me fix this up real quick. Adam Clive POV. Guildarts, there you go, much better. Now back to my tea time. With my baby girl. Enjoy. But know that you won't enjoy as much as me. With my sweet princess. Adam Clive POV. I had been walking beside Urza through the jungle for hours, and yet I still had no sense of where we were going. Though perhaps that was because I was beginning to feel a strange sense of apprehension that was clouding my thoughts, a strange feeling that told me that something was lurking in the shadows, prowling toward us with each step we took. I didn't feel any magic power. Or spiritual for that matter. But I still couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Perhaps it was just me being paranoid. Either way, I would keep my guard up. As we continued venturing deeper and deeper into the dense jungle, the sound of chirping birds and rustling leaves was gradually replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to be almost unnatural. Pushing the silence aside, we continued walking, until ahead of us the dense foliage gave way to an open clearing, where a structure was placed, rising up from the undergrowth like a ghostly apparition. A temple. Urza was the first to speak. "Do you think this is the place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I stood in silence, my eyes fixed on the ancient architecture as I replied with a noncommittal shrug, "I'm not sure, but according to the information we have, it appears to be." The temple's walls were made of rough-hewn stone, overgrown with vines and moss. The roof, once grand and imposing, now lay collapsed in a pile of rubble, leaving the interior of the temple open to the cruel elements. The entrance was marked by a grand archway, its intricately carved details now worn and faded by time. "Well, let's go and see," I smiled, patting Urza on the head, before taking a deep breath, and stepping inside the crumbling temple. As we stepped inside the temple, we were greeted by a musty smell, and the cool damp air of a place long abandoned, and long forgotten. Soon enough, with little to no difficulty, we found a secret entrance leading to a staircase that led to the lower levels of the temple. "There's nothing above, so it must be below," Urza muttered. I nodded. "Let's check it out then." Smiling, we descended into the steep and winding staircase that seemed to go on forever with each passing second. We stepped carefully, the damp stones beneath our feet slick with moss, with a chill that seemed to go by the hand of the air around, as rays of sunlight warmed our faces beaming through gaps in the crumbling stone roof, dust motes drifting in their light like tiny stars. The staircase eventually opened into a vast chamber, seemingly untouched for decades. The walls of the chamber were adorned with faded murals and intricate carvings, depicting scenes of long-forgotten events, and the likes that seemed to go in theme with the crumbling pillars and fallen statues that littered the floor. "I will find the relic, no matter the cost," Urza declared, for some reason, the fire of her conviction accompanied by the faint sound of scurrying animals echoing through the halls. I couldn't help but chuckle at Urza's enthusiasm. Even in this deplorable scene she kept her attitude high. "I don't doubt it." Urza beamed at me, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let's split up and search the room. The relic could be anywhere." Seeing this was her mission, I nodded in agreement, and we each took a side of the chamber, careful not to disturb anything in our quest for the relic. However, as we walked, I couldn't help but feel the sense of apprehension I had been feeling grow larger, to the point it was beginning to build up in my chest. I had no idea what was happening, but the feeling of being watched was growing stronger with each passing moment. Suddenly, as if confirming my suspicions, the sound of scurrying animals became louder, and a group of rats that seemed to appear out of nowhere scuttled around our feet before running off into the darkness. Urza jumped, her hand flying to the hilt of her sword. "What was that?" she asked, her eyes wide. "First time, you can call it paranoia. Twice, call it fucking instinct. Keep your guard up, something it's not right, so let's be careful," I cautioned, drawing my zanpakuto from its sheath. Urza nodded. With that in mind, we continued our careful search through the chamber, our boots clattering against the cold stone floor, with each footstep seeming to amplify throughout the huge expanse of emptiness. Keeping my senses alert, I continued my search, when all of a sudden a stench hit me like a punch in the face. A sickening combination of rotting flesh, chemicals, and something else that I couldn't quite put my finger on. "What is that smell?" Urza covered her nose with her arm, the one holding her blade, as a look of disgust took place on her face. Now that I think about it, the stench seems to be stronger, around her location. "Fuck. Urza, move," I shouted, before blurring out of sight. As out of nowhere, a grotesque creature emerged from the shadows, behind Urza, its face indiscernible and twisted with malice. Its bony fingers clenched into a fist, barreling toward her. However, it seemed that I had reacted in time, using Shuanpa just in time, to grab Urza by the waist, pulling her out of harm's way. The creature missed its target and landed with a thud on the ground, its grotesque features now illuminated in the dim light. Wasting no time, Urza readied herself for battle behind me, her sword at the ready as I assessed the creature in front of us. Before us, now stood a grotesque monster, a mutated amalgamation of flesh and bone that by all natural laws should not exist in this world or any for that matter. No matter how hard my brain tried to make sense of what it was seeing, it was difficult to make out any discernible features, seeing as the creature's body seemed to be a random jumble of parts fused together in an unholy union. The creature stood about 10 feet tall, with arms that hang down reaching the door a foot in circumference. Its limbs were twisted and deformed, with fingers and toes that were far too long and thin. Some of its appendages seemed to be missing bones entirely, replaced instead with writhing masses of something similar to tentacles or slimy pseudopods. The monster's skin was a sickly shade of green, with open sores oozing pus and other fluids that I was afraid to even imagine what they were. Its eyes, if you can even call them that, were sunk deep into its skull, glowing with an otherworldly light that seemed to be beckoning at us. Its mouth was a gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth that dripped with saliva. The monster's body seemed to twitch and convulse, as if it was in constant agony, emitting a series of guttural noises, somewhere between a growl and a scream, that made my hair stand on end. I had no idea what this thing was, but I couldn't help but wonder what kind of hellish experiment created this abomination, and what kind of twisted mind would find pleasure in such a thing. Beyond its grotesque appearance, the monster seemed to have no magic, or rather, his magic appeared and disappeared, like a blinking light, only to be detected for a brief moment. I turned to look at Urza, and despite the fierce determination that shone through her entire being, I could see the fear in her eyes. I couldn't blame her. "I will deal with this beast," Urza said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes, as she stepped forward, her sword held high as she prepared to fight. I suppose she has to learn. However, as she moved forward, the creature let out an ear-piercing screech that made her falter, its body convulsing for a moment, before lunging forward, its grotesque body contorting and twisting as it moved with terrifying speed. I moved. Calmly, I stepped between the monster and Urza, muttering, "Heido number 4. Byakurai." I pointed at the monster with my index finger, focusing my energy, before unleashing a concentrated bolt of lightning at it. The lightning crackled and sizzled through the air with great speed, before striking the monster with great force, pushing it back. "Adam, Urza began, but I stopped her. "Don't worry, it seems this thing is more than you can chew on right now," I said, my eyes locked on the monster as it slowly rose to its feet, its eyes empty of emotion. "Don't lower your guard, this thing might not be alone." The monster let out another screech, its limbs writhing as it charged toward us. Deciding to end this before something else happened, I stepped forward, angling my blade in a swift arc that connected with the beast's belly, cutting it in half in a single swing. That should do. Before I could finish that sentence, the blood in my blade exploded with a sickening roar, sending a shockwave that knocked Urza a few feet back, as a pair of vicious claws closed around my throat. I jumped back, avoiding the attack, as I took some distance. "Jesus fuck, what the hell is this thing?" I said, bringing my sword to bear as I prepared to face the monster again. Its blood had exploded. And it was still alive after being cut in half. That was impressive, and not in a good way. If I had lowered my guard, that thing could have gotten a good shot at me, despite being immensely weaker than me. "Adam. There's another." I turned around to see a second monstrosity, slightly smaller than the first, slowly moving toward Urza, while its eyes, however, remained on me. It seems I was right, there's more. And like before, no magic power to be sensed before they appear. Before I could ponder on that, pain invaded my body, pain without a cause, pain for the sake of nothing. I looked at my body, my sword arm was slowly turning black on the tips of its fingers. I was hurt. No. That couldn't be, I hadn't taken any damage. I had dodged the attacks of the creature despite there being no reason to. Something else was going on. And if the timing of this was anything to go by, it had to do with the other monster that had just appeared. Explosions. Pain. No magic power for the most part. I think I knew what I was dealing with. Demonic experiments, and if the craftsmanship was anything to go by, these things didn't belong to Zerif, at least not directly. How exciting. Chapter 57, Demonic Amalgamations. Don't forget to comment on the chapter, it helps me see how sexy the novel is. Also, don't forget send stones my way, for double release next week. Adam C. POV. Taking a step back, I examined my arm, noticing that a shade of creeping darkness was making its way up toward my shoulder, turning my skin a sickly tone of black, that crept along in a pulsating manner, filling my body with pain, like a disease throughout my veins. I moved my hand a bit and felt a sharp jolt of pain shoot up my arm. It was then that I realized that the darkness was alive, moving with a will of its own. It was an interesting technique. An effective one at that. But it wasn't enough to do anything worth worrying about. Now that this curse was within my body, I could feel it, and therefore, I could use my power to halt its progress. Of course, the most effective solution would be to simply kill the user of this. As I stood there, watching my body react to the curse, the two monsters moved forward, their grotesque forms twisted and writhed, in an unholy union of flesh, claws, and teeth. the new monster lunged at me, a snarl escaping its misshapen mouth. However, as the beast was about to reach me, I moved, sidestepping its attack, before swinging my sword in an elegant arc, slicing through the abomination's neck with ease. It seems decapitation works just fine, I muttered, feeling as the pain that had been spreading on my arm began to fade, with my arm soon returning to its original color. The first amalgamation roared, connecting the parts of his body I had cut, before taking a step forward, his body undulating as it charged towards me. Shifting my weight, I took a step back, anticipating its attack, as my blade sang through the air, cutting deep into the creature's head, killing it in one shot. "Are you all right, Urza?" I asked, turning around to look at her, as the dark ichor of the monsters I had slayed dripped from my blade into the ground. Urza nodded, a relieved, yet guilty expression appearing on her face. "Yes, I am. Thank you for your help." She paused and looked at the corpses of the monsters that lay around us. "It seems I have a long way to go." "Don't worry. It's all part of the journey," I replied, smiling. "I mean, you cannot be expected to be the strongest from the start. But with time and effort, who knows?" Urza nodded, beaming at me. "You're right. I'm going to take your advice and keep practicing," she said determinedly. I smiled, giving her a nod of approval. "That's the spirit. Do you think there are more of those things around?" Urza asked nervously, her gaze scanning the darkness. "I don't know," I said honestly, cracking my neck. "But, in my experience, that's usually the case." "In that case, I shall be ready for the next one. I won't let you do everything by yourself," Urza declared, her hands tightening on the hilt of her sword. I smiled at her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Very well. Word of advice though, go for the head, these things seem to be resilient to most things." From what I had gathered in my little fight with those things, their power was around her level, so as long as she wasn't overwhelmed in numbers, or made a dumb mistake, I had no doubt she could defeat them. Urza nodded, her expression taking on a thoughtful tone. "I gathered that much. The first monster survived your initial attack, despite being cut in half. It wasn't until you cut their heads that you managed to kill them. When nothing works, apply the zombie rule, and go for the head. That usually works, usually." The air grew colder and heavier as we ventured deeper into the abandoned temple, trying to find the artifact we had been sent to collect. Like everything so far, the walls and floors were covered in a thick layer of moss, giving the ancient structure an eerie, otherworldly atmosphere as we moved through the dimly lit corridors, eventually noticing a subtle draft coming from one of the walls. Intrigued, I inspected the area more closely and discovered a hidden mechanism. "This is what I love about these places," I chuckled, winking at Urza before pushing the mechanism. With a creaking sound, the concealed door swung open, revealing a narrow passage that led to a secret room. As we entered, I was met with a horrifying sight. Several monstrous creatures like the ones I had fought were suspended in large glass tanks, filled with a murky, greenish liquid that kept them in a suspended state. The abominations were grotesque amalgamations of various creatures, sewn together in an unholy manner. Each experiment even more disgusting than the last. "Who would do such a thing?" Urza muttered, her eyes wide as she watched what I was seeing. I couldn't blame her. After all, the sheer sight of them made my stomach churn, and I couldn't help but wonder what twisted mind had been responsible for their creation. There was no way Zeref was involved in this. As much as he had done terrible things, he was good at his craft. This wasn't even close to his level. "Who knows?" I replied. The walls of the lab were lined with shelves containing jars filled with dismembered body parts and preserved organs. There were also notebooks and scrolls scattered throughout the room, detailing the horrifying experiments that had taken place there. It appeared as though the creator of these monstrosities had been driven by a dark obsession, fueled by a desire for power or perhaps a twisted curiosity. As I continued to examine the room with Urza following close behind, I discovered a worn, leather-bound journal that seemed to belong to the lead scientist or perhaps even the mastermind behind these grotesque experiments. The entries inside spoke of an insatiable desire to push the boundaries of life and death, to create powerful creatures that would obey their creator's every command. At least at first. Seeing the last few entries were written with a palpable sense of paranoia and fear, as if the creator had begun to realize the dangerous nature of their work. From what I could gather, it seemed that the monsters they had created had become increasingly difficult to control, and eventually, their violent tendencies had led to the abandonment of the lab and the temple itself. I shuddered at the thought of the atrocities committed within this hidden chamber. I sighed. "It doesn't seem like the artifact is here," Urza muttered, and before I could reply, a violent hiss echoed through the lab, as a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows a few meters away, its grotesque form slithering into the dim light. The creature was a nightmarish blend of various animals and human parts, stitched together with no regard for the natural order. Its eyes, filled with malice and hunger, locked onto me as it hissed again, baring its sharp, mismatched teeth. Impressive. It seemed this one was smart enough to know I was the biggest threat in the room, the other two seemed less intelligent. Oh well. Time to see how well Urza performs in a fight with someone on her level. You said the next one was yours, so go ahead, I'll watch, I said, giving Urza a nod. Urza nodded, taking a step forward. I won't disappoint you. Urza Scarlet POV. As the monster lunged toward me, I swung my blade with all my might, managing to strike it across the chest. The creature let out a pained screech, momentarily stunned by the blow. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged forward, sword raised high above my head, ready to end this fight like Adam had, however. Before I could do that, the creature reared back, its body undulating under my attack as its long legs kicked me away just in time to avoid any damage. I gasped, twisting my body around in order to land on the ground without hurting myself. I stood back up, intending to find some distance while I assessed the creature's fighting style, only to find that it had already recovered and lunged toward me. I had to remember Adam's teachings. No hesitation. No doubt. Just me and my blade, moving as one. As the creature lunged toward me, I gripped my blade tightly and prepared to defend myself. Its horrifying form and malicious gaze only served to strengthen my resolve. With a swift, powerful swing, I struck the monster, aiming for its most vulnerable spots. The creature let out a guttural scream, as our attacks clashed, but no matter what, no matter how scared I was, I didn't hesitate. Instead, I pressed forward with all my might, releasing a series of precise, targeted slashes. The beast stumbled, weakened by my onslaught, and wasting no time, I seized the opportunity to deliver a final, decisive blow on its neck, cutting its head off before its body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, its lifeless form twitching one last time before going still. Impressive, Adam clapped, smiling at me with a proudful. Thank you, Adam, I said, breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed all my training had actually paid off, if only I had been able to show this prowess before when he had to fight two of these beasts alone because I was too afraid to move. Adam chuckled, walking closer to me. Now, let's burn this place and move to the next room, the artifact is bound to be somewhere around here. Chapter 58, Gates of Nothingness. Don't forget to comment on the chapter, it helps me see how sexy the novel is. Also, don't forget send stones my way, for double release next week. Adam C. POV. We moved through the lab, gathering any remaining documentation and evidence of the twisted experiments that had taken place there. Before piling them up in the center of the room, I struck a match and watched as the flame consumed the dark secrets they held. The fire crackled and danced, illuminating the once hidden horrors and casting eerie shadows on the walls. As the fire spread, engulfing the lab in a cleansing inferno, we made our way back into the main temple. The weight of the horrors we had witnessed still hung heavily in the air, but there was also a sense of resolution, or at least it felt that way. Pushing those thoughts aside, we pressed on, exploring the labyrinthine corridors of the temple, determined to find the artifact we had been sent to retrieve. With each passing second, the air grew colder and more oppressive the deeper we ventured, but we kept on pressing on. Eventually, we came upon a grand chamber, adorned with intricate carvings and weathered statues. At the center of the room was a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, ornate box made of gold and encrusted with precious gems. The box radiated an aura of power and mystery, and seeing everything felt worthless in comparison, it was clear that this was the artifact we had been searching for. As we approached the pedestal, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, as if once again someone was watching us. It was a strange feeling. I glanced over at Urza, who was carefully examining the chamber for any signs of traps or hidden threats, before reaching out and carefully lifting the artifact from its resting place. We've got it, Urza grinned, a sense of triumph mixed with relief in her voice. I smiled. Well done. Now, let's get out of this place. I had about enough eldritch horrors for a day. Eldritch what? Urza asked, confusion evident on her face. Right, that's not a thing here. I really ought to update my references, otherwise, my humor will go to waste. I shook my head. Never mind. Let's just go. We made our way back through the twisting passages of the temple, retracing our steps and avoiding the traps that had been set up to deter any would-be thieves. As we stepped out of the temple, the sun was beginning to set, casting an orange glow across the sky. We took a moment to catch our breath and survey the surrounding jungle, before making our way back to town. The journey back was uneventful, save for the occasional rustling in the bushes to fill the lack of noise. Once we reached the town, we made our way to the local tavern, where we intended to pass the night before going back home. The smell of stale ale and cigarettes wafted through the air as we entered, and the dim lighting lent a cozy if not slightly seedy atmosphere to the place. We took a seat at the bar and ordered some food, toasting to our success, Urza with her juice, and me with, well, beer. As we ate, I couldn't help but feel a sense of restlessness, something about this entire mission had gotten under my skin. It felt off like I was playing into someone's game, I just couldn't put my finger on it. Urza must have sensed my unease, as she nudged me with her elbow. You all right, Adam? I glanced at her for a moment, before nodding. She was pretty perceptive for her age. Yeah, what about you? I asked, tilting my head. Urza sighed. Still processing the things we saw, but nothing a few days of rest won't fix. I smiled at her, amused by her optimism. We had seen things that would haunt most people for the rest of their lives. But in time, these memories would become nothing but an echo of experience. It was part of our job, to deal with things nobody else wanted to deal with. Being a wizard wasn't always glamorous. We finished our meal and retired to our room upstairs, where we unpacked our things and settled in for the night. As I lay down on the bed, in my room, finally alone, I stared at the ceiling. I wasn't scared. Or concerned, at least not a lot. Just annoyed I couldn't figure out what was troubling me about this mission. I closed my eyes, letting out a long sigh, and tried to clear my mind. It didn't matter. Whatever it was. Whoever it was. I would be ready when the time came to cut them down. In the meantime, I would just wait. Mardgeir Tardaro's POV. I sat inside my room, watching the events unfold on a giant magical screen that connected to the location of my liking. I watched as the mysterious human, the one who according to our records managed to create a successful body like ours to host a human soul, fought valiantly against some of my failed creations, destroying them with impressive speed and skill. What a welcoming surprise, I muttered, as I considered the possibilities this little human gave me, all the experiments I could run on this fragile little thing. While all he was doing was cleaning out the trash I had left behind, I had to admit it was a marvelous sight. This man would surely give me valuable insight into the capabilities of humankind, and their potential to become more than what they are, their potential to become demons. I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at this. I could hardly remember the last time I felt like this. How odd, but not unwelcome. It was strange, really, even though I knew it was foolish to think such thoughts, when it came to humans, his feat so far made me feel intrigued. After all, how often did one get the chance to study a human who not only wasn't afraid of death, but one that walked on a path similar to that of our Creator? I shook my head, clearing my thoughts. As much as I wanted to see the limits of this human, it was not time yet to reveal myself or my intentions. It was too early to make a move, I still had a lot to do before being able to move freely. For now, I would simply bide my time and watch as this human continued to grow stronger, to see what he was truly capable of. But one thing was for sure: when the time came, I would not let this opportunity slip away. I smiled to myself, looking forward to the possibilities that lay ahead. It was all a matter of time. And if there wasn't something I had plenty of, it was that time. Urza Scarlet POV. As I lay in bed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and pride. I had never felt more alive than when I was fighting, pushing my limits to the brink, and coming out on top. I had succeeded in my mission today. I had managed to defeat one of the monsters all by myself, showing Adam he wasn't wasting his time teaching me. As I sat in my room, I reflected on today's events. It had been tough, scary, and maybe a bit traumatizing, but all in all rewarding. I had grown stronger, both physically and mentally, and I was proud of myself, all things considered. That being said, I owed this victory to him. Adam had played a big role in my growth. He was a great mentor, always pushing me to be better and to never give up. I was truly grateful. I could only aspire to someday be a warrior of his caliber. I would continue to hone my skills so that one day I could be the one to protect him, and everyone else. That is my vow. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and let out a contented sigh, my body feeling heavy in the silence of my room, with the only sound that could be heard being that of my steady breathing as I slowly closed my eyes, allowing myself to drift off into a blissful slumber. Chapter 59, Report. Don't forget to comment on the chapter, it helps me see how sexy the novel is. Also, don't forget send stones my way, for double release next week. Adam C. POV. 2 days after the mission I had taken with Urza, we returned to the guild, having collected our reward. As soon as we walked in, the sound of laughter, the usual brawl, and chatter filled the air. I smiled at the sight, ducking under a few bottles someone had mistakenly thrown my way. It was good to be home. I remember the old days where I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for enjoying myself amidst all the chaos that usually took place in the guild. Those moments were gone. I wholeheartedly accepted this, heck, I looked forward to it. It was always good entertainment to see the guild fight, laugh, and drink together. Stop this nonsense. Urza scolded the group of rowdy mages, grabbing a nearby chair and slamming it on the head of one of them. Silence fell over the crowd as they turned to face her, most of them, fearful to even move under her gaze. I blinked. They were already afraid of Urza. But, why? Had her headstrong personality already broken the wills of those around into submission? Jesus, she works fast. Pushing those thoughts aside, I made my way to the bar with Urza, where a few of our guildmates were already gathered. Uar was already halfway through her 4th pint of ale, while Macau was recounting a story of a job he had taken with Wakaba. I couldn't help but smile at the sight. You are, long time no see, I waved at her, taking a seat next to her. Adam. Urza. Welcome back, you are replied, her words slightly slurred. Looks like you've been having fun, I commented, gesturing to the empty mugs in front of her. Well, there's nothing better than a good drink after a successful job, you are said, downing the rest of her ale. I chuckled, ordering a drink for myself and Urza, with Urza's drink being a soda, of course, after all, she was still a minor. Where are your brats? I asked, tilting my head towards the back of the guild where the younger members usually hung out. Gone on a mission helping some of the local stores in Magnolia restock their shelves, you are replied, a fond smile on her face. You know how they are, they never can sit still for long. I nodded in agreement, taking a sip of my drink. I hadn't interacted with them much, in fact, I had more of a close relationship with UR than them. Gray avoided me for the most part, and it wasn't out of anger or fear, he just seemed like, well, like he wanted to prove something to me. Lion on the other hand had a one-sided rivalry with me, saying that one day he would become the strongest wizard in the world, all in order to defeat me, or something. I really didn't pay much attention to his rants. Talking about that, where's Lilia? I haven't seen her in 2 days, and that's usually enough for her to burst through something when I arrive. Almost as if answering my question, the window about the bar broke, and from it, Lilia came, spinning around, before landing gracefully in a kneeling position in front of me, her voice ringing out in delight as she exclaimed, Adam-sama. I'm not paying for that window, I replied, pointing at the window she had broken with her entrance. Lilia simply giggled in response, getting up and taking a seat next to me. She was always so weird and full of energy, it was hard not to smile around her. Did you miss me? She asked, her large eyes gazing up at me. I can't say I did, I teased, ruffling her green hair. She pouted, but I could see the amusement in her eyes. Seeing Lilia arrive, UR leaned forward, sitting on the edge of her chair with a beer in her hand, swaying slightly while she eyed me. So, brat, she said, with a lazy smile that revealed how drunk she was. How was the mission? Urza's lips curved into a wide, triumphant grin as she declared, we succeeded. Her eyes sparkled with pride. We did, I chuckled. UR hooped in excitement, clapping her hands together. Of course you guys did. You guys are always so reliable. She leaned over and patted me on the back. It was more Urza's mission than mine, but thanks. I shrugged, taking another sip of my drink. Urza scoffed at my comment, crossing her arms, her demeanor becoming more serious. Don't be so humble, Adam. Without you, I would have died thanks to inexperience. So yes, you deserve the praise, for you played a crucial role in this success. Without your skill, quick thinking, and strategic planning, who knows what the outcome would have been? I rolled my eyes. Maybe, but I still like to think you would have done well without me. I mean, you did defeat that last monster all by yourself. Urza's cheeks flushed at the compliment. Thank you, Adam. But I still couldn't have done it without your guidance, so I stand my point, you deserve the praise. UR watched us with a soft smile on her face before clearing her throat. Well, enough of that mushy stuff. Let's celebrate. She raised her glass, and we all followed suit. As we drank and chatted, the guild slowly filled up with more members returning from their own missions. The noise level increased, and the air filled with the scent of alcohol and laughter. I couldn't help but feel content as I sat there with my friends, enjoying each other's company. Makarov Dreyer POV. After dealing with some paperwork, in regards with Guildart's latest mission. The bastard had destroyed 2 towns. And his mission was in a forest 1,000 miles away from any civilization. How he had managed to destroy 2 towns, each one being 1 hour apart from one another, this kind of shit, was beyond me. Anyway. With that done, I summoned Adam to my office to discuss about his mission with Urza. I wanted to see how things had gone, this was after all, Urza's first combat-oriented mission. As he entered, I couldn't help but feel pride as I looked at him. He had grown so much since he first joined the guild, moments like this made being the father of these children worth every moment of stress those brat brought on me. Old man, you wanted to speak with me? Adam asked, bowing respectfully. Yes, come in, my boy, I replied, gesturing for him to take a seat. As he sat down, I leaned forward, my hands clasped together on the desk in front of me. I heard about your recent mission with Urza. Tell me, how did she perform? A smile spread across his face. She did exceptionally well, old man. There was a moment of hesitation during the mission, but she broke through her doubt in less than a few moments. She was able to hold her own in combat, showing prowess beyond her years. I nodded, pleased with his report. That's what I like to hear. I knew from the moment I saw the girl that she had potential, and I'm glad to see it being fulfilled under your guidance, Adam. Thanks, but with or without my help, I know Urza will become a great warrior someday, he replied, confidence in his voice. I chuckled at this. Well, I have no doubt about that either. But still I must say, Adam, despite her talent, you have been doing an excellent job as her mentor, especially seeing your fighting style works well with what she has to learn. Adam chuckled, a hint of faint blush on his cheeks. It seemed the brat was still getting used to getting praised from others. All right, enough compliments, I'm just doing my job as a fellow guildmate, old man. I chuckled. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss, Adam? You seem to be in good spirits. At this, he hesitated for a moment before leaning forward. Actually, there is something I wanted to talk about. It might be nothing, but it could be something. I leaned back in my chair, intrigued. Go on. Adam took a deep breath before continuing. During my mission with Urza, I felt as if someone was watching me. At first, I thought it was just my paranoia talking, but as the mission progressed, the feeling grew stronger to the point I couldn't shake it off, and it was in the back of my mind the entire time. I furrowed my eyebrows. Watching you? You mean, like a hidden enemy or some sort of magic? This was problematic. While Adam wasn't the best at detecting those trying to hide themselves, he wasn't a bad sensor, so whoever or whatever was watching him had to be someone very skillful, at least more than Adam when it came to magic detection. Adam shook his head. I'm not sure, old man. It didn't feel like an enemy, at least not one very close. It felt more like an observer. Not only that, but I feel whoever was watching me was behind the monsters we had to kill. I leaned forward, my curiosity piqued. I see, perhaps that explains why you felt that way. Do you have any suspicions as to who or what it could be? Adam paused for a moment before shaking his head. No. I nodded, deep in thought. Very well, I'll have to look into this. It could be nothing, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Adam. He nodded in return. Of course. Keep your guard up, just in case, I added, standing up from my seat. I'll look into this matter further, but until we have more answers, we can't afford to let our guard down. Adam stood up as well, nodding in agreement. Don't worry, if there's one thing I learned thanks to my upbringing, is that dropping your guard means giving your life away. With that, Adam left my office, leaving me with my thoughts. Whoever or whatever that Adam had felt was watching him, I needed to find out what we were dealing with and what their intentions were. Adam was one of my kids, and like any father worth a lick, I would do anything in my power to help my children. It was better to be prepared for any possible threat, no matter how small it may seem. I smiled. I'm getting old. I wonder what awaits him in the future. I also wonder how long will it take Gildarts to realize the brat bankrupt him again with his vengeance plot. Chapter 60, Vengeance. Again. Don't forget to comment on the chapter, it helps me see how sexy the novel is. Also, don't forget send stones my way, for double release next week. If we reach top 3 before the day ends, I'ma post one extra chap Sunday. Adam C. POV. I stand in the middle of the forest, my sword at the ready. The air is cool, and a light mist surrounds me, giving the forest an ethereal feel. I inhale deeply, taking in the fresh scent of pine and the earth. Then without warning, I launch into action, my movements swift and precise. My blade flashes in the air as I execute a series of intricate maneuvers, moving faster than the naked eye can follow, striking out at imaginary opponents, anticipating their every move and countering their advance with deadly accuracy. My muscles burn with exertion as I continue to train, the seconds turning into hours, pushing myself to the limit. Sweat drips down my forehead, as the fluidity of my movements becomes more and more instinctual with every passing moment. I had no idea what exactly, but there was something primal and exhilarating about this, about training in the midst of nature. In a way, it felt like something that connected me to a deeper part of myself that I didn't quite know. I enjoyed this. This moment of peace and tranquility wielding my blade brought me. It was the only moment I was truly at peace. As the sun began to set, I took a moment to catch my breath, my eyes surveying the area around me. It was then that I caught sight of Urza, hiding behind some trees. She was standing a few paces away from me, watching me with intense curiosity. Her long, red hair was tied back in a braid, and her bright red eyes sparkled in the fading light. I lowered my sword, a faint smile playing at the corners of my lips. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice soft and gentle. She yelped, surprised I had noticed her presence. I didn't mean to interrupt your training," she stuttered, taking a step forward. I shook my head, sheathing my sword. "It's fine, Urza. I'm almost done anyway." I gestured for her to come closer. "Is there something you needed to talk about?" She hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, actually. I wanted to see if you had time to train. I'm trying to increase my speed with the sword, but I can make much progress." Third person, POV. The moon was just starting to set over the training grounds as Adam made his way to the sparring ring of the training grounds, in order to have a spar with Urza. Once in the ring, he took a moment to assess her stance and form before nodding in approval. "Good, Adam said. Let's begin. They started slowly, circling each other with their training swords at the ready. Adam watched as Urza shifted her weight from foot to foot, searching for her balance. He could see her nerves, but as sure as he saw this, he also saw the fire in her eyes, the fire of someone determined to better themselves. Adam made the first move, lunging forward with a quick thrust. Taking a step back, Urza blocked the attack with shocking ease, making him nod in approval. It hadn't been long she had started training, and even then, she was quick and had good reflexes. That being said, Adam and I knew she still lacked the necessary control. Good block, Adam said with a smile. That being said, a block won't win you a fight, so after that you have to follow through with a counterattack. Never let an opening go by unused. Urza nodded, readying herself for the next attack. Don't hesitate, Adam said, watching her wait for him to attack. Don't let your enemy be the one to strike first, take the initiative and strike with confidence. Taking his words to heart, she took a deep breath and lunged forward, aiming for Adam's side, her speed leagues above anything she had shown so far. However, as much as she had improved, she still had a long way to go. Smiling, Adam took a step forward, and parried her blow with ease, countering with a swift strike aimed at her shoulder. Seeing this, and with barely enough time to react, Urza threw her body back, and dodged it, showing clear strain in her movements. Excellent job, Urza, Adam complimented. But you need to work on your footwork. You need to be light on your feet and quick to move. That last move you did to dodge my attack took a toll on you. At this, he demonstrated the footwork he wanted to see, showing her how to step to the side to avoid an attack like he had thrown, and how to pivot on one foot to gain an advantage. Urza watched intently, absorbing every detail. That done, he turned to her, smiling. Try it again. Without wasting time, they started again, and this time Urza's movements were smoother, more fluid. A simple lesson, and she now moved with more grace and control, her strikes becoming more and more precise. That's better, Adam beamed at her, pleased with her quick improvement. Now, let's work on your defense. You need to be able to read your opponent's movements and anticipate their attacks. Giving her no time to process what he had said, he attacked again, but this time he varied his movements, increasing and decreasing the power and speed behind them, throwing in feints and deceptions. Struggling to react, Urza blocked some of the attacks, but others caught her off guard, pushing her back, and giving birth to the frustration in her eyes. Adam knew what she was thinking, but he also knew it was a necessary lesson. Urza, you can't rely on your eyes alone to strike, Adam smiled, patting her in the head, before pointing at her with his training blade. Don't just react to your opponent, instead anticipate his moves, and strike accordingly. I see. Urza beamed at him, giving him a bright smile through her exhaustion. Well, that's enough for today, Adam said, sheathing his training blade. Rest well, Urza. You did well today. But, what about my speed? Urza pouted, feeling like she had been cheated out of what he had offered to do, help her increase her speed, or guide her in the right direction. Adam chuckled, looking at her fondly. Urza, your speed is great. You're one of the fastest sparring partners I've ever trained with. But remember, speed without control is useless. You need to learn the bases first, and then increase the level of power behind them. Urza sighed, giving Adam a nod. Guildarts Clive POV. I watched from the sidelines as Adam trained with Urza, a proud smile on my face. Ah, how proud I was of the son I never had but had anyway thanks to a series of hilarious events. Adam had come a long way since he first joined the guild, and it was clear that he was on his way to becoming of the most powerful, if not the most powerful mages in the continent. Heck, I might even have to up my training if I want to keep ahead of the kid. As for Urza, well, she was something else entirely. Her skill was impressive, and her determination had no equal. I had no doubt that she would be one of the strongest mages in the guild one day. As they finished their training for the day, I walked over to them, clapping my hands, startling Adam who as always didn't expect me. I could see in his eyes that my demeanor was not the one he expected. Perhaps he had done something I had yet to find out, and that was why he was looking at me that way, who knows? Who cares? Good job, you too, I said, grinning. Urza, you're getting better every day. And Adam, my son, my lovely, lovely, lovely son, you're an excellent teacher. Adam smiled in a tense manner, before nodding his head in thanks. Thank you, father, lovely, lovely father. I couldn't ask for a better student. Urza blushed at the compliment, but I could see the determination in her eyes, something that said she wanted to be worthy of such praise or die trying. I want to be the strongest person in the guild, Urza said, her voice firm. I chuckled, ain't she ambitious? Well, you're well on your way, Urza. Keep up the good work. With that, I left them to continue their training, feeling proud of the young mages who were quickly becoming some of the guild's strongest members. As I walked away, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Watching these young mages grow and... Are you by chance Guildarts Clive, from the Fairy Tale Guild? A man appeared out of nowhere, holding a pack of papers on his hands. I turned to look at the man, studying him for a moment before answering. I am. What can I do for you? The man stepped forward, extending the packet of papers towards me. I am from the FCP, Fjord's Child Service Program, and we have come to notice you owe your firstborn, Adam Clive, over 200 million jewels in child support. My eyes widened in shock as I took the packet of papers, scanning through them quickly. This couldn't be real. I had adopted Adam a few months ago. Is this a joke? I asked, incredulous. Did the brat put you up to this? The man sighed, looking at me with a mix of sympathy and annoyance. It's always the terrible excuses for a human that have kids. Sir, I know it's a lot of money, but it's been accruing interest for years. And unless you want to go to trial, you need you to make a payment as soon as possible. Adam. I will kill you. I roared to the skies. Wait, I can't kill him. That would make Kana cry, but I could cripple him, right? I mean, it had to be within my rights to cripple my firstborn. I understood now why Adam was so tense. The little bastard had fucked me with this, but this wasn't over. You will never catch me alive, bitch. Adam shouted from the other side of the town. Chapter 61, Decade Quest. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. You guys won the extra release. The days are Tuesday and Thursday. Also remember, if we reach top 3 you guys get another double release. Adam C. POV. I woke up to the dawn of the morning shining through my window with a soft breeze blowing through the curtains caressing my face. It was the perfect way to start the day. Yawning, I stretched my limbs and got out of bed, making my way to the kitchen to start the coffee maker. As the aroma of fresh coffee filled the air, I decided to take a walk outside and enjoy the beauty of the morning. I walked down the street, admiring the colorful flowers blooming on the sides of the road. The sun was now finally up, its warm embrace comforting me as I walked. I took a deep breath and felt my lungs fill with the fresh air of the morning. Morning, Mavis greeted me, floating above me lightly, a smile on her face. Morning, I replied with a smile. Without a word, I continued on my walk with Mavis by my side, enjoying the peacefulness of the morning. I had to say, today was a perfect day for a hike, and because of that, I decided to venture into the nearby woods. As we walked deeper into the woods, I felt a sense of peace and happiness wash over me. The rustling of leaves and the sound of birds chirping surrounded us, making me feel invigorated by the serenity of nature. As we walked, chatting along the way, we stumbled upon a small creek where I decided to take a break, dipping my feet into the cool water. Mavis joined me, or pretended to, giggling as she splashed around in the water. It's nice out here, I muttered. Mavis's bright green eyes twinkled as she tilted her head to the side and quirked an eyebrow at me. Her lips were curled in a mischievous smile, and I knew she was up to something. What are you planning? What do you mean? I asked, not entirely sure what she was asking. What are your plans for today, dummy? Mavis giggled. I might take a mission today, and I was thinking on taking a long one this time, I replied. These past few years I had been taking short missions, and while they had provided me with more than challenge in the occasion, it was time to up my game a bit. Before I had my reasons to avoid anything that could force me to stay out of home for longer than necessary. But that wasn't the case anymore. Mavis raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing across her lips. Oh, a long mission, huh? Any particular reason for that? I shrugged. More money. Mavis rolled her eyes. Money, that's no fun. Tell that to my bills, I chuckled. Mavis laughed, splashing water in my direction, which brought up the question, how was she doing that? Is that all? I took a deep breath, the weight of my thoughts weighing heavy on me. Partially, but more than that, I think need to get away for a while. Clear my head. Mavis nodded, her expression softening. I understand. Sometimes we all need some space to figure things out. Yeah, I said, staring out at the water. I just need to figure out what's next for me. There was a lot that was coming my way. Demons, Zerif, Acnologia, dragons. I wasn't prepared to face all of that, not by a long shot. I needed to get stronger if I wanted to protect my family, a lot stronger. And time was already against me. Mavis placed a hand on my shoulder, a reassuring smile on her lips. You'll figure it out. You always do. I took a deep breath and smiled, feeling grateful for Mavis's presence in my life. Thanks, Mavis. You always know how to make me feel better. That's what I'm here for, Mavis replied, grinning at me. Now, let's get going. You have a long day ahead of you. I was truly glad I had her in my life. She was the best friend nobody else could see that I never knew I wanted. I nodded, standing up and shaking the water off my feet. I might not be ready to face the threats of tomorrow right now, but I would protect those I have come to love no matter the cost. Dragons. Demons. Gods. And anything in between, whoever tried to hurt them would have to face me. As I pushed open the creaky doors to the guild hall, I was greeted by the familiar sound of chaos that usually haunted our guild. Shouts and grunts mix with the clanging of metal and the shattering of glass. A smile spreads across my face as I glance around the room, taking in the rowdy scene before me. As usual, there's a brawl taking place. I can't help but chuckle at the sight of it. Fairy Tale is always lively, and there's never a dull moment. Chairs fly through the air, splintering into pieces as they collide with the walls. Beer mugs sail overhead, their contents spraying in all directions. Members of the guild duck and weave, some laughing and others shouting curses. Chuckling, I weave my way through the chaos, dodging their attacks. Finally, after a few moments of dodging, I make it to the mission hall, which was relatively calm in comparison. I scan the board, looking for something that catches my eye, until finally, I see it. A quest to retrieve a rare artifact from a treacherous mountain range, an artifact that had been lost for over 2 decades. An artifact mages have failed to recover for more than a decade. A S-class decade quest. I grin to myself. This is going to be fun. I grab the mission scroll and tuck it into my pouch, before heading into the master's office. After all, every quest beyond S-class normal was to be approved by him. As I turn to his office, a particularly loud crash catches my attention. I glance over to see a group of rowdy guild members slamming each other into tables and walls. I shake my head and chuckle again. This guild is definitely not for the faint of heart. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Master Makarov's office was as chaotic and cluttered as usual, with piles of papers and books covering every surface. The old man himself was hunched over his desk, scratching away with a quill pen. I cleared my throat, causing him to look up with a surprised expression. "Oh, it's you," he said gruffly, peering at me over his spectacles. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to request approval for a mission," I said, handing him the scroll. "It's an S-class decade quest." Makarov's eyes widened as he read the scroll, and he gave a low whistle. "Are you sure you feel ready for this?" I nodded, my determination evident in my gaze. "I am, old man. Besides, if things get tough I can always call for backup." Makarov studied me for a moment before nodding. "Very well, son. I trust your judgment. You have my approval." I smiled in gratitude, feeling a clear surge of excitement at the thought of taking on such a challenging mission. "Thank you, old man. I won't let you down." Makarov chuckled. "I have no doubt about that. Just be careful out there, all right? And come back in one piece, and don't destroy anything that you don't have to." I gave him a mock salute. "Yes sir, you got it." As I turned to leave, Makarov called out to me. "It wasn't a joke. Don't destroy anything. You are the reason we have a profit margin. Don't ruin that for this old man." Mission at hand, I bid my goodbyes to everyone I cared enough to do so. Kana. Guildarts, who tried to capture me for my latest stunt. Lilia, who begged me to take her with me, but I refused. As much as she had improved, there was a big chance she would be more of a liability than anything else. Laxus, who said next time I saw him, he would beat me up. "Are you ready?" Mavis asked, appearing out of nowhere as usual. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, centering myself for the journey ahead. I was excited for this. Adventure, danger, and the thrill of the unknown, that was part of what I lived for nowadays. "I am, and I take it you're coming?" I asked, smiling at her. Mavis grinned back. "Of course I am. Baby's first decade quest. Ha! I wouldn't miss this for the world." I chuckled. I was really glad she was part of my life. There were so many secrets between us, and we both knew it, but our friendship still worked despite our lack of clarity between one another. I was truly glad. "Let's go then, we have a lot of ground to cover," I replied, leading the way out of the town. Embarking into our journey to the treacherous mountain range of the Acris Mountains, the path according to the maps was long and grueling, but I had lived worse, and I was determined to see it through. I would be ready for what was to come. I would protect them from those who wanted to hurt them. And in order to do that, I would need to push the boundaries of my comfort zone. Chapter 62, Unnamed Enemy. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. You guys won the extra release. The days are Tuesday and Thursday. Also remember, if we reach top 3 you guys get another double release. Adam C. POV. I walked through the forest following the path laid in front of me. The dense foliage blocked out most of the sun, casting a greenish hue over everything. It was nice, I had to admit. "What kind of monster do you think we will face?" Mavis asked, her eyes beaming with excitement. I hummed. "Something stronger than Diora." I wasn't entirely sure. I mean, I didn't have much to go by when it came to information about this quest. All I knew was that I was on a mission to collect an old artifact that had, according to most, been long forgotten. According to the quest, the artifact was hidden deep within a forest named the Hunting Range, inside an ancient temple that had been lost for centuries. Beyond that, I had no idea what I would encounter, or how difficult it would truly be. I imagined it would be difficult to some extent, seeing it was a 10-year quest. As I walked deeper and deeper into the forest, wondering what I would encounter, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease rise within me. I guess I had my answer now. I grinned. Whatever I was feeling, it was strong, meaning this would be exciting. Adam, do you feel that? Mavis muttered, her playful expression gone. I nodded slightly, my face twisting with excitement. I do, and I can't wait to see what it is. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or snap of a twig under my feet. The closer we got to the temple, the more the feeling of being watched intensified. And now, I knew that whatever I was feeling was stronger than Diora. Strong enough to make things interesting. Smiling, I pushed forward, driven by my desire to continue with the quest and get a good fight. Eventually, I emerged from the dense forest and found myself standing at the foot of a towering structure made of stone. It was the temple, just as the quest had described. But what the quest hadn't described was that the temple, despite being abandoned for more than 100 years, was in pristine condition. This either meant someone was keeping the temple as it was, or magic was involved. There's no way a temple of this size has been kept in this condition without someone doing so, Mavis said, her eyes scanning the area. I nodded. It seems whoever's keeping the temple in shape, it's the same one killing all the mages coming to retrieve the artifact. It would appear an interesting challenge was awaiting me. How welcoming. As I approached, I noticed that the temple was covered in intricate carvings and symbols that I couldn't quite decipher. The entrance was marked by a massive stone archway decorated with stone deers, with a set of stairs leading up to it. Taking a deep breath, I ascended the stairs and passed through the archway. Inside, I found myself in a dimly lit chamber, illuminated only by the light filtering in through small cracks in the ceiling. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I began to make out the outlines of what appeared to be ancient artifacts and relics scattered throughout the room. I approached each one in turn, examining them closely and noting down their details. As Mavis scanned the room around. However, before I could do anything else, I heard a rustling noise coming from somewhere in the shadows. And before I could say a word, arrows rained down on me from out of nowhere. Calmly, I jumped back, dodging the deadly projectiles. Landing a few feet back, quickly scanning my surroundings, trying to determine where the attack was coming from. No magic around. Yet the arrows carried enough magic power to hurt me if they managed to hit me. How odd. And thrilling. Adam, behind you. Mavis shouted. As the arrows continued to rain down on me, it became evident I was facing an unseen enemy. I couldn't see anyone or feel them, but I could hear their movements and the sound of their arrows whistling through the air. Despite the danger this peculiar situation brought, I remained calm and focused, relying on my abilities to keep me safe. With each arrow that came my way, I weaved and dodged, almost as if dancing, while keeping an eye around, scanning the room, trying to determine their location. Trying to catch a glimpse of my attackers. Alas, whatever they were doing was keeping them completely out of sight. Without warning, the arrows suddenly stopped. And once again, the room was eerily silent. It was then that I heard a faint whisper coming from somewhere nearby. I couldn't make out what it was saying, but I could tell that it was in a language that I didn't understand. I spun around, feeling a change in the atmosphere, my sword at the ready, but saw nothing. However, before I could form another thought, a woman appeared in front of me. The woman was tall and lithe, with a sinewy build that spoke to her strength and agility. Her long, dark hair was pulled back into a tight braid, and her sharp features were set in a stern expression. But what really caught my attention were her eyes. They were a piercing silver color, like two shards of ice that seemed to look right through me. Her gaze was intense and unyielding, like that of a predator sizing up its prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was both chilling and exhilarating. She wore a simple outfit made of leather and fur, with a hooded cloak that draped over her shoulders. Her bow and quiver of arrows were slung over her back, ready for action at a moment's notice. Despite her imposing presence, there was also a sense of grace and fluidity to her movements, like she was in perfect harmony with the forest around her. It was clear that she was a skilled warrior, and while I wasn't sure how strong she was, it was clear she was stronger than the strongest foe I had ever faced, Diora. Her silver eyes seemed to pierce me with disdain. I could tell from her stance and the look on her face that she would attack at any given time. "Who do you think you are?" she demanded, her voice cold and unyielding. "The men you were attacking without a reason," I replied, my voice firm and unyielding. I could feel the weight of her gaze on me, but I refused to back down. If anything, I was kind of intrigued by the challenge she represented. The woman narrowed her eyes, clearly not amused by my words. "Don't fool yourself, I have yet to fire an arrow, all you did was dodge the arrow of my huntresses," she hissed. Adam, there's something wrong about that woman, Mavis muttered. Then, before I could answer Mavis, the woman lunged forward faster than I imagined, her fist connecting with my stomach. The force of the blow knocked the wind out of me, and I was blasted away, stumbling back before crashing in the ground, gasping for air. I couldn't believe what had just happened. One moment, she was standing in front of me, and the next, I was on the ground gasping for air. I grinned. It seemed I was right. This mission would be fun. You're a fool if you think I will simply let you be after soiling my land, the huntress spat, her silver eyes blazing with anger. I will do whatever it takes to make you pay for your hubris. Ha ha ha. I chuckled, pushing myself off the ground. I won't say no to a good time. Chapter 63, Arrow and Sword. Don't forget to check the auxiliary chapter about Adam. It's like an info chapter. You guys won the extra release. The days are Wednesday and Friday. I moved them a day 'cause I have something to do Tuesday, dentist appointment. Also remember if we reach top 3 you guys get another double release. Adam C. POV. Grinning, I ducked under a few arrows that flew toward me and stepped forward, narrowly avoiding her forceful kick as I spun around and drove my fist straight into her gut, paying her for her attack, the force of my strike creating a gust that pushed her backward. Her body slammed against the temple with a loud thud as she collapsed to the ground in pain. So, how about we do some introductions before we try to kill each other? I said, circling around her fallen form. She groaned in response, clutching at her stomach as she struggled to catch her breath. Despite the pain, however, she still managed to give me a menacing glare. I don't need to know the name of the man who's about to die, she spat out, slowly getting back on her feet. I chuckled at her response, finding myself quite impressed by her resilience. I knew she was stronger than Diora. But the thing is, Diora wasn't much of a challenge anymore. And the hit she had taken had carried more than enough power to deal with her, at least that much I assumed. The point was, most foes would have given up after a hit like that. I had put more than enough strength and magic power to level a city, maybe more. Fair enough, I said, nodding my head. Can't say I agree with it, but I respect your choice. Having said that, I lunged forward, throwing a punch at her face. She ducked under it and countered with a swift kick to my side, causing me to stumble back a few steps. I grinned, enjoying the thrill of the fight, and threw another punch at her. She blocked it easily, then followed up with a series of quick jabs that I barely managed to evade. It seemed I was wrong in my previous measurement of her power. From what I was seeing, she had a lot more to offer. Good. Smiling under my breath, I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins as I dodged and weaved, unleashing a flurry of attacks at her, each one more powerful than the last. She was good, I'll give her that, but as good as she was, and as fun as this was, I was determined to come out on top. Every blow we traded felt like an earthquake coming to life, shattering nearby trees and sending rocks and dust into the air. The clashing of our fists and kicks created sonic booms that rumbled in the distance, shaking the ground beneath us, slowly destroying the beautiful forest around us. Despite the fact she was trying to kill me, I couldn't help but admire her tenacity and the way she moved. It was almost as if she was dancing around me with fluid grace. Not bad, I whistled, throwing a punch her way, this time with the maximum amount of power I could muster without using my blade. She hissed, moving around my strike, countering with a swift knee to my stomach. I let out a grunt, feeling the impact reverberate through my body. But I didn't let that stop me. Instead, I smiled, grabbing her leg and twisting it, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. She tried to get up, but I was too quick, straddling her and pinning her arms down with my knees. This is fun, I said, looking down at her with a smirk. You see, I don't normally fight with people using my fists, I'm more of a sword guy, but this is quite nice. She glared up at me, her eyes full of fire. You think you can defeat me? Don't make me laugh, scum, she spat out, struggling against my hold. I was pretty sure I could defeat her. Even though I knew she was holding back something, I was certain I could take her. I mean, I was fighting without Zenriuzuki, so all in all, I was holding back as well. I guess we'll see, I replied, before bringing my fist down on her face with a force that shook the ground beneath us, rippling the earth open, creating a massive crater. Is that all? The woman muttered, wiping the blood off her mouth, before kicking me off her. Moving my body around to avoid losing ground, I landed a few meters away from her, just as she got to her feet and rushed towards me, throwing a kick that I barely managed to block. Without wasting even a moment, I threw another kick her way. She ducked under it, before dodging and countering with her own. This time instead of blocking it, I countered with a punch, causing her to stagger back a few steps. I frowned. 2 broken bones. Well, that was unexpected. Her first kick had broken a rib, even though it hadn't connected, and her second attack had broken 2 of my fingers. Impressive. If those attacks had landed, I might have lost my advantage. This woman was more dangerous than I had given her credit for, that much was certain. Either way, there wasn't much to worry about, both injuries were minor, so neither of them would hinder any of my movements. In fact, I could probably heal them during the fight if given enough time. Well, you might not want to know my name, but my name is Adam Clive, I smiled, taking a step forward. My mission here is to recover an old artifact, not to kill you. That's about all you need to know about me. The woman's golden eyes narrowed as she glared at me, and without a warning, she blurred out of sight, appearing behind me, throwing another kick my way. Smiling, I made a grab for her leg, managing to grab a hold of her ankle, twisting it, and twirling her around, before slamming her into the ground. Time to make things interesting. Heido number 63. Raikoho, I muttered, aiming my right hand at her, generating an orb of yellow lightning above the palm of my hand, before releasing the built-up energy in a massive concentration of power with the roar of the thunder. Would you look at that? She dodged. The strongest the prey, the better the hunt, I heard the woman mutter behind me, covering her entire body with an intense aura made out of pure ether nano. I frowned. I see, I muttered, as I saw her eyes flash, before taking a more menacing golden glow. This feeling. I knew it. This woman wasn't human. No wonder so many mages died trying this mission. She was a goddess. You asked my name before, allow me to answer that question, mortal. My name is Artemis, the goddess of hunt, and the moon, and you are my prey, she growled under her breath, her aura and power spreading even further, almost completely enveloping her body, sending rippling waves of raw magic power around the forest. Artemis, the goddess of hunt. Great. Of all the goddesses or gods I could have encountered, I found the one that hates anything with a dick attached. Well, I guess it could have been worse. It could have been Zeus, the aka the one who wants to fuck anything with, anything that exists. I don't think not breathing or not having fuckable holes are a deal breaker for him. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I have a goddess to fight. I wanted a challenge, here I have it. Now let's fucking enjoy it. Pray you say. I replied, unsheathing my blade slowly with a hiss, taking a deep breath as I smirked. We shall see about that. Time for the hunt, Artemis snarled, charging forward toward me with lightning speed. Her form now changed, sporting a more regal form. I raised my sword, ready to counter her attack. Our blades clashed together, sending sparks flying in all directions. Swords. She was using swords now. Where's her bow? I blurred out of sight, avoiding the barrage of arrows she sent in all directions without even moving, almost as if answering my question. Taking a step forward, I appeared behind her, swinging my sword down to her neck, but she didn't budge. Instead, she moved at the last second, ducking under my attack, delivering a kick on my stomach. Artemis swung her hand, sending a gust of wind that felt like a tornado slamming into me, knocking me back. I grinned, cutting the tornado in two with my sword, before reappearing behind her, and kicking her in the ass. Leaving her no room to recover, I vanished once again, before reappearing on top of a tree, as she flew down, sending a powerful uppercut that landed right on her chin. You're fast, good, it seems you will make an interesting prey, Artemis snarled, throwing a strong punch, which I dodged, before kicking her in the stomach. Thanks, you're strong too, I smirked, dodging another punch and kick that came my way, before sending a powerful kick to her side, sending her flying through the air, before appearing behind her, kicking her in the back, sending her flying forward. This was fun. I hadn't had a fight this entertaining since my last training match with Laxus. It seems I won't be able to defeat you using a mere avatar. Very well then, you will be hunted by the real me, Artemis growled, her aura flaring even stronger than before, sending rippling waves of energy, before her body began to glow, giving birth to a blinding white light that covered the entire forest. I shielded my eyes, waiting for the light to disperse. It didn't. I frowned, before lowering my arms, looking up at the sky, noticing I was no longer in the ground. I was standing on top of a rock, in the middle of a giant pillar of light. What in the fuck? I muttered, taking a step forward, before hearing a loud crack. I felt myself falling to the ground at supersonic speeds. Something was pulling me down, and it was pulling me hard. However, just before I could hit the strong with a loud boom, I moved my body around, landing on my feet like a cat, the wind blowing my hair to the side as I looked around the place. Where the fuck am I? One moment I was fighting Artemis, then she goes all solar flare on my ass, and then I'm here. I was standing on top of a rock roughly the size of a small house, surrounded by clouds of different shapes and formations, all above a forest I didn't recognize. With said forest being abnormally huge, bigger than it should be, covering more than half the horizon. Mavis, are you there? I asked, but no one replied. I guess whatever spell transported me here, didn't move her here with me. Before I could dwell on that thought much longer, something shifted in the area. Killing intent, accompanied by distant howls of multiple dogs echoing throughout the forest, creating a chilling symphony that hung in the air like a foreboding dirge. Their howls reverberated through the air like a chorus of banshees, in a chilling invocation of despair and dread. It seems the hunt has begun. I wonder though. At the end of this, who will be the prey, the goddess, or the mortal? We will see it through, Zenriuzuki's soothing voice whispered to me, like a gentle gust of wind that lingered for a moment before passing away. Indeed we would. Chapter 64, The Power of a God. The other chapter is coming later today. In around 5 to 6 hours. Adam C. POV. I could feel the hulls of the wolves growing stronger with each passing second, as well as I could feel them moving in the shadows making their way toward me. I had no idea what I would face. But whatever it was that was coming my way, it was time to take this seriously. Judge all things in this universe. Zenriuzuki, I muttered, reaching for the hilt of my blade. The blade glinted in the moonlight as I slowly drew it out, letting the hiss of metal that echoed across the empty forest. The blade was covered in a beautiful, ethereal aura that seemed to ripple and swirl around the blade, making the air around it seem blurry and distorted. This aura changed colors, shifting from turquoise to pink to lilac, but always remaining mostly transparent, creating a mesmerizing display of light that seemed to capture the surrounding area in its spell. Ready to fight, the howls became louder, and as I scanned the area, I could see the glowing eyes of my hunters, staring at me in the darkness, watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Then, a huge wolf emerged from the shadows, growling menacingly and baring its teeth, before leaping at me with great speed. However, before it could reach me, I took a step back and calmly brought my sword down at the beast. My blade sliced through the wolf's body, sending a spray of hot blood across the ground. The wolf let out a deafening howl and collapsed onto the forest floor, its eyes staring lifelessly into the void, his flesh sizzling as if it was being burned by the power of my blade. The smell of burnt fur filled the air for a moment, as the wolf gave out his last breath, writhing in pain before his shape dissipated into light. I stared at the wolf in mild disbelief as its body dissipated into light, revealing that it was not an ordinary wolf, but a being of pure magical energy. Mana constructs, great. This might take a while. Depending on how powerful this goddess is, and how big her reserves are, she might just opt to tire me out. It was a hunting strategy, after all, to tire your prey to a point where it couldn't fight back or escape. However, I didn't intend to let her do that. Time to test some of my newest techniques. Cosmic Cleanse, I muttered, unleashing an arc of energy with a hum that glowed with a blinding light before engulfing the entire area. Engulfing the foliage around and reducing it to cinders. Disintegrating everything as the wave of energy rippled out. However, by the time my attack had dissipated, the entire forest was back to normal, having regenerated like nothing had happened, leaving not even a single branch burnt or destroyed. I should have seen it coming. More mana constructs. Fucking great. As I sighed at this discovery, a sharp pain shot through my leg without a warning, catching me by surprise. Looking down, I saw an arrow sticking out of my thigh, and blood was already oozing from the wound. I didn't feel the attack coming. At all. This is becoming problematic. And, as much as it pains me to admit it, more fun. I grinned, feeling more thrilled than I would care to admit. She could have killed me. If she had aimed at my head, that arrow would have hit me and killed me, but instead, she made her first shot a warning shot. No, she made her first shot a message, one that said, "You can't escape this." Meaning the next shot would be in a lethal location. I grinned, taking a step back just in time to dodge another arrow that whizzed past my head. I whistled. I might not be able to feel her attacks, and sure that puts me in a clear disadvantage. However, we all know I suck at sensing energy anyways, so, not that much of a difference. Not bad, mortal, Artemis hissed in the shadows, her voice echoing from the trees all around me, sounding more like 100 different voices that worked in tandem. But if you think dodging one arrow will save you, you are wrong. You died the moment that first shot hit you. I did. I replied, when all of a sudden, I felt a sharp pain in my leg, the same one that had been hit by the arrow. I looked down in confusion, only to witness something that left me without words taking place before my very eyes. The skin on my leg, the one Artemis had hit, was beginning to change in color and texture, turning from human flesh to sleek, shimmering fur, which was as soft as velvet to the touch. Muscles rippled and bulged under my skin, and the bones of my leg began to shift, lengthening and reshaping to accommodate the new form. I watched in horror as my toes stretched out, elongating into delicate hooves, which gleamed in the light with an otherworldly iridescence. I had a deer leg now. Okay, this is fucked up, I muttered, a little too loudly. It's only a matter of time before the transformation takes hold of your body, and once it does, your flesh will feed my pets, Artemis continued, in a low, venomous tone. Ignoring her for a moment, I moved my new leg around a bit. Left. Right. Up. Down. It was responding. It was odd, but it was doing what I wanted it to do. It also felt like my power was circulating without many problems there. I can work with this. Best case scenario, killing her would break this curse spell. Whatever she did. Second best case, I would only need to cut it out, I mean, I can always get a prosthetic leg. Worst case scenario, I become a deer. I wonder how that would work. Would I have to use Zenriuzuki with my mouth? Tail. You know what, let's focus on this shit before she turns me into the R-rated version of Bambi. Is that all? I said, trying to taunt the goddess out of her hiding place. I find it amusing you had the balls to fight me with your avatar, but now that you are using your real body, you are nowhere to be seen. It's adorable. I had learned a thing or two during my fight with her, and that was that she had quite an ego, and when dealing with people like that, the best way was to play around their fragile sense of self. Pathetic, she spat, as she came out into view, her expression cold and determined. But if you wish to die sooner than later, I will oblige. Really, that was all it took. One jab at her ego. I had a lot of shots loaded and ready for her, and the first one did the trick. Don't question it. I closed my eyes, steadied my breath, and focused on the energy coursing through me, before taking a step forward. When I opened them again, I was in a different place, a few steps away from her. Wasting no time, I brought my blade down on her neck, but to my surprise, she blocked the attack with her bare hand. Huh. Is that your best? She said, clearly mocking my words. As little as I expected from you, I expected more than this. Well, that hurt emotionally, I replied to her, chuckling. But don't worry, this is far from my best. Having said that, the energy from my blade connected with her hand, spread out and revealed what looked like to be a summoning circle that surrounded her, trapping her in a Keto barrier. What is this? She asked, not bothering to even try and break out of the barrier. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. I muttered, focusing all of my energy on one singular point. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. Letting my power ripple in waves around me, I generated a powerful torrent of black energy that swirled around me for a moment, before I aimed it toward my target, watching as it enveloped her in a powerful vortex of gravity. Coalescing around her into a box of black energy, covered in several spear-like protrusions that extended outwards from its surface, trapping her inside before breaking into pieces, revealing a bleeding goddess, dropping to her knees. How about that one? I asked, trying to hide the fact I was a bit exhausted, seeing I had put a lot of my power into that attack. You will pay for that. Artemis hissed, her eyes now glowing red. I was tired. Hurt. And had a deer leg, which I wasn't sure whether or not to categorize as a wound or something else. But above all, I was thrilled. How odd, isn't it? Chapter 65, Holding Back. Adam C. POV. Artemis snarled and her hands waved through the air, summoning several silver-like swords, from out of nowhere, before launching them towards me as I was rushing in at her, stopping only for a half-second as a shimmering blade slashed across my path inches away from my face. This is getting dangerous. I guess I couldn't expect anything less from a goddess. Smiling, I continued pushing forward, dodging and weaving under the shower of silver swords, reaching the goddess. Seeing this, Artemis tugs her hand back, recalling the blade she had thrown my way, which she then uses to continually block my strikes with Zenriuzuki. As our blades crossed, the sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the forest, creating shockwaves that expanded like waves on a calm sea. Leaving nothing behind, I pushed with all my might, trying to get the upper hand in our clash. However, no matter how hard I tried, or how fast I moved, the goddess was able to anticipate my every move and counterattack with ease. Uchiryu no Kiba. I roared, bringing my sword down on her with one powerful swing, releasing a massive wave of energy that ripped through the air with tremendous force. Unfazed by this, Artemis lifted her hand and pointed a pale finger at me. Moonlight, Sonata. Instantly, a brilliant beam of silvery white light shot from her fingertip, piercing through my attack before encompassing me in its warmth, pushing back. Her attack had dispelled mine. Well, that's going to be problematic. Gripping my blade tight, I stood my ground, cutting through her attack before performing a second charge, this time moving behind her, bringing my blade down on her. However, as I was about to strike her, one of Artemis' blades blocked my attack, before another pushed me back again, making her flip backward in midair before landing to block the next few blows from her swords. You can't win, Artemis said, a hint of amusement in her voice. I am a goddess, and you are but a mortal. Do you not see how futile this is? I gritted my teeth, refusing to back down. Fuck off, I may be mortal, but I will never give up. I will keep fighting until I have nothing left to lose. Artemis chuckled, the wounds she had suffered from my earlier Heido, already gone. Very well, little prey. If that is your choice, then I shall continue to play with you for a little while. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a flurry of silver blades my way, each one coming at me from a different angle. I dodged and weaved, barely avoiding each blade as it sliced through the air. As I continued to dodge and block her relentless barrage of attacks, I noticed something. The forest was smaller than before. It seemed that the more she attacked, the less mana she had to sustain the terrain she had made. I grinned. If what was happening was what I thought was happening, all I needed to do to win was to hold out a little longer and wait for the right moment to turn the tables on her. Moonlight, crescendo, Artemis said, raising her hand and sending a wave of light toward me. I stood my ground, focusing my energy on my sword before bringing it down on the wave, cutting her attack in half. First, her attack dissipates mine, and now, it doesn't. Before I could ponder on that thought for much longer, the silver blades surrounding me began to glow, growing brighter and brighter with each passing second. Moonlight, execution, Artemis muttered, a cold smile spreading across her face, as she unleashed a powerful blast of silver light toward me. I moved, blurring out of sight, dodging her attack. This attack, despite being similar to the ones she had shown already, felt fundamentally different. It felt dangerous. It felt as if I were to be hit by it, I would die. As I landed on the ground, I felt a sharp pain in my left, making me realize that I had been hit by another arrow while dodging her previous attack. I have to admit, you're quicker than I thought, Artemis said, her confident tone betraying a hint of frustration. But it won't matter in the end. You will die, as all before you have. I know you want to kill me, but goodness gracious, spare me the monologue, I grinned, trying to catch my breath. Let's just get on with it already. At this rate, I was going to lose. If her previous arrows were anything to go by, it wouldn't be long before my left arm was transformed. Not only that, if her words were true, a single arrow would eventually turn me into a deer. It was safe to assume two would do just that but quicker. In short, I was running out of time. Artemis growled, her eyes glinting in the moonlight. It seems it's time to finally show you what your place in this world truly is. Glaring at me, Artemis summoned a massive silver bow that seemed to hum with power. Without a word, she notched an arrow and drew back the string, taking aim at me. I braced myself, preparing my all to dodge her attack, knowing that there was no way I could block an arrow of that size and power. But just as she was about to release the arrow, the forest around us shuddered with power, and the ground beneath her feet gave way. I blinked. I knew this power. There was no doubt about it, this power belonged to the first god I ever met. Artemis stumbled and fell as the ground beneath her crumbled, revealing a deep pit filled with jagged rocks and sharp branches. You dare to interfere? Odin! Artemis shouted, her voice carrying a mixture of anger and surprise as she struggled to regain her footing. Odin! Wait, that wasn't his name. What am I doing? Questions for later, press forward now. Wasting no time, I took the opportunity this sudden interruption had given me, in order to attack, darting forward at full speed with my sword raised high. But before I could land a single blow, I felt the familiar sensation of Artemis' silver blades whizzing past me, each one slicing into the air with deadly accuracy. I dodged and blocked as best I could, but with each passing moment the number of blades I had to block continued to increase until there was nothing but silver flying around me, and before I knew I was starting to find myself becoming overwhelmed. Well, little huntress, it seems only fair that I do so. I turned to see a Piedmach, or in this case, Odin standing at the edge of a mountain behind Artemis, leaning on his knee. Based on what I could see, it was without a doubt the god I had encountered that time. Artemis snarled, frustration evident on her face. You will pay for this. Perhaps, Odin replied, an amused glint in his eye. But I doubt it will be today. With a wave of his hand, a bright light enveloped the area, blinding both me and Artemis. When it faded, the swords were gone, leaving nothing but forest, and us. Artemis growled in frustration. Long time no see, brave one, you have grown strong since I last saw you, maybe strong enough to spar with your old pal here, Odin said, a small smile forming on his face. You have no right to interfere with my hunt, this is not your domain, Artemis spat, her bow still drawn and pointed in Odin's direction. God, you're boring, Odin said with an exaggerated yawn. Do I look like I care? Okay, I officially can say I like this guy. Not that I'm ungrateful, but, what are you doing here? I asked, still trying to catch my breath. Odin shrugged. Just felt like helping out an old friend. And besides, it seems like you could use a bit of help. I frowned, sure Artemis had a slight upper hand, but I would figure something out eventually. I don't need your help to win. Odin chuckled, slapping one of his legs. Of course, you don't. But it's always good to have friends in high places, don't you think? Artemis scowled at Odin. What is it that you want, Odin? I think I made it clear already, right? Odin muttered, blinking in confusion. I just felt like helping, and I did. This is my domain, you can't interfere with my affairs, you know the rules, Artemis hissed, her power rippling out in waves as her anger grew. Odin replied, his smile now widening. I do, but rules are meant to be broken, are they not? Artemis narrowed her eyes, sensing that he was holding something back. What are you not telling me? She demanded. Odin chuckled, shaking his head as he stood upright. That's between me and him. At this, he pointed at me. I blinked. Who, what, how? I don't recall having anything with him, we barely even interacted, we fought for a bit if you can even call that a fight, seeing I didn't land a single blow, and that was it. If a fight is what you want, I shall oblige, Artemis began, but was stopped midway through her sentence by Odin, who shushed her. SHHHH, Odin said, putting a finger to his lips, silencing Artemis who was about to explode in anger, before turning his gaze on me. Brave one, I won't interfere in your fight any longer, I just came to tell you that you have more than enough power to overcome this challenge, just stop, holding back. Holding back? Does he think I'm a fucking masochist? If I had any more power to give I would have done so already. Sure, I enjoy a good fight, and the thrill I feel when facing a strong opponent, but I won't endure unnecessary pain for the sake of having a good fight. Pain has to be a byproduct of fighting someone on the same level as me, not a byproduct of my stupidity. Tell your partner that you need more power, Odin smiled knowingly, giving me a wink before vanishing into thin air. I was left alone with Artemis, who was still seething in anger. As for me, I was still processing the fact that he knew my blade was more than it met the eye. Chapter 66, The Power Within. Adam C. POV. Inner World. With a blink, I opened my eyes and found myself standing in the vast terrain of my inner world. A lake stretched out before me, reflecting the bright moonlight and stars that spread across its surface like a blanket. In the middle of the lake, perched atop the water in a cross-legged position, I could make out a figure, its silhouette being unmistakably familiar. Zenriuzuki. I walked through the warm water, my eyes never leaving my Zanpakuto, until I reached her. I suppose I'm here because of what Odin said, right? I asked, breaking the silence. Zenriuzuki turned her head slightly to acknowledge my presence but didn't answer my question. Instead, she continued to gaze out at the shimmering water. Zenriuzuki, I said, a hint of frustration creeping into my voice. Why am I here? She finally turned to face me, her eyes reflecting the bright moonlight. In a way, yes. But mostly, you are here because you seek answers. Answers that I'm afraid to give you. I frowned, not quite understanding what she meant. What did Odin mean when he said we were holding back? I asked, sitting in front of her. Zenriuzuki sighed, and I could see in her gaze that she was debating whether or not to answer that. You're a Shinigami, Adam, but you're not a normal Shinigami, not even Ichigo who was an anomaly of its own was like you, for unlike him, you can use your powers without leaving your body. The thing is, a mortal body can only handle so much power before it breaks. I nodded slowly, trying to comprehend what she was telling me. So I'm subconsciously holding back because I'm afraid of what might happen to my body. Zenriuzuki gave a small smile, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Yes and no, it is more complicated than that. In a way, like most humans, your body limits what you can do, and that goes beyond what you perceive as a subconscious level. What do you mean? I asked, tilting my head. Human brains are always trying to make sure humans don't get pushed too far to where they actually damage something important. You see, if a human were to exert, let's say their muscles to their absolute maximum, they would tear their muscle tissue, ligaments, and tendons, and would as well break their bones, leaving them in dire straits, Zenriuzuki replied, her voice soft but firm. So it's not me, but my body who is automatically limiting my powers to prevent me from hurting myself. I asked, trying to grasp the concept. Yes, but partially, Zenriuzuki nodded, turning her gaze to me. Your body is certainly a factor in this, but it's not the main mechanism keeping your power in check, that would be me. Now it makes sense what Odin said. If we don't do something we will die, I stated grimly, making sure she understood the severity of the situation. Zenriuzuki nodded, her expression serious. I know, however, I also know that if I let more power out than your body can handle, you will die, see my conundrum. So I either die or die. What a deal, give me two. Fuck that. I won't die, I said firmly, staring into her eyes. I refuse to accept this outcome. I'll find a way to make this work, to make it so that I can use more power without jeopardizing my life. Zenriuzuki's eyes softened, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. I had a feeling you would say that. I smiled, beaming at her. Well, if someone knows me, it's you. I chuckled. You know, I wouldn't be in this situation if you agreed to teach me your Bankai, right? Zenriuzuki laughed, shaking her head. That's true, but as I've said before, you're not ready yet, your body can't control your spiritual pressure yet, let alone my Bankai, you would simply die before making a single move, and I can't have that. So, all I need to do is master all of my power to learn it. I asked, hopeful. No, Zenriuzuki replied, her eyes growing serious and cold. Let me make it clear. Even if you didn't have a mortal body to limit your progress, and were able to control the full magnitude of your spiritual pressure, my Bankai would still represent a great danger to you. Well, now I'm curious. But I won't waste more time on that for now. Very well, so how about you let out a bit more of my power? I smiled, extending my hand toward her. I'm willing to take a risk, after all, if I don't I will probably kick the bucket. Zenriuzuki's expression grew pensive, her eyes studying me carefully. Are you sure about this? It's not just about taking a risk, it's about pushing your limits to the absolute edge of death. As you are now, you can still fight, and keep up with her. I am sure, I interrupted, my determination unyielding. Besides, I won't die, I can't die, Gildarts would kill me for making Kana cry. Zenriuzuki nodded, her expression softening again. Good to see your humor is still there. Very well, just this time, she said, placing her hand on top of mine. Just remember, from this point on, you have to end the fight as soon as you can, or this will be our end. I knew that. God of War, POV. It had been a while since I had last seen the kid, and he was stronger than before, by a lot. In terms of power, he was pretty close to Artemis herself. Sure, her power had dwindled over the centuries thanks to the fact she barely had any worshippers left, but as much as her power had weakened, she was far from the weakest of us. That being said, as he was now, he stood no chance of beating her, at least not in a straightforward fight. With enough experience and knowledge about Artemis and her tricks, I had no doubt he could give her a run for her money, but he didn't have the time to learn her tricks, and by the time he did, it would already be too late. He needed more power. He needed to use more of his power. When I met him, I immediately realized that he was barely scratching the surface of his power. From the moment he entered my temple, I could sense the power within him, the raw energy that his body was holding back. It was a dangerous thing to unleash, not only for him but for his opponents. I imagined the reason his blade and body were keeping the amount of power he could access to on a leash was to avoid him destroying his body by doing the simplest of tasks. Without those limiters, walking, no, breathing would be a most lethal endeavor for him. Each breath would have been a life or death situation for him, a fight with mortality itself, and knowing how fragile mortals normally are, he would have died before even realizing what was happening to him. That being said, I knew since the moment I saw him that given enough time and training, the kid would be able to tap into more of his power. Perhaps he was the one I was looking for. He was a mortal. But his power was not something that belonged to a mortal. I wasn't quite sure where to put his power, but it didn't belong to the mortal realm, draconic realm, or demonic realm. In fact, in a way, the way his power operated was very close to that, bastard, and at the same time, very different. I guess time would tell. Don't underestimate him, Artemis, I said, breaking the silence that had engulfed us for a few moments. Mortal or not, his power is not to be trifled with. Artemis hissed at me. First you help him, and now you warn me. What are you playing at? I smiled, tilting my head to the side. I'm playing for the bigger picture, little huntress. The one that you're not seeing, and judging by your attitude, will never see. Before Artemis could say another word, the air around Adam began to crackle with energy, a fierce aura emanating from his body, the sheer pressure of his body making the world Artemis had built collapse on its own little by little. Artemis growled as she was forced to take a step back, her eyes widening at the display of power in front of her. I could see in her eyes as clearly as the day that she had never witnessed such raw strength before, at least in a mortal. The funny thing was, there were mortals capable of much more than what Adam was currently showing, but Artemis was a reclusive one. Irene. Gildarts. Makarov. August. I could keep on giving names. Alas, for Artemis, this was something new, something she had never seen before, and she was struggling to comprehend. It was only natural, she was used to hunting those who are weaker than her. As Adam's aura intensified, he slowly began to lift off the ground, cracking the earth around him, his eyes closed in concentration as he began to channel more and more power. Good luck, I waved, before disappearing into thin air. From this point forward, it was all up to them. I had done my part. Now, I would wait for the results. Artemis POV. I watched in disbelief as the mortal's power continued to grow, his body now hovering several feet off the ground. The ground shook beneath me as his energy crackled around him, destroying my forest, creating a fierce storm of raw power that threatened to consume everything in its path. I could feel the pressure of his power, weighing down on me, making it hard to move. How could a mortal have so much power? This changes nothing. I spat, taking a step forward, however. I found myself taking a step back instead. Why? Does it feel like my body is freezing? Why does it feel like I should run? I don't run. I don't hesitate. I am Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and the moon. I am better than this. As much as I would love to have a budget-breaking fight with you, let's end this quickly, the mortal said, his voice strained with clear pain. His power was destroying him from the inside out. Of course, it was. No mortal should be able to hold that much power. I gritted my teeth, taking a step forward. I will not be defeated by a mere mortal. This hunt ends now. I shouted, drawing my bow and taking aim, putting all of my power into the arrow I would use to end his life as I had done with all of those who had come before him.